The sky was pitch black. Lightning tore through the night, illuminating the blood-soaked scene on the ground. A heavy rain poured down, mingling with the metallic tang of blood, creating a sodden battlefield littered with piles of monster corpses. Amid that desolation, a girl stood motionless under the cold rain, her small hand gripping a blood-stained knife. Her eyes flashed with a cold glint as she stared at the man kneeling on one knee among the monster carcasses. His breath was ragged, his body covered in wounds, droplets of blood running with the rain into the filthy puddles. "Tan Fong, you really are formidable." The girl's voice rang out, icy as frost. Not far away, a knight in battered armor propped his sword into the ground, his breathing feeble. His lifespan was draining away hundreds of times faster, yet he had still managed to survive the relics of the ancient god. His eyes darkened when he saw the priceless divine artifact, the Judgment Eye, now in the hands of the one he trusted most. Why betray me now? I'm your brother." His voice trembled, a mixture of pain and fury. Opposite him, the sister he had protected for years only offered a contemptuous smile. Tan Xiaodu bit her lip, clutching the divine artifact, her gaze cold and distant. "Me," she gave a faint laugh. "Tan Fong, you're only an adopted child. You don't even share blood. How dare you call yourself my brother?" From behind her, a familiar figure appeared. A tall, blond man stepped forward with a triumphant smile. "Xiaodu, don't say things like that. After all, this brother of yours served his purpose." His deep voice was laced with cruel amusement. At the sound, Tan Xiaodu's eyes brightened for a moment. "Brother Song Fei." Song Fei approached, draped an arm over her shoulder in a familiar manner, then sneered at Tan Fong kneeling on the ground. "Tan Fong, I truly have to thank you. Because of you, Xiaodu and I could seize this divine artifact. To drain your lifespan immediately, I put considerable effort into implanting the soul-stealing token into your body. So, do you like this parting gift?" Tan Fong felt his life force being siphoned away. His eyes bled, his whole body shaking from pain and rage. He ground his teeth and cried out in accusation. "Tan Xiaodu, I raised you like a parent, did everything to protect you. I risked my life to pay for your schooling. You're the only person I had left. I was wrong about you." Tan Xiaodu's beautiful face remained ice-cold, unmoved. "After our parents died, he constantly controlled and interfered in my life. When I and Song Fei needed protection, he did have some value. But now that the divine artifact is in our hands, his only remaining worth is gone." Song Fei curled his lip and swung two long swords forward. "Tan Fong, rest assured and die. I'll take good care of Xiaodu for you." Tan Fong screamed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "Even if I die, I won't forgive you too." No sooner had the words left his mouth than steel flashed, a cold blade slicing across. Tan Fong's head was severed from his neck and fell onto the cold ground. Outside, in 2025, the cursed divine game had appeared. As soon as people slept, they were pulled into the brutal world of the game. Their life itself was the sole currency. Dying drained your lifespan, but killing monsters increased it. Players could use lifespan to bring in-game powers into the real world. A powerful warrior could rip a tank apart with bare hands, swing a sword to down an aircraft, even use their body to withstand a nuclear blast unharmed. The world changed rapidly. Disasters spread. In that world, I protected my sister through countless dangers and hardships. I was fortunate enough to become one of the world's top 100 powerhouses. I bled and sacrificed everything to reach the summit, to overcome the ancient god's relics and seize the divine artifact, Judgment Eye. But I was betrayed by the only family I had left. It turned out I had been nothing but a pawn all my life. It turned out all my efforts were meaningless. I cannot accept it. If I had a chance to live again, I would live for myself." Under the tranquil moonlight, in the small room, Tan Fong was still sound asleep. Suddenly he jolted awake, his body jerked up reflexively. Breath racing, cold sweat trickled down his temples. His eyes flew open as he looked around in confusion. "Where is this? Is this the real world?" He trembled and murmured, panic surging. "Wasn't I dead?" He reached with shaking hands for the phone on the table, The screen clearly displayed 2025. His gaze drifted to the window. Outside, the city still glowed with lights, the sounds of traffic distant on the roads. This is really reality, not a dream or an illusion, right? Could I have been resurrected? Resurrected 9 years earlier, the day the cursed divine game was born. The moment that thought surfaced, the bedroom door was kicked so hard it nearly flew off its hinges. A familiar figure burst in, eyes blazing with anger. Tan Fong, so you're home after all. Why didn't you answer my calls? Tan Xiaodu's sour voice rang out, her expression full of annoyance. She stood with arms crossed, swaggering like a bully. Don't you know how important today is? I'm here to support him, Song Fei. And you want to pull a disappearing act on me? Tan Fong said nothing, silently watching her. Memories of his past life surged like a flood. On this very day, he and Tan Xiaodu had a major fight over Song Fei. Before the cursed divine game appeared, Song Fei had been a famous underground idol. Tan Xiaodu, like many fervent girls, was one of his devoted fans. But beneath Song Fei's glamorous facade, he was despicable, secretly scamming money and exploiting the bodies of countless female fans. Knowing his true nature, Tan Fong never allowed his sister to associate with him, yet he was accused of controlling her life. Tan Xiaodu huffed and continued yelling, "Do you know? Those damn anti-fans have started infringing on his rights. I have to go support him. Those obsessive fans are disgusting, clinging to him like leeches. He's in crisis, and you're here stopping me, holding my money, blocking me from competing on the rankings. Because of you, I dropped in this month's list. If you don't give me money, I will." A resounding slap cut her off mid-sentence. Tan Xiaodu staggered and fell to the floor, her cheek flushed from the blow. She stared at him in shock, tears of indignation welling in her eyes. You dare hit me?" Tan Fong looked at her with an unprecedented coldness. His voice was low but resolute. "Tan Xiaodu, I have no time today, nor any patience to waste on you. But if you dare cause trouble one more time, I'll smash your mouth." Saying that, he threw a bank card hard toward her. The card landed on the floor in front of her. "This is the money our parents left. All these years, no matter how hard life was, I never touched a cent. Today I'm giving it all to you, because our parents wouldn't hold grudges against you anymore. But remember this. From this moment on, Tan Fong has no sister like you." With that, he turned away and coldly shut the bedroom door, not looking back at her even once. Tan Xiaodu stood stunned as silent tears fell. She could only sit there, full of resentment and hatred. Tan Fong entered the room, his expression complicated. In his past life, protecting Tan Xiaodu had cost him too many opportunities, too many secret realms and vaults he might have claimed but passed up. This time, freed from that burden, how high could he climb? He looked at the eye tonic in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation, his heart filled with iron determination. This time, I'll use everything I learned from my past life to rise above it all. He set the glass of water on the table, a deep flash of hatred in his eyes. Tan Xiaodu, rot on your own. As for Song Fei, his voice was ice cold. I'll personally kill you. Sinking into sleep, Tan Fong's soul drifted through the boundless void. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing before a vast azure gate emitting a mysterious light. Inside was a vast hall filled with countless statues, each representing a different profession. He stepped in slowly, nostalgia rising in his chest. I remember the first time I came here. I panicked and it took hours to finish choosing a profession. This time I must be faster. Tan Fong halted before the knight statue, where in his previous life he had chosen to become a warrior to protect Tan Xiaodu. Although the warrior was not weak, he no longer had to shoulder that responsibility. With no one to hold him back, his development speed would be much faster. He scanned the surroundings with his eyes, then resolutely shouted, I've decided. This life I'll choose the assassin. Suddenly, a notification rang in his mind. The divine artifact Judgment Eye had completed its binding. A giant golden eye appeared above his head, emitting a blinding light. The system voice continued, the Judgment Eye has activated the unique attribute Judgment Power. Passive ability. When entering the Cursed Divine game, you will automatically receive the highest tier profession and talent. Tan Fong froze, his heart pounding. The Judgment Eye. So it still remained after I was reborn. It seems that once a divine artifact chooses an owner, even if removed it's useless, or perhaps it was the reason I was resurrected. Before he could think further, a thick black smoke suddenly enveloped his body. Congratulations, you have received a hidden profession. Profession transition in progress. Transition complete. You have become Shadow. His entire body transformed. His hair turned silver white, and a jet-black cloak wrapped around him. Tan Fong clenched his fists, feeling the dark power flood his veins. So this is the highest hidden profession for assassins? The feeling is completely different from the warrior in my past life, already this strong upon receiving it. He recalled his past life, when the chance to get a hidden profession was always vanishingly small. Yet now, judgment power had granted an absolute rate. What exactly is it? The system replied immediately. Judgment power is a primal, true, and ancient force in the universe. It can transcend rules and order. Tan Fong widened his eyes. It can transcend both rules and order? In the previous timeline, humanity only learned of the existence of order power in the 7th year of the game, when a powerhouse escaped the abandoned divine land and entered the land of order. But even after many years, no one managed to possess that power. Unexpectedly, he possessed it right from the start. If I leave the abandoned divine land and reach the land of order, I'll be able to activate this power. All right, now I have one more goal this life. A new prompt appeared before his eyes. Profession selection complete. Please enter your in-game name. Tan Fong smiled softly. If my profession is born of darkness, then call me Shadow. Character name set, Shadow. He proceeded into the abandoned divine land. Around him, space twisted, light dissolved, yielding to a desolate expanse where countless monsters wandered among ruined remnants. Welcome to the abandoned divine land. Outside Shell Town lies the deadly land. Kill monsters to gain lifespan, but if you die you will lose half your total lifespan. In this area, Shell Town is a safe zone with no monsters. Players cannot attack each other and lifespan depletion rates are reduced. Tan Fong covered his face and walked down the street, his sharp gaze sweeping the people around him. He pondered silently. Have many others already been pulled into this game? Around him, voices buzzed constantly. Hey, where is this? What is a profession? What's the code name? I just finished my night shift and went straight to sleep. Why am I here? Is this a hallucination? I was gaming all night and fell asleep, and now I'm here. It hurts. This isn't a dream. It seems we've been dragged into some kind of game. As he walked, Tan Fong calculated. Soon, powerful figures from around the world would appear one after another and reshape the order. If he wanted to get ahead of them, he had to move fast. Time waits for no one. People around him began to notice. What profession is that? Why does he look different from us? No idea, but look at the dagger in his hand. Must be an assassin. I'm an assassin too. Why don't I look that cool? Look, he even has a special effect. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared and the crowd in front of him was halted. On the ground, several people writhed in pain. It hurts. So when you die you return to town? Those monsters are brutal. Just one bite and you lose half your health. How can we fight this? It's only a level 1 monster. Even the 3 of us attacking together only took off a third of its health. Ah, my lifespan just got cut in half. A girl in the group, seemingly the leader, called Lutu, was still dazed. What do we do now?
Tan Fong inspected her weapon.
Normally an archer would use a short bow, but Lutu held a longbow. Looks like this might be a hidden profession too, he thought. Noticing his gaze, Lutu stepped forward to speak. Brother, it seems you have a hidden profession. Form a team with us? Outside are powerful monsters. One person can't handle them. Our team was wiped once, so we have experience. Tan Fong replied calmly. No need. He smiled inwardly. Experience from being killed? Ridiculous. Lutu's companions began taunting. Pretending to be a pro? 5 of us couldn't beat it. Do you think you can alone? Hilarious. Like we said, it's dangerous out there. You really gonna go alone? Want to die? Don't be like that. She has a hidden profession, much nobler than us. Also, assassins can run away even if they can't win. Lutu glanced at his info panel and muttered, Shadow, what an arrogant brat. She waved to signal her teammates and lowered her voice to whisper, Let's go. We'll follow him and see what skills he has. Maybe we can gather some intel about these monsters. She flashed a malicious smile. Yeah, and while we're at it, see how he dies. Tan Fong walked slowly down the foggy road, making everything around him hazy and mysterious. Behind a large tree, Lutu and her underlings carefully watched his every move. The abandoned divine land. This place is truly bizarre and dangerous. Lutu whispered, eyes fixed on Tan Fong's silhouette. Although we don't know why we were pulled here, with years of online game experience I quickly formed a squad. But unexpectedly, the first monster in Newbie Village was strong enough to wipe our team. It's basically not an enemy a level 1 player can defeat. One of Lutu's underlings whispered with envy. Sister Lu, his weapon is different from mine. I only have a dagger, but he has a short sword. Not only that, his speed is much faster. Assassin agility should be the highest. So why do I feel so much slower than him? Lutu frowned, suspicion rising in her mind. This player named Shadow is clearly not normal. Follow him. Maybe we can gather important information about this game. Suddenly, Tan Fong stopped abruptly and turned his head to look straight at them. Lutu jumped and immediately pressed herself against the tree, heart pounding. Were we discovered? She held her breath and waited, but at that moment, Tan Fong's body began to be shrouded by darkness, merging with the surrounding environment. He vanished completely. What the hell? One underling exclaimed in astonishment. He disappeared? Is that a stealth skill? Oh my god. The initial skill is stealth? What kind of overpowered profession is this? Another swallowed, eyes full of admiration. So cool. Assassins have stealth, but it can't be this deadly. Who on earth is he? Lutu frowned and subtly waved her hand. Enough. Let's go back. We'll return to town to look for leveling opportunities. It's too dangerous out here. We've already died once and lost half our lifespan. Don't waste time tailing him. There might be quests or hidden rewards in town that help us grow stronger faster. Meanwhile, under the drizzle, Tan Fong quietly stepped into the dark forest, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Can't see me? This shadow profession is truly special, he thought. The invisibility of an ordinary assassin at this level would usually be easy to detect. But with this special profession, he gained a mastery of stealth skill, extending stealth duration and upgrading his stealth to a new tier. In the early stage of the game, almost no one and no monster could detect his presence. Those people are so naive. There won't be anything in town useful for power progression. It's only a temporary refuge for new players. In the abandoned divine game, the weak become prey for the fiends. To grow stronger, there's only one way. Hunt and kill them before they kill you. A line of notification appeared before his eyes. Character information. Character name. Shadow. Profession Shadow. Level 1. Non-tradable lifespan. 75 years. Tradable lifespan 0. Strength 10 plus 3.
Constitution 10 plus 3.
Agility 10 plus 8. Spirit 10 plus 5. Looking at the attribute panel, Tan Fong smirked coldly. All starting players have base stats of 10. Different professions distribute stats differently. But not me. With Shadow, everything is superior from the start. This life no one can stop me. Tan Fong pondered his attributes. In his previous life, his warrior only had strength and constitution increased by 3 points. But this time, with the Shadow profession, he received bonuses to all stats, and agility was boosted by as much as 8 points. He also had 5 free attribute points to allocate. Most players would choose strength or spirit to increase physical or magical damage. But that's a deadly mistake. Tan Fong didn't hesitate and put them all into agility. His agility stat surged to 13. In the early stages, damage from any fiend is enough to crush a player. Only increasing agility lets me dodge attacks and take down enemies without being hurt. Suddenly, a clack-clack sound echoed in the darkness. Ahead, a creature was hiding. It had blazing red skin and a mouth full of razor teeth. A level 1 monster of common rank. The monster immediately detected Tan Fong and lunged forward like a whirlwind. Tan Fong stepped back, eyes sharp as he observed. The creature's body bore many wounds. Clearly this was the one that had slain that 4-man squad. So when it kills players it can absorb lifespan to evolve. I can't let it keep growing. As he thought, he nimbly dodged its razor claws. Waiting for the right moment, Tan Fong activated the skill, Phantom Image. His body was instantly cloaked in darkness, merging with the surroundings. The monster grew confused, looking around but failing to find its prey. From above, Tan Fong dove like a razor blade. The short sword in his hand sliced the air and drove straight into the monster's head. You dealt 174 damage. You killed a level 1 monster and gained 10 experience points. Tan Fong's eyes widened in astonishment. A backstab? Even hitting the weak point, it's still too strong. The system immediately displayed a notification. Backstab. If your attack is launched while out of the enemy's sight, your damage is doubled. So that's it. When multiple skills combine, damage escalates to terrifying levels. The shadow profession is truly too powerful. A pale golden light appeared before him, the lifespan orb. Seeing it, he couldn't help but think of his sister. In his previous life, the warrior's critical hit only dealt 40 damage. Killing a monster took half a day, and he would even get injured. Back then, he didn't hesitate to give all the lifespan orbs to his sister. So foolish. He clenched the lifespan orb, absorbing it into his body. A notification appeared. You have gained 3 days of tradable lifespan. You have gained 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. Those 5 had lost at least 20 to 30 years each, but when transferred to the monster it only left 54 years. But that's fine. The non-tradable lifespan does nothing for now. The important thing is I'm stronger. Suddenly, a yellow eye appeared above his head. An invisible voice rang out. The power of judgment has been activated. Congratulations. You have gained the talent. Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution talent. Primal level. When you kill monsters in single-player mode, you have a chance to receive evolution points. Every 24 hours you automatically receive 5 evolution points. If you defeat a boss-level fiend in single-player mode, you immediately gain 100% evolution points. Current evolution points, 5. Tan Fong tightened his fist, feeling the surge of power in his body. He smiled. This life, I will not repeat the mistakes of the last. He was excited. Infinite evolution. You can upgrade skills with it? In his previous life, he had never heard of this. In that world, equipment or skill books that dropped from monsters kept their initial level and couldn't be changed. But this time, he held a power that transcended all rules and orders. He narrowed his eyes, determination flashing. All right, let's see. Evolve, Phantom Image and Backstab. The system immediately announced, Skill, Phantom Image, upgraded from normal to bronze. Stealth duration increased from 12 seconds to 16 seconds. Attacking will reveal you, but the first strike after exiting stealth deals 90% increased damage. Cooldown reduced from 28 seconds to 26 seconds. Skill Backstab upgraded from low to normal. Passive effect. When attacking from behind, damage increased from 10% to 15%. Tan Fong gave a cold smile. Stealth time is up to 16 seconds. Combined with stealth mastery, it can stretch to 32 seconds, almost achieving infinite stealth. If I keep upgrading, even a high-level monster could be taken down in one blow. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Look, that scrawny guy just killed a fiend. I told you this game is easy. Tan Fong frowned and turned to look. It was a couple. The burly man laughed loudly, slapping the girl's shoulder with self-satisfaction. Song 2, you're amazing. With your strength, you could take down at least 10 more. The man laughed and thumped his chest proudly. Ha ha. Don't worry. I'm here. Nothing will hurt you. But at that moment, Tan Fong noticed something moving in the tree canopy above them. A pair of blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness. The guardian beast hummed. It was a giant spider, a ferocious creature of bronze rank. It had set its sights on the two innocents. The burly man stepped toward Tan Fong, laughing. "Hey buddy, I see you walking alone looking miserable. Want to join us? I'll protect you." At that instant, Tan Fong activated Phantom Image, his body blending into the darkness. The woman looked around in confusion. "Hey Song too, where did that person go? Maybe he's scared of your muscles." But before she could finish, something terrifying happened. The giant spider lunged down at breakneck speed. "Oh my God! What is that?" The woman screamed in panic, but it was too late. Blade-like legs struck. With a single blow, blood sprayed. Their bodies were torn apart, falling in pieces. The giant spider snarled, its red eyes flashing in the night. Beneath it, a swarm of spiderlings rushed forward, eager to tear at the remaining parts of the two unlucky victims. Tan Fong stood at a distance, eyes cold. The newbie boss guardian, with over 1,600 HP, was far beyond the combat capability of normal level 1 players, and it had a brood of spiderlings under its command. He tightened his grip on the short sword, the corner of his mouth curling. "But that's fine. Let me see how strong this newly upgraded power is." Without another word, he lunged at the monster, delivering the stealthiest strike. The sharp short sword rose and plunged straight into the guardian's eye. A piercing wail echoed through the forest. He entered Phantom Image again. "You dealt 338 damage attacking the weak point. That was dangerous. Good thing I'm agile enough. If I'd been stabbed with over 130 HP, I'd have died instantly. You received 9 damage points. But that last strike still did over 300 damage.
Ah, exhilarating.
It's gone berserk. These fiends are very smart. They won't just stand there and swing wildly." It looked like it was flailing attacks at the surrounding environment. The spiderlings were on alert, so you couldn't just approach them casually. But if I'm not mistaken, while the giant monster stood there unable to react, a stone flew over, spinning straight into the guardian's body. "You dealt 299 damage, attacking the weak point." Seeing the system notification, Tan Fong grew more excited. Without hesitation, he picked up another stone and continued the tactical plan. His main damage came from strikes, plus the stealth state from Phantom Image and enhanced profession skills. So even throwing stones dealt significant damage. Just wait for Phantom Image to cool down. Each thrown stone can trigger special effects like Stealth Strike or Backstab. Attack on weak point, you dealt 279 damage. Tan Fong quickly reactivated Phantom Image and vanished into the darkness. Like this, he persistently attacked, using speed and invisibility to wear down the monster's life. Finally, with a sharp cut, he finished off the guardian. In Newbie Town, an announcement rang out, astonishing all the players. Rankings have been updated. Player Shadow has killed the bronze rank guardian and become the first to reach level 2. The level leaderboard in Shelltown has been activated. The crowd buzzed. "What the hell? I've been killed by low-level monsters twice and someone single-handedly beat a boss. Who is he? Beat a bronze boss alone?
Impossible.
Could the system announcement be wrong? Sister Lu too. This Shadow is the one who just went out there. It's him. But how did he reach level 2 so fast? This is absurd. And he killed a boss. Our whole team couldn't even kill a normal monster. Yet he can solo a bronze boss. Maybe the system announced incorrectly?" While everyone was discussing, the 2 people killed by the spider earlier had just revived, faces pale. That big spider? Was it really killed? But where are the little spiders? Who is this Shadow? Could it be that invisible assassin from before? Back in the forest, Tan Fong stood among the corpse of the giant monster, quietly absorbing the lifespan soul orbs. As the guardian fell, its spiderlings scattered and fled. "I slipped up. I should have killed the spiderlings first to get more experience." A series of notifications appeared. You received 46 days of tradable lifespan. You received the skill book Greedy Hand of bronze rank. You received the short sword Corrosion bronze rank. Attack plus 35, agility plus 4, requirement level 1. You received 2 infinite evolution points. Tan Fong examined the new skill, eyes flashing with astonishment. Greedy Hand, an assassin's divine skill. Using it on a fiend gives a 20% chance to receive extra loot. Learning requirement. Level 1. Unbelievable. A bronze boss dropped an assassin divine skill. This skill can greatly improve loot acquisition. Later, when defeating powerful bosses, an extra 20% chance for additional drops is extremely valuable. In memories from his previous life, a member of the Godslayer Guild became the most sought-after person thanks to this skill. Though not the strongest, he relied on this skill to secure a stable position and became a hunted-after figure. Every time he went out, he had to be accompanied by personal guards. But wait, even though the skill only has a 20% rate, if combined with my infinite evolution talent, wouldn't the likelihood, even the drop rate, become infinitely increased? Morning at a high school. The campus buzzed as students hurried to class. Pale golden sunlight fell across the courtyard, blending with laughter and chatter. 2 girls strode quickly across the grounds. Xiaodu frowned when her friend brought up yesterday. Xiaodu, you still haven't called to apologize to your brother? We skipped class to secretly support Song Fei yesterday. I'm sure your brother is furious. Tan Xiaodu wore an annoyed expression. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have almost missed entry time. He's the one who should apologize to me. Her friend sighed. But he's really good to you. Sometimes I'm jealous you have a brother like that. Xiaodu snorted coldly. Good? He spends all day meddling in my affairs. Besides, he's not even my biological brother. I have Song Fei, that's enough. Her friend suddenly noticed something and asked anxiously, Wait, what's wrong with your face? Did you fall? Suddenly a commotion erupted at the front of the class. A group of students gathered, whispering excitedly. Xiaodu and her friend quickly pushed through to see what was happening. Before them, a male student lay slumped over his desk. His body turned translucent like a mirage. What happened to Zhang Wei? Why is he like this? She asked the person next to her in alarm. I don't know either. He said he wanted to nap a moment ago, and now he's like this. Online, news of this strange condition spread widely. Experts suggested that once someone falls asleep, they enter a transparent, mirage-like state, but no one could yet explain the precise cause. I have to call my parents right away. Her friend hurriedly pulled out her phone. Xiaodu, you should warn your brother to be careful too. Xiaodu growled angrily. Humph, I won't contact him first. Someone like him would be better off dead. At the same time, in the game world, Tan Fong focused on the spoils from the battle. Congratulations, Greedy Hand has successfully evolved. Skill Greedy Hand, upgraded from bronze to gold. This assassin skill grants players a 70% chance to receive additional loot rewards from monster corpses. You have learned Greedy Hand +2. Tan Fong held the lifespan soul orb in his hand, absorbing all the remaining energy. Judgment of skill Greedy Hand successful. You received 2 evolution points. You received 46 days of tradable lifespan. He grinned with satisfaction. Not bad luck. 2 more evolution points. Just 3 points and I can raise Greedy Hand to +3. If this keeps up, soon I'll have a 100% chance for extra drops. At the thought, excitement surged within him. Nations around the world had surely noticed the anomaly. More and more people flocked to the game. He needed to quickly strengthen his power. Tan Fong equipped a new weapon. The short sword Corrosion Bronze rank, attack +35, agility +4, requirement level 1. After preparing, he activated Phantom Image, silently merging into the shadows. He thought to himself, sooner or later they'll discover that skills and equipment from this game can be applied in reality. When that happens, the world will drown in blood and chaos. But if I only fight small monsters, the process will crawl like a tortoise. I need to find stronger bosses. Suddenly, a series of terrified screams rang out. Run! Watch out! Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, where a giant monster had just appeared. Standing on a high cliff, he silently observed below. A squad was fiercely battling a monster called the Runner, a level 2 fiend of bronze quality. He curved his mouth slightly. Ha! Just when I'm sleepy, someone brings a pillow. His gaze paused on a shield-bearing warrior bravely blocking the monster's fierce assaults. Wait, is that Wang Man?
Tang Phong squint in surprise.
It turned out the rumor that Wang Man had quickly assembled a team of hidden class players when he first entered the game was true. At that moment, Wang Man shouted loudly, "Divine Shield!" Immediately, a golden shield appeared, absorbing the monster's fierce blows. Wang Man's hidden class, Holy Shield Warrior, has base attributes twice that of a normal warrior and possesses an almost unbeatable skill. Truly not simple. At the rear, a brown-haired sorceress quickly formed a seal, launching a fireball straight at the monster's arm. She was the Primordial Sorceress, a hidden mage class whose magic damage is double that of a normal mage, accompanied by the skill Primordial Fireball. Tan Fong glanced at the other two in the team. An archer drew his bow, firing continuously at the monster, Keen-Eyed Archer, a hidden class that doubles an archer's usual power, with the skill Rapid Arrow Volley. Beside him stood a priest clutching a book, chanting healing spells for teammates. That was the rare Divine Pilgrim Priest, capable of healing at twice the rate of a normal priest and possessing a party heal skill from the start. However, despite their coordinated efforts, the runner still easily evaded most attacks. It suddenly lunged, knocking Wang Man's shield aside and sending him flying. This is bad. This boss is too fast. Its long-range attacks are hard to hit, someone on the team shouted. Wang Man planted his shield on the ground, gritted his teeth and ordered, "Priest, heal me." The others continued to attack, trying to wear down its HP. From above, Tan Fong only gave a cold smile. Chip away at its HP? How optimistic. He thought to himself, have they forgotten this is the wild? If the fight drags on, they'll attract more fiends. Just as predicted, in the blink of an eye more monsters began to emerge from the dark forest. A level 2 common fiend called an Infected appeared in the distance, its body coated in dark brown mud. Its eyes gleamed wickedly as it raised grotesque arms, ready to launch ranged attacks. A swordsman in the party recognized the danger and immediately leapt forward to strike the creature. "Careful!" a teammate shouted. The blade struck the target but inflicted only 33 damage. The sword stalled, as if sucked into the slimy mud layer on the monster's body. Damn! Its defense is too high. The swordsman panicked, forcing his strength but unable to withdraw the blade. Before he could react, the monster opened its mouth and spat a spray of foul mud at him. Ah! It stinks! The swordsman braced on his hands, face contorted by the terrible smell. Oh no! It's a bog curse. They used this move to slow enemies. The nearby sorceress was also hit and immediately slowed. While everyone panicked, the infected extended long muddy tentacles toward the sorceress, causing her to cry out in terror. Help! At that moment, Tan Fong used Phantom Image, moving across the battlefield like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, his blade severed the monster's head. The group in front of him gasped, mouths agape. What the hell was that? One strike killed the infected? Who is that? Is someone helping us? Even level 1 monsters take us over 10 seconds to kill. How is this level 2 wiped instantly? What the hell is going on? Before he could recover, another contaminated, standing behind the swordsman, was split in two by a slash and died. That's a sneak kill. Die, Lizzie. Did you see who did it? The girl shook her head, voice trembling. I didn't see anything. Wang Man kept his composure, eyes flashing with caution. Let's hope that person came to help us. Don't be distracted. Keep attacking. Now only the runner remains. Maintain the previous tempo. Tan Fong stood on the branch, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A series of notifications popped up. You killed a level 2 infected, gained 40 EXP. You received 1 evolution point. You obtained the normal grade skill book, Extreme Poison Throwing Star. You received 8 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong's eyes flashed with interest. Extreme Poison Throwing Star, a damage overtime skill with mid and long range. Good. Evolve immediately. The system responded at once, Skill, Extreme Poison Throwing Star. Upgraded to Silver. Range, 14 m. Adds 120 damage. Poison status lasts 5 seconds, dealing 50% damage each second. Effects cannot stack. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, excitement in his gaze. Below, the battle continued with intense ferocity. The runner stabbed Wang Man through with a tentacle and hoisted him high. This is bad. Wang Man's HP won't recover in time. Wang Man struggled and roared, "Everyone, run!" At that moment, and jade-green dart shot through like lightning, piercing straight into the monster's eye. Thuck! Blood spattered. The creature howled miserably. In an instant, nearly half its HP was drained. It snarled in pain and collapsed to the ground. Its HP kept dropping by 324 points per second. System announcements rang out. Your damage contribution exceeded 90%. Loot belongs to you. You killed the bronze level, the runner. Gained 600 EXP. Reached level 3. Gained 2 evolution points. Gained 55 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong squinted, shaken inside. I didn't expect the DOT from Extreme Poison Throwing Star could trigger my passive. Combined with Phantom Image, I can be invisible and throw darts almost infinitely. In early and mid stages, no fiend will be my match. Wang Man was stunned, voice trembling. Terrifying with this damage? Is he even human, like a ghost? Tan Fong flickered in and out and swiftly snatched the lifespan orb right before Wang Man's eyes. The loot light flashed and then vanished. Wang Man trembled, clasped his hands and bowed. Brother, I don't know what master you are, but thank you for saving my life. Tan Fong replied coldly, No need to thank me. In the wild, don't trust others easily. Wang Man nodded, face serious. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. I won't bother you about loot checks again.
I'm Wang Man.
If you need help later, come find me. Another excited voice called out, Old Master, I'm Break Bloom, and this is Dai Luzi. Can we friend you? Don't talk so much, let's go.
Tang Phong what yet Wan Man Quy.
This person could be trusted. Moreover, he had the backing of the Dai Ha government and ample resources. What I lack is a steady sales channel. Later, I can sell him unneeded items. Without hesitation, Tan Fong crushed the lifespan orb and absorbed it. The system announced, Congratulations, you received 3 evolution points. You received 55 days of tradable lifespan. You obtained the bronze grade sprint armor. He opened the attributes panel, Bronze Sprint Armor. For Assassin, Physical Defense +9. All Elemental Resist +5. Cooldown Reduction +15%. Requirement, Level 2. Tan Fong smiled with satisfaction. This haul isn't bad. I still have many pieces of gear and skill books from other classes. When my bags are full, I'll return to town and exchange everything for tradable lifespan. His eyes gleamed sharply. My growth rate now is 100 times faster than my previous life. Song Fei, I'll come find you soon. In the gloomy forest, countless players still risked their lives battling fiends. Darkness covered everything, and the wind's howl through the treetops heightened the tense, deadly atmosphere. This is bad. The monsters are multiplying. Run! Panic-stricken shouts rose amid the chaotic battlefield. At that moment, a gigantic shadow emerged from the darkness. The blazing red eyes across its body scanned the trembling prey. Hey, what are you standing there for? Run! What is that? The giant creature shifted and attacked. Countless black, barbed rope-like tendrils, as if sentient, lunged straight at the players, piercing through their bodies like sharp blades. Screams of pain erupted before they even realized they were dead. They vanished into nothingness and were instantly sent back to Shelltown. A group of players sat panting in a street corner, faces ashen with fear. Damn it, the monsters always spawn in waves, and when their HP depletes they run off. How are we supposed to kill them? To escape this game, we need to reach level 3 at least. How are we supposed to reach level 3? Then gather more people. If 3 aren't enough, make a 6-man party, even 10. Another sneered mockingly. I doubt that would help. I've seen a group of 10 torn apart by the big monsters. More people just attract stronger bosses. Those words fell the crowd into silence. Too many had died in this game. No one knew if they could ever return. Worse, there's a rumor that a party of 40 accidentally angered a high-level boss called the Cursed One. With a single move it killed over 30 of them. The surrounding players swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down. The thought of being trapped in the game forever filled them with despair. If we can't reach level 3, won't we starve to death in the real world? A trembling voice asked. They had come here after falling asleep, meaning only their consciousness existed in this world. If they couldn't leave the game, their real bodies would die. Luzi ground her teeth in anger. Damn it. What the hell is this game that it's so hard? Her subordinate behind her spoke anxiously. Sister Luzi, we've died 3 times already. Our tradable lifespan is down to less than 10 years. If this really affects the real world, we can't afford another death. She looked up at the leaderboard. The name Shadow topped it at level 3. How did he level up so fast? She muttered. A thought flashed through Luzi's mind. If Shadow knows how to level, she must find him and ask him to get her group to level 3. First they must escape this game, then deal with everything else. She turned to her subordinates. Voice firm. Broadcast retreat. Tell Shadow that if he can get us to level 3, I'll pay him 10 million in cash when we return to the real world. The subordinates panicked. What? 10 million? Luzi smiled coldly. 10 million for a life, that's a bargain. I don't believe he'd be unmoved by that. Nearby, the mud monster howled in pain as a poisoned arrow pierced its head. Its huge body trembled for a few seconds before collapsing onto the muddy ground. Motionless. You killed a level 2 polluter. You gained 20 EXP. You received 1 evolution point. Tan Fong nodded slightly, eyes flashing sharply. Good. The evolution points are enough. Immediately, he activated the evolution for the skill Greedy Hand. Consume 5 evolution points. Evolution successful. Greedy Hand upgraded from Platinum to Viridian. Tan Fong felt the change. Bonus loot rewards plus 160%. Extra rewards have a 20% chance to increase an item's grade. His eyes brightened as he read the new skill info. Viridian Greedy Hand. Assassin skill. Can be used on fiend corpses. Chance to receive. He clenched his fist, barely able to contain his excitement. A 20% chance to upgrade loot grade? If I keep evolving this skill, can I raise that to 100% or even 200%? If I truly reach that, wouldn't I become unstoppable? Lost in thought, his gaze suddenly turned cold as he spotted a gigantic shadow in the distance. The whole space seemed dyed in a gloomy, malevolent hue. It was the Cursed One, a bronze-level boss. Faint specks of light circled it, the souls it had devoured. Just by looking, one could tell it had killed at least 40 players. It appeared to be digesting their lifespans to evolve into a silver boss. If action wasn't taken soon, its power would become even more terrifying. He glanced quickly at his inventory and frowned. Too bad, the backpack is full. Even if we kill it now, I can't pick up any more loot. Thinking that, he quickly opened the map and marked the boss's location. It will take some time for it to evolve. First I should return to town to clear my bag, then come back to deal with it. It's not urgent. With that, Tan Fong immediately activated Phantom Image. His body gradually dissolved into the darkness, leaving no trace. Shell Town was livelier than ever. Crowds gathered, buzzing about shocking news. Have you heard? Someone's willing to pay 10 million to hire the top-ranked Shadow to level them up. Really? Are the rich already looking for ways to escape this game? A green-haired girl stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. She sobbed. Ordinary people like us could never afford that price. Amid the crowd, a figure silently materialized from the shadows. Tan Fong stepped out, saying nothing, and quietly opened his system panel. His fingers moved and he confirmed opening sales for gear and skills. On sale for 10 minutes only. If you want it, be quick. After setting it up, Tan Fong sat down on the ground. When did this person show up? He's only wearing 2 bronze items and yet wants to sell 2 more? Is this the one who killed the bronze-level boss? Look at his name. Shadow. He's the top-ranked Shadow. Really? But why can't we see his face clearly? He turned on full conceal. And avatars in this game match real life exactly. If he didn't hide, he'd be easily recognized. The atmosphere tightened as curious gazes fixed on Tan Fong. A girl stepped out of the crowd. She had a seductive figure. Every movement radiated confidence and mystery. Her cold eyes fixed on his trade window. How much for this ice tracker skill? She asked softly, testing the waters. Tan Fong glanced at her and immediately recognized her identity. Gray Rose. Rank 11 in Shell Town. He thought briefly and answered curtly. 100 days of tradable lifespan. 100 days? That's too expensive. Can you lower the price? Tan Fong replied coldly. Although Ice Tracker is only normal grade, it's extremely useful for mages. With the current monster clear speed, this price is already cheap. The girl hesitated for a moment, then asked, Can I pay in cash in the real world? If you have cash, you can buy lifespan from others first and then trade with me. If no one outbids you, I'll reserve the item for you. Gray Rose sighed. She quickly opened the group chat and messaged her teammates. What do you all think? We can reach level 2 quickly under my leadership. I want to buy this skill. Any objections? No objections. Right, if we have Ice Tracker, our team can reach level 3 faster. Getting out of the game is the priority. Okay, transfer tradable lifespan to me. Once we return to reality, I'll reimburse you in cash. Within minutes, Gray Rose had gathered the required 100 days of lifespan. She confirmed the transaction with Tan Fong. You sold the Ice Tracker skill book and received 100 days of tradable lifespan. Your tradable lifespan increased from 268 days to 368 days. Tan Fong looked at the system panel and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. Just as he expected, most level 2 teams had killed at least 30 to 40 monsters and had even more lifespan. This was only the beginning. In the noisy shell town, a figure suddenly rushed over, breathless. Finally found you, Shadow. Lu Zi stood before Tan Fong, her gaze sharp. She swept her long hair to one side and arrogantly declared, I'll give you a chance to get me to level 3. When we return to the real world, I'll transfer 10 million in cash immediately. Those words detonated like a bomb through the crowd. Nearby voices murmured in shock. So the rumor about someone willing to pay 10 million to hire Shadow was true. This guy just casually earned that kind of money? Lu Zi folded her arms, a confident smile curling her lips. I'm the chairwoman of Daijiang Enterprises. You can check as you like. I'm not short of money. Just help me. And I guarantee your future will be brilliant. Luxury cars, mansions, even women. I can arrange anything.
Tan Phong Frauen.
So it was her. In his previous life, Lu Zi had been the leader of an underground crime syndicate, using money to buy the lifespan of the weak and exploiting them like pawns. She kidnapped people and turned them into slaves for illegal work. Anyone who resisted was eliminated without hesitation, a despicable human. He replied coldly, I refuse. Lu Zi was momentarily stunned. Then her face flushed with anger. Shadow, do you think you're so powerful? We still don't know what this game is. But if you follow me, I guarantee you'll have everything later. Aren't you tempted? Tan Fong crossed his arms, eyes icy. What use is cash? Right now, the only thing of value is tradable lifespan. If you're not buying items, don't interfere with my work. Lu Zi bit her lip, irritation flashing in her eyes. Are you joking? I offered because I value you. If this were the real world, I'd teach you a lesson. Before she finished, a murderous aura erupted. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, voice low and imposing. Say one more word and I'll send your lifespan straight to the afterlife. A sense of death suddenly squeezed Lu Zi's heart. She involuntarily stepped back, trembling. Her followers were pale with fear. Let's go. She gritted her teeth and ordered, then spun and left, not forgetting to snap back angrily. Humph. Just wait and see. Tan Fong paid no heed, focusing on the trade panel. You sold a bronze-level radiant cloak. You received 19 days of tradable lifespan. Total tradable lifespan, 546 days. Those who had just bought his gear chatted excitedly. Getting Shadow's gear this time will definitely make us stronger. Tan Fong didn't care. He quietly stood and his gaze grew solemn. Task done. Now it was time to deal with the cursed one. No one in town knew that tradable lifespan was the key to making in-game skills real. No one knew this game would completely change the order of the real world. Tan Fong's figure faded. He entered Phantom Image and vanished completely. The crowd gaped. Huh? Where did he go? So mysterious. He disappeared right before our eyes. What profession is that? Tan Fong left calmly, inwardly thinking. Only strength is the root of everything. Under the crimson sunset, the last rays fell over the road strewn with broken cobblestones. Lu Zi's group, after narrowly escaping the encounter with Tan Fong, finally stopped at the roadside. Breathing heavily, chests heaving, sweat damp on foreheads. One by one they collapsed to sit, exhausted and worn out. Lu Zi ground her teeth, anger flashing in her eyes. That shadow bastard not only refused my offer but dared to threaten me. Humph. Wait until we return to the real world. I'll make you pay. Her voice was full of hatred, but deep in her eyes flickered an indistinct unease. The atmosphere around the group was suffocating. Suddenly, from a narrow dark alley, a thin man stepped out with a flattering smile. Under his cloak his eyes gleamed with craftiness. Hello, Sister Lu Zi. I'm Mao Li Tuan. Call me Old Mao. I'm currently level 2 and have some tricks to level up quickly. If you need, I'm willing to help. So is that 10 million promise still valid? Lu Zi glared at Old Mao with contempt. Tricks? What tricks? Scamming people.
Mao Li Tuan snurta confidently.
I don't share secrets casually, but for you, Lu Zi, it's different. As a token, I'll break my rule this once. He stepped closer, lowering his voice as if afraid of eavesdroppers. In the current situation, if you want to level up fast, put all 5 initial attribute points into agility. Only then, when you sprint at full speed, will you have a chance to escape the monsters. Understand? Lu Zi was briefly stunned, both astonished and regretful. So that's the correct way to play. Damn, I put all my attribute points into strength. But she quickly regained composure, a cold smile curling her lips. All right, you do have some ability, Old Mao. However, you're not as strong as Shadow, so your value isn't as high. I'll give you 5 million, except get me to level 3, and I'll transfer the money as soon as we return to the real world. Mao Li Tuan curled his lips, smug satisfaction obvious. No problem, that Shadow may be strong, but he seems a bit stupid. Turning down 10 million. What an idiot. Lu Zi looked at him coldly, though a knowing smile tugged at her mouth. In the gloomy forest, pale moonlight filtered through thick foliage, casting over ground strewn with weeds and rotting leaves. The chirring of insects blended with the whispering wind, composing a haunting nocturne. From a high branch, Tan Fong stood still, sharp eyes fixed on the monster lurking in the dense gray mist. Before him was the cursed one, a creature that had evolved to white-silver rank. A gloomy mist swirled around its body, exuding a cold, deathly stench. Tan Fong frowned in thought. As expected, it's evolved to white-silver, and it's still evolving. If it goes from white-silver to golden, it'll take at least 7 or 8 hours. Waiting that long is really annoying. Without hesitation, he took out a poison dart. A blue-green glow seeped from the toxin into the air, giving a chilling sense of danger. Tan Fong flicked his wrist. The dart shot through the air, slicing the wind toward the monster. A sharp sound rang as the dart embedded in the cursed one. The poison quickly ate away, reducing its HP by 659 points. Is it working? Tan Fong's eyes brightened. Seizing the moment, he immediately used the skill Stealth Break Strike. The blade flashed, lightning-like slashes tearing through the night. Each precise strike landed, consecutively removing 219 HP from the creature. Blood from the wounds mixed into the bleak gray mist. Right after the combo attack, Tan Fong cast Phantom Image. His silhouette blurred in the night and vanished from the monster's sight. A white-silver boss has 2 to 3 times the HP of a bronze boss. To kill, it would require at least 2 or 3 more poison darts. Tan Fong calculated silently as he remained fully stealthed, hiding in the darkness. The cursed one roared in fury. A shrill screech echoed through the forest. Suddenly it raised a hand, condensed a deep purple sphere, then unleashed a massive explosion. A wave of energy radiated outward, shredding everything within several dozen meters. Leaves were burned to charcoal, stones and soil shattered and flew everywhere. Just as I thought, this cursed one is a magic-type boss. Most of its skills are wide-area attacks with extremely high damage. If you get hit by one with current HP and defense, you die instantly. Just as the purple smoke from the explosion hadn't yet cleared, the cursed one lunged with surprising speed. Its sharp claws extended amid furious growls. Tan Fong retreated quickly, moving while timing the cooldown of Phantom Image. He clenched his teeth. Must stall until the skill cooldown. First get out of its attack range. The cursed one's rage continued for a while longer, but its attacks gradually weakened. Taking the opportunity, Tan Fong dashed forward like a flash. The sword in his hand blazed brilliantly as he struck down on the monster's crown with a powerful stealth break strike. The sharp blade took 600 HP, followed by successive blows that further reduced its HP by 219 points. Each time it was gravely wounded. The cursed one howled pitifully and flailed as it tried to flee. Tan Fong smiled coldly. Good. Compared to going berserk before dying, dying obediently is less trouble. Without hesitation, he poured his strength into the sword. A killing stroke swung down, light flashing in the dark. The cursed one screamed one last time before its body turned into gray smoke and dispersed. The system chime rang crisply. You have killed the white-silver rank cursed one. You gained 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Congratulations, you received 4 evolution points. You have obtained 124 days of tradable lifespan. Hearing the announcement, Tan Fong burst into loud, excited laughter. Ha ha! I didn't expect to level up 2 ranks this time, and to get 4 evolution points as well. He didn't hesitate, opened the skill panel, and upgraded Greedy Hand. Notifications kept appearing. Greedy Hand skill adjudication successful. You received 4 evolution points. You received 124 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong was astonished. 2 rounds of bonus rewards? He looked at the skill panel, unable to contain his joy. This white-silver boss is really generous. A full 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Silver moonlight washed over his back, a powerful aura radiating from him. He muttered, eyes alight with desire. Only absolute strength is the root of everything. The system suddenly chimed. Greedy Hand's additional effect activated. One of your loot items will be upgraded from white-silver rank to golden rank. Tan Fong's eyes lit up as he saw an item drop from the cursed one's corpse. A golden rank item. A satisfied smile curved his lips. No wonder Greedy Hand at Jade Thief rank has a 20% chance to upgrade additional loot by 1 rank. It dropped 7 or 8 pieces. However, looking at his already stuffed inventory, Tan Fong frowned. My backpack has no free slots now. I can't always kill bosses and run back. It's really a waste of time. He sighed and muttered, glancing at the glittering items scattered on the ground. Hopefully this cursed one will drop a storage ring or something to expand inventory space. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant radiance burst from the pile of loot, illuminating the dark forest. Tan Fong exclaimed in surprise. This is cut to a hidden corner of the town, the air buzzing with excitement as Luzi's group returned safely from the dangerous hunt. Her face brimmed with joy as she shouted, Finally made it back alive. 2 members beside her cheerfully replied. Luckily Brother Vong Man led the way. We were able to level up to 3 and return to town safely. Luzi nodded excitedly, voice full of pride. That's right. That's right. Brother Vong Man is truly amazing. She hid her face shyly, cheeks flushed. Sob. It's a pity I didn't get to befriend that elder. Maybe he looked down on me because I'm so rustic, covered in mud. So he... Hearing this, another member laughed teasingly. Maybe if you had been wearing that new set, the elder would have agreed to be your friend. The group burst into laughter. Suddenly, the leaderboard popped up before everyone. At the top spot was a commanding name, Shadow, Level 5 Assassin. Right below was Vong Man, a Level 3 warrior. Exclamations rose throughout the town. The leaderboard just updated. Shadow is Level 5 now. Jumped from Level 3 to Level 5 in under 10 minutes. What kind of boss did he kill? He was selling gear just over 10 minutes ago. How did he level up so fast? A man in the crowd sighed regretfully. My sister is only 18. She really wants to befriend that elder. If he helps me level up, that'd be great. Someone beside him scoffed. He didn't even care about 10 million. How could he care about your sister? Another young man clutched his head and shouted in despair. Damn it. I just reached Level 3 and the elder's already Level 5. Is there any room left for the rest of us to survive? Vong Man calmly reassured them. Don't overthink it. Each of us will return to reality and tell our relatives and friends about this holy game. Sooner or later, the world will fall into chaos. At least we should prepare those close to us first. The group nodded in agreement. One by one, they logged out of the game and returned to reality. In a small room lit by a flickering lamp, Vong Man slowly opened his eyes, the sensation astonishingly real. Around him, his teammates were clamoring and shouting, Look, Brother Vong is awake. Tell the captain right away. A member hurried over, anxiously firing questions. Brother Vong, are you okay? You scared us to death. You looked terrifying just now. Your body even turned transparent. Don't scare me like that, Brother Vong. I told you to rest yesterday. I'd help you monitor suspects. Vong Man slowly sat up, eyes full of determination. His voice was steady but urgent. Quickly call everyone to assemble. Something big has happened. In the small room, cold fluorescent light shone down on a conference table piled with documents. Darkness fell over the tense faces of the police team. The captain, wearing a grave expression, fixed his sharp eyes on Vong Man. In a low but authoritative voice he said, You previously reported that when your team was nearly wiped out, a mysterious person appeared and rescued you. He called himself Shadow? Correct. Vong Man nodded in response, his face showing complex emotion as he recalled that life-or-death moment. Yes, his name was Shadow. When he saved us, he was only Level 3. But strangely, by the time our team barely reached Level 3, he had leapt to Level 5, rising 2 levels in a very short time. The captain frowned, eyes wide with astonishment. He slammed his hand on the table, making the stacks of papers rattle. Jumped 2 levels in such a short time? If he's Level 5 now, doesn't that make him one of the top players in the world? How did he achieve that? Vong Man thought for a moment and guessed. I think it's highly likely he defeated an extremely powerful boss. A member sitting nearby, face showing doubt, squinted and said, But by your account, Shadow reached Level 3 an hour ago. So why hasn't he returned to reality yet? Could it be that he has no relatives in real life and doesn't need to notify anyone? Vong Man sighed, sadness appearing in his eyes. I don't know about that, but it's possible he really has no family. At this moment, Envu, a young female member with a delicate face but sharp eyes, snorted coldly and spoke with a skeptical tone. Could this Shadow be someone displaced in time? In novels, time-displaced people are often orphans with no family ties, which makes it easier for them to rise unencumbered. As soon as Envu finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to her, full of surprise and a hint of disbelief. Am I wrong? The captain glanced at Envu, his eyes stern with a touch of rebuke. Envu, I've told you to read fewer novels. In a situation this serious, don't joke around. Envu blushed, lowered her head, realizing she had spoken inappropriately given the tense circumstances. The captain pondered briefly, then turned to Vong Man with a serious tone. The information you provided about the holy game exactly matches reports from higher-ups. A recent study discovered a strange phenomenon. Some elderly people have died immediately after going to sleep. Data collected from players who returned to reality confirmed that all these victims had died multiple times within the game. The captain paused, his voice growing heavier. In other words, if a player's lifespan in the holy game is reduced to 0, that player will truly die in real life. The room suddenly turned icy. Each member's complexion paled as fear rose from the depths of their hearts. One member couldn't help exclaiming in a trembling voice, This is supernatural, beyond our understanding." The captain looked at everyone solemnly, eyes full of resolve. "Exactly. The current situation may very well be an invasion by unidentified superpowers. Higher Command has issued an emergency order to establish vanguard teams in each local area to investigate the holy game and gather intelligence. We must build a professional force as soon as possible. This event affects the entire world. Right now, nations are pouring resources into researching this game. If we fall behind, it means losing advantage on the international stage. We must gather intelligence at all costs. Do you understand?" Everyone responded in unison. "Yes." The captain nodded slightly in approval and then turned his gaze to Envu. "Envu, I appoint you team leader of Team 1. Envu immediately stood up, chest out, and replied with fervor, "Understood. Vong Man, you will be deputy leader. You too may select members for your team." Vong Man answered decisively as well. "Roger, based on your description, Shadow's personality isn't bad. Try to befriend him. The reason I chose Envu as team leader is I believe her temperament is better suited to investigate this individual. I want you to uncover Shadow's true identity soon. Ideally, represent the government to establish a cooperative relationship with him and obtain the information he possesses." The captain concluded in a resolute tone. "The most important mission for all teams right now is to maintain social stability." "Clear." Everyone answered in unison, "Clear." At the same time, in Tan Tu Du's classroom, afternoon sunlight cast long tree shadows. Golden-orange rays filtered through the leaves, creating an unusually peaceful scene. Groups of schoolgirls chatted animatedly, faces bright but betraying worry. A short-haired girl with anxious eyes said in a trembling voice, "Truong Vi says people from the same area will appear in the same newbie town in the holy game when they sleep." Another girl frowned, voice alarmed. "Really? I want to go back home. I have to take care of my parents. They've never played games. I'm afraid they won't adapt." The friend beside her patted her shoulder reassuringly, voice firm. "Don't worry too much. We can develop ourselves first and then return to take care of our parents." Tan Tu Du sat alone on the chair, hands clenched around her phone, eyes full of anger and resentment. She thought of Tan Fong, feelings tangled and hard to describe. Such a big event happened and he still made no move. Why didn't he come to apologize? Even my parents never hit me. She recalled previous times when Tan Fong, when she was upset, would soothe her gently and try to calm her. But today, not only did he not apologize, he even struck her.
Tant tu duais songer flair de violent lit.
Wasn't I just skipping class to see Tong Fai's concert? Tan Fong deserves to die. If he doesn't apologize to me 1,000 times this time, I will never forgive him. Fortunately, I went to see Tong Fai last night. Otherwise, once the Holy Game incident happened, it might be very hard to get another chance. Thinking of that, Tan Tu Du recalled Tong Fai's concert last night. The stage glittered with lights. Tong Fai stood there with godlike presence. His warm, deep voice flowed through each line and touched people's hearts. Tu Du clearly remembered her heart racing when she stood so close to him. Her whole body seemed lost in a world of just the two of them. Her eyes shone with infatuation, lips lifting into a sweet smile. She whispered to herself, "Tong Fai, I miss you so much." In Tan Tu Du's bedroom, soft yellow light fell, creating a warm yet slightly melancholic space. She scrolled her phone, lost in thought. Her eyes brightened, recalling friends' gossip about the holy game. Right? If sleeping takes you into the game, then Tong Fai will definitely be in there too. The thought made Tan Tu Du unable to contain her excitement. She giggled, eyes sparkling with determination. "As long as I enter the game, I'll find him." Tu Du jumped up, tossed her phone aside, and quickly changed into her school uniform. While tying her glossy black hair, she hurriedly messaged Truong Vi, the so-called expert in the class. "Truong Vi, expert, do you have any strategy to teach me?" On the other side of the screen, Truong Vi was sprawled on the desk, eyes glued to his phone. When he saw Tan Tu-du's message, he immediately sprang up. A crafty, greedy gleam lit his eyes. Oh my! Even a noble goddess like Tan Tu-du came to ask me for tips? This is a golden opportunity. If I can catch this girl, then... Heh. He quickly messaged back with a smug look. Du, you asked the right person. Let me tell you a secret. When you first enter the game, put all your initial attribute points into agility. If your speed isn't high enough, monsters will beat you to death. Tan Tu-du hesitated slightly, fingers tapping on the screen. What if I play a mage? Do I still need agility? Truong Vi sneered and replied confidently, yes, even mages need agility. It not only helps you dodge better but also speeds up casting, which is crucial early on. Tan Tu-du asked skeptically, but what if I still can't fight, even after boosting agility? Truong Vi curled his lips, reassuringly but secretly scheming. Don't worry. Tu-du, once someone in town reaches level 5, the teleport formation will activate. Then you can form teams at will to level up. When the teleport activates, I'll find you and protect you wholeheartedly. Tan Tu-du's eyes lit up, lips lifting in smug satisfaction. Great. These clingy guys finally serve a purpose. So I found a free bodyguard. An image of Tan Fong with a stern, cold expression flashed through her mind. Anger surged involuntarily. She bit her lip and ground her teeth. Humph. Tan Fong. Keep pretending then. I'll enter the game right now. By the time you get in, who knows how many levels I'll be ahead of you. Then I won't help you level up. She flopped onto the bed, eyes blazing with determination. In that moment, excitement, irritation, and pride intertwined, making her heart race. Tan Tu-du closed her eyes, ready to enter the world of the holy game with fierce longing. In the darkness of the gloomy forest, black treetops interwove like demonic arms blocking the sky. Weak moonlight slipped through the leaves, casting faint beams over Tan Fong. In his hand, a burst of golden light suddenly flared. Information lines appeared in his view. Cursed golden ring suitable for all classes, all attributes plus 8 dark element resistance plus 26% critical spot attack multiplier plus 0.1 times equip requirement. Level 4. Tan Fong was astonished and calculated silently. Each attribute rising by 8 points equals 32 free attribute points. That's nearly all the attribute points others only get after reaching level 3. Moreover, dark element resistance will be extremely useful against the undead. The base critical spot attack multiplier was already 1.5 times. With the ring it increases to 1.6 times, which is not bad at all. No sooner had the thought finished than a silver light flashed before Tan Fong. A new skill panel unexpectedly appeared. Phantom Shield / Silver. Assassin skill. Dash forward instantly up to 15 enter stealth for 5 seconds, and deliver 3 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown 12 seconds, decreases with level. Requires skill rank B. /width, 2.1 Each slash adds 100 attack power, counts as a back attack but cannot deal critical hits. Tan Fong clenched his fist excitedly, eyes flashing with resolve. This was truly a powerful area damage skill. Mobile and stealthy, perfect for hit-and-run tactics. He had to learn it immediately. I still have unused evolution points, so evolve the Greedy Hand skill first. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light flashed. Greedy Hand, Diamond. Assassin skill. Can be used on undead corpses. Increases chance to receive additional loot by 160% to 220%. Additional loot has a 20% to 40% chance to automatically upgrade 1 tier. A notification appeared. You have consumed 8 evolution points. Remaining points. 4. Tan Fong smiled confidently, just as he expected. With this skill, killing 1 monster is equivalent to others killing 3. It leaves no scraps behind. Blue light appeared again as Tan Fong touched the Phantom Shield / skill, upgrading this powerful skill to a higher rank. Phantom Shield / Platinum dash distance increased from 15 to 21 Stealth duration extended from 5 seconds to 7 seconds. Number of slashes increased from 3 to 5. Slash width expanded from 2.1 to 3.1 Each slash increase raised attack power from 100 to 200. Notification. You have consumed 3 evolution points. Remaining points. 1. Tan Fong sighed with regret. Yet the cooldown wasn't reduced at all. Still, relying on Phantom Shield slash alone granted him near-infinite stealth capability. The rest were garbage. But this silver rank warrior skillbook, even if it doesn't suit me, could sell for a pretty penny. Tan Fong stood motionless in the night, eyes fixed on the system panel before him. The light from the display lit his face, revealing a pensive, slightly cold expression. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the nearby bushes, breaking the tense silence. Branches and leaves trembled violently. The ground seemed to quake. Tan Fong spun around immediately, his sharp eyes alert. From the darkness, 3 giant monsters emerged. Long, spindly limbs, bodies twisting like enormous spiders, eyes glowing red with ferocity. Perfect timing. Let you be the test subjects for my new skill. Tan Fong gave a cold, confident smile, clenched his hand, and activated Phantom Shield slash. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke. From the darkness, a silver flash streaked out, slicing through the monsters' bodies like a blade. 3 razor-sharp slashes from behind ruthlessly cleaved them. Thick black blood sprayed everywhere, staining the ground red with a putrid stench. A cold system notification rang out. You have killed a level 4 four-limbed climber. Gained 80 experience points. Gained 5 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong smiled with satisfaction, his gaze cold as he looked at the monster corpses strewn on the ground. The Phantom Shield slash skill was indeed terrifying, lightning fast and hugely damaging, finishing foes in an instant. Compared to the previous use of poisoned throwing knives, which required at least 2 knives to kill 1 monster, this effect far exceeded expectations. He told himself, the shorter the fight, the lower the chance of surprises. In a world full of danger, speed and damage are the most important survival factors. His eyes glanced at the lifespan status bar. 618 days of tradable lifespan. To transfer skills and equipment from the game to the real world, he needed at least 2.5 years, about 400 days of lifespan. If he returned to town and sold everything in his backpack, his tradable lifespan would almost meet the withdrawal requirement. Once I reach level 10, I can convert skills and equipment into reality. Then the power in the game will be mine, truly mine. Tan Fong told himself, his eyes flashing with fierce determination. Lost in thought about the new skills and equipment he'd acquired, a sharp, mocking voice suddenly rang from afar. Congratulations, Miss, reaching level 3. Is it time for you to fulfill your promise? The voice was accompanied by hurried footsteps. Not far away, Lutu and Mao Lipshuan's group stood silent in the darkness, smiles of triumph on their faces. Don't worry, our Jiangdai industry won't miss out on your money. Now let's return to reality. Here's my phone number. You can contact me directly. Right, sell me all your tradable lifespan. I'll pay 10,000 per day. Hearing that, Mao Lipshuan snorted, his tone full of contempt. Ha ha! No problem. I told you that Shadow is a blind fool. Even a big boss like this miss doesn't value him. The smart ones are those who turn in-game abilities into real money. Like me. After finishing negotiations, Lutu turned and left, calling back, then we'll wait for you in the real world. Mao Lipshuan gave a cold laugh and thought to himself, lifespan is just a number. You can always get more. What matters is money and power. Those are the things that truly exist in this world. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the forest, Tan Fong quickly finished his business and headed back to Shell Town. At the teleport gate, he reached out and touched the formation. A pale blue light flashed, spreading into eerie concentric circles. Then a system notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have illuminated the instant teleport formation of Shell Town. Received 1 reputation point. You are allowed 1 free instant teleport per day. Multiple teleports in a day will consume tradable lifespan. No other instant teleport formations were found activated in Zhanghai City. Tan Fong's eyes lit with contemplation. The teleport formation was inherently two-way, Lighting one was useless if the other side hadn't been activated. People in other towns also needed to reach level 5 to activate it. He frowned slightly as memories from his previous life surfaced vividly. Tong Fai used to be in Firefly Town. If I set a reminder, the moment the teleport there activates, I'll know immediately. Although teleporting between towns initially held little strategic value, he understood this was only the beginning. His true goal was to reach level 10 and open the gate, to enter the continent where the real game begins. Tan Fong left and casually returned to the bustling streets of Shell Town. He stood on the smooth stone road amid countless other players, scanned the crowd, and announced coldly, "I'll only be selling for 10 minutes. If you want to buy, be quick." A murmur of excitement rose as people noticed him. "Oh my! The great Elder Shadow is here again. Finally! I've prepared 150 days of lifespan, just waiting for the Elder to sell items." Last time the Elder sold the Ice Shackle skill and Gray Rose shot to number 2 on the leaderboard. Hopefully this time there's a mage skill book. Excited chatter filled the air. When Tan Fong placed a skill book on the counter, disappointed groans echoed everywhere. "It's only a silver rank warrior skill book?" An excited player pushed forward, panting, "I want to buy this crimson battle book." The system immediately announced, "Transaction successful. You have received 300 days of tradable lifespan." In the crowd, a curious player frowned and whispered to the person beside him, 300 days of lifespan just to buy a skill book? Worth it?" The person next to him scoffed, "Short-sighted. If a warrior gets this book, monster killing efficiency doubles. 300 days. 2 days of grinding in the national instance and you'll earn it back." No sooner had he finished than other players shoved and scrambled forward to grab the remaining items in Tan Fong's hands. "I want the red cloak. I'll take those boots. Elder, sell more." In less than a minute, all items were sold out. Tan Fong checked the system info with satisfaction. Total transaction time, 650 days. Current tradable lifespan, 2,174 days. Although he had amassed a huge amount of lifespan, Tan Fong still felt it was insufficient. He silently calculated to extract level, attributes, class, equipment, and skills from the holy game into reality. This lifespan was far from enough. He needed much more. Outside the crowd, some disappointed players looked regretful. One sighed sadly, "Sob, missed out twice already. Please sell here next time too. I beg you, Elder." At that moment, a confident-looking girl stepped forward. It was Daily Tuesday. She smiled lightly and waved at Tan Fong. Elder, I have a treasure. Do you want it?" She raised her hand, revealing an intricately engraved silver ring that glittered in the dim light. Information appeared before Tan Fong. Space ring, adds 12 inventory slots, does not occupy the ring equip slot or backpack slots. Tan Fong's eyes widened in amazement, an indescribable emotion rising within him. The space ring was a special storage item that didn't take up backpack or equip slots. Each player could carry at most 3 storage backpacks, but this item could drop from any monster at an extremely low rate. Previously, a 12-slot ring like this was worth up to 3,600 days of lifespan. Tan Fong immediately asked seriously, "How much are you selling it for?" Dai Li Tu smiled and replied, "I don't need your lifespan, Elder. I just want to befriend you, and by the way ask you to lead our group to kill a boss."
Tang Fong snot.
This proposal was nothing but a lucrative deal. He didn't hesitate and pressed the friend request button. Player Black Cloak Dai Li Tu has accepted the friend request. Tan Fong turned to look at her, curiosity in his eyes. "Which boss?" Dai Li Tu stepped up eagerly and explained, "A gold rank boss. Not far away, in the dark swamp, an old, terrifying-looking boat lay moored."
Tang Fong Sugar suddenly sharpened.
A shabby boat in the swamp? Could it be the Gold Phantom ship? Memories from his past life flooded his mind. The Gold Phantom ship was an exceptionally rare boss that could appear at any level but with extremely low probability. Whenever it appeared, guilds of all sizes fought fiercely because this boss always dropped special, highly useful items. To encounter the Gold Phantom ship at this level. At level 5 it's easiest to kill. Such luck. Could this be the lucky carp? from the legends of my previous life. He turned to Dai Li Tu and asked, "How did you discover this gold boss?" Dai Li Tu recounted, "After I logged out and ate dinner, I wanted to log back in quickly to level up with the captain and others. They were late. With nothing else to do, I wandered around sightseeing and unexpectedly saw the gold boss hiding beneath a cliff." Hearing this, memories of his previous life came to mind. Rumor had it that in Vong Mana's team there was a member with unbelievably good luck, like a carp turning into a dragon. She once wandered in the wild and found Bao Duong in the Divine Tomb, a type of exceptionally rare boss. At the time, he had taken the rumor for a smokescreen the authorities deliberately spread to mislead players. Unexpectedly, the rumor was true. Sure enough, she was the legendary Lucky Carp. Dai Li Tu noticed Tan Fong staring and asked in surprise, "Elder, why are you staring at me like that?" Tan Fong was startled and quickly returned to his usual cold demeanor. "Nothing." Just then, behind a tree, a player was stealthily eavesdropping on their conversation. His face alight with excitement, he immediately ran back to his group's temporary base. "Boss, that kid just let a girl out of town." The boss sneered and curled his lip with a malicious smile, his voice arrogant. "So that brat couldn't resist. Took a girl out to play? Brothers, follow me." Meanwhile, in the quiet space outside the town, Dai Li Tu hesitantly asked, "Elder, if the boss drops equipment and skill books I can use, could you give them to me? I don't need the rest."
Tampon replied bluntly, "No problem."
"But if your Captain Vong Man shows up, I won't waste time dealing with assassins in your team." Dai Li Tu understood and quickly made a proposal. "Then let's do as you say. But I have a small request. If you sell equipment to Vong Mana's team, could you give them a slight discount?"
Tang Phong note that. Fine.
Dai Li Tu said cheerfully. "Then we'll set out after Captain Vong Man is online." She suddenly asked, "By the way, Elder, where are we going?" Tan Fong responded casually, "To kill the gold boss." Dai Li Tu's expression changed at once. Her eyes filled with panic and fear. "Elder, you're an assassin with stealth skills, but what about me? I'm just a weak mage. How could I withstand the gold boss's attacks?" Tan Fong smiled confidently. "One me is enough. You just observe from a safe place." Dai Li Tu couldn't help but worry inwardly. Going alone to kill the gold boss? The elder is powerful, but this is too showy. Suddenly, before her eyes, Tan Fong's figure blurred and then vanished completely into the air. She was startled, frantically looking around and shouting, "Elder! Elder! Where did you go?" Far away, behind the withered trees, the group that had been watching still kept their eyes on Dai Li Tuesday. A skinny lackey looked around, then panicked. "Boss, that shadow guy disappeared." The boss, a large man with a scarred face, curled his lip in a cold smile. "Ha ha ha. He's probably abandoned that girl out here in the wild. Brothers, let's go. Capture the girl and have some fun. Do whatever after that." He snapped an order with a smug tone. "I told you. Follow me and you'll eat well and live fine. Look, isn't that woman standing there?" Hearing this, the lackeys cheered excitedly. "Boss, you're brilliant." They laughed as they stepped toward Dai Li Tu, greed flashing in their eyes. Suddenly, a shadow dimly appeared, blocking their path as if stepping out of nothingness. That shadow was Tan Fong. Without a word, Tan Fong coldly swung his hand. Dark chi surged from his body, black smoke curling and coalescing into razor-sharp blades. In an instant, slashes from the Phantom Shield /skill were unleashed in succession, filled with killing intent. The men fell without even screaming, their bodies quickly dissolving into pale white light. A cold system notification sounded in Tan Fong's ear. "You have killed 5 players and received a total of 12 days of tradable lifespan." Looking at the corpses as they vanished, he sneered, "Pathetic. Only worth killing 2 small monsters, huh?" He quickly returned to Dai Li Tu's side. Seeing him appear, she cried out happily, "Oh, Elder, where did you go?" "There were some tailing us. I just sent them back to town." Dai Li Tu nodded in understanding, then squinted at him suspiciously and teased, "Ah, I thought you went to the restroom. Now that you have stealth, it must be convenient for bathroom breaks." You can relieve yourself anytime without anyone seeing. Saying this, she suddenly thought of something, curiosity on her face. Wait, if the elder is invisible, does the poop go invisible too? Or does it still fall as usual? Tan Fong frowned, feeling the conversation had gone too far. He spoke coldly and sternly. Enough. Lead me to the boss you mentioned. The pale late afternoon sunlight shone down on the small village, covering the rough wooden houses, worn thatched roofs, and the long, dry dirt road. A blink of system teleportation brought a young woman here. In her hand appeared an ancient staff, exquisitely carved with mysterious patterns that glowed faintly. The surge of spiritual power from the staff into her palm made her exclaim in amazement. Amazing! I can actually feel it. Around her, a few players glanced secretly and quickly whispered, another new arrival. I didn't expect to get the hidden class life ritualist. This must be an extremely powerful class. With this ability, I'm totally a good match for Tong Fai. I wonder how Tong Fai is doing now? Does he know the secret to initial stat allocation? The smile drained from her lips as she remembered someone. Her gaze grew cold and she gritted her teeth in hatred. Where the hell has that bastard Tan Fong gone? All he does is boss me around. But when it matters, he's completely unreliable. Fine. Now I have a hidden class and Zhang Wei promised to help me level. Tan Fong, handle yourself. I don't care about you anymore. At that moment, the ranking board appeared before her. Her eyes widened in surprise to see the name Shadow at the top with level 6. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei was only level 3 and had been bragging about his strength. It turned out Shadow was the true powerhouse. If I can get this person to help, I'll surely level up faster than Zhang Wei. Where can I find Elder Shadow? While she pondered, she heard an argument from afar. A group of young men had gathered. A black-haired guy said irritably, "Damn it, I can't reach Chu Dao riding the wind. We don't have time to wait for her. Any ideas?" Another replied anxiously, "How can we kill monsters without a babysitter? We're not Elder Shadow. We can't solo clear monsters easily." The blonde guy frowned in agreement. "I think we should find a new babysitter. We can't delay any longer. We don't have time to wait for her. Any ideas?" Another answered, voice full of worry. "Without a babysitter, how can we kill monsters? We're not Elder Shadow. Solo sweeping monsters is easy for him." The blonde guy winced, agreeing, "I think we should find a new babysitter. We can't postpone this." Hearing that, the girl stepped forward confidently. "Hello everyone. I'm Life Ritualist, a powerful hidden support class. You need a babysitter, right?" Meanwhile, deep in the gloomy woods, insects chirped incessantly and thick mist surrounded the cold lake. Tan Fong stood on a rock, his sharp gaze fixed on the rotten wooden boat floating on the water. The warped, moldy planks of the gold phantom ship exuded a grim black mist, rippling the surface of the jet-black water. A resolute glint flashed in Tan Fong's eyes. So this is the gold phantom ship. A rare opportunity indeed. He turned to Dai Li Tu in a calm voice. "Stand here and observe. Avoid being ambushed and don't act rashly. I'll handle this, boss." She nodded and warned anxiously, "Please be careful." Tan Fong said nothing, stepping lightly into the icy water as his figure faded into the mist. Suddenly, a cold system alert sounded. Due to the influence of the gold phantom ship, this area has become a brutal zone. Lifespan consumption rate increased by 100 times. If you remain in this area for 15 minutes, a player will consume 1 day of lifespan. He frowned but remained unfazed, thinking, the brutal zone only affects for a short time, nothing to worry about. Then another notification appeared. Gold Phantom Ship, Special Gold Grade. Countdown time, 45 minutes. Tan Fong curled his lips in a cold smile. 45 minutes left? More than enough to deal with it. Wasting no time, he immediately launched the attack. Dark chi coiled around his body as he unleashed the Phantom Shield Slash. The shadow streaked like a razor, slicing the boss's weak points and dealing successive damage. Gold Phantom Ship takes 549 damage. Immediately afterward, Tan Fong used a lethal poison dart combined with shadow breaking one strike. A critical blow aimed at the weak point, inflicting severe damage. Gold Phantom ship takes 621 damage. It seems many people don't know the true weakness of this ship. Tan Fong murmured, his sharp gaze scrutinizing every detail of the vessel. He quickly discovered the real weak point wasn't the hull or the sturdy planks, but the eerie bell hanging from the ship's prow. Each time the bell rang softly, a chilling sound echoed everywhere, sending violent columns of water surging up from the bottom of the Black Lake. Damn! Hitting the weak point triggers an area counterattack from the Phantom ship. The blast force of this water column is too strong. Even a silver-armored warrior would struggle to withstand it. Fortunately, the initial speed of the Shadow class is high enough. Otherwise, I'd be done for. The ranged assault ended. From the surrounding black water, 12 rotting water demons emerged, grotesque shapes with gray, algae-covered skin. They roared and charged, eyes glowing blood-red with hunger. Each one had the strength of a silver-grade boss, enough to wipe out an ill-prepared team. In such chaos, ordinary monster-hunting teams are usually annihilated by overwhelming numbers. Things grew worse as the Gold Phantom ship summoned another water demon every minute, creating enormous pressure. Yet Tan Fong remained coldly composed. Luckily, I have stealth skill, so I don't have to worry about being detected. As long as I find the right angle, I can finish them all with one strike. From afar, Dai Li too watched the battle tensely. Seeing Tan Fong's precise attacks, she couldn't help exclaiming, "Is this the Elder Shadow who tops the rankings? Incredible!" He attacks and disappears like a phantom. The boss lost a third of its HP without even reacting. Suddenly, Tan Fong called urgently, "Xiao Hei, I'm about to die." Hearing this, she froze and asked in alarm, Tan Fong replied calmly, "Don't do anything. Just wait for me to revive." She stared in bewilderment, trying to understand his words. "Why? Elder, weren't you in control? And what the hell is Xiao Hei?" Tan Fong frowned in confusion. "You're not Xiao Hei?" Dai Li too retorted angrily. "My name is Breakroom Hebu Lam Dai Li too. Not Xiao Hei. Sounds like a dog's name." Tan Fong replied nonchalantly and tersely, "Got it, Xiao Hei." In another corner of the forest, a group led by a scar-faced leader had gathered. His face flushed with rage. "Damn it! I once won the silver tournament consecutively, and now some brats toying with me? Humiliating!" A lackey ran up to report, panting, "Boss, we found that kid. She's standing on the edge of the cliff ahead, and that bastard Shadow is fighting a boss at the base of the cliff." Hearing this, the leader roared, "Good! I've called everyone. Let's see how he survives this time." At that moment, Tan Fong calmly realized the greatest difficulty. The Gold Phantom ship was about to release 3 spirit pulses, controlling a wide area for 5 seconds and forcibly petrifying all targets within range. Looks like this time it's hard to avoid. Tan Fong decided to gamble with the boss. The system coldly announced, "You have died. You lost 326 years of lifespan. Non-tradable. You have died. You lost 1,087 days of lifespan, tradable." At Tan Fong's sudden death, the leader laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha! This idiot! So arrogant to solo challenge the Gold Phantom ship just because he's called an elder? This shadow dog is rich. Look at that huge light orb, at least a few hundred days of lifespan." The crowd charged forward in glee, greedily staring at the radiant orb. "Kill it! Today we'll feast on this big dog." Suddenly the sky darkened and fierce winds rose. A gigantic gate appeared from above, its eerie light spilling over the deadly land. Every horrified gaze turned to the authoritative portal widening before them. In the town, those who had been forced back from the dungeon wore furious expressions. The scar-faced leader's veins bulged on his forehead as he ground his teeth. "Damn it! That bloody boss. How could that shadow cut its HP in half so easily? It's a freak. We barely entered the marsh and the phantom water columns killed us on the spot." The lackeys echoed in unison, faces twisted. "Damn! This loss is huge. We must go back. There are still lots of small monsters. If we kill them all, maybe we can recoup our losses." The leader snorted coldly, a vicious gleam in his eyes. "I don't believe that damned ship is this hard. Let's go. Continue. Meanwhile, amid the dark marsh, the lifespan orbs shone brilliantly, hovering on the cold water. The uncanny light reflected across the lake, creating a scene both beautiful and terrifying. Tan Fong suddenly appeared in the gloom, gliding over the water like a wraith. He frowned in confusion at the countless lifespan orbs around him, then called out loudly to the girl standing on the small boat nearby. Dai Li Tu, I'm back. Xiao Hei. Why are there so many lifespan orbs here? She heard the call and turned, her eyes lighting with joy. Elder, you returned so fast. A group rushed in earlier but were wiped out by the water columns before they could do anything. Tan Fong laughed loudly, his deep hoarse voice dripping with contempt. Ha ha, truly overestimating themselves. The arrogant always die by their own recklessness. Seeing the gold phantom ship hovering in the marsh, Tan Fong couldn't help but recall how much he had suffered facing it in his previous life. The scariest trait of this boss was its powerful petrify skill, usable only once. When its HP drops to half, there's a chance it will vanish and reappear somewhere distant in the marsh, making it hard for players to finish it off. A plan quickly formed in Tan Fong's mind. His eyes sharpened as the silhouette of the gold phantom ship slowly emerged from the mist. Not wanting to miss the chance, he quickly drew a poison dart, aimed at the magical orb dangling at the ship's prow, and threw hard. The wind screamed, tearing through the air. The dart struck the target dead on. A stream of eerie pink chi radiated from the ship, spreading across the entire marsh. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, staring at the movement of the chi with satisfaction. I've long figured out its movement pattern. Without hesitation, he surged forward, unleashing the phantom shield slash, a swift wind-rending attack. On the marsh bank, the troublemakers who had returned also reappeared. The leader spotted Tan Fong fighting the boss and greed lit his eyes. Look, that brat is attacking the boss again. Wait until it's almost finished. Then we'll rush in and snatch it. Dai Li Tu glared angrily at the vile group, murder in her eyes. Those bastards are back again. What a nuisance. Her gaze hardened. She murmured an incantation, her staff blazing as tiny sparks of lightning danced around it. She raised the staff high and shouted, "The gods decree that thunder will strike the traitors today." Countless crimson lightning bolts fell from above, striking the group. The two leaders were hit instantly, their bodies convulsed and collapsed, dead on the spot. The remaining group panicked and shouted, looking around in confusion. Holy shit! Who's attacking us? The leader spotted Dai Li Tu standing at a distance and barked angrily. Huh! That damned woman? Kill her! Seeing the ferocious mob charging in, Dai Li Tu turned pale and hurriedly fled, screaming as she ran. Help me! Elder! Save me! Behind her, the crowd chased wildly, curses echoing through the toxin-filled marsh. A brutal pursuit was about to unfold in the dangerous swamp. In the distant darkness, two mysterious figures hid behind a giant tree with rough bark and tangled vines, silently watching the events and whispering to each other. Their eyes flashed with curiosity and caution as they looked toward the gold phantom ship glowing eerily in the marsh. As for Tan Fong, he breathed a light sigh of relief when he saw the giant phantom ship dying. A cold glance passed with a hint of satisfaction. Finally about to die, he thought inwardly, still amazed by how terrifying this boss was. Although the gold phantom ship was only level 5, taking it down alone was truly overwhelming. His damage was still low, so the fight lasted longer than expected, drawing the attention of many greedy onlookers. Tan Fong scanned the area, the corner of his mouth lifting when he noticed the arrival of others. On the high cliff beside the marsh, a group of recently deceased people watched the scene, their eyes full of envy and lust. Not only that, an ambush guild had been lying in wait on the other side of the marsh, their cold gazes fixed on the dying boss. They were plotting to snatch the loot as soon as he finished off the boss. Tan Fong curled his lips in a cold smile and muttered, "Not a bad idea, but unfortunately, you've miscalculated." Wasting no time, he used the stealth skill and lunged toward the gold phantom ship. The jet-black blade radiated a gloomy aura like its owner, tore through the night, and plunged into the weak point on the hull. A veil of dark mist rose, The ship emitted a terrifying groan before completely disintegrating. A series of notifications rang in his mind. You have defeated the Gold Phantom ship, Gold, gained 4,800 experience. You reached level 8, gained 7 evolution points, and received 216 days of tradable lifespan. The shadow player in Shelltown is the first on the server to defeat the Gold Phantom ship, receiving 3 reputation points. Immediately, a server-wide announcement echoed. The shadow player in Shelltown has defeated the Gold Phantom ship first. The news spread like lightning. In nearby towns, players everywhere buzzed. What the hell? Someone already killed a Gold Phantom ship this early in the game. The first to kill a Gold Phantom ship must be a powerhouse from our Great Han. Earlier there was a notice that Shadow single-handedly defeated the bronze boss. I didn't expect he'd take down the Gold Phantom ship too. Is the gap between people really that big? In the crowd, a beautiful girl named Tan Tu-Du frowned upon hearing the news, scheming inwardly. This Shadow is truly formidable. If I can borrow his strength to level up, I might soon meet Tong Fai again. Back in the marsh, after the boss was slain, countless valuable items dropped, glittering with brilliant light. The ambushers laughed gleefully. The leader shouted excitedly, "Ha ha! This boss really dropped a lot of loot. That guy ran off, probably scared of us, so he didn't dare pick anything up." He flicked his chin and ordered, "A Kwong, use your tracking skill to find him, kill him, and take all the Gold Phantom ship's rewards." An archer bowed and replied, "Understood." He drew his bow and the arrow shot out like lightning. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and the silhouette of a gigantic soul hawk appeared, its cold eyes sweeping across the marsh, searching for any trace of Tan Fong. In the darkness, Tan Fong barely narrowed his eyes, coldly assessing the opponent, a contemptuous smile curling his lips. A soul hawk? Didn't expect this hunter to learn anti-stealth so quickly. No wonder he's confident enough to try to kill me for the loot. His high-level shadow profession didn't just have stealth level 11. He also had anti-stealth level 1. No matter how sharp the soul hawk's eyes, it couldn't see through him. Confidence flickered in his gaze. He tightened his grip on his weapon and quietly waited for the chance to counterattack. In the distance, the archer Kwong frowned, recalled the soul hawk, then turned to the leader and reported, "Boss, no sign of him. That brat probably saw our numbers and got scared off." The leader laughed with satisfaction, a smug look appearing. "Good, you knew better than to mess with us. Let's go protect the loot. Don't be careless. Be ready to fight at any moment. Loot ownership will be protected for 5 minutes, after which everything will belong to us." At the command, the guild members burst into loud laughter, faces alight with delight, eagerly awaiting the moment to seize the precious spoils. However, just as they were about to step forward, cold streaks of light suddenly flashed from the darkness. A barrage of razor-sharp slashes shot in from all directions like lightning, tearing through the night and plunging into each of them. Horrific screams rang out as the men collapsed in despair, their bodies fading and vanishing into nothingness, logged out of the game in an instant. A cold wind blew. Tan Fong materialized from the shadows, his eyes cold as he watched the bodies disappear. He snorted softly, inwardly pleased. Much quieter here now. He involuntarily thought of the girl Xiao Hei and murmured, "Where did that girl go? Never mind, I'll look for her later. First I need to deal with these corpses." His gaze rested on the countless flickering light orbs scattered among the victims' loot. A greedy smile curved his lips. He checked his remaining evolution points. With the reward from the Gold Phantom ship, it was enough to evolve Greedy Hand once more. System notifications quickly sounded. Greedy Hand has evolved from Diamond to Reaper. Assassin Tree skill. Damage increased from 220% to 300%. Chance to obtain additional loot increased by 100%. There is a probability to level up when using additional loot. Reading the notice, Tan Fong frowned thoughtfully. 100% chance to level up? That's a complete transformation. He quickly activated Greedy Hand. The hand was cloaked in jet black light, veins writhing like poisonous snakes. A stream of light orbs was sucked into the palm, torrents of energy pouring into his body. System messages cascaded one after another. You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 216 days of tradable lifespan. You received a special item, Demon Fire Spirit Bead. You received an additional Demon Fire Spirit Bead. Tanfong's eyes lit with surprise and excitement. I didn't expect to get 2 Demon Fire Spirit Beads at once. Item information appeared before him. Demon Fire Bell, Special Item, Passive, Soulshi. When defeating undead, the drop rate of lifespan increases by 20%. If you have 2 bells, the effect doubles. Active skill, Soul Shock. When rung, immobilizes all enemies within a 100 m radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 521 seconds. Special effect, no lifespan lost on death. Cooldown, 1,565 seconds. Tanfong nodded in satisfaction. The Demon Fire Bell is not equipment but a tool. It doesn't occupy an equipment slot, only 1 backpack slot. Very convenient indeed. At that moment, a girl's terrified, despairing scream rang from afar. Elder! Elder! Help me! Dai Li Tu's voice trembled with panic. At the same time came the clash of swords and the enraged shouts of the attackers. Tanfong startled, his heart tightening. He called out urgently, voice tense. Xiao Hei, where are you? Ahead. The lustful men's eyes gleamed with greed. They pressed close to Dai Li Tu, closing in step by step like wolves surrounding an exhausted prey. That damned girl fights back fiercely. At this point, just come with us quietly. We'll make you scream with pleasure. The leader sneered lecherously, his tone vile. Dai Li Tu tightened her grip on the staff, breathing rapidly, but her eyes remained resolute. Her back was pressed against the sheer rock face, cold sweat running down her spine. The group closed in, enveloping her like a web trapping a desperate prey. In that life-or-death moment, she pressed her lips together, determination flashing in her eyes. Suddenly she turned toward the cliff and threw herself over. Her body plunged downward, the wind roaring in her ears. The moment she hit the ground, blood spattered. Her pale skin stained red. Her body slowly dissolved into nothingness in a silver light. Those standing on the cliff gaped in shock. The leader shook his head and laughed coldly. That girl is tough. She'd rather die than be captured. Truly gutsy. In an instant, Dai Li Tu resurrected back in Shelltown. Pain still smoldered through her body, but her eyes were resolute. She immediately messaged Tanfong. Elder, you don't need to save me anymore. I died and returned to the town. I had hurts. Luckily, our team's tradable lifespan was all left with our Captain Vong man. Reading the message, Tanfong breathed a sigh of relief and replied, All right, wait for me in town. I'll bring your stuff back when I return. Dai Li Tu quickly answered with gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Sorry for the trouble. Tanfong looked down at his greedy hand, excitement welling up. After the battle with the Gold Phantom ship and the ambushers, his tradable lifespan had reached 3,175 days and he had accumulated 21 evolution points. He squinted in thought and made a decision. A notification suddenly appeared before him. Greedy Hand has reached Reaper level. To evolve further requires 10 times your current evolution points. Do you want to consume evolution points to evolve this skill? Tanfong was briefly surprised, then gave a bitter smile. 200 evolution points. As expected, the stronger it gets, the harder it is to evolve. Never mind. I'll focus on raising my damage skills for now. Higher damage makes it easier to kill powerful bosses and obtain more loot. Determination flashed in his eyes. He closed them. A surge of power erupted from his body as his hand emitted a brilliant golden light. Notifications streamed in continuously, each line dancing before his eyes. Shield Shadow Slash was enhanced from Platinum to Jade, further upgrading to Golden Blade Steel. The maximum dash range increased from 21 m to 27 m. Stealth duration extended from 7 seconds to 9 seconds. Number of slashes increased from 6 to 7, damaging all enemies along the path. Cooldown reduced from 12 seconds to 10 seconds. Cleave radius increased from 3.1 m to 4.1 m. Each slash gained an additional 200 to 300 attack power. Tan Fong's breathing grew heavy as the pain of evolution spread through his body. Still, his gaze remained sharp, showing clear satisfaction. Notifications continued. Backstab skill has been strengthened. Normal bronze, silver, gold. Passive effect when attacking from behind. Damage increased from 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. Tan Fong opened his eyes, which gleamed with the chill of death. The power from the newly upgraded skill made him keenly feel a cold, murderous aura radiating around his body. After evolving Shield Shadow Slash to Golden Blade Steel, the skill had become extremely terrifying. Even without stealth or a stealth-breaking activation, a single one of his skills could deal 3,000 damage. If he broke stealth and attacked from behind, the total damage from 7 slashes could reach 6,000 to 7,000 in the blink of an eye. With this power, even a gold-tier boss was just a fat prey. Tan Fong murmured, eyes cold and confident. He glanced over the pile of loot. Thanks to Greedy Hand's special effect, the rewards from the Gold Phantom Ship exceeded expectations. Besides 11 gold-tier items and skill books, he also obtained 2 platinum items and a platinum skill book. One hunt yielding 3 assassin-exclusive items. Not bad at all. He nodded with satisfaction, then waved to summon the 3 newest items. Silver light flashed in the dark as 3 weapons appeared, radiating sharpness and destruction. First was the Demon Boat Twin Blades, Platinum, a pair of assassin specialty weapons. The blades gleamed with cold light, carved with eerie, sinister patterns. Attributes: Attack plus 136, Agility plus 22, Attack speed plus 24%, Armor penetration plus 7%. Equip requirement: Level 5, Special effect. Each normal attack deals ×2 damage. Tan Fong smiled faintly, fingers trailing along the cold blade. This effect isn't that useful to me. I mainly rely on skill attacks, but with such high base stats and boosts to agility and attack speed, it's the ideal weapon for an assassin. Higher attack speed lets me execute moves faster, shortening skill cast times. Combined with armor penetration, it's truly perfect. Setting the Demon Boat Twin Blades aside, he continued to summon the second item, the Demon Fire Armor, Gold. Phantom flames flickered around the armor. Hardened plates covered in sharp spikes radiated a terrifying killing intent. Attributes: Physical defense plus 25, Fire resistance plus 50, Damage block plus 14, Vitality plus 419. Equip requirement: Level 5. Tan Fong stared in astonishment and blurted, "For 119 vitality?" He looked down at his slight frame. As an assassin focused on damage and speed, his vitality was very low, only 350 currently. Yet this armor directly added 419 vitality, almost doubling his HP. With this armor, most players at this stage won't be able to break through my defenses. He smiled confidently, a surge of strength filling his body. A fleeting thought crossed his mind and he muttered, "I should stick with the original Shadow Profession outfit. That way others wouldn't be able to gauge his true strength. The best gear should be saved for the decisive moment." He opened the system panel and lightly tapped the stow command. The gold-tier equipment quickly vanished into his storage. An unexpected notification appeared, making Tan Fong's brow twitch. Special item detected. Vague Shadow Phantom, Gold tier, passive assassin system skill. Increases evasion chance by 15%. When a dodge is successfully triggered, immune to all damage for a short time. Tan Fong curled his lips in interest and smiled. Finally, an assassin system skill. In this game, however, evasion is very hard to raise. Players who focus too much on evasion must trade off other important attributes. If you fail to dodge one strike, the price can be devastating. Confidence and coldness flashed in his eyes. But he's different. With Greedy Hand's unlimited evolution potential, he can raise evasion while sacrificing no attributes, a purely beneficial gain. Indeed, this skill would only reveal its true power in his hands. Thinking that, Tan Fong closed the system panel with satisfaction. He strolled out of the forest. He decided to return to the small town to deal with excess gear. The warrior, priest, and archer items could be sold to Vong Man at a 10% discount. Although they currently couldn't afford them, he was willing to sell on credit. Vong Man was honest and reliable, a long-term investment. He mentally thanked Xiao He, thinking of the carp that led him to the level 5 gold phantom ship. He knew he wouldn't have harvested so richly without it. His footsteps gliding lightly through the night, Tan Fong suddenly sensed that the air felt a bit off. At that moment, shadows suddenly stepped out from behind a withered old tree. The thugs who had hunted Dai Li Tu now stood before him, faces ashen, full of fear as they recognized Tan Fong's cold gaze. Both sides faced each other for a moment. The group immediately went pale, eyes wide with terror. Without a word, they turned and fled. Ah, it's darkness. Run. Don't block me. Get out of the way. Goddamn. Don't chase me. Help. The shrill screams echoed through the gloomy forest. Tan Fong only gave a cold chuckle, a ruthless gleam in his eyes. Humph. Where do you think you're running? He activated Mirror Shield Slash, his body becoming a sharp streak of light as he lunged toward the fleeing group. He struck repeatedly. Each flash of light sliced through the air. The screams cut off in ragged bursts. The weak ones quickly turned into black smoke and vanished. The ringleader thug was knocked sprawling by Tan Feng's skill, his whole body trembling as if his life force had been drained. He crawled forward, his face ashen and desperate. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Big brother, father, please spare me. I only have 1 year left to live. Tan Fong pressed his face coldly close to the thugs, his low voice like the roar of death. When you harmed others, did you ever think this might be the outcome? Before any remorse could show in his eyes, Tan Fong delivered a finishing blow. A pitiful scream rang out as the thug's body dissolved into nothingness. A sudden notification appeared. Due to actively killing too many people, you have received the mass murderer status. At the current level of mass murderer, upon death you will drop 75% of your current lifespan. Tan Fong raised an eyebrow but quickly sneered. Mass murderer, huh? No problem. With the spirit lamp demon flame in hand, even if he carelessly died once, he wouldn't lose any lifespan. In the small town, people bustled about. Groups of players gathered and chattered. Amid the noisy crowd, a tall figure with a cold aura appeared. His lean form was wrapped in a mysterious black cloak, revealing only deep eyes that gleamed sharp as blades. It was none other than Tan Fong, who had just single-handedly slain the legendary Golden Boss. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. That's the Shadow. He actually defeated the Golden Boss alone? He's back. Unbelievable. But curiosity soon turned to doubt when they saw no splendid equipment on Tan Fong. One sneering voice laughed aloud. I told you. He must have relied on a buff to beat the boss. Look, there's no gear at all. Who would believe him? Another echoed. Yeah, if you're so great, go find a boss for us to fight. Amid the jeering, a figure stepped forward from the crowd. A young man in gleaming armor, arrogant in bearing, strode up and blocked Tan Feng's path. Hien Thieu, a notorious name in town with considerable influence, smiled ingratiatingly and offered a pitch-black skill book. Big Bro Shadow, earlier it was our blind mistake. This is ordinary ambush, an assassin skill we just bought with lifespan. Please accept it and forgive our men this once. Tan Fong glanced at the book. Information immediately popped into his head. Ordinary ambush. Common tier assassin skill. Single target. Plus 20 attack and stuns for 2 seconds. Cooldown. 22 seconds. His eyes flashed coldly, but the corner of his mouth lifted in a thin, icy smile. A crowd control skill. Not bad. He took the book without a word, turned his back, and walked away. His figure quickly disappeared. Once he was out of sight, one of Hien Thieu's men couldn't contain his anger. Hien Thieu, we've been killed by him countless times, and now we have to give him a skill book? Isn't that too cowardly? Another chimed in. Exactly. We're not weak. If we all join forces, even a mouthful of spit could drown him. Greed and malice lit his eyes. If we find him in real life and capture him alive, we could not only pry that secret out of him but also make him a slave to collect lifespan for us. Then Hien Thieu's reputation would soar. Hearing this, The henchman grew excited and flattered him. Indeed, Hien Thieu is cunning and far-sighted. We truly admire you. Hien Thieu snorted with contempt, his gaze sweeping his subordinates. Go home. I'll have the clan send a woman to seduce him. After all, Shadow's voice sounded unfamiliar. Surely not from a highborn circle. A poor man presented with a stunning beauty at his door. I don't believe he wouldn't fall for it. The henchman laughed with delight and approved in unison. This move of Hien Thieu's is truly deep genius. On the tree-lined road, golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shimmering streaks on the uneven ground. Tan Feng quickly found Dai Li Zi. He nodded slightly, his tone calm. Little Black, I accept the deal. I have a few items I want to give you. Dai Li Zi's bright eyes widened with excitement, but she immediately protested with a displeased look. Thanks, big brother, but I'm not Little Black. I'm Dai Li Zi. No sooner had she finished than her staff suddenly erupted in blazing red flames. Waves of heat rolled outward. The fierce fire made the surrounding air scorch, the light reflecting off her astonished face. Dai Li Zi rose into the air, hair streaming in the wind, her voice trembling but ecstatic. Aha! This is incredible. I'm about to take off. This necklace multiplies spell damage by several times and doubles mana recovery. Big brother, I'm truly grateful to you. Tan Feng stood with his arms crossed, expression still cold, though a flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. He nodded and said, No need for thanks. As promised, hand over the space ring to me. Dai Li Zi suddenly remembered, hastily fishing a jet-black ring with intricate patterns from her inventory. Slightly regretful, she still held it out. Right, here, your space ring. Suddenly Dai Li Zi seemed to recall something and hurriedly said, Oh right, big brother. When I fled into the forest earlier, I accidentally discovered a cave that looks like the entrance to a ruin. Are you interested in checking it out? A keen interest lit Tan Feng's eyes. He thought to himself, first the golden ghost ship, now an entrance to a ruin. Indeed, befriending Dai Li Zi has paid off. If I hadn't generously given her 2 golden boss items, she surely would have kept this secret to herself. A space ring with 27 slots is truly valuable. Having it will make future journeys much smoother. He asked calmly, Where is Wang Mang? After he finishes selling items to everyone, I'll go to the ruin with you.
Dai Li Zi replied imediately. Alright.
But their captain just recruited a new priest. They'll be back in about an hour and a half. She went on with more detail, her eyes showing fear mixed with curiosity. I've already marked the ruin entrance on your map. It's behind a large bush, hidden by a slab of stone. When I moved the stone to hide inside, I heard chilling screams echoing from deep within. Sounds like demonic wails. I was so terrified I ran for my life, but those people caught up with me. Tan Feng nodded at once, decisive. All right, I'll go to the ruin right now. Wait for me to return before trading with Wang Mang and the others. Before Dai Li Zi could say more, Tan Feng's figure had already vanished. She looked around in bewilderment and muttered, Huh, where did Big Brother go? Tan Feng cut through the deep, shadowed forest. Slivers of light filtered through the leaves and fell on his determined face. The insects chirped in the night, towering trees obscured the moon, creating a gloomy, ominous scene. He calculated inwardly. He had planned to find a place to train to higher levels, but with a ruin here that was unnecessary. In the starting town there are 3 main types of ruins: tombs, cursed ruins, and sacred shrines. Regardless of type, even the small monsters reach the bronze or even silver tiers. For him, this place was a sea of lifespan and evolution points. In the gloomy darkness, Tan Feng stepped deeper into the underground ruin entrance. Cold stone steps, thick with dust, felt eerie underfoot. The walls on both sides were carved with mysterious images and ancient glyphs, all covered in moss and lichen. The air was damp, heavy with the musty smell of mold and a sinister deathly aura, drifting with the cold wind that whistled through the cracks. Tan Feng considered. In the town, the 3 ruin types appear as tombs, cursed ruins, and sacred shrines. Tombs are filled with powerful undead beasts, extremely difficult to clear, and culminate in a terrifying golden boss. Cursed ruins teem with creatures afflicted by ancient malevolent gods' curses. They may have once been humans, madmen, or resentful souls that transformed into fiends after death. In sacred shrines, fanatical worshippers of ancient or dark gods will guard the place at all costs. If you're lucky enough to get through, you might obtain special items or valuable skill books. Tan Feng's keen gaze lingered on the ancient, mysteriously shaded murals on the wall. The images depicted the judgment of the ancient god upon traitors and sinners. Bound figures trembled on their knees before the deity's imposing statue, judged by cold, terrifying eyes. The sight sent a chill through him.
Tan Feng frowned.
It seems this is a sacred shrine. This place and the Eye of Judgment on me share the same origin. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from deep within the ruin, reverberating through the cramped space like the cry of a demon. Tan Feng blinked and hurried forward. His figure gradually vanished into the yawning darkness. Cut to outside the forest. Sunlight filtered through dense foliage, rays speckling the ground. Birds chirped, the wind rustled, and the scent of wild grass mingled to form an oddly peaceful scene. But that peace was quickly shattered by a violent roar. Wang Mang gripped his large shield tightly, his gaze resolute though sweat beaded at his mouth. Before him stood a gigantic monster, its body burning red like fire, its razor-sharp claws smeared with fresh blood. It howled and charged with tremendous force, launching Wang Mang into the air. "Heal him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up!" A teammate shouted in panic toward Tan Xiaodu. The girl, pale-faced and trembling, stared at the bloodthirsty monster in front of her. Her voice stammered, Okay. What am I supposed to do?" At that moment, the blazing red beast lunged again, its ferocity overwhelming. The swordsman shouted angrily, "Damn it! It's charging again! Use your skills!" Tan Xiaodu flinched back, trembling so badly she couldn't lift her staff. Tears welled up and she cried in fear, I'm so scared." Immediately, the monster swung in a powerful arc. The entire formation was slaughtered in an instant. At Shell Town, sunlight fell on the respawn area. Wang Mang and the team reappeared with sullen faces. Their wounds from the previous fight had vanished, but dissatisfaction and anger remained. Dai Lizi waved cheerfully when she saw everyone return early. "Captain, why did you all come back so soon? Big Bro Shadow hasn't returned yet. We can't buy equipment yet." An angry person pointed at Tan Xiaodu and snarled through gritted teeth. "God damn it. I've never seen someone as stupid as you. You can't dodge the monster's attacks and you don't know how to use skills. Tell me, what else can you do?" Dai Lizi hurried forward to calm things. "Why are you so hostile? You can tell she's a new player at a glance. Dying once is normal." "Dai Lizi, get out of the way. I should scold this kind of person to death," the swordsman barked angrily. "Not just once. In less than an hour, we've died 3 times because of her."
Dai Lizi froze. What?
Quickly changing the subject, she took out the necklace just received from Big Bro Shadow and said excitedly, "All right, let me go with you again. I'm much stronger now. I guarantee no one will die this time." Wang Mang frowned in thought, then nodded. "All right, enough talk. Dai Lizi's proposal isn't bad. With her joining, this run will certainly go more smoothly. Maybe we'll even meet Big Bro Shadow." Tan Xiaodu bowed her head and whispered, Sorry. I'll try harder." Inwardly she seethed. "You have no relation with Big Bro Shadow. I'll never serve fools like you." Ignoring her teammates' contemptuous stares, she tightened her grip on the staff, eyes flashing with resentment and bitter resolve. A fierce determination rose within her. Back to Tan Feng. In the ruin's gloomy darkness, he stepped cautiously deeper inside. The space was cold, damp with the smell of moss and rot, and an ancient deathly aura lingered in each breath. The cold stone walls were carved with mysterious patterns and ancient curses, creating an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. While walking, Tan Feng suddenly stopped when he heard a strange sound. He strained his eyes forward. The weak torchlight reflected off 2 desiccated corpses kneeling reverently before a majestic statue of an ancient god. The judged figures bore twisted faces, their hollow, soulless eyes filled with endless suffering and resentment. Above them appeared the text, "Loyal follower of the judged ancient god. Level 10, silver grade." Tan Feng's gaze turned cold, a sardonic smile curling at his lips. "Humph, level 10 silver bosses? Let's see how tough you really are." Tan Feng lunged like a gale, shield shadow slash cutting a razor-sharp blade across the two followers. However, their health only dropped a little insignificantly. He frowned, caution flaring in his eyes. Even using backstabbing pierce, their HP only fell to half. A level 10 silver boss is truly not to be underestimated. The combined HP of these two followers even exceeded that of the Golden Ghost ship boss. Suddenly both followers dropped to their knees simultaneously, facing Tan Feng with reverence. Their vacant eyes stared straight at him, as if worshipping something on his person. Tan Feng was briefly startled, then snapped awake. Could it be because of the eye of judgment I carry? Does this artifact make them recognize and revere me? He narrowed his eyes, voice low. "You know the way, right? Lead me." The two loyal followers lifted their heads, emitting weak growls like beasts long kept in captivity. Tan Feng thought to himself that these monsters had been completely rotten and corrupted. Their minds collapsed to the point where only the instincts to slaughter and plunder human lives remained. Suddenly the followers' blood-red eyes flashed, their expressions turning rabid and murderous. They roared madly and charged off toward the distance, where the footsteps and flickering lights of another group of players searching for treasure could be seen. The player group was on high alert, scanning every dark corner. The swordsman brandished his long blade and warned, "Careful, monsters incoming." The two loyal followers of the ancient god, like living nightmares, charged the players in a frenzy. Their powerful attacks struck like a storm, razor claws tearing through the player's armor in an instant. "These are two level 10 silver bosses. We couldn't handle one, and now there are two. Run, run now," a player shouted in panic. But it was already too late. In a split second, the team was slaughtered by the overwhelming power of the two bosses. In the cold darkness, Tan Feng remained hidden and watched from afar, his eyes cold as he looked at the slain group. He snorted. The group that bought the ice corruption spell from that girl, seems her name was Grey Rose, had come to this ruin too. But with their current gear, none of them could advance deep inside. Tan Feng stepped forward and picked a glittering gem from the players' corpses. His eyes brightened as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha! It dropped over 100 days of lifespan. Looks like this miss is indeed wealthy." He frowned and looked around. No traps, no positive runes, just two small silver bosses. Irritation crossed his face. Could this place really only have two small bosses? Tan Feng took out a poison dart, gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it." He coldly threw two poison darts into the followers' heads, killing them instantly. Ding! You have killed a level silver loyal follower of the ancient god. You received 4,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 9. You received 4 evolution points, 188 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Feng activated Greedy Hand and laughed with joy. It was well worth it. 32 evolution points, 15,500, 4 days of tradable lifespan, for golden items and 10 silver items. There was even a golden grade follower necklace. Ding! Golden grade follower necklace, assassin accessory. Agility plus 15, cooldown speed plus 20%, requires level 8 equipment. Unique effect, summons a level silver loyal follower to fight for you. Cooldown, 600 seconds. This necklace has some decent stats. A 20% cooldown reduction. Once equipped, the cooldown of Shadow Conceal drops from 22.6 seconds to 19.2 seconds. The Poison Dart cooldown decreases from 4.3 to 3.7 seconds, and Shield Shadow Slash from 10.4 to 8.8 seconds. It'll make killing monsters more efficient later on. All the other equipment is above level 8. At this stage, no one can wear them except me, so I'll keep them for now and sell them later. While happily looting, Tan Feng suddenly heard a strange noise from behind. An ancient stone pillar unexpectedly rose from the ground, emitting a strange radiance. He narrowed his eyes and said, "As expected, Clearing all the monsters here triggered a mechanism, an underground mechanism. Tan Feng quickly stepped toward the stone column. A constant click sounded like a cold rhythm in the ancient space. Immediately after, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Dust and small stones fell from the cracks in the walls, as if awakening something that had slept for 100 years. The floor slowly descended, forming a giant elevator hidden deep underground. Tan Feng squinted down into the black abyss, thinking, is this an up-and-down elevator? After a few minutes, the mechanism finally stopped. It felt as if he'd descended 3,400 meters. Silence returned. Only the faint whistle of wind through the rock crevices remained. He stepped off the elevator and looked up around him. Before him lay a dark maze, the smell of damp mold and ancient ash filling the air. This is the maze hidden beneath the shrine, which, according to memories from a past life, can only be found with very small probability. Inside the maze are countless traps, but if someone goes first as bait, exploration isn't too dangerous, just requires patience and time. However, with his current attributes, accidentally triggering a trap would likely mean death. So Tan Feng carefully took out a newly obtained item, the Golden Follower Necklace. It's an accessory for assassins, granting plus 15 agility, plus 20% cooldown reduction, and requires level 8 equipment. Its unique effect summons a level silver devout follower to fight beside you for 600 seconds. Fortunately, it had just dropped. Perfect timing. Tan Feng activated it. A loyal follower appeared, gloomy in form, its eyes vacant as if its soul had been eroded. He ordered it to go ahead and scout while he followed behind, feeling much more at ease. Still, to be safer, Tan Feng decided to evolve his passive dodge skill first. The system message rang in his head. You have spent 1 + 2 + 3 + 5 evolution points. Remaining points, 24. Shadow Phantom skill, Golden, has risen to Epic. Evasion rate increased from 15% to 75%. When triggered, evasion grants immunity to all damage. Tan Feng was pleased. A 75% evasion is extremely high and very helpful in a trap-laden maze. With 11 evolution points left, he continued upgrading his main skill Shield Shadow Slash. You have spent 13 evolution points. Shield Shadow Slash, Diamond, has risen to Epic. Max slash range increased from 27 to 30 Invisibility duration increased from 9 seconds to 12 seconds. Now delivers 9 slashes. Damage per slash increased from 300 to 500. Slash length extended from 4 to 5 Cooldown reduced to 12 seconds. Because evolving from Epic to Legendary requires 10 times the points, the higher a skill's original tier, the more evolution points are conserved. For example, if an Epic skill evolves into Legendary, that's the skill's first evolution, so the base evolution cost is only 1. The target evolution tier is Legendary, so it requires 10 times the points. From 1 point multiplied by 10 becomes 10 points. In other words, if I acquire an Epic skill, I can quickly evolve it to Legendary, Mythic, even Ancient or Immortal tiers. But if it's just a normal skill, to reach Epic you'd first need to evolve it 7 times. By then you'll need several hundred points to multiply it by 10. The advantage is I can upgrade any skill at any level to Epic at very low cost. In other words, from now on all my skills will be at least Epic tier. With only 11 evolution points left, I can only evolve the original Shadow Conceal skill. Then he continued to evolve Shadow Conceal. You have spent 3 + 5 evolution points. Remaining points, 3. Shadow Conceal rose from silver to golden, then to platinum. Invisibility increased from 16 seconds to 24 seconds. Stealth break damage increased from 90% to 150%. Cooldown reduced to 22 seconds. With 35% cooldown reduction, actual cooldown is only 16 seconds. The cooldown is still too long, and the stealth break attack is a bit weak. I must improve it when I return. At that moment, the loyal follower he summoned accidentally stepped on a mechanism. A large stone fell from the ceiling and crushed it. The summoned creature died instantly. He sighed, saw the summon cooldown hadn't finished, and had to continue scouting by himself. This maze is complex and dangerous. He must explore step by step, hoping to find something worthwhile. On the upper level of the shrine, the player group that had been killed returned. Leader, confirmed. The two monsters are gone. What? The female leader exclaimed. Our lifespan was definitely taken. Someone killed the boss and stole it. Who could do that? She pondered and whispered. Could it be the Dark Elder? I didn't expect he really came here, so he also stole our lifespan. Well, at least we don't die again. An image of a shadowy figure flashed through her mind. When they first arrived, she had seen him speaking with the monsters. Someone who can charm bosses. His power is truly bottomless. Meanwhile, deep below in the maze, Tan Feng had successfully reached the final area after 3 hours of exploration. From past life experience, this was certainly the endpoint. If it were others, dozens or even hundreds would likely have died. He waited another 10 minutes and then summoned again. A loyal follower went ahead to scout and was ordered to open the door. But no matter how hard it tried, the summon couldn't open the ancient door. Can't open it? That's strange. Tan Feng had to approach it himself. As soon as he touched the door, it opened. He immediately entered combat stance. Before him were several moss-covered stone pillars. In the center sat a gilded chest wrapped with barbed steel, and beside it stood a nun keeping watch. Tan Feng checked the information, but only question marks appeared. It's my first time encountering such a mysterious NPC. The nun uttered a few strange words, then knelt down. Her body gradually turned to light and vanished. This disappeared? The sharp barbs on the chest also vanished. Although no info appeared for the mysterious woman, Tan Feng felt this was related to the Eye of Judgment. His gaze shifted to the golden gleaming chest. It was an epic-grade treasure, but he couldn't be careless. There might still be traps or hidden monsters inside. He ordered the summoned follower to open the chest. When the lid just popped open, a blinding light exploded forth. Tan Feng was excited. This is a skill book, and it's an assassin skill, with both active effects and passive effects. A system voice rang out. You have acquired the skill Graceful Deliverance, Epic Quality, Assassin Class. Passive effect, hitting a weak point doubles damage. Active effect, Throat Cut. The next attack deals base damage of 100% each second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Tan Feng frowned slightly, a sharp glint in his eyes as he read the skill effects. This passive doubles damage when striking an enemy's weak point. So if I'm already good at finding weak points, it's basically like hacking damage. The active skill Throat Cut is even more terrifying. Once activated, if the first hit deals 300 damage, the effect will cause the target to take an additional 300 damage per second for 3 seconds. That's 1,200 damage total, quadruple damage from a single skill. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and a smile tugged at Tan Feng's lips. Combined with Shield Shadow Slash, this skill would send bosses to the grave before they could react. Moreover, it only takes 10 evolution points to push it to legendary. A huge haul indeed. Tan Feng felt his burst potential had been raised to a new level, all thanks to Little Black's luck. With that in mind, he decided to sell the remaining items to Little Black's group as working capital. He messaged, Little Black, tell Wang Mang to return to Little Town. I'll sell stuff to him. Little Black replied instantly, Big bro, you've finished exploring the ruins? We'll head back to Little Town right away. As soon as he returned to Little Town, the first sight caused Tan Feng to pause for a few seconds. A swarm of people like bees from a broken hive poured out and surrounded him. Darkness has arrived. Brother Darkness, let's be friends. Big bro, I'm 666. Do you need more followers? I'm the chairman of Landing Group, Zhanghai City. Join our side. Big bro, this is my sister. She's a huge fan. No ulterior motive, just a small introduction. I'm from Quan Kok Town. Please let me follow you. I'm willing to marry my wife to you. I'm from Bitch Van Dao Town. Tan Feng thought to himself that the teleport gates to other towns must have opened. Now he could go to Firefly Town to look for that Song Fi. Without hesitation, he used Shadow Conceal, instantly turning into a wisp of smoke and disappearing before everyone's eyes. He's gone, damn it. Who told you to bother him? You talk? You were the one rushing in like a moth. Your sister's uglier than a ghost and you dared to introduce her to Big Bro. I'll beat you. Who's afraid of whom? Tan Feng arrived at the meeting point. Little Black, I'm here. Big Bro's here. Captain, Big Bro's here. Tan Feng glanced and spotted a familiar figure. Tan Xiaodu was standing behind Wang Mang's group. He frowned slightly. Why did this girl join Wang Mang's group? Don't they know she has a knack for causing trouble? Be careful, sooner or later she'll bring disaster. Tan Feng also reminded himself. The name Darkness has spread worldwide, but his true identity must never be revealed. He still can't transfer his power into the real world, and now countless eyes are fixed on him. One mistake, even a dull knife, could be fatal. On the side, Tan Xiaodu was quietly watching. Is this the Darkness? Incredible. Compared to the bratty gang like Wang Mang, it's a world of difference. She pressed her lips, determination flashing in her eyes. If he helps her level up, she could meet Song Fi in just a few days. Tan Feng opened the trade window, skimmed the loot, and said calmly but firmly, "These items perfectly fit your group's professions. There are also some basic skill books to enhance combat effectiveness. Altogether, this lot is worth about 2,200 days of lifespan." Wang Mang froze, eyes bulging as if they might pop out. That much? They're all golden, silver-tier gear. I can't afford that. Tan Feng waved his hand. It's fine, you can owe me. His tone was as casual as selling vegetables at a market, but to Wang Mang's crew he seemed like an angel descended. Wang Mang choked up with emotion. Thank you. Big Bro, you've helped us so much. We really don't know how to repay you. If you ever need anything, just say the word and we'll give our all to help. Someone in the group jumped up excitedly. Oh my god. Big Bro, Darkness is amazing. Can I really use golden gear this early? That's a golden tier skill too. I just learned it and I already feel 3 times stronger. And it's even on installment plans. Sob sob. This is absolute faith. Big Bro really trusts us now. Wang Mang suddenly looked around, frowning. Huh. Why isn't there any gear for the cleric? A team member shrugged and curled his lip. What? So what? She's lucky to get experience with us. What else is she expecting? At that moment, Tan Xiaodu stepped forward, sent a friend request to Tan Feng, and spoke softly. Hello, Big Bro. I'm the cleric in Wang Mang's team. May I ask? There's no cleric gear for me? Tan Feng only glanced once, his gaze cold as ice. Without a word, he activated Shadow Conceal, turned into a wisp of smoke, and vanished without a trace. Huh. Where did he go? Tan Xiaodu stood there dazed, as if she'd lost her soul. Wang Mang patted her shoulder, trying to reassure her. Maybe Big Bro just didn't have cleric gear this time. There'll be some next time. Someone nearby sneered. Ha! I think he just didn't bother with her. Little Black sighed with admiration. Big Bro, Darkness is like a mythical dragon. Only the head is seen, never the tail, and he's handsome too. In another corner, Tan Feng strolled, a depth of thought flashing in his eyes. In his backpack sat a golden-tier cleric staff, even an advanced cleric skill book. He snorted. Such precious things, how could he possibly give them to Tan Xiaodu? As he levels up, he'll surely collect a large amount of unused gear and skill books. But selling them takes time, and the government behind Wang Mang needs large quantities of equipment to train forces. He can't let one Tan Xiaodu jeopardize cooperation with the government. He must quickly find another cleric for Wang Mang's team and kick her out. Ambition flashed in Tan Feng's eyes. He had to find Xiao Shui quickly. Gui Shui was one of the managers of the Slaughter God Guild in his previous life. She held a hidden cleric class, White Bird Divine Attendant, always accompanied by a white bird that aided healing and boosted skill effectiveness. She was the only powerful cleric Tan Feng knew in his past life. She single-handedly defeated an epic boss and was the most reliable teammate. Compared to her, Tan Xiaodu was a branded piece of trash. Right, if memory serves, Xiao Shui and Song Fi are both in Firefly Town. The corner of Tan Feng's mouth curved up. Good. I can meet Xiao Shui on the way and bring her into Wang Mang's team. After teleporting to Firefly Town, Tan Feng remained hidden. He threaded through the noisy crowd unnoticed. While moving, he came across a group of players rushing back to the battlefield. Hurry! The silver tier boss is about to die. It's below half HP. Don't let it get the advantage or it'll be a stupid death. One guy muttered. Damn it. That bastard Song Fi has brought another flock of little sisters. Who wants to compete with him? Just one small star. Yet his brain-dead fans swarm like hornets. Another ground his teeth. I won't stand for it. Today I must kill that pale-faced bastard to feel better. Tan Feng frowned slightly. They've tracked Song Fi's whereabouts so quickly? Without hesitation, he followed the group rushing ahead. The path led to a dark, gloomy valley shrouded in mist with hot vapors rising from the ground. This was Kot Tang Mountain Gorge, a notorious level 5 zone. Most of the monsters here are flame sprites and ember sprites, all fire elemental with extremely high destructive power. Ahead, a crowd was charging in to fight the boss. The chaotic atmosphere was like an ancient battlefield. You dare hit him? Want to die? Run away, don't get hit. The boss is at half HP. Finish it now. Tan Feng silently hid in the shadows, his gaze sweeping quickly across the battlefield. They were besieging a two-headed flame sprite, a silver tier boss, but the scene was utterly chaotic. Not only were monsters present, but players were slaughtering each other too. Complete chaos. Tan Feng's eyes suddenly froze on a group of ugly but brave female mages. Song Fi stood there with his arms folded, projecting an air of superior intellect, as if he were the center of the universe. A player shouted in fury, "You bastard Song Fi! Last time you ambushed and stole my lifespan. Today I'll play you to death. You think those female mages behind you are safe? Ha! I have a divine skill tailored for mages. You're dead for sure." Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, a female mage. No, precisely a screen-burstingly fat female mage, stepped forward, hefting a staff like an iron club, and smashed the enemy on the head. "Don't you dare hurt Brother Song Fi." Tan Feng couldn't help but snort inwardly. He remembered. Song Fi was the notorious prodigy mage from his past life. He didn't strengthen himself. He persuaded a flock of fangirls to abandon their current roles, all convert to mages, and donate all their gear, skill books, and divine attribute points to him. But what can a lone mage do? No problem, Van Kwang would figure it out. Thus the bizarre lineup was born. One pumped everything into divine attribute, becoming a glass cannon mage with massive damage but fragile. One poured all into agility, becoming a harass mage who runs like the wind and spams skills like mosquitoes. One dumped everything into physique, turning into an imagined flesh shield mage to tank bosses. Some even invested all into strength, using a staff as a melee weapon called combat mages. Initially, this strange mage formation proved surprisingly effective, sweeping everywhere and stealing the lifespan of countless players. This mage stew lineup became a nightmare for casual grinders. But as the game dragged on, the stupidity became obvious. These variant female mages were wiped out one by one, while Song Fi helplessly watched his fangirls fall like kites with broken strings. Tan Feng sighed. A good show must come to an end. He just didn't know the real nightmare was about to begin. And its name was Darkness. Song Fi stood amid his circle of female mages like a living saint, his expression a blend of compassion and sorrow. "My sisters, you've worked so hard. It pains me deeply. I hope this boss dies soon so you can rest. This world should be filled with love, not violence." A plump female mage stepped forward, eyes full of adoration. "It's not hard at all, Brother Fi. You're the one who suffers most. You shouldn't have to bear all this pain." Then she raised her staff and screamed like the commander of a suicide charge. "Sisters, charge! Kill this ugly monster. Don't let it hurt our idol." The female mages chanted in unison, fervor like a fan club in full force. The monster maddened. Song Fi became king. From now on, there was only Song Fi. "Brother, slowly ascend. We'll follow you forever." But at that moment, the boss suddenly roared and launched a pillar of blazing fire towards Song Fi. Before Song Fi could react, a young female mage leapt forward to intercept the attack for him. Her hair singed, clothes tattered, she still smiled brightly. Song Fi immediately knelt beside her, embraced her shoulder, feigning deep emotion. "Oh my you!" the girl whispered, eyes shining. Brother Phi is always like this, madly devoted to us. The plump mage yelled again. Sisters go. If we kill this boss, Brother Phi will hit rank 1. Definitely surpass that darkness guy, the crowd shouted as if breaking the heavens. Ding Feng Yun swears to stand with Brother Phi. Immediately, bolts of arcane lightning rained from the girl's staves, striking the boss and making it scream in agony. Beneath the dense layers of magic was blind, frenzied devotion. Song Fi stood in that halo, smiling inwardly with satisfaction. It's almost done. This silver tier boss is tough, but if I kill it I'll hit level 8. He clenched his fist, jealousy flashing in his eyes. That bastard darkness must be hacking. I have a whole team of fans and I'm still stuck at level 7. What's his secret for leveling so fast? Once I surpass his level 9, I'll be the foremost person, a god in this world. At that moment, an ice-cold hand suddenly grabbed Song Fi's head. No one saw who had come. All anyone knew was that while everyone else was still looking up, Tan Feng was already behind Song Fi. Shield shadow slash. A streak of lightning flashed. Before Song Fi could scream, his head was lifted clean off his neck, blood spraying everywhere. His eyes vacant as if unable to believe he'd been logged out like that. Tan Feng silently gripped the head, glanced at it for a moment, then crushed his face like squeezing a ripe tomato. The plump female mage turned around and screamed in panic, "Brother!" But before she could run over, Tan Feng moved like a shadow through the ranks of mages. So fast there was no time to react. The system announced, "You have killed the two-headed flame sprite. Received 1500 EXP. You have killed the player magic god Gitian. You have killed the player Song Fi Miao Miao. You have permanently killed the player Fi Vin Vin Theoan. You have killed the player Xiao Fi Yue." Damage numbers kept popping over the boss and players. 1985, 1985, 1990, 1990. The rest of the crowd fell silent. What? A one-hit stealth assassination. Damage in the thousands? My strongest skill only does a bit over 100. This is 10 times a normal person. And it's an area attack. Song Fi and his fangirls were wiped out completely. Someone blurted, "Who is this assassin? Could it be Darkness? Someone who uses me without suspicion." Surely it was Big Bro Darkness, the first to kill a golden boss. If it wasn't him, who could terrorize like this? The crowd immediately dispersed automatically, rolling out the red carpet, stepping back to yield the boss loot to him. Just finishing off Song Fi's guilty lot felt satisfying. Big Bro forever supreme. Big Bro keep it up. Big Bro I love you. Stop staring. Go get it. Tan Feng smiled faintly, thinking, these people only flatter me because they're afraid I'll turn on them. In the previous life, if I showed my face, they'd probably mob and tear me apart without waiting for armor. Firefly Town, the low-level respawn area in the primordial forest. Song Fi opened his eyes, his body sitting up on the resurrection altar, a few glimmers of spiritual energy still clinging to his head. The system rang out coldly like an executioner's voice. You were killed by the player Darkness. Lost 1,106 days of tradable lifespan. Lost an additional 18 years, 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. Song Fi froze as if struck by lightning, eyes dim, mouth agape. I'm dead? And killed by Darkness? He immediately sat bolt upright, horrified like bitten by a snake. Why did that Darkness appear in Firefly Town? Zhanghai City has hundreds of primal towns. Why did he pick my spot to steal the boss? At that moment, the group of female mages also respawned one by one, faces dazed as if they'd undergone a reincarnation disaster. I'm dead? Brother's dead too? It was Darkness, but why did he kill both Brother and us? A short, stocky girl screamed, resentful. He must have wanted to steal the boss, cowardly attacking when Brother wasn't paying attention. Shameless shrimphead. Just as the air seethed with hatred, a shy blue-haired girl stepped forward. Brother, I'm an archer with the eyesight skill. I can see even hidden enemies. Can you let me join the team? Before Song Fi could answer, a female mage sneered and cut in. Move aside. Brother Song Fi already said we only need mages. Archers are too slow at killing monsters and will affect his rank climbing. Song Fi spread his arms and smiled a captivating smile. Magnanimous like a god descended. Don't say that. I still believe love can bridge all differences. He took the archer's hand, his eyes shining like someone acting in a TV drama. I feel your intense affection. It's fine even if you're an archer. Come grow with us. The girl was moved to tears, choking like someone reading a love letter by moonlight. Brother, I love you. Then came the collective vying for favor. Brother Song Fi, I'm an assassin. I also have stealth and can ambush him like he ambushed you. I learned an area control skill that can freeze him so you can personally cut him down. Song Fi gestured to everyone, his eyes like he was reading the UN's Declaration of Peace. Everyone, we are one big family. Love one another. Anyone who wants to join is welcome. Come. Together we'll be united forever. The atmosphere was so touching it could be canned and sold as comfort food. The female fans cried tears of joy, hugging each other as if rescued from a blizzard. So warm. Follow him, and Song Fi would never regret it. Then a roar of fury rose like a tidal wave. That darkness dared to ambush brother. If Vuduk catches him, he must be killed by brother, so he knows the consequences of provoking Song Fi. Revenge. Revenge for brother. Kill that dog darkness. In a hidden corner of the town, some unfamiliar players murmured, Hey, what's going on? This whole little village looks like it's about to start a war. Heh. You don't know? That guy was killed by an outsider. Remarkably, killed in the midst of dozens of girls' surrounds. And yet he still died. Died horribly. The one who killed him was Darkness. You heard that name? Unbelievable. Darkness? That level? Seriously. Darkness actually dared touch this bunch of unstable girls?
I'm utterly impressed.
Song Fi stood among his crowd of fangirls like sunflowers facing the sun. In this case, the sun was himself. He curled his lip, eyes full of smug certainty. Good, very good. With so many witnesses, when I personally kill that darkness, everyone will admit that however strong he is alone, he's still a shrimp. Especially an assassin, a sneaky brat. How can he compare to a noble mage like me? On the other side, Tan Feng was quietly operating in the system interface, his face cold as if killing a silver-tier boss had been mere breakfast. The greedy hand system activated. You received 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 silver-tier spoils, 1 golden-tier spoil. Without hesitation, Tan Feng upgraded his system skills, spending 10 evolution points to emancipate. Grace rose from epic to legendary. The new effects made his eyes flash cold. Passive effect. Weak point attack bonus increased from plus 100% to plus 200%. Weak point hit chance doubled. Active skill Throat Cut. Now deals 150% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown reduced from 30s to 25s. Tan Feng frowned slightly. Double the chance to hit weak points meant half an enemy's body could soon become a weak point. Shield Shadow Slash could also exploit weak point damage in the future, and Throat Cut's higher damage with reduced cooldown. Using this on a golden boss was worth pondering. An initial skill already evolvable to legendary, but to go from legendary to mythic required 200 evolution points. By that rule, Greedy Hand going from epic to mythic would need points, and the next tier would require another 340 points. He looked at his current number, 9 evolution points remaining, and shrugged. Then he invested in Backstab Enhancement. The system consumed 8 evolution points. Backstab Enhancement upgraded to Silver Tier. Back attack damage increased from 30% to 40%.
Tanfeng Nadid Fantli, Rueschurd.
A Silver Tier boss plus a bunch of clueless players helping had netted him 1,400 days of tradable lifespan. And he got a stack of fine loot. Alright, time to return to town. But as he turned to leave, killing intent surged from behind. A female assassin suddenly lunged, her blade flashing like the crescent of death. Tan Feng leaned aside and avoided it smoothly as if performing a sword dance. The second strike, the third, all were dodged by him easily, like playing a game of evading flying shrimp. Why is this happening? The girl seemed ready to scream at the world, her eyes filled with existential doubt. Damn, stealth. Dust rose in a thick haze, but before he could counterattack, a shout like a trumpet call rang from the mountaintop. Die, you damned darkness, you're surrounded by us now. We came here to avenge Brother Phi. We must avenge Brother Phi. The female mage's cry echoed off the cliffs, like a call to battle for blind love. At the foot of the mountain, Tan Feng said nothing. Silently he used shield shadow stealth, his form dissolving into a thin mist, blending into the darkness like a fish returning to water. But the female archer above snorted coldly. She, Duong Kung, fired a special arrow into the air, from which a bird sprang forth, flapping its wings and scattering glittering magical feathers down densely across the area below. Then only a single figure appeared, but it wasn't Tan Feng. It was a female assassin teammate one of the girls recognized, though it was already too late. From above, a crowd of female mages and archers cheered as if they'd hit the jackpot. Great, found him. Attack, sisters, use your strongest skills. Boom, boom, boom. A fireworks barrage of skills rained down on the target. Wait, I'm not, hold on. The female assassin screamed in panic, but a moment later she was buried in a spectacular explosion of magical smoke and fire. The smoke cleared, a silence stretched, then the plump female mage stepped forward, scratching her head in justification. It's not a big deal, after all. She wasn't a mage, which means she really didn't like Brother Song Fi. This is punishment for a traitor. Okay, release the bird to scout again. We must quickly find the real darkness. Meanwhile, Tan Feng took out a special item, the Demon Fire Spirit Bell. Activating the item triggered a soul-shaking demonic fire effect, incapacitating all enemies within a 100 m radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. The bell rang with a keening sound like a call from the netherworld. In an instant all the female fans froze like statues, eyes wide, hands mid-gesture as if time had been frozen. The female archer cried in horror, "I can't move!" At that very moment, a shadow streaked by like lightning. Countless cold slashes, like the blades of death, executed Tan Feng's shield shadow slash. When the smoke cleared, he stood before Song Fi, the one who had been hiding in a corner a moment ago, who sat wide-eyed, looking around as if emerging from a horrific dream. What just happened? Why did they all collapse dead like that? Impossible. Could it be darkness? If he truly struck, he'd at least show his face, right? But Tan Feng had already appeared coldly beside him, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Song Fi, you're as good as dead. Song Fi reacted immediately, raising a magic shield. But then, thwip! A poison dart pierced the shield and lodged straight into his forehead. Song Fi crumpled to the ground, face ashen, groaning, "No way!" Tan Feng quietly bent down, looked at the spoils that fell from Song Fi's body, and muttered, "This guy's stubborn. Still has over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan left." Then his gaze swept to the cluster of female fans. But why don't those people have tradable lifespan? After a moment's thought he sighed softly. Could they have intended to donate all their lifespan to Song Fi? TCH, after all this time they still don't understand that gods are just a game. Such romantics, delusionally extravagant. He looked at the smoky battlefield with some regret. What a pity! If you gathered up that non-tradable lifespan it'd amount to hundreds of years. Oh well, I'll just use it to lure the scavengers around. At the respawn point in Firefly Town, a flash of white light appeared. Song Fi reappeared with his face twisted by the cruel truth. Damn it! Only 500 days left out of 2,000 tradable days. You damned darkness. You really are dead. The plump female mage folded her arms, frowned at the archer beside her and snapped, "Hey! Didn't you use your scouting skill? Why didn't you detect him?" The archer raked her hair in frustration and replied helplessly, "I did, but it only detected the 2 assassin sisters on our side. No trace of darkness." The plump mage flipped through her status board and pointed to an item. "Oh right. I also have Eagle Eye. My anti-stealth level is only 1, so I can only see level 1 invisible targets. If the opponent is level 2 or above I can't see them." Beside them, Song Fi ground his teeth in anger, tugging at his hair like a frantic rooster. That damned darkness comes and goes like a ghost. How am I supposed to guard against that? I don't even have any feud with him. And he stole my boss. He should have died, not me. His expression suddenly turned grave, then warped into paranoid speculation. Could he be jealous of my perfect looks? Being too outstanding might have made him resentful. He set his face in seriousness and raised his hand to declare like a leader. For everyone's safety, I've decided we will leave this place. Move to another area to level up. The surrounding fans responded in unison like a chorus. Where are you going? We will follow. At that moment Tanfeng had returned to Firefly Town. The place that should have been noisy with Song Fai's entourage was now as quiet as an empty temple. He thought it odd. There was no one in sight. They must have left or logged out. Tanfeng dispelled stealth and stepped up to ask a nearby player, "Hey, do you know where Song Fai's group went?" The man jumped back, nearly falling over. "Oh my God. The great elder darkness. You scared me to death." The guy swallowed and stammered. "They went that way, but I have a request. If you kill Song Fai later, please spare my girlfriend. Okay? Her name is Mio Fai Bao. She's a female hunter." Tanfeng raised an eyebrow and tilted his head at him. "I suggest you change your girlfriend." He muttered to himself. His girlfriend is probably that hunter with the anti-invisibility skill. Sadly, the man almost collapsed, begging, "Elder, it took me so long to find my girlfriend." Tanfeng said nothing further. His figure blurred in the air as shield shadow activated. Although he knew the direction Song Fai's group had gone, their purpose was unclear. Tanfeng felt pursuing them would waste a lot of time. If only he could find Ko Wai Tuet. At that moment a girl happened to walk by. Tanfeng's eyes widened. Could be none other than Ko Wai Tuet. He dispelled stealth, stepped in front of her and offered a rare smile. "Nu, help me with something." Ko Wai Tuet startled, eyes wide. "You are darkness." Tanfeng pulled a staff from his bag that shone with blinding golden light. "I heard your class can search for targets across a wide area, right? Help me locate Song Fai." He raised the staff. "I'll sell you this. A golden tier staff, very cheap. Consider it a reward." Ko Wai Tuet's eyes lit up like headlights. "But how did you know I have that skill? I never told anyone." Tanfeng shrugged. "Don't worry about that. The important thing is, do you want this golden tier weapon?" "I want it, I really do, but I don't have enough money." "No, I don't have enough lifespan." "Not even 500 days? The original price was at least 700 days. Just so happens I can lower it for you." A notification appeared. Transaction successful. Ko Wai Tuet hugged the staff like a treasure, tears welling with joy. "It's really a golden tier staff." Tanfeng tapped her on the head. "Get to work." Ko Wai Tuet shot him a fond glare and then activated her skill. Meanwhile she quietly thought, "This is my first time meeting darkness, but why does he feel so strangely familiar?" She glanced at him. "Aren't you afraid I'll take the item and run?" Tanfeng raised an eyebrow. "What? Aren't you the one who hates that Song Fai?" Ko Wai Tuet froze, eyes wide as she stared at Tanfeng. "Elder, how did you know I also hate Song Fai? Could you be someone I know in real life? But your voice doesn't quite match." Tanfeng curled his lips in a cold, mysterious smile.
Ah, gas.
"I'm too lazy to guess." She shrugged and pulled out a scouting bird. "Release the bird." The bird shot up into the sky, its bright eyes sweeping across the expanse. Through its vision, Ko Wai Tuet felt like she was piloting a modern drone. A few minutes later she had results. Found Song Fai, coordinates 386, 9527. But I can't guarantee they won't move. By the time you get there they might already be gone. Tanfeng turned and waved. "Send a friend request. Keep watching. If they change location, tell me immediately." "Huh? If I have to monitor them for a long time then He cut her off decisively, only for a moment. No sooner had he spoken than Tanfeng shot off like a wisp of smoke. But when he reached the forest, he suddenly stopped mid-path. On the other end, Ko Wai Tuet tilted her head in puzzlement. "Huh? Why did the elder stop?" Tanfeng stood before an ancient tree and asked in a low voice, "Look around. Are there any trees nearby that look like this one? Wait a moment, she answered, eyes flicking over the scouting bird's view. There's an identical tree 100 meters ahead, and another one 100 meters to the left. Without a word, Tan Feng placed his hand on the first trunk and traced a faint mark with his finger. He then quickly moved to the other two trees and did the same. Ko Wai Tuet's eyes widened in amazement. It's a Phi Tui grade mirror. Ko Wai Tuet stared, curiosity lighting her eyes. What kind of mark is this? Tan Feng glanced at her and smiled softly. Guess. The moment the three trees were linked by the ancient sigils, the space trembled. A gentle tinkling sounded in the wind. Before him, a jade mirror appeared, emitting a blue-green light like an autumn lake. Ko Wai Tuet's eyes widened in astonishment. It's a Phi Tui grade mirror. Tan Feng smirked, a smile tinged with self-admiration. Who would have thought to find one of the ancient gods' bamboo blessings in Newbie Village? My luck isn't bad at all. He straightened, eyes narrowing as if recalling something distant. An ancient god's blessing can appear anywhere on lands abandoned by the gods. Activating enough hidden symbols will open treasures, summon bosses, or grant unique skill rewards. Ko Wai Tuet gawked, her gaze glued to the mirror. Elder, this mirror must contain at least 1,000 days of lifespan. Oh my god. Converted to money, that's millions. Tan Feng thought to himself, her estimate is pretty close. In a previous life, on day 1 the lifespan exchange rate was 1 to 10,000, but by day 2 it had risen to over 1 to 50,000. If I unlock a rare skill today, it'll be very profitable. Meanwhile, Ko Wai Tuet pulled out a notebook and eagerly copied down the sigils Tan Feng had drawn. If I can learn those seals, later I just need to be good at scouting to hunt other bamboo blessings. Heh. Fortune and wealth are coming. System. You have opened the Phi Tui treasure mirror. Acquired skill book. Blooming curse. Phi Tui theft. Ko Wai Tuet read aloud. Blooming curse. Sounds like a romance drama title. What kind of skill is this? An info panel popped up. Skill. Blooming curse. Phi Tui grade. Skill type. Passive effect. Within 15 seconds after the user's death, cursed flowers sprout on the nearest enemy's body, absorbing the target's tradable lifespan until it reaches 0.
No cooldown.
Tan Feng froze for a second. Then his eyes lit up as if he'd found a real treasure. This is it. I'd heard of that twisted skill in my past life, but never seen it in person. Unexpectedly, it's called Blooming Curse. The name is romantic, the effect is a nightmare. He gave a cold smile. With this skill, each time I kill a player, as long as I guard their corpse, I can squeeze their tradable lifespan dry like a lemon. Then just level up quickly to high rank and make it real. His gaze turned ice cold. Song Fi, your good days are over. This time I'll kill you until you log off. Then I'll kill you in the real world. Elsewhere on the map, Song Fi and his group were busy hunting ravenous wolf-shaped monsters, swarming like an army. Song Fi swung his sword to cut one down and muttered, "That dark guy probably won't chase me anymore. Right? I've run so far." In his mind appeared the grim image of the one he called Darkness, the person who had stolen a silver tier boss from him and sent him to the respawn screen twice. You took my silver tier boss and killed me twice, that's enough, right? No need to hunt me all the way here. Wait until I'm stronger. I'll come back for revenge. While he was consoling himself, the plump girl in the party pointed to the distance. Hey, look! Someone's fighting a boss over there.
Song Fi squin.
Holy crap, those guys look familiar. Seems like fans of Nyojai, Kentucky. Before he finished, the plump mage exploded with rage, brows raised as if to pierce the sky. What? Fans of Nyojai Kai? Immediately, the surrounding girls went berserk. It's his fans again. Those disgusting insects only lift Nyojai Kai to first place. No way, we can't let them affect our leaderboard climb. One shouted. Go wipe them out. On the other side, the group fighting the boss heard the commotion and rejoiced, thinking reinforcements had arrived. Oh, help is here. Hurry. The boss is almost dead. Let's finish it together. Before they could celebrate, the plump member of Song Fi's faction swung her club. Smack! A blow to the head. The one who had been celebrating collapsed like a banana tree cut at the root. Dongha gasped. What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? The girl bared her teeth, full of killing intent. This is what happens to Nyo Jai Kai's fans. Nyo what? I don't even know what you're talking about. I basically don't understand. Before one member could explain, an arrow from the hunter behind struck him in the head, dead before he could cry out. A male teammate screamed miserably, Misa! Amid the gore and the boss not yet fully looted, another girl spontaneously recited a poem. Clad in gold to rule with wings unfurled, clearing oxen ranks, sweeping barren lands. The vast universe bows to my reign. A lone heart loves the phantom beauty. All because he's not clear which him it is, but the boss had taken a barrage of magical attacks and rolled over dead. Song Fi spread his arms, tears of emotion streaming. Oh my god. Thank you all. My loves, you almost got me killed by Nyo Jai Kai's fans. I didn't expect them to be so cruel. The girls were moved to tears. You don't need to thank us. Whether north or south, our hearts follow you. At that moment, Tan Feng stood silently on a high cliff, his eyes cold as he watched everything. Without a word, he activated the skill Shadow Veil. His body immediately blurred and vanished like mist dissolving into darkness. The moment he hid, the group of girls turned pale in unison. Fee! Song Fi felt a chill run down his spine, spun around and looked up at the cliff. But it was too late. A cold voice whispered at his ear. You're dead. Swish. A sword stroke flashed. Song Fi's head flew from his neck, tumbling among the group's horrified gazes. Ah! The girls screamed in despair, tears streaming like rivers. Tan Feng did not stop. He raised his hand and cast the skill he had just comprehended. Blooming Curse. Instantly, a blazing red flower sprouted from Song Fi's throat, each petal stained as if with blood. The red spider lily, symbol of curse, reincarnation, and life-taking, slowly bloomed. The girls gaped. What is that? In Firefly Town, where the air had been peaceful, a scream echoed down the street. You darkness guy, are you sick? Why do you keep targeting me? Song Fi's hair was disheveled, veins bulging as he shouted like demanding a life debt. He ground his teeth and cursed. You're jealous because I have so many girls following me, right? You psycho. He glanced around and then ground his teeth fiercely. Damn it, this guy must have followed me all the way to Firefly Town because of me. Could the girl he fawned over the other day be one of my fans? No way. But even if she is, what does that have to do with me? At that moment, a cold system voice sounded in his head. Tradable lifespan is decreasing. 400 days, 390, 380, 370. Song Fi immediately turned pale. What the hell? My lifespan is under 400 days and it's being drained continuously? Damn it, do you get punished for dying too much now? Is this a game or a horror movie? Just then, his fanatic girls were resurrected in the safe zone. A pale-faced girl said, Brother, this is bad. When that darkness guy used the skill, I saw a red flower like blood grow on your body. It looked like it was sucking something from you. What? Song Fi snapped his head around, eyes bulging as if about to pop, watching his lifespan plummet like apocalypse stocks. A flower grew on your corpse? And that flower is draining your lifespan? Damn you, darkness, you really want my life? Huh. The cold system voice continued. 350 days, 340, 330. Panicked, Song Fi slammed the table and shouted, Go offline! Go offline now. If I get killed again, my lifespan will hit rock bottom. He shouted with all his heart. Listen to me, everyone. Log off first, go buy lifespan points in real life, then come back. Re-equip, raise your combat power and launch a coordinated attack on that guy. The brainless girls raised their fists in unison. Wherever Brother Fi goes, our hearts follow. Immediately after, Song Fi hurriedly logged out, eyes wild. You darkness, just wait. Took me more than 2.5 years to achieve what I have today. I don't believe the gods won't let me smash you. Elsewhere, Tan Feng stood motionless atop a hill. Around him lay piles of players' corpses, each with a blood-red spider lily blooming from it. The system coldly announced the player had killed too many others and was now at level 4 murderer status. Upon death, 96.875% of current lifespan would be lost. Tan Feng paid it no mind and murmured casually, "Another 1,000 days of lifespan." Song Fai's group had killed plenty of monsters and accumulated quite a bit, but they could no longer be absorbed. They had likely logged off. Ko Wai Tuet, who had witnessed it all, couldn't help but be stunned. This was the true strength of the leaderboard's top player. Darkness, truly terrifying. Tan Feng glanced over and asked, "Shout it?" Song Fai logged off, right? Ko Wai Tuet nodded like a sewing machine. Yes, he and his fans are all logged out. Good. Keep an eye out for me. If he comes online again, let me know. Understood, Elder. As she was about to leave, Tan Feng called her back. Wait, I have a golden tier skill book for the Holy Sword Judgment Cleric. Do you want it? Ko Wai Tuet's eyes shone like headlights. I want it. I want you to wait in the small town for me, she replied. A short while later, the two met. Tan Feng held the book and said, "This skill book is worth 500 days of lifespan. But if you promise me one thing, I can sell it to you at half price." But Elder, I won't sell my body, you know? Tan Feng's face hardened. What the hell do you think? I only need you to join a team and be their long-term healer. Ko Wai Tuet immediately beamed. Oh, that's fine then. But if they're too useless, I'll tattle to the Elder. Okay? Tan Feng gave a faint smile, voice calm. Don't worry. They're pretty capable. I'm already in contact with them. At the same time, on the other side of the map, Wang Mang's group was bustling about monster hunting. Finally done. Wang Mang sighed in relief. Then suddenly his whole body trembled. Poisoned, face ashen as if he'd lost 3 months' worth of blood. Hurry! Xiaodu! Detox me! He shouted like the house was on fire. Tan Xiaodu, the little cleric with bewildered eyes, startled and replied, Huh? Detox? Right, which cleric doesn't have a detox skill? Hurry! I can't take it anymore. Xiaodu suddenly brightened like a child finding candy. Ah, right, I think I saw that skill. She solemnly chanted and cast a pure spell, but not on Wang Mang. She aimed at a roadside tree trunk. Xiao He beside her nearly choked on his own blood, while Wang Mang boiled with rage. Ah, sorry. I pressed the wrong button. As a result, Wang Mang was poisoned and died on the spot, not even finishing his final curse. A blonde shouted in panic, Captain! After being resurrected, Wang Mang looked up at the sky and sighed, helpless as if betrayed by the whole game system. He had to replace this babysitter. But where do we find a professional cleric now? The good ones get snatched up by other teams. Standing nearby, Tan Xiaodu casually studied the skill interface, as if none of it concerned her. Oh, this game isn't that hard, is it? I'm already at level 4 without much effort. If I keep this up, I might soon meet Song Fai. On Tan Feng's side, he had just contacted Wang Mang. Wang Mang felt like he'd struck gold. If the big brother vouches, it must be top quality. Of course it's no problem. She's in Firefly Town. It's sparsely populated there. Everyone head over. Convenient for team leveling. No problem, we'll be there. There are too many players in Shelltown, so we're thinking of moving to a different spot to level. He turned to his team, serious. Ah, Xiaodu. Shelltown is too crowded right now. We need higher level monsters to level. But your current skill is a bit risky, so we can't bring you along. Tan Xiaodu widened her eyes in surprise. Huh? But I thought I could still. Before she could finish, Wang Mang's group ran off as if chased by a god-tier boss. It's too late, Xiaodu. Take care of yourself. Tan Xiaodu flushed with anger. Those bastards. If they want to ditch someone, they should say it outright instead of making excuses. Humph. I've had enough of you. I'm going to find the Elder Darkness. A short while later, Wang Mang's group arrived at Firefly Town. Wang Mang respectfully transferred 800 days of lifespan. You have received 800 days of lifespan. You have received 800 days of lifespan. He added, This is the remainder from last time. Soon my captain and will come to give the remaining 500 days. In this game, lifespan is truly hard to come by. Tan Feng thought to himself. Captain and... could it be in you? He nodded slightly and pointed to one side. This is Xia Yuetian. She'll join the team. You two get acquainted. Just then, a distant voice called out. Wang Mang, I'm here. A girl named Enforcer of Justice appeared, running over like a shot. Tan Feng immediately recognized her. Indeed and you. In-game she used the name Enforcer of Justice and was the sole hidden class Dragon Swordsman. In her past life, and Yu was one of the world's top 20, a leading pillar of the Great Xia government, a terrifying nightmare for many foreign powers. This was the first time I'd met such a powerful player in divine artifacts discarded. Her past life rank even surpassed mine. And Yu smiled brightly and stepped forward to shake his hand. Elder Darkness, honored to meet you. I'm in Yu, your biggest fan. Tan Feng nodded and shook back. Hello, and Yu laughed heartily. Your growth speed is truly terrifying. Any secret? I even joked with people in the guild that you must be a time traveler or reincarnated. Ah, you have received 500 days of lifespan. Tan Feng narrowed his eyes, pondering. If he remembered correctly, this woman hadn't been on the same team as Wang Mang in their previous life. A glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed Yu had, on behalf of Zhanghai City's authorities, purchased a sizable amount of lifespan this time. Not just simple buying and selling, but enough for strategic transactions. The Dragon Swordsman class itself is extremely special, possessing super survivability, almost impossible to eliminate in the hands of a mid-tier player. By placing the nation's lifespan on her, the government had clearly bet its trust on her abilities. And Yu kept her bright smile, but her words put listeners on guard. Elder, from now on if you have gear just sell it straight to us. We'll buy anything. Also, all of Zhanghai government's lifespan is now in my hands. She tilted her head, half joking, half serious. You don't plan to kill me, do you? Tan Feng glanced at her and replied in a calm but razor-sharp tone. No, I don't see companionship like that. Cooperation benefits both sides. I'm a businessman, not a bloodthirsty maniac. And Yu burst out laughing, amused. Ha ha, knew it. You're smart, Elder. Tan Feng smiled inwardly, the corner of his mouth twitching. Indeed, every sentence of hers seemed like a probe. Beneath that sunny, innocent appearance was a crafty mind and a heart that trusted no one more than 30%. As rumored from the previous life, and Yu appeared gentle but was actually extremely shrewd and decisive, acting like thunder with cold, unhesitating methods. Now she was the contact between him and the Great Xia government, and clearly she had been quietly helping him a lot, even if she never said so outright. Morning in the real world, inside a girls' dormitory. A lively group chat was happening over the phone among fans who called themselves the Song Fi cult. A freckled girl shouted as if she discovered a secret. Oh my god, sisters, did you see the official notice? Lifespan in divine artifacts discarded is real. If your lifespan is set to 0, you really die in real life too. A slightly cross-eyed pale girl. What nonsense? Isn't this just a game? I already gave all my tradable lifespan to Song Fi as a gift. Another female voice moaned. I only have a few days of lifespan left and I'm in murderer status. If I die now, they'll deduct double the lifespan. Dying once means losing twice. Wah wah? Someone else replied, trembling. No way, even with 3 deaths it still costs that much? Then I only have a few years left. Damn it. The chubby girl in the game's mage uniform was sweating profusely.
No, impossible.
I'm a meat shield mage, always the first to charge, killing and dying like crazy. Now I only have 1 day of lifespan left. If it gets set to 0, will I die? No, it can't be real. At that moment, she looked at her phone and let out an oh like a thunderclap on a clear day. Ah, Song Fi is buying lifespan. That's great, I have to find him. He'll never abandon a loyal fan like me. Her eyes lit up like floodlights. She leapt up and ran to the wardrobe. I'll wear full Song Fi fan gear. From head to toe it must be the limited edition Song Fi Super Edition. Shirt, hat. Even the new ultra-thin anti-tracking merch must be worn. A few minutes later, a plump girl in a glaring red dress with Song Fi's face printed on her chest appeared. Then she dashed out the door like the wind, shouting, Song Fi, I'm coming to you. In a small, quiet house inside the bedroom, Tan Xiaodu opened her eyes. She breathed heavily, sweat beading on her forehead. I'm back in reality. She blinked several times, reality and illusion intermingling. Something unclear. Instinctively, she grabbed her phone. The latest news hit her and left her stunned. Lifespan can now be traded at a rate of 15,000 per day. I have 200 days. A simple calculation and her face lit up. 1 million plus, I'm rich. But before joy could spread, another line of information appeared like a cold blade across her heart. Her eyes widened, lips trembling, hands gripping the phone. Darkness killed Song Fi not once but 3 times. Tears welled up and streamed down her face. That idiot had once told her that if your lifespan was reduced to 0, you'd really die in real life. At first he had 100 non-tradable years of lifespan, but after dying 3 times he now had just over 12 years left. He isn't. But why? Why would Darkness want to kill him? Fear surged like a tide, tightening her chest. She gripped the edge of the bed, eyes full of panic and outrage. He killed him surrounded by dozens of people and still survived. A message lit up the screen. The plump girl from before sent it to the group, "Gather, beauties. Song Fi needs help. He's at Great River Square. Anyone with tradable lifespan, come sell to him. 1 day exchanged for 10,000. This is a chance to make money and to save the man whom the whole world admires." Tan Xiaodu hurriedly changed clothes, speaking as if to herself and to reassure herself. Song Fi is at Great River Square again, not far from me. No, I can't just stand by and watch his lifespan slip away. She clenched her fist, eyes hardening with resolve and a flash of steel. Luckily, those idiots offered lifespan like a sacrifice, so I managed to get over 200 days of tradable lifespan. Enough to help him. Having said that, Tan Xiaodu shoved the door open and ran off, her long hair flying, the wan moon casting her elongated shadow along the empty road. Inside the game, the eastern coastal outskirts of the starter town, Tan Feng, under the name Darkness, was still engrossed in hacking at the seafood monsters on the shore. The briny stench mixed with monster blood rode the sea breeze, whipping his black cloak. Corpses lay strewn like ruthless trophies. Suddenly, a string of system notifications rang out in succession. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Tusi Louis Limsi attribute +2. You have received 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked the Long March class. First to reach level 10 in Jianghai City, +7 reputation. First to reach level 10 in Great Xia, +14 reputation. First to reach level 10 globally, +21 reputation. When 7 players reach level 10 in Jianghai, the teleportation system to the godforsaken continent will be activated. The final announcement broadcast worldwide in a woman's voice as cold as ice. World notice. Player Darkness is the first to reach global level 10. Forums and chat channels around the world exploded. Of course it's Darkness again. He killed the first golden boss too. Now he's the first to level up. This elder is unreal. I heard he even killed a notorious streamer named Song Fi 3 times. A player in Tianzhu raged, "You monkey! Darkness is from Great Xia, and I'm the only one with a hidden class and I'm only level 8. So what is that guy? Among 1.5 billion Tianzhu citizens, can't anyone surpass him?" At the seaside, Darkness stood motionless on the white sand, face expressionless. The system continued. You have consumed 13 evolution points. Skill Backstab Enhancement upgraded from Platinum to Phi Tui. Passive effect. Back attacks increase from 40% to 50% damage. Tan Feng's personal info screen appeared. Name: Darkness class. Obsession: only hidden class. Level: 10 non-tradable lifespan. 1,219 years 128 days tradable lifespan. 7,455 days strength. 39 constitution. 39 agility. 111 spirit. 41 reputation. 47. Tan Feng muttered in a low voice, cold as the night wind. Tradable lifespan is just over 7,000 days. Still not enough. He slowly looked up, eyes lighting. To leave the starter town requires 7 level 10 players to trigger the teleport, and the highest right now is only level 7. They'll have to wait. He turned and reached for the logout icon. Conveniently, there was an issue in reality that needed resolving first. The game screen dimmed, and Darkness, the first to reach the level cap, disappeared as if he'd never existed. Shanghai City. In a small room, Tan Feng lay motionless on a single bed. After a while, his lashes trembled and his eyes slowly opened. The system appeared before him, a line of text cold as steel. Do you want to use tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Tan Feng didn't hesitate, his voice low and resolute. Yes, immediately. The interface opened, detailed like a military control panel. Extract class? Extract level? Extract skills? Extract bloodline? Temporarily locked. Extract divinity? Temporarily locked. Tan Feng coldly chose to extract class. Confirm. You have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. You have extracted obsession, the sole hidden class. Innate effects activated. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +8, Spirit +5. His body trembled slightly as black, smoke like air spread through his limbs. The transformation began deep within his neural structure. This was no longer a sensation but a fact, as if darkness had signed a pact with his flesh. Extract level. He said again, confirm. You have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan multiplied by 2. You have extracted double levels. Current actual level is now 3. Additional attributes. Strength +4, Constitution +4, Agility +14, Spirit +4. Tan Feng nodded slightly and continued in a low voice. Extract skills. He paused and began to calculate. Reason worked like a cold machine. Logically, the higher the skill rank, the more lifespan the extraction should consume, possibly increasing exponentially. Unexpectedly, the extraction cost was based on the original grade, not the post-evolution rank. Too good to be true. The skill Shadow Veil only cost 900 days and is platinum grade in the game. You have consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan. Extracted skill, Shadow Veil, platinum grade. You have consumed 2,262 days of tradable lifespan. Extracted skill, Extreme Poison Throwing Stars, silver grade. There remain 1,292 days of lifespan, but no other skills can be extracted for now. Paying such a bargain to extract skills and yet obtaining this platinum Shadow Veil, truly a steal. Tan Feng sat up, clenched his palm, and black air coiled around his arm like a living creature. He muttered, voice soft but cold as ice. Now strength and constitution are twice that of a normal person. Agility is 32 points, surpassing human physiological limits, coupled with unlimited invisibility and poison-tipped throwing stars reaching 14 meters. He narrowed his eyes, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Killing Song Fi is now entirely possible. Tan Feng scrolled his phone. Song Fi was frantically buying lifespan. Did he intend to use it to continue the game and come settle accounts with him? He checked the location. Great River Square was only 7 to 8 kilometers away. At his current speed, it would take just over 10 minutes to arrive. He stood up, gripping his phone tightly. A message popped up. Hu Chiban, the manager who rode on the company's coattails and bullied him, had sent it. Tan Feng, are your wings working? Not answering. Being noticed by Miss Lu's family is a blessing, yet you dare ignore me. Call back immediately or don't expect to read any more messages. Tan Feng sneered, voice icy. What a fool! That guy's been put on the blacklist. He tossed the phone aside without looking back, then vanished into the air. Shadow Veil activated. No one remained in the room, only a faint darkness lingering on the wall. Soon, his voice echoed from the void. Great River Square was packed with people, chants crashing like waves across the space. Song Fi, long live Song Fi, the first to pass the life and death trial, the heartthrob of my dreams. Tan Xiaodu also stood in the crowd, cheeks flushed, shouting no less enthusiastically than a true fanatic. Go Song Fi, long live Song Fi. On the central podium, Song Fi sat cross-legged with arrogant composure. Beside him was a blonde woman in a tight black dress, her demeanor as cold as ice. The cheers below were like waves of worship, but to the two of them it was merely excitement manipulated from gullible masses. Song Fi smiled faintly, a calculating, triumphant grin. The blonde leaned in and whispered in his ear, her voice sharp as a blade. Darling, I heard that in the game that darkness killed you 3 times. Don't worry, I sent people to investigate. We'll definitely uncover his true identity. Song Fi lifted an eyebrow, showing interest. Oh? How's the investigation going? My people have gone all the way to Embertown to make contact with him. The plan is simple. We'll offer a number he can't refuse. Wait until he returns to reality to collect the money. Then we'll round him up. At that moment, we must make sure to call you to witness him begging for his life. Song Fi asked slowly, I heard your Great River Company has quite a few tricks to control players and force them to work unpaid for the shareholders? The girl shrugged, smiling without smiling. They're just fools with no lifespan left. Nobody cares. But someone like you is different. There are countless women volunteering to donate lifespan, even willing to die for you. Song Fi laughed, a flash of arrogant pride in his eyes. He knew he wasn't just a player but a symbol of power and allure. Just then, a loud shout rose from the crowd, cutting through the atmosphere. Can you people please restrain yourselves? Are you selling your lifespan to someone else without thinking? A man rushed into the center of the square, pointing at the podium, his voice trembling with anger. Don't you read the government's reports? If your in-game lifespan runs out, you'll really die in real life. He spun toward Song Fi. And you, Song Fi, you know lifespan is a matter of life and death, yet you brainwash your fans to buy up lifespan. You're not just scamming people. You're killing them. We'll sue you. I swear it. Song Fi's indifferent gaze swept the crowd. Not angry, not rebutting, just a faint, contemptuous smile. Sure enough, someone came to cause trouble. He narrowed his eyes at the man who had shouted. There was no fury in his look, only a chill like a calm lake before a storm. He rose, stepped to the edge of the stage, took the microphone from his assistant, and smiled courteously. His voice boomed through the speakers, steady and magnetic. Hello, everyone. I'm Song Fi. His tone brimmed with sincerity as if confiding in close friends. I've noticed some recent debates. My purchasing of lifespan may have depleted shared resources and made some people uneasy. For that, I offer my sincere apologies. The crowd beneath the stands immediately erupted. No, you're not at fault. Song Fi didn't do anything wrong. He doesn't need to apologize to anyone. Song Fi raised a hand gently, signaling calm, then continued in a warm, resonant voice like reading a love letter. I am deeply grateful for your support and love, but I urge you to love rationally. At this critical time, with the divine disposal game affecting the whole country, it's important for everyone to learn how to protect themselves. I have always tried to cooperate with officials, participate actively in the system, and keep striving. My using personal funds to buy lifespan is a small effort to become a top-tier player worthy of your expectations. He paused, looked up with reddened eyes, voice choking. I do all of this to repay the love you give me. I don't want anyone to be harmed in-game or in real life. I only wish for everyone to live happily and peacefully. I didn't expect these actions to cause some people such hurt. A single tear fell down his cheek. Just one at the right time and place. The crowd exploded with emotion. Some wept, some covered their faces, some knelt and reached toward him as if praying. No, don't cry anymore. You did nothing wrong. How can you be so kind? Song Fi is the light of my life. The atmosphere suddenly became frenzied, like a cult witnessing the descent of a deity. The crowd's rage turned on the man who had dared criticize Song Fi earlier. You madman! Get out of here. How dare you insult his sincerity? Are you even sane? We volunteered to sell our lifespan to him. So what? The man who had yelled stood frozen amid the crowd, face ashen, eyes hollow like prey hunted by a pack. He couldn't utter a word. He couldn't, because in the eyes of the hundreds around him, reason had long since died. Don't believe those silly rumors out there. A shrill female voice rang out, shattering the taut atmosphere. A plump woman suddenly stepped onto the stage, arms outstretched as if to shield Song Fi from all criticism. You people doubt him? You brainless pigs. Lifespan in the game affecting reality? Ridiculous. Song Fi flinched, He hadn't noticed when she climbed the stage. Then his expression softened, feigning being moved, his performance flawless. She thumped her chest. How many times have I died for him? Even when I went offline with less than 1 day of lifespan left, I'm still alive right here. So even if what you say is true, what then? You don't even have the resolve to die for Song Fi. You don't deserve to say the words, I love you. Below, the brainwashed crowd erupted in emotion. Yes, that's it. Song Fi, I love you. I have 20 days of lifespan left. I give it all to you. I have 17 days. I only have 3 days left, but they're all yours. Song Fi reached out, smiling, his voice warm and deep. Oh my, I can feel everyone's love. I love you all. He turned to the plump woman, his eyes glistening with tears. Especially you. Being loved by someone like you really moves me. The plump woman nearly went crazy, tears and snot streaming, her whole body trembling with joy. Ah, Song Fi, just to see the deep look in your eyes. Even if I die immediately, I'm willing.
Song Phi xét tia.
1 second later, whoosh, a slender dart, dyed a black-purple, sliced through the air from nowhere and drove straight through Song Fi's head. The entire audience fell silent. The atmosphere froze as if all life had been drained away. Song Fi blinked, his gaze dazed, then bulged wide. The back of his head exploded, brain and blood splattering everywhere. His body toppled forward, collapsing onto the plump woman. She went numb for a few seconds, then trembled, her eyes vacant and dazed. Song Fi, what's wrong with him? Song Fi is dead. She screamed in despair, then fell silent. Her body began to dissolve into light and then vanished completely. Her lifespan had run out right then and there. Chaos erupted. The bodyguards immediately surrounded the blonde woman in horror.
Danger.
Protect the heiress. Get her out of here now. The blonde trembled, tears streaming. Run, must run. Get out of here now. She had seen it clearly. When Song Fi died, a sphere of lifespan light appeared and then quickly dissipated. Someone had stolen it. Only one person could have done that. A game skill killing in reality, the stealth assassination that steals lifespan. It was him, it was darkness. Whoosh! Another jet-black dart tore through the air, slicing straight through her head. The blonde's body collapsed, eyes wide open, unable to comprehend. On the other side, Tan Feng remained cloaked. A bodyguard's shout rang out, trembling, "Miss!" In the void, a pair of eyes appeared, cold and indifferent, as if from the realm of the dead. Tan Feng stood there, his eyes like bottomless abysses, watching the desperate, panicked crowd. The next afternoon, the city seemed covered in a faint red mist, thin and cold, like dried blood not yet washed away. Tan Xiaodu sat in a taxi, eyes glued to her phone. On the screen, the latest headlines scrolled wildly. Star Song Fi assassinated at Great River Square. A fan fanatic donated all their lifespan to him before dying tragically beside his body. Police confirmed Song Fi's death was caused by supernatural powers. Tan Xiaodu gripped her phone, her throat feeling strangled, eyes rimmed red but not yet crying, fingers trembling as she swiped through the last photo of Song Fi. The smile still bright, the eyes still shining, as if he had been at the concert just yesterday. She couldn't believe it. Her voice choked. We clearly heard him sing yesterday, and now he's... The friend beside her was also trembling, stammering about the invisible darts. That's a skill from the Divine Disposal game. Xiaodu, do you really think it's darkness? She stopped, her eyes filled with fear. I heard darkness killed Song Fi 3 times in the game, but how could an in-game ability possibly manifest in real life? Tan Xiaodu clenched her hand until her fingernails dug into her palm and drew blood. But she felt no pain. Only one name echoed in her mind. Darkness. That's right, he was the darkness who killed Song Fi. In the game he had killed him no fewer than 3 times, and now in reality only he could act so decisively. The invisible dart, the assassin's signature skill, no mistake. Tan Xiaodu took a deep breath. Her eyes grew unnaturally calm, but a fire burned deep within. I will endure and go mad. My world has no light left. If darkness can bring in-game powers into reality, then I'll get close to him. By any means necessary, I will become stronger. The car stopped at the curb, the traffic light blinking red like blood. Tan Xiaodu opened the door and stepped out. The evening wind tossed her tangled hair against her cheek, tears falling silently without a sob. Her friend in the back scrambled out in panic, trembling as she called, "Xiaodu, what's wrong with you?" Tan Xiaodu turned her head, eyes wet but no longer grieving. Only a cold, tranquil calm, like a thin blade about to be sharpened. "From today on, my only goal is to kill darkness." Her friend shook, took a step back, eyes full of fear. "You look terrifying." Tan Xiaodu said nothing. She looked away, lips pressing into a thin, icy line. At the same time, elsewhere, Tan Feng sat with one leg crossed, shadowed by faint light that reflected off his cold face. A bowl of steaming noodles sat before him. He slowly lifted each strand, expression casual, as if killing a famous star in broad daylight were just another trivial errand. Even undefeated in divine disposal, the body still needs energy. If you're hungry, you must eat. He thought this to himself while his indifferent gaze followed a noodle drifting in broth the color of blood. His phone vibrated. The screen lit up, showing a message from a familiar number. "Tan Feng. Damn it, did you block my phone and web chat too? If you don't show up today, you're definitely fired. Don't expect any salary." Sent from Hu Banzu, the loud-mouthed, petty manager who always reeked of frying oil. Tan Feng sneered and smiled coldly. This dog-footed lackey is just a pawn. The real trouble is his boss." He glanced at the screen. Another name appeared in the message list, Duong Xiao Na. Tan Feng typed a few words and ignored the manager. "Don't go to work either. Log into the game and level your character." A moment later, Xiao Na replied in a clear, surprised tone. "Oh, Tan Feng, you play this game too? I heard it's tough. Lots of people have exhausted their lifespan." Tan Feng held his phone, his eyes flashing serious. He still remembered that in his past life Duong Xiao Na had been one of the core members of the guild Slaughter God. Somewhat fragile in nature but very resilient. He messaged back, "Forget professions. At the start dump all points into agility, don't overthink it. Okay?" But she said lifespan in the game is expensive now. "What about you? How much have you earned?" He answered briefly, "Not much. Almost used up? Must be from buying a house and car, right? No wonder you blocked Fat Hu." Heh. Tan Feng narrowed his eyes but didn't reply at once. His mind wasn't on Hu Banzu but on another name, Chen Tt, the troublesome heiress. Chen Tt, associate of the Chen conglomerate that once oversaw the company he worked for. Aside from the title rich heiress, there was nothing commendable. Her decadence had been in the papers for staying in a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign men. She bragged about cruising in a supercar with 3 American men, leaving people feeling she's untouchable. Chen Tt worshipped all things foreign. Not long after Divine Disposal launched, she left Daha for North America and led the founding of the Alice Guild in Fairyland, one of the top 3 guilds in North America. Particularly opposed to Daha, in his past life she caused countless troubles for Daha and his guild Slaughter God. They needed to find a way to deal with her before she left the country. Once she reached North America, she would be hard to handle. If Chen T died, the Alice Guild in Fairyland might never be established. Rumor had it many of Alice's founders were romantically involved with Chen Tt. If that bitch died, those founders would naturally lose their ties to one another. The phone rang, cutting through Tan Feng's line of thought. He frowned slightly, glanced at the screen, and coldly picked up, "Hello." On the other end, Tan Xiaodu's voice rang with anger. "Tan Feng, you're still alive to answer the phone? I thought you died and vanished in the game." She didn't stop. Her tone hissed with all her resentment. "If you're still alive, I'll tell you this. I earned enough to buy a house. From now on, don't ever bother me again." Tan Feng heard her and replied without a ripple in his voice, "Good. Anything else?" Tan Xiaodu froze, as if she hadn't expected such coldness, but quickly hardened her voice and continued, "I won't look for you anymore. And don't you dare try to find where I live." Tan Feng nodded, in a steady tone. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." Tan Xiaodu screamed like someone trod on her tail, full of fury. "Tan Feng, we're done. I'm cutting ties with you.
Tan Feng answered blandly. Okay.
Then he decisively hung up, without the slightest regret. The overcast sky ahead seemed to mirror the icy mood in his eyes. A gust of wind passed, carrying his low voice. Just keep leveling. It won't be long. When the first person reaches level 10, the world will realize game skills can work in real life. Then this piece will officially end. Scene transition in the game. Her friend Suoran turned to her, worry on her face as she looked at Tan Xiaodu. Xiaodu, cutting ties with your brother like that isn't good. Maybe apologize to him. He seems genuinely angry this time. Tan Xiaodu snorted coldly, eyes resolute. Apologize to him? No way. I sold my lifespan to the Chen Corporation. 2 million and I exchanged it all. Suoran was startled, unable to hide her shock. Tan Xiaodu turned her face away, smiling as if nothing had happened. I just bought an apartment, Suoran. Let's live together. I'll soon get close to darkness. By then, what need will I have for him? In her eyes, the gentle light had long since gone, replaced by a cold, icy ambition, proud and sharp as a blade. Suddenly a young man waved from afar, a lecherous look in his eyes. He approached Tan Xiaodu with a grin as if expecting a reward. Xiaodu, this is for you. He held out a rogue-class skill book, his eyes gleaming with implication. Don't forget what you promised me. You owe me that. Tan Xiaodu smiled saccharinely and stepped back, but her eyes were utterly cold. I know. Once this goes well, I'll make sure your little wish is fulfilled. In her heart she thought coldly, Su Ning, trash like you. Wait until I befriend darkness. Let's see who pays attention to your dog face then. She then opened the game's interface and messaged Wang Mang. Big bro Wang, I just got a rogue-class skill book, and it's a rare control skill. Can you ask if Big Brother Darkness needs it? If he does, I'm willing to give it to him. A dim, dark ambition flashed in Tan Xiaodu's eyes. Zhang Wei, that dog, sometimes has value. Who knew he'd pull such a good skill book? Good. This book will be the fateful thread that ties you to darkness. Darkness, I'll approach you, gentle as water, persistent as fire. I'll always stand by you to destroy enemies and help you level up. I'll make you trust me, rely on me, and come to think I'm your other half. But when I'm strong enough to not need you, I'll kill you with my own hands. I'll gouge your eyes out the way you stole the light from me and killed Song Fai. Ping message from Wang Mang. The boss says your skill is a common type. He doesn't need it, so keep it and sell it for money. The reply slapped her in the face. Tan Xiaodu froze, her dream dissipating like smoke. Cut back a moment earlier. Tan Feng had just logged back into the game, and before he could take many steps, screams rose ahead. Careful, dodge. He didn't hurry, only walked slowly toward the noise. From afar came panic shouts and the clash of weapons. Damn it. This isn't a normal boss. Stay alive first, we'll worry later. A player with a shield was grappling with a many-armed monster, sweat soaking his face as he shouted, Run! It's targeting her! A cold, slicing crack rang out as the monster's giant blade came down like lightning. The shield shattered into pieces. The other player was sliced apart on the spot, unable to utter a cry. Tan Feng stood at a distance, eyes narrowing slightly. A golden arthropod type. Level 8 boss. Interesting. He pondered for a moment and then nodded. If he remembered correctly, this boss could detect level 2 invisibility. That meant his stealth skill was completely useless against it. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Tan Feng's mouth, but his eyes remained ice-cold. Suddenly the boss snarled in fury, its eyes flashing with ferocity as it detected Tan Feng's presence. Before it could rush forward, Tan Feng took the initiative and struck, his figure a lightning flash through the air, swinging his sword to cleave straight into the monster's body. Continuous strikes ignited, damage numbers appearing rapidly. 3042 weak point minus 1013, 103 minus weak point 3042. Tan Feng glanced at the damage board and calculated silently. The double damage effect for attacks from stealth was still active, but if the enemy could see through invisibility, that damage would plummet. Fortunately, he still had an ace up his sleeve, the legendary liberation gift, which amplified the weak points on the head and heart of the golden arthropod by 200%. With the continuous slash skill, every 9 strikes produced 3 that hit weak points, dealing triple damage. A legendary technique was indeed formidable. The corner of his mouth twitched. An image of a girl named Cam Lai, who had led him to the Temple of Faith to trade for this treasure, floated into his mind. In a distant corner, the girl who had purchased his skill watched the battle silently. Her face gradually turned pale. A single skill had wiped out a portion of the golden boss's HP. The damage from this shadow was absurd. Tan Fong then produced a jet-black, highly poisonous dart and hurled it fiercely toward the boss. The flying weapon sliced the air and lodged straight into the monster's brow, displaying the line, 1785 damage, weak point. He frowned. Only that? The silver weapon couldn't keep up anymore. He needed to advance his profession, upgrading stealth and offense to a higher level. The boss went berserk, roaring like a wounded beast as it wildly swung its sword toward him. A shout rang out, "Careful!" The girl couldn't help calling out in alarm, but Tan Fong's gaze remained cold as ever. He gently tilted his body, dodging each sword strike with the ease of a stroll through a rain of blades. The team gaped. My God, what is this speed? Not only is it fast, but the reactions are terrifying. Moreover, he knew every attack pattern of the boss, as if he'd faced it 100 times. Tan Fong whispered in his heart. In my past life with Tan Tudu, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone heal. That's why I forced myself to become this strong. A true warrior doesn't just throw away his life. He masters both offense and evasion. That's also why, even as an ordinary soldier class, I could make the world's top 100. Finishing the thought, Tan Fong unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, landing numerous critical blows on the creature's body. The boss stared at him with panic and resentment, but Tan Fong replied coldly. Compared to special bosses like the Golden Ghost ship with unavoidable moves, dealing with one like you is much easier. From afar, the girl's hair stood on end when she saw it. No way, the golden boss was trying to flee, but it was too late. Tan Fong slowly drew a polearm blade, moved like a wraith and carved a lethal line. Slash! The boss's head flew off, and the system announced, "You have slain a golden arthropod boss of golden rank, gained 6,400 experience, received 7 evolution points, received 497 tradable days of lifespan." Immediately after defeating the boss, Tan Fong activated Greedy Hand. A dark light swept over the massive corpse as if draining its soul. You received 7 evolution points. You received 7 evolution points. You received 7 evolution points. You received 496 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong looked at the system board and couldn't help smiling. His smile cold but his eyes bright. It was worth the effort. One golden boss yielded 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 tradable days of lifespan. Excellent. Without hesitation, he opened the system board. His gaze stopped when he saw an unexpected gift. A platinum skill book flashing a faint cold light. Platinum tier black light shield. Assassin skill. When actively used, all dodge chance is converted into layers of damage immune shields. Duration 8 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Requirement level 8. Conversion rate, every 20% dodge equals 1 layer of damage immunity. After a shield is broken or expires, dodge chance returns to normal. Tan Fong murmured, "This actually dropped?" His gaze grew deep, combined with 75% dodge from the Phantom Shadow Assassin skill at Reaper rank. He could trigger up to 3 layers of damage immune shields. That meant once the skill activated, countless bosses could no longer damage him. Without hesitation, he chose to evolve Black Light Shield to Reaper rank. Cost 1 + 2 + 3 + 6 is equal to 12 evolution points. Black Light Shield evolved to Reaper rank. Duration increased from 8 to 14 seconds. Conversion improved from 20% to 10% dodge per shield layer. Tan Fong smiled faintly, his voice low with 75% dodge. Now I can trigger up to 7 layers of damage immunity. No one can reach me anymore. With 22 evolution points remaining, he promptly evolved Extremely Poisonous Shuriken, his core assassin skill. Costing 16 evolution points, Extremely Poisonous Shuriken Silver Tier upgraded to Verdant Empress, increasing range from 14 to 17 m, Attack bonus from plus 120 to plus 240. Poison effect from 50% to 80% for 5 seconds. He thought to himself, damage doubled, cooldown only 5 seconds. This skill's sustained DPS rivals Shield Phantom Head Slash. Luck didn't stop there. Tan Fong looted 2 assassin-class items from the boss. Platinum Turning Ring, Assassin Jewelry, plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20% attack speed, plus 20% cooldown speed. Equipment requirement level 8. Thick red leather gloves of golden tier. Assassin defensive gear. Plus 18 physical defense, plus 15 elemental resistance, plus 12 constitution, plus 588 health. Requires level 6 gear. After equipping, he checked his stats, eyes flashing cold approval. Cooldown reduction reached 55%. Shield Phantom Slash's base cooldown 12 seconds was now 7.7 seconds. Plus 51 constitution, 106 physical defense, and 1,517 health. Now he could survive 3 hits from a golden arthropod and live. Combined with Black Light Shield, survivability skyrocketed. At that moment, the girl who had been watching quietly stepped forward, voice slightly excited. Elder, you're so strong. Killing a golden boss like it's nothing. Do you have equipment I can use? I want to buy it back. Tan Fong glanced at her and said coldly, a mage, right? Here. He produced a skill book shimmering with golden light, golden ice orb convergence, an AoE skill that fires up to 10 ice orbs. One price only, 800 days of lifespan. The girl beside him widened her eyes. 800 days? That's expensive. I saw someone selling a golden skill book for only 400 days. Tan Fong looked at the masked girl, speaking calmly but firmly. This one fires frost bones and is a level 7 skill book. Level 7 skill damage is 40% higher than level 5, so 800 days is a completely fair price. The masked girl didn't hesitate and nodded. I'll buy it. 800 days deal. You have sold Frostbone's golden skill. You received 800 tradable days of lifespan. Transaction complete. Tan Fong didn't linger and turned to leave. The young man with the shield waved respectfully. See you again, Elder. Tan Fong gave no reply. A faint smoke wrapped around him as Shield Phantom Stealth activated, his form gradually vanishing. He coldly and calmly calculated inwardly. No boss in the early stages can threaten me now. Next is to return to town, announce the news, and gather locations of silver and golden bosses. With a steady supply of bosses, his growth rate will be pushed to the limit. Just then, a message from Vong Man popped up. Vong Man, Elder, former cleric in our group. Tan Tu Du asked me to contact you. She wants to gift you a skill book. Tan Fong glanced at the message, a mocking light flashing in his eyes. He replied briefly, Tan Tu Du wants to gift me a skill? That scrap bronze gold book? No thanks. He immediately thought, everyone outside now believes Shadow killed Tong Fai, yet she still dares to gift a skill book, trying to curry favor or to get close and take revenge, maybe both. With that in mind, he messaged Vong Man to tell her to keep it and sell it herself. I don't want it. Vong Man quickly answered. Understood. He immediately messaged Tan Tu Du. The Elder says your skill is trash, he doesn't want it. Keep it and sell it for lifespan. As soon as the message was sent, Tan Tu Du fell silent. On this side, Tan Fong continued. Vong Man, go into town. I have something to sell you. Prepare lifespan days. Got it, Vong Man replied. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, Elder, I'm asking straight. You killed Tong Fai, right? Tan Fong was silent for a moment, his eyes coldly fixed on the horizon, his voice light yet icy. That's right. I killed him. Inwardly he calculated. Vong Man is my friend in-game. He's smart enough to deduce that when Tong Fai died, Shadow was offline. Timing and motive all line up. If he's asking that, it means the government has begun to suspect, and in 2 hours a player will reach level 10 and be able to extract skills into reality. This will surface sooner or later, fine, consider it a test. Let's see how the Dai Ha government reacts when they learn a high-level assassin like me exists. Thinking this, Tan Fong said casually, What, you planning to arrest me? The sky was clear, white clouds drifting slowly above, noon sunlight gently laying over the ground like a thin silk. Tan Fong had returned to town, where the virtual streets blended simulated scenery with human bustle. In the inn, he met Vong Mana's group again. Captain and Vu stepped forward first and said, "Elder, we heard you admitted to killing Tong Fai." Tan Fong did not deny it, nodding calmly. "That's right," and Vu smiled slightly. That's not a mocking smile, but the smile of someone who understands. "To be honest, we've conducted a thorough investigation. You were at the top of our suspect list, but then we discovered Tong Fai and Zhang Lu had long conspired to overthrow you, even colluding with Daijang Company to detain and coerce many players. In essence, your killing them was no different from self-defense." Tan Fong listened without speaking, reconsidering inwardly. It seems that because they couldn't uncover his true identity, they opted to maintain a temporary cooperation. In his previous life, when cooperating with the government, he was still clean. But this time, he acted more ruthlessly. Tong Fai and Zhang Lu both died by his hand. Perhaps this reincarnation has begun to shift the gears of fate. Let's see how profoundly I can change this divine era. This time he could sell unused platinum items. Since they rely on the government, whether skill books or class gear, they'll want them. Most importantly, the government always has enough lifespan currency. He said nothing further, opened his inventory, and produced items one by one. A series of platinum equipment and skill books shimmered down like metal on ice. Vong Mana's group, Cam Lai and Tu Tuet gaped. "Oh my! Platinum gear and platinum skill books. Elder, you killed a platinum boss." "But I didn't see any world announcement."
Tần Phong Riplit non challenge. Just de sang lúc.
"I found a few caches and even opened a Verdant Empress skill book." Tu Tuet added with admiration. "I saw you open that cache myself, but so much platinum stuff. Calling that decent luck is an understatement." He called her Tu Tuet, while Cam Lai was nicknamed Tu Hack. Tan Fong glanced at her and said coldly, "Don't like Tu Hack?"
Then Côn Me Hắc Tử Cẩm Lý Blue Set. Still preferring Tiểu Hắc.
Behind them, Vong Man murmured ruefully that people simply can't be compared. And Vu pursed his lips and added, "Exactly. We spent an entire afternoon to kill one silver boss, while the elder casually opens a cache and gets all sorts of platinum Verdant Empress gear." Tan Fong offered no explanation, merely pointed calmly at each item. Platinum Sniper Skill Book, 2,500 days. Platinum Berserker Weapon, 1,500 days. Platinum Mage Skill Book, 3,000 days. Golden Gear with Golden Skill, 8,000 days. If you take the full set of all remaining platinum skill books and gear, 25 items total, he'd reduce the price to 16,000 days of lifespan. His tone was even and cold, as if reciting a market price list. But the price he quoted instantly froze the atmosphere, and Vu nodded without hesitation. Beside him, Vong Man gaped, his mouth nearly hitting the floor. "Hey, wait! Seriously? Captain, and how much did he say? You gave that much? You didn't haggle at all?" And Vu smiled lightly, his gaze serious but decisive. "Items of this caliber, you're going to haggle? I think that price is fair. By the way, I'll cover Chu Tuet and Vong Mana's debt from last time." After saying that, and Vu transferred the tradable lifespan directly to Tan Fong. As soon as the transaction completed, Tan Fong spoke. "Captain and truly is a heroic woman, refreshingly admirable." Hearing this, and Vu burst into a hearty laugh, openly showing his approval. "Ha ha, you're flattering me." Tan Fong did not smile, but silently calculated. Once tradable lifespan transactions exceed 10,000 days, the default unit converts to 60-year lifespans, about 23,000 days, worth nearly 400 million in cash at the current rate. Even the Zhonghai city government would consider that a huge expense. But in return, this batch of gear and skill books would enable the city to field multiple top-tier teams and even gain an early international edge. Price worth paying. As Tan Fong was about to leave, and Vu spoke again. "Elder, Daijang Company has arrested some players. We're planning a rescue. Would you like to join?" Tan Fong raised an eyebrow, understanding the government wanted to use this righteous action to whitewash the killing of Tong Fai and drag him into being an official ally. He thought briefly, then replied calmly, I won't participate, but I can give you everyone an important piece of information. He paused, staring straight into Envu's and Vong Mana's eyes. Your speculation is correct. I used in-game power to kill Tong Fai and Zhang Lu. Once a player reaches level 10, they can spend lifespan to extract in-game abilities into reality. Both Envu and Vong Man were stunned. Tan Fong continued calmly, Do you understand what that means? Act while you still can, before it's too late. Saying that, he turned and didn't look back. Envu nodded slightly, his voice low and his expression serious. I see. Right now Daijong is frantically buying lifespan. Once their people reach level 10 and successfully extract abilities, our rescue operation will face tremendous resistance. Tan Fong left them with one sentence. Good that you understand. I'm off. With that, he activated Shield Phantom, his body blending into the shadows and vanishing without a trace. A while later, Envu turned to Vong Man. Next, we must split our leveling party. The 6 of us are already high level. When we group up, our damage is excessive and trash mobs die before they can react, wasting resources. If we split, each person leads their own squad and efficiency will increase significantly. Vong Man nodded in agreement, and Vu continued, First everyone must reach level 10, and you, Vong Man, go offline immediately and report this information to your superiors. Understood. In another corner of town, someone whispered as they watched, a shadow setting up a stall. But this time he wasn't selling, no, he seemed to be buying something. Above Tan Fong, 2 faint lines of text appeared. Silver Boss Coordinates, reward 30 days of lifespan. Golden Boss Coordinates, reward 100 days of lifespan. At that moment, a stranger approached, his voice syrupy. Shadow still here? Our heiress sends her regards. If you help her level up, not only will you get 300 million cash, but also shares in Daijong Industrial. He sneered, his greed obvious. How often does one get such an opportunity? I advise you to appreciate it. Tan Fong looked up and eyed him like a fly in a boardroom. You're still online, aren't you? Don't you know Shadow is the one who killed Tong Fai and your company's heiress? The man froze as if struck by lightning. What? Tan Fong gave a cold, faint smile. His gaze remained icy. Zhang Lu is dead. A pity. She was very beautiful, almost a waste to kill. The man took a step back as a flood of memories crossed his mind. At first Zhang Lu offered 10 million to hire Shadow to level her up, but was refused. He thought Shadow a fool for passing up the money, so he rushed over hoping for his share. Unexpectedly, upon arrival he was knocked out. He woke up in a damp basement and realized he had become a tool for harvesting lifespan. Beaten, forced to play the game, forced to burn others' lives for loot. And then Zhang Lu died, killed by Shadow. He let out a dry laugh. Ah ha ha! That woman deserved to die. At first I called Shadow stupid, but turns out the real fool was me. Tan Fong's tone went cold. Seeing the man cower like a beaten dog, he asked, You helped her capture quite a few people, didn't you? The man shook his head rapidly, face ashen. No, I'm being forced. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Get lost. Tan Fong spat one word like a hammer strike. Garbage, no need for me to act. The government's people will handle you. Suddenly someone else ran up, panting. I've got coordinates for a silver boss.
Tần Phong nốt đét.
The silver boss, reward 30 days of lifespan, was assigned. Scene shifted to a remote town, where a group of players had gathered, chatting loudly. They looked her over but still didn't recognize her as the heiress of the money conglomerate. Everyone kept their distance because she had killed many people to steal lifespan. She walked with 2 foreigners, one black, one white, smirking sharply. Humph. This game is nothing special. Spend money to buy gear and skills, dominate in combat, then kill high lifespan players. Too easy. She frowned, voice full of disdain. This damn game made me miss my flight. I should be in North America with Bitch Dick and Falk right now, indulging in pleasures.
Instead I'm stuck in Mado Đại Hạ.
The men here are weak as maggots. Tony, the white guy, curled his lip and interjected half-joking. Miss, you have an eye for quality. We're far stronger than those from Dai Ha, especially in that department. Go offline and you'll see. TNTT burst out laughing. I look forward to it. I just heard Tong Fai died. What a disappointment. She dueled him once. Less than 3 minutes and he was wrecked. Waste of youthful time. She suddenly licked her lips, voice softening with lust. Rumor says the killer was Shadow, a Dai-Ha man who's #1 in the world. Fine, I'll grudgingly accept befriending him. A cruel plan formed in her head. If he could kill Tong Fai, killing an ordinary person would be trivial. Issue the order and exchange it for lifespan. Equip skill for 300 days of lifespan. I'm sure he won't refuse. She stopped and said, I'll go offline for a bit. She sent someone to contact Shadow, smiling brightly but with eyes cold as stone. Shadow may not care about cash, but he certainly won't refuse lifespan. For him, it's just a finger movement to kill an ordinary person. Tan Fong, I will never forget your expression when you rejected me. It will be quick. And then you will die. Scene shift. A young man gritted his teeth, holding a small dagger. The trembling blade plunged into the neck of a thrashing monster. Blood spattered, staining his hands red. Not far behind, Tan Tu-Du spread her hands and cast a healing skill. A faint green light washed over him, pulling him back from the brink of death. After being transfused, he exhaled sharply, his back soaked in sweat. Tu-Du, next time when you donate blood, please don't go that far. I nearly ended up on the sacrificial table. Tan Tu-Du lifted her chin, lazy and proud. What are you shouting about? You're still very much alive, aren't you? The young man forced a smile, holding back his anger. I didn't mean anything bad, just reminding you.
Tần Tiểu Du smile coldly.
At that moment, the system warned in her head that hunger had exceeded 90%, recommending the player exit the game. She shrugged. I'm hungry. Naturally, let's log out. Nothing left but a faint glow. The young man stood there, his lips trembling with rage, eyes icy. Damn it! He used to call me Elder, and now just because he saw Shadow once he starts looking down on me. Just wait. Sooner or later I'll strip her naked. Reality. The sky is clear, sunlight streams through the curtains. In her new apartment, Tan Tu-Du wearily opened her eyes, her stomach growling with hunger. She sluggishly got up and opened her phone to order food, but her face froze. No shops are open. Aren't they all logged into the game? She stood stunned, feeling a sudden slump inside. Back home, every meal was cooked by Tan Fong. She never had to lift a finger or even think about what to eat. A silence fell, but then she shook her head hard, her gaze hardening. Tu-Du, snap out of it, it's just a meal. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. You're better than this. Without Tan Fong, your life will definitely be better. In the game, a seaside cave, metal clashed. Wind whistled through rock crevices. A giant crab rose from the sand, its eyes glowing red and fierce, but immediately a shadowy figure dropped down from above. A flash of steel cleaved the monster in two. Black blood gushed out, bubbling across the wet sand. On the crab's corpse, Tan Fong stood up straight, his gaze ice-cold. Over an hour he downed 4 silver bosses. This pace was acceptable. Each silver boss defeated yielded 16 evolution points. On average, each one granted 3,500 days of lifespan, fully convertible or tradable. Now all his equipment was golden rank or above. Cooldown reduction had risen from 55% to 75%. The shield Phantom Slash now took only 6.8 seconds to recover. Burst damage far exceeded before, and platinum bosses no longer spawned near safe towns. Given the situation, golden gear was already the limit. To get stronger, there was only one path left: advanced professional rank. To face platinum bosses, each had at least level 2 stealth. I need to raise stealth to level 3, otherwise the chance of being killed is very high. I'm still short over 20,000 experience points. Only level 3 stealth or higher can guarantee survival against platinum bosses. In a previous life, defeating such a boss required a perfectly coordinated team of 20. His eyes grew colder, his hand tightening on the sword hilt. He must move before everyone else, be the first to solo a platinum boss. First return to town and contact the government to sell all the spoils. Then he set off, his back gradually swallowed by the cave's darkness. Beat them to it, seize it before them, become the one above all. Scene shifts to the town in the afternoon. Sunlight stretched long over marble. The chatter of players echoed through the humid air. In the main square, where crowds bustled with trading, Tan Fong stood silently, calm-eyed amid the chaotic crowd. The info panel on his right displayed, tradable lifespan 105 years. From behind, an excited voice called, "Elder, next time if you get good gear remember to sell it to us." Tan Fong only nodded slightly. He mentally calculated nearing 40,000 tradable days. With that amount, he could already extract quite a few things. A stranger approached, his gaze somewhat dark. "Hello, you're Shadow, right?" His voice dropped. "I have an assassination job. Interested? Kill someone in real life and the reward for you will be substantial." Tan Fong ignored him and kept walking. The man leapt up to block his path, his tone coaxing. "Wait. This person is just an ordinary man named Tan Fong. You even killed Tong Fai. This is nothing for you, like crushing an ant. Do it and I'll pay you 3,000 tradable days of lifespan. It's money falling from the sky. Don't you want it?" Tan Fong stopped, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Kêu Tần Phong.
Seeing his reaction, the other man's eyes lit up. "That's right. Don't worry, the reward is guaranteed. Once you finish, 3,000 days of lifespan will be transferred immediately."
Tần Phong smile coldly in Wally.
3,000 days equals about 50 million in real life. Who would want to kill me so soon? This man clearly isn't an old acquaintance from my past life nor a veteran player. He's likely a messenger. The real mastermind is the key. In my last life, I had a deep enmity with someone. In the endgame, if I'm not mistaken. He curled his lips slightly. The man asked, "So, tempted?" Tan Fong nodded slowly, his gaze icy. Being targeted this early clearly indicated pre-existing anger even before the game began. And the only person with both the motive and the means to do that was
Tiền Thi Thi.
only she had the ambition and the money. But if she truly wanted me dead, with the Tian conglomerate's power they could have done it before the game started. No need for such a clumsy assassination. So what's the real purpose? Perhaps she wants to get acquainted with Shadow, and removing Tan Fong might just be a convenience. After all, I already refused her invitation to revel. Ha ha! How interesting. I've not even come looking for her. Yet she crawled to me herself. Tan Fong looked at the man and said coldly, "Fine, I'll take it, but pay half up front and I decide the timing." The man was briefly stunned. "Wait, I need to ask my superior." He quickly sent a message. A minute later he returned and nodded. "Okay, we can pay half up front. I'll make the transfer now." Transaction successful. You received 1,500 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong thought to himself the deposit was merely interest. "TNTT, just wait. Soon I'll come to you in person." The man handed him a virtual slip displaying the target's info. "Here is the address and target info. With your ability, finding him won't be an issue." Tan Fong glanced down, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Sun Tui, indeed where he was located. He turned and said coolly, "Fine, wait and see." The man stood there with a hint of disdain in his eyes. What arrogance, after all, just a dog working for Miss Tien. Then another voice called out, "Boss, please stop." A girl stepped forward in tight red pants with a sword on her back, her gaze resolute. "I heard you're collecting boss coordinates. I have the location of a golden boss. Interested?" Tan Fong glanced over and replied tersely, 100 days on boss sighting. Pay on delivery." The girl didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. "All right, follow me. It's north of town, a bit far." Tan Fong asked, "What boss?" The girl answered, "The pestilence bearer." His eyes brightened. "Right, that's the one. You actually encountered it?" she asked. She added, "Are you okay going alone? That boss has pretty strong ranged damage." Tan Fong sneered, "No problem. Just lead the way." The pestilence bearer is indeed a golden boss. It emits a poisonous circle. Being within its range drains health points every second. Therefore, it must be killed as quickly as possible. For me now, a few skills are all that's needed. The girl pointed off into the distance. Enthusiastic. "This way." Tan Fong said nothing more. His silhouette sank into the dying light over the town. In the dimming light of afternoon, before the mouth of a moss-covered cave where faint poisonous fumes drifted like mist, the girl turned and pointed ahead. The boss is in this cave. My team cleared all the minor mobs but were powerless against the boss. I'll lead you in. She spun on her heel and led the way through intertwined roots. Tan Fong followed silently, his footsteps without a sound. At the end of the cave she stopped, her voice dropping. It's right there, before them. A grotesque tree trunk had risen from the gray earth, its body covered in parasitic fungi, emitting a poisonous blue mist. Tan Fong's breath shifted slightly, a cold flash in his eyes. Lifespan has been sent. Transaction successful, you transferred 100 tradable days of lifespan. The girl froze for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. Tan Fong silently assessed the boss tree, his gaze ice-cold. If his memory was right, this boss's poison could actually be dodged. Phantom Shade, 75% dodge rate, just right. At that moment the girl spoke, her voice anxious. Actually, I have to be honest. This is a trap. As soon as you start fighting, people will show up to kill you. I heard they've prepared anti-stealth devices at level 2. Doesn't matter. Tan Fong replied coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. The girl bit her lip, as if having decided, and continued. They also told me to pretend to stop you as part of the plan to learn more about you, then ultimately try to track down your real-life identity. Tan Fong nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the toxin-emitting trunk. He muttered as if to himself, "What kind of rotten plan is that?" The girl hesitated. "I'm being forced. In real life they have leverage over me. I want to tell you everything."
Behime S. Đông Phương Hiền.
In-game his name is Mei Nan. He said you killed him once. An image flashed through Tan Fong's mind. An arrogant man trying to snatch the Golden Ghost ship boss, then turning traitorous and offering skill books in plea for forgiveness. He smiled coldly inside. The girl panicked. "You even killed Tong Fai, you can surely kill him. I trust you, I've told you everything. You can't betray me, or they'll torture me to death." Tan Fong shook his head slightly, his gaze as deep as an abyss. A childish scheme. In my previous life I never heard that name. Maybe he was wiped the moment he entered the game. "Fine, consider it convenient to kill a dog," he said coldly. "I'm going in to fight the boss. Carry out your scheme. Lure their people here, leave the rest to me." With that he leapt up, vanishing midair as his stealth skill activated. The girl panicked. "Wait! It's over. It's really over." In her memory Dong Fong Hien once led 3 squads of 18 to attack this boss, but they were annihilated within half a minute. The poison was too strong. They hadn't even grazed 5% of the boss's HP. Shadow alone was tantamount to suicide. I must figure out an escape. But in midair, Tan Fong summoned the Grace of Release skill, activating the effect that amplifies weaknesses, cutting throats. Tan Fong's eyes flashed. Killing intent as cold as ice surged out. He struck down with a shield phantom slash. The boss howled as its HP plunged like a waterfall. 700, 2,189, 6,366. The golden health bar dropped to half. The girl cried in horror. What? One strike took 2/3 of the golden boss's HP. Over 80,000 damage. Is this even human? Tan Fong said nothing, standing on a dry branch, coldly watching each drop of toxin fall like blood. He immediately vanished with shield phantom, then reappeared beside the girl. Quickly calculating in his mind, he decided not to finish the boss yet. Let Dong Fong Hien's people come and feed their lives, wait for his skill cooldown, then send them all to hell. Grace of Release has a 25-second active cooldown. With 75% cooldown reduction, 14.3 seconds remain. Outside the cave, the sound of people surged. Prepare to enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who obstructs will be killed without question. Tan Fong looked out silently, a faint smirk at his lips. Is it them? Did he intend to tussle with Dong Fong Hien? Was the real plan to have Bong Tuet pretend to stop a dozen or so people? He glanced at Bong Tuet, who was grinding her teeth, and hastily summoned a giant golden shield to block the cave entrance. Tan Fong looked at the large golden shield blazing across the entrance, raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, golden shield. So they came to her to put on a show. With this defense, few can break it in the early stage. Maybe she received the ancient god's blessing outside, so she was able to open a golden tier treasure chest. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed like a thin blade. In an instant, Tan Fong's figure blurred and shot out like a black lightning bolt. Shield phantom slash. The strike fell like a death sentence on the rushing crowd. No warning, no time to react. In a moment, blood soaked the ground. Everyone was slaughtered. At that moment, Tan Fong's eyes emitted an eerie golden light. He coldly raised his hand and cast Bloom of the Cursed. From the bodies not yet cold, blood-red spider lilies sprouted, exuding a strange fragrance and slowly siphoning the remaining lifespan from the people. The girl beside him went pale, trembling with fear. Oh my God! That's terrifying. One move wiped out the whole group. What are those blood-red flowers? Good thing I didn't listen to Dong Fong Hien. Otherwise I'd be sharing a grave with Tong Fai and the others now. She took a deep breath and forced a bright smile. Big brother, let's be friends. If I get the chance I'll tell you Dong Fong Hien's real-life location.
Tần Phong nốt đét côn ly, phai.
The girl brightened and continued in a softer, flirtatious tone. If you need special services, I can provide them free for life.
Tần Phong smile côn ly in wali.
So that's what it was. No wonder she was so eager. Without answering, he vaulted once more, shield phantom streaking straight toward the boss. Amid the roaring and poisonous gas, the giant monster was killed instantly. You have slain the pestilence bearer encircled, golden rank, level 10. Reward, 7 evolution points, 55 tradable days of lifespan, and experience points. Tan Fong looked down at the pile of loot with contempt. The lifespan of more than a dozen people still wasn't worth a single boss. To come all this way instead of farming mobs, truly courting death. His gaze swept and paused on the girl still standing there. What? You're not leaving yet. The girl, startled, hurriedly bowed her head. Nothing, I'm going now. Bye-bye, big brother. As soon as she finished, she fled as if chased by a ghost. Left alone in the cave, Tan Fong raised his hand and activated Greedy Hand. The pile of items glowed brilliantly in the light. His eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen an assassin skill book. And one dropped. It's Dark Moment, Platinum Tier. Assassin system releases a dark radiance from the blade, blinding all enemies within 20 m. Duration 10 seconds. Scales with the target's spirit attribute. Cooldown 60 seconds reduced to 34.3 seconds. Requires level 10. Excellent. Tan Fong immediately learned the skill, a cold satisfaction flashing in his eyes. If he could blind enemies, even when not stealthed he could trigger double damage. With this skill, bosses with high anti-stealth won't affect his output. Beside that was a weapon that made him even more pleased. Platinum Tier Pestilence Blade, Assassin Weapon. Plus 216 attack, plus 42 agility, plus 0.3 weak spot attack multiplier. Special effect. Attack supply poison that detonates after 3 seconds, dealing an additional 50% damage. Not bad, what a bountiful day. Tan Fong skimmed his status panel. Evolution points, 98. Just a bit more to evolve Greedy Hand from epic to legendary. Only 10,000 XP needed to advance the profession. Without hesitation, he quietly left the cave and began sweeping up the lesser mobs. At Tan Fong's appearance, the swarm of shrimp and crab creatures let out a terrified cry and fled in panic. But it was already too late. Tan Fong coldly switched to massacre mode. His blade slashed like a gale, the shrimp and crab swarm chopped into pieces, flesh and blood spraying everywhere. The remaining ones squealed in terror, but still could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. After a while, Tan Fong stopped and exhaled. A brilliant golden light began to envelop his whole body. You have advanced the obsession profession. From now on, each tier grant stat increases. Strength from 3 to 9, Constitution from 3 to 9, Agility from 8 to 24, Spirit from 5 to 15. Tan Fong now radiated a divine golden light, though his eyes still held a cold aloofness. Passive profession skills activated. Stealth I. Stealth duration doubled. Stealth 2. Can use skills while stealthed. Stealth 3. If striking from outside the enemy's sight range, damage is tripled. Reading the announcement, Tan Fong slowly said, unable to hide his satisfaction. Advancing to first-tier triples attributes directly, plus the ability to remain stealthed. If I manage cooldowns well, I can almost maintain permanent stealth. Attacks from outside vision no longer just double but triple. It's only first tier and already so powerful. No wonder it's called the strongest stealth profession. Right after, a system sound announced that 7 players in the Zhonghai area had reached level 10. The teleportation to the continent abandoned by the gods will open in 10 minutes. Players who don't meet the requirements should prepare to leave. The rankings popped up immediately. First, Shadow. Second, Grey Rose.
Thơ, Hà Tuyết Thiên.
Fourth, Black Cloth Forest.
5. Đại Lý Tử.
Sixth, Vong Man.
7. Hoài Hữu Tuyết Hàm.
Tan Fong glanced at the system time. 8:30 p.m. Does Zhonghai really have this many level 10 players? He faintly smirked, eyes scanning the familiar names. In his past life, the leaderboard was full of foreigners at this point. But now, thanks to him offloading a large amount of gear and skills, the balance has begun to shift. Maybe the world's outcome will change because of it. The thought made him a little eager. The real world late at night. Under the dim streetlights, police cars escorted a group of handcuffed criminals. A young officer stepped forward to report. All key personnel of the Daijong Industrial Crime Syndicate have been arrested. Only 3 remain online in the game. Their bodies are in a disintegrated state and cannot act. Awaiting orders. An older leader said in a low voice, "You've worked hard. Send a notice to Envu. Find a way to force the suspects offline." The man beside him nodded. That's a good idea. Even if they hide in small towns and can't be attacked, their bodies will still get hungry. When they need to eat, they'll have to go offline. Cut the connection and we can catch them. The leader's gaze darkened slightly. We must thank the one called Shadow. He provided intel on Daijong and warned that in-game abilities can be extracted into reality. If we had delayed and Zhang Lu and his gang reached level 10 and obtained powers, the casualties would be catastrophic. There have already been riots in one country, thousands dead. The squads we seeded into the game also reached level 10 thanks to Shadow's gear and skills. He's a talent Great Xia cannot afford to lose. We must secure him. Return to the game world. Tan Fong received a message. Big bro, I didn't expect you to be a hero who slays evil. I worship you so much. He frowned and replied, puzzled. What nonsense are you talking about? If you have something, say it straight. The girl answered eagerly. Don't be modest. The government has announced it. Daijong Industry colluded with Tongfei to kidnap and murder players. Your elimination of them was government authorized. Tan Fong read the message without replying, thinking to himself, whitewashing, huh? Probably to make future cooperation easier. He added one more message. Have you found Dong Fuang Hien's location yet? The girl replied immediately. Not yet. I'll tell you as soon as I hear anything. He answered back. All right. At that moment, Tan Fong looked up at the sky. Time was running out. The most important thing now was to reach the continent abandoned by the gods. Many had used the town's teleportation system, but no one had yet opened the teleportation array to the continent. Stepping into the teleportation circle, an announcement rang out. Teleporting to the continent abandoned by the gods. Tan Fong thought to himself that this town was just a newbie village. Only upon reaching that continent would one truly be considered to have entered the game. Outside the array, several players who witnessed Tan Fong vanish were left bewildered. I don't see anyone anymore. Who just activated it? Need I ask? Of course, it's the old Shadow. Impossible. I have anti-stealth skill level 2 and still couldn't see him. Are you dumb? That means the old man's stealth level has surpassed level 2. Meanwhile, Tan Fong had already been teleported to the destination. What met his eyes was a scene of ruin, devastation so familiar. He muttered under his breath, his voice low as if soliloquizing. As expected, nothing's changed from my past life. Zhonghai City is desolate, still rotting and dead like this. His gaze swept over piles of collapsed concrete and buildings reduced to rusted steel frames. Other players, from different cities, would be teleported to ruins corresponding to where they had lived in real life. A chilling coincidence between the virtual world and reality. The reason for this strange phenomenon remained an unsolved mystery. Suddenly, from behind, a pair of blazing red eyes locked onto his back, and the air grew briefly cold. A creature with a worm-like body, for eyes, and serrated razor-sharp teeth, suddenly lunged at incredible speed. But as it struck, Tan Fong had vanished. He used Phantom Shade to make the monster's attack hit empty air. He then counterattacked with Shield Phantom Slash, the cold black light tearing through the space. You have defeated a territory greedy, level 11, normal quality. Before he could catch his breath, 3 more crawled out from the rubble and lunged at once.
Tần Phong Voltet 2, Naroi Evading.
Then activated Grace of Release, along with Shield Phantom Slash again. The screams ended. Loot clattered onto the ground. He glanced over and coldly murmured, "There's no safe zone here like in the town. Monsters are everywhere. Enemies hide on all sides." Amid a battlefield reeking of metal and dust, his expression remained calm, as if accustomed to living in hell. If he could find cover within the ruins, he could establish a stronghold and dominate the area. Tan Fong quickly moved to the northwest. When he stopped, he looked at the dilapidated building before him and said in a low voice, "This was the headquarters of the Slaughter God Guild in my past life, in another area of the ruins, and Vu's team had just been teleported as well." Chuhek looked around, frowning. "Is this where the gods used to operate?" Vong Man grimaced. "It looks more like the ruins of a modern city." Chuhak was suddenly stunned and turned toward a ruined building. "Wait, isn't this Jongnam City?" Chu Tuet nodded in confirmation. "It is. Jongnam City Hall is still there." Chuek looked around again, puzzled. "Some say Big Brother Shadow was teleported here too, so why can't we see him?" Chu Tuet smiled faintly. "Don't look for him, Chu Hak. He has a stealth skill." At that moment the ground shook as 2 earthworm-like monsters, each as large as a drum, rose from the ground and charged at everyone.
Vương mãnh sao tét, monster.
"Watch out!" Chu Tuet reacted quickly and summoned Guardian Spirit. Her little bird flew up, perched on Vong Mana's head, and emitted a protective halo. The 2 monsters hesitated for a beat, then surged forward again. Thwack! The shield blocked the blow, but Vong Man was still knocked back, groaning in pain. Chu Tuet immediately healed him and warned, "Their attack power is stronger than the silver-white boss around the town. Don't underestimate them." A young man with a bow gritted his teeth and released a binding volley. The 2 monsters were instantly pinned to the ground by rings of energy. He laughed. "Gotcha. This time they're done for. I used everything to take them down." Nearby, Chu Hak chanted a spell, unleashing the skill prophetic Great Fireball. A fireball erupted from his staff, slamming down. The 2 monsters were burned to ash instantly. "You have defeated territory greeters. 2 defeated." Items dropped. The archer clapped and cheered. "Well fought, impressive." Vong Man turned and said, "Chu Tuet, send the owl up high to scout the surrounding area." Chu Tuet nodded, closed her eyes, and guided the bird upward. A moment later she opened her eyes, her expression darkening. "Monsters everywhere. The recent fight attracted their attention. They're heading toward us." Her voice dropped. "Also, there's no safe zone in sight." "What do we do, Captain?" The team fell silent. Vong Man widened his eyes. "No safe zone," the archer blurted out. "What kind of rotten place is this?" In a blink it turned into a survival game. Chuhek spoke up, a bit urgent. "Chu Tuet, can you locate the old man Shadow? He arrived before us, he can't be far. If we find him, we'll be safe." Chu Tuet closed her eyes and sent her mental sensing across the area. But after a few seconds she shook her head. "Can't find anyone." Suddenly her eyes lit up and she exclaimed in surprise. "Wait! There's a lot of light to the northwest, reflections from items dropped when monsters were killed." Chu Hak's eyes brightened. "Right? It's definitely from the old man. His inventory must be full, so he couldn't pick up all the loot." Chu Tuet nodded in agreement, but her face quickly grew serious. "Be careful. Many more monsters are appearing around that area." Sure enough, from all sides came a rustling like hundreds of claws scraping the ground. Twisted, malformed bodies burst from the cracks, eyes glowing like long-starved beasts, and Vu immediately ordered, "Fall back. The monsters over there were cleared by the old man's shadow. That area is safer." Everyone moved toward the glow of the dropped items. Vong Man responded decisively, "Hold the formation. Do not split up. Fight while retreating." The team all nodded. Blades flashed, magic fire roared. The battle was close, but the formation held as they cleared a path through a rain of monster blood. Elsewhere, deep in the ruined city of Zhanghai, Tan Fong was operating alone. A pack of low-level monsters was gathering. He merely lifted his hand and executed a shield phantom slash. Shadows of the blade filled the area and everything was crushed in an instant. Monster corpses lay scattered like trash, the light from dropped items glittering across the ground. He murmured in a cold voice, "Even without activating the active effect of Grace of Release, the total damage of Shield Phantom Slash now reaches 20 to 30,000. These small monsters are just punching bags for me to train my hand."
Tần Phong oan cờ lây su.
After a while he stopped. "Here, this is the hideout." Before him was a heavily collapsed area that looked like nothing but rubble. Yet beneath the debris lay a hidden enormous palace. Something that in his past life took a long time for anyone to discover. This was the largest stronghold in Zhanghai, the secret base of the Slaughter God Guild. The underground palace contained thousands of chambers and dozens of vast halls. It had once been a true underground city with systems, order, and death lurking within. Tan Fong began descending the spiral staircase, his voice cold as frost. "In my past life, to take this place I had to gather the 3 strongest teams, 18 elite warriors, all level 15, armed to the teeth, and still we paid the price. Ding. System. You have entered the hideout, spirit-purifying land." The scene before him opened like another world. Ancient in style, dimly lit like ghostly flames. Ghostly spirits floated in the air, their hissing sounds sending shivers down the spine. Tan Fong's gaze was steady as a mountain, without the slightest tremor. "But now I alone am enough." The monsters detected the intruder, let out eerie, manic laughs, and charged. Tan Fong drew the plague blade and noted quickly, "An elemental soul of golden rank, level 12? Immediately he cast Moment of Darkness. An absolute nightfall blanketed the entire area. The monsters lost sight like headless snakes and stood frozen. In that darkness, Shield Phantom Slash was executed continuously, like an invisible death reaper wielding a sword in the night. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword chi tore the air, and monster corpses fell like rain. In less than a minute, all were slain, and items scattered at his feet. Tan Fong stopped and glanced at the battlefield behind him. While blind, all attacks deal bonus damage. These level 12 small fry are just target dummies. He picked up no items, instead walking silently to an ancient, dust-covered altar. 15 in the first great hall were eliminated, yet this place has dozens of great halls and thousands of rooms. A cold smile crossed his lips. Truly a magnificent structure. If I clear out all the monsters here, there might be enough resources to evolve the greedy hand once more. Standing atop a pile of glittering loot, he looked straight into the distant darkness and said in a hoarse voice, "When the small fry are all dead, the guardian will appear." A vague image formed in his mind. A monster entirely blue like electric charge, plated in black like an ancient cuirass, its eyes flashing like blade edges. Scene shift to a solemn space. Towering shelves of books surrounded the room, old dusty tomes shedding particles in the breeze. In the center, a teleportation array glowed. 2 figures materialized in its faint blue light. A dark-skinned man with curly hair and wary eyes, and a girl whose gaze brimmed with curiosity. The array flashed one last time and quietly extinguished. The 2 had been sent to the continent abandoned by the gods. The man frowned, looking around at the desolation. "Is this the continent abandoned by the gods?" The girl next to him knit her brow, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. "Strange. This place looks oddly familiar." Her gaze swept the ruins and suddenly froze. A shattered statue reached out from the blackened rubble, the Statue of Liberty. The girl murmured, "Impossible. Isn't this New York?" Cut to another group just arriving on the abandoned divine land. They stood among the wreckage, their eyes roaming in bewilderment. One cried out in astonishment, "This is the ruins of C1-60, and over there is London," the dark-skinned man gasped. Could it be that people from different regions are teleported to the ruins of the cities they come from? Strange. Each person is sent to the corresponding ruins of their own city. Before the question could be answered, two tall dark shapes suddenly appeared behind them. They were local monsters, giant earthworm-like creatures, exuding a fetid, slimy stench. The dark-skinned man screamed in panic, "Danger, run!" But before they could retreat, the monster's gaping maws lunged forward. A pitiful scream rang out and ended in an instant. Cut to the ruins of Zhonghai. The ground is littered with abandoned items, a faint golden light spreading like stardust. Vong Man hid behind a rock crevice, peered out to check. No monsters in sight. We can rest for a bit. And Vu sat panting, cheeks flushed, eyes full of reverence. No wonder he's the old man's shadow. I thought we were strong, but in the end we still tremble under his shadow. Vong Man frowned. "Captain and watch your wording." And Vu laughed awkwardly. "Huh, what's wrong with that? I'm being honest." Chuhak intervened, his voice low. Luckily he cleared the area. Otherwise, with the number of monsters just now, we'd all have become their prey. She frowned. "By the way, I wonder, if we die here, where will we respawn?" Vong Man turned. "Captain In, the six of us still aren't ready to explore this wasteland. Wait until everyone reaches level 10. Then we can coordinate effectively." And Vu nodded without objection. Meanwhile, Tutuet was scouting the area. She bent over a monster corpse, frowning. This monster is fragmented unusually, as if Old Man Shadow vanished right here. She pointed to the loot-strewn ground, voice full of desire. "There are even yellow-grade items. I really want to pick them up." Vong Man frowned. "I've sent word to Shadow. I'm not sure if he still needs this pile of stuff." At the same time, inside the spirit-purifying land, Tan Fong had just finished another battle. A final sword stroke cut down a half-man, half-smoke monster, its body turning to ash. He looked around. Golden light from the dropped items fell like a heavy rain, lighting up the space. He murmured in a cold tone. "Finally cleared all the small fry. Over 40 great halls, 1,000 small rooms, totaling more than 400. His gaze landed on the status board. 4 bronze bosses, 2 silver-white bosses. Over 100,000 experience points. Evolution points are now 205, only 5 points short of evolving the greedy hand. At that moment, a message from Vong Man popped up. "Big bro, where are you? We see the loot dropped by the monsters you killed. You didn't pick it up. We'll collect it and return lifespan to you at market price." Tan Fong curled a lip. "The government squad's here already?" He replied, "Fine. I'll contact you later. There are some pieces of gear to negotiate." "Roger. We'll wait at ruined fort coordinates 89.554 to 66.666. He closed the chat window, and Tan Fong's eyes suddenly turned colder. Lightning suddenly flashed ahead, bolts crisscrossing like a web in the sky. A powerful aura approached, making the air heavy. He stepped up onto a stone, drew his sword from its sheath, and whispered, "The Guardian has appeared." A gigantic figure materialized amid the thunderstorm. Ding! The spirit-purifying arbiter, level 15, rank platinum. The symbol of spirit purifying was carved on its brow. Dark black armor covered its body like an ancient knight, lightning coiling around like a dragon. System: you have encountered the guardian of the spirit-purifying land. Defeat him and you will become the master of this land. Tan Fong moved slightly. His figure vanished into the warped air as Shield Phantom activated. With cold eyes, he silently watched the Arbiter amid the raging storm. Lightning danced around its massive form like silver dragons in the dark. Level 15, the highest level monster in the Ruin City. He thought, Arbiter is the top boss here. 750,000 HP, divided into 3 phases. Memories of his past life sliced across his mind like a blade. Arbiter's single-target lightning strikes once shredded warriors in golden armor. But this time, Tan Fong's eyes darkened. I don't need to block anymore. Just avoid getting hit. Immediately after, Shield Phantom Slash was triggered, his silhouette striking like thunder. Tan Fong charged at the boss, the blade tracing a razor line, but the hit dealt no damage at all. Unfazed, he continued to seize the opportunity, with a direct attack to the weak point. The boss's HP plummeted, dropping like a waterfall. Fan Sen roared in fury. A lightning spear formed in its hand, then like a storm, a barrage of lightning bolts was launched. Tan Fong didn't confront them head-on. He kept moving, dodging each space-rending bolt. If he got hit even once, he'd definitely die. A platinum boss, its skills all have damage-boosting effects. My dodge rate is 75%, but against Fan San it drops to just over 50% chance to hit. Still, 182 agility isn't to be underestimated. With a speed exceeding 40 meters per second, he could nimbly evade each lightning strike. In the previous life, the whole guild had to use 4 priest shields and pray for luck to get through. Tan Fong tightened his grip on the sword, a murderous gleam flashing in his eyes. But this time, I won't give you a chance. He burst forward at high speed and landed a critical slash on the boss, its health dropping to only 2/3. Neck cut, grace of release, shield phantom slash, plus toxic damage from the plague blade. Together they shredded 250,000 points of HP. The boss roared and entered phase 2. Its body blazed and became invincible. 3 giant lightning orbs appeared around it. Tan Fong coldly looked up at the pitch-black sky. In this phase, if the 3 orbs aren't destroyed, the boss will go berserk. In the previous life, the team was wiped out because of a 1-second lapse. He remembered clearly. After that battle, Tan Tu sobbed on voice chat, "I don't want to fight anymore." On the second run, she wasn't brought along, and the team cleared it in one go. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, swung his arm, and launched an extremely toxic throwing knife that pierced the first orb, detonating it in an instant. The orb exploded, the boss howled, and its HP fell further. The rule was clear. Each orb destroyed inflicted massive damage to the boss. Without hesitation, he hurled throwing knives at the second and then the third orb in succession. Boom! All 3 lightning orbs detonated. Boss Fan Sen screamed in agony and shifted to phase 3. Its HP was now below 1/4. Its whole body blazed, lightning surging outward like a violent thunderstorm. The air thickened as arcs of electricity streamed from it, tearing space apart. Tan Fong knew well that in phase 3 it would spam skills nonstop. In the previous life, to survive they had to wear full lightning resist sets, raise priest shields, and burn through all healing to barely make it. But now, he leaped into the air like a swift cut of a bird through the storm. A ring of golden protection appeared around him. "You cast lightning from below, so I'll strike from above." Immediately after, Grace of Release combined with Blacklight Shield was activated, each move time to the breath. Tan Fong stood firm inside the protective ring, the aura around him still lingering. The blade in his hand gleamed with a gloomy black, cold as impending death. Grace of Release and Blacklight Shield activated. A black light flared as if swallowing the lightning, enveloping his body. At that moment, Tan Fong's eyes showed no emotion, only the calm of someone certain of his enemy's death. Shield Phantom Slash. His silhouette tore through the air, striking the crown of Fan San like a fatal lightning bolt. The blade struck, the boss's helmet was knocked off and rolled across the ground. Boom! The boss froze for a long, endless moment before collapsing. Ding! You have slain the spirit-purifying Arbiter Platinum Tier boss. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. Your forethinking attributes have increased. You gain 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong curled his lip and murmured coldly, "Good." The system announced again. You are the first player in the world to defeat a Platinum Tier boss. Fame plus 10. You have become the master of the spirit-purifying land. Across the battlefield, items glittered and scattered, but Tan Fong didn't bother to glance at them once. He simply stood still and murmured, "The hideout isn't just a shelter in the game. It's a real base that can store and be transported to the real world." In his memory, when the divine spirit collapse began, the modern weapons that once dominated humanity became useless. Nuclear bombs were neutralized on day 1. Planes, tanks, All became scrap within a month or two. From that moment, humanity had to rely on extraction abilities from the divine spirit collapse. New power, new rules. After a hideout is brought into reality, a magical barrier can activate an absolutely secure fortress, if exploited correctly. He stopped, silent. His gaze grew deep. In his previous life, his guild, the Godslayer, had turned this place into their headquarters. Many memories, both joyful and bloody. But he had seen too many people come and go. Enough! Tan Fong clenched his fist. This time there will be no more Godslayers. I will walk alone to the very peak. In some forest, amid a torrential downpour, Tan Du's team fell into chaos. A giant axe-wielding monster roared, swinging down like thunder. A young man barely dodged and shouted, "Move!" Tan Du froze within the axe's arc. She screamed, "Ah! Save me!" Slice. Her body was cleaved in two, blood spraying everywhere. You have died, losing 14 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have died, losing 2 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Du was resurrected in town. Face panicked. "I died again?" A message popped up. "Told you to dodge. An axe that big and you didn't dodge?" Tan Du gritted her teeth and replied, "Who are you scolding? If you're the tanker and can't hold the boss properly, don't blame me for lacking dodge skills." "Goldie." The young man couldn't hold back his anger. "With such a wide area attack, how could I tank it, you idiot?" Ding. Player Great Frenzy, level 8, left the party. At that moment, another girl in the team messaged, "Chudu, the tanker ran. The boss is hitting me. Help." Boom. The boss swung its axe. The other girl died on the spot and was also teleported back to town. She trembled as she looked at Tan Du. "Let's farm monsters first. There's not much lifespan left. I'm scared." Tan Du nodded, said nothing, her heart full of worry. At that moment, a world announcement rang out. Player Shadow, Region Zhonghai City, is the first to defeat a Platinum tier boss. Fame +10. The forums exploded. Holy crap! Soloed a Platinum boss? Not many on the continent have reached that level. Who is Shadow? Does anyone know his true identity?
Tần Tiểu Du Webtoon.
A Platinum boss? I've never even seen a golden boss. How could someone be that strong? She clenched her teeth, eyes fixed on the still visible announcement. Why? Why am I struggling so much while that damned name can do it? Back at the place where the boss was killed, Tan Fong stood among the rubble, covered in the light of scattered loot, and sighed softly. Level 11, he murmured. After level 10, each level grants 4 points to all attributes plus 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he poured everything into agility. With sufficient speed, combined with unlimited invisibility, even the boss couldn't touch the hem of his cloak. A faint smile crossed his lips. He hadn't expected killing a Platinum boss to yield a full 20 evolution points. He opened the skill panel and paused at the Greedy Hand skill. Then evolve it right away. You have consumed 210 evolution points. Greedy Hand evolved from Epic to Legendary. Additional loot reward rate increased from 300% to 500%. Rarity upgrade chance for loot increased by 100%. Gained passive effect, 100 greedy space slots for item storage. Tan Fong's eyes brightened. He murmured coldly, "Very good. From 3 shares of loot to 5, plus an extra 100 inventory slots, now that's proper compensation." He activated the upgraded skill and began collecting loot. You received an additional 5 shares of loot. You gained 100 evolution points, leaving 115 points remaining. In his bag, he found 2 assassin set pieces and an assassin skill book. Levels not high enough. Store them in the hideout for now. Wasting no time, he summoned the devout follower. A ragged zombie materialized from the void. "Gather all the loot in the palace and pile it up for me." The follower growled once and moved quickly to obey. Tan Fong returned to the evolution panel. 115 points remained, enough to upgrade a slew of skills. Spent 42 evolution points. Shadow Step evolved 3 times to Epic. Invisibility duration increased from 30 SIXS to 60s. Attacks from stealth rose from 300% to 500%. Cooldown reduced from 22s to 8.5s. Spent 34 evolution points. Reinforced backstab evolved twice to epic. Rear attack damage increased from 50% to 75%. You consumed 1+2+3 evolution points. Moment of Darkness evolved from platinum to teal to diamond, then to epic. It now blinds all enemies within 60 m, up from 20 m. Duration is 16 seconds, up from 10. Duration may be shorter depending on the target spirit. Spent 33 evolution points. Blooming Curse evolved 3 times to legendary. It can be used on a player's corpse within 60 seconds after death. The corpse is absorbed and ceases to exist. Absorbs 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan and can absorb non-tradable lifespan orbs dropped when enlightenment is resolved. Tanfong froze. Eyes cold. Absorb non-tradable lifespan? Memories from his previous life surged back. In high-tier areas like the Rampage Zone inside special bosses, life depletion rates are hundreds or tens of thousands of times faster. Their non-tradable lifespan is burned first. If so, this type of lifespan will become common later. This truly is a god-tier skill. Just then a message popped up. The sender was the shield maid who had teamed with him on the quest. Congrats, Elder, on killing the first platinum boss. Tanfong glanced and replied coldly, "What's up? I have good news."
Đông Phương Hiền finally went offline.
I heard their clan is holding a banquet at the Jongnam restaurant. Their family acquired a lot of lifespan and are preparing to convert it into combat power to deploy into the game. He closed his eyes for a second and answered, "Well done. Elder, it's my duty. You must kill Dong Fuang Hien, or I'll be in trouble." "Don't worry." Tanfong replied coldly to the message and ended the chat. His gaze fell on the scattered loot across the palace floor. He touched it lightly and items were drawn into the 100-slot backpack granted by Greedy Hand. If piling all this on still left room, a secondary piece of gear could serve as a strategic warehouse. Time to find Vong Man and sell everything to them. As he appeared, cheers erupted. And Vu waved excitedly like a child seeing a superhero. "Look, Shadow is here." Miss Zhang threw her arms forward as if to embrace him, calling loudly, "Elder." Tanfong raised a hand to stop her, expression unchanged. "Same rules as always. I set the price. You can take it or leave it." He tossed out 30 common items and a bronze sword. Nonchalantly, "Discount for you? All one price, 950 days. The hand that had blocked her left a faint imprint on Envu's face, but she paid it no mind and smiled brightly. Fine Elder. We estimated the first lot at over 1,000 days, so I'll round and give you 2,000 days." Tanfong nodded slightly. "Done. This lot includes silver, golden, and platinum gear. Total value 18,000 tradable days." And Vu checked and widened her eyes. "Platinum gear? I don't even have a complete golden set yet." "Elder, you really are the elder selling platinum gear too. Amazing. With this stash, Zhonghai City's growth rate will skyrocket." "Thanks. Big bro Shadow." Tanfong replied indifferently, "No problem. Just helping each other." At that moment Tuhak asked curiously, "Hey, why does your backpack have so many slots? Are you Doryman?" Tanfong glanced at her. "Maybe your bags are already full, right?" He switched to a serious tone. "A friendly reminder. Under the statue in the ruined city is a staircase. Beneath is a teleportation formation that returns you to the original city. But returning costs 500 days of lifespan the first time. Subsequent returns do not. Consider carefully. I'm leaving first." With that, he turned and left, his silhouette gradually disappearing into the gray mist. And Vu shouted excitedly, "See? I told you the elder must be reincarnated. Otherwise, how would he know such hidden information?" Vong Man hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Captainin, please don't be like that. I'm a little scared." And Vu set a can of drink on her hip and sat casually. "What do you all think? What if I seduce Shadow?" The people around her stared blankly. No one answered. Inwardly they all cursed. No chest, no butt, and she wants to seduce someone. At the same time, Tanfong had left the area and continued moving. He stopped. The system opened and a line of text appeared. "Do you want to spend tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality?"
Tần Phong replied coolly, Shin Level, Shin Clark Evolution.
Spending 27,000 tradable days of lifespan. Level sync and class evolution complete. Tan Fong's gaze turned icy. Next was skill extraction. Last time he only extracted Shadow Step level 1. This time he decided to burn all resources. Spent 1,960 days, upgraded Shadow Step to level 10. Spent 900 days reinforced backstab. Spent 1,000 days extracted Greedy Hand. Spent 3,200 days extracted Shield Phantom Slash. Spent 536 days extracted Illusory Demon Shade. Spent 16,099 days extracted Blooming Curse. Spent 11,313 days extracted Dark Light Shield. Extraction sync complete. You have 7,480 days remaining. He said in a low voice. Continue. Spent 3,600 days extracted Golden Hidden Rope. Spent 3,394 days extracted Devout Follower Necklace. Golden. Tan Fong muttered. The Devout Follower Necklace not only reduces cooldowns, more importantly, it allows summoning Platinum tier followers. Now, in reality, I'm almost invincible. Looking at the stats, the last line showed 486 tradable days remaining. He exhaled lightly, his eyes darkened. His entire estate had been drained, but his power in reality was now nearly equal to in the game, only lacking lifespan for the next offline extraction. He must get more. Saying nothing further, he logged out of the game. Back in reality, Tan Fong's body was now covered in layers of thick dark qi, his cold eyes emitting a dim golden light. He curled a lip. Tian Tt knew this address. To be safe, he had to leave first. Extracting the spirit-purifying land would cost 1,300 years of lifespan, so for now he could only look for a temporary place to stay. His gaze swept the room one last time. Tan Fong raised his hand and activated the Greedy Hand skill. Instantly, space warped and all the furniture in the room seemed swallowed, disappearing into the void. The storage space of this skill is indeed overpowered. All my stuff fits neatly in my hand now. He stepped to the window, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through information. Dong Phuong Hien is at the Zhongnam restaurant, 15 kilometers away. At his current speed, less than 10 minutes. With that, he leapt down, his figure turning into a black streak slicing the air, melting into the night like a nightmare streaking across the city. At the Zhongnam restaurant, laughter and chatter rang throughout the luxurious hall. The Dong Phuong family members sat around the banquet table, faces full of excitement. Everyone now understands skills and lifespan from the game can affect the real world. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. A senior shouted. This time our Hien did very well, initially building power inside the game. Dong Phuong Hien smiled modestly. Grandfather, it was my duty. The silver-haired old man nodded approvingly, leaning on his cane. Very good. The lifespan gained this time will be used entirely to equip skills and upgrade. The goal is to get the core members to level 10 as soon as possible. Seize this opportunity and the Dong Phuong family will surely become the hegemon of the region. Establish a 10,000-year lineage, an unending dynasty. Dong Phuong Hien sat there, his eyes flashing with a dark gleam. This old man is half in the coffin yet still dreams of immortality. Humph, wait until I catch Shadow, extract his secrets, and force him to dedicate his lifespan to me for life. Then the first to die will be you. The old man asked again, what about tracking down Shadow's identity? Don't worry, grandfather. I've arranged a very reliable woman to approach him. News will come quickly. Once we capture him alive, he'll be a tool of our family. Good. Now, raise your glasses to the glorious future of the Dong Phuong family. Long live the Dong Phuong family. Long live the Dong Phuong family. But amid the cheers, darkness descended. Tan Fong had just wiped out the guards and thought coldly, I didn't expect these aristocrats to be armed with guns. Dark Light Shield and Illusory Demon Shade can't fully evade bullets. If shot in the head or heart you still die, better to be cautious. Immediately, he summoned the Devout Follower, an aberrant creature with claws and blue flame. As a silver tier boss, the Devout Follower has great damage resistance. Even when attacked with guns, it can hold out for a long time. Advance, leave none alive, he ordered coldly. The follower charged, eyes blazing. Who are you? Stop. The follower didn't answer, only hissed horribly and leapt forward. Blue flame exploded. No! It's a monster from divine relics. Open fire. The guard screamed, fire! But every shot only seemed to enrage the beast. It attacked the crowd with blue flame. One man was torn open by claws, blood spraying everywhere.
Đông Phương Hiền Vua Sốc.
Inside the chaos, the old man was seized by the devout follower, shouting, Hien, save me! Dong Phuong Hien turned and fled, panic in his heart. Damn it, if I log back into the game, reach level 10, and extract power, I'll return. Then no one will dare touch me. But after only a few steps, a figure as cold as ice blocked his path. Shadow.
He Rekogin Tần Phong.
Tan Phong said nothing, just a slight movement. His hand swung, and Dong Phuong Hien's head flew into the air. His eyes widened. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he fell onto the cold floor. Red spider lilies sprouted from his corpse, blooming scarlet across the area. Tan Phong stood motionless like a stone statue. The system displayed, absorbed 27,000 tradable days of lifespan. Absorbed an additional 485 years of non-tradable lifespan. He smiled, voice low and cold as winter frost. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. Under the gloomy, death-thickened air, the cursed flowers slowly unfurled. They drained every remnant, from lifespan to flesh of the unlucky, then dissolved into black mist that drifted into the air, as if no one had ever existed here. Not a drop of blood, not a scrap of bone remained. Tan Phong stood silently like a ghost. His eyes coldly surveyed the scene as he murmured, recording the result. Every time, blooming curse performs a great deed. It erases the corpse, cleans the traces, and sucks lifespan dry like wringing out a wet towel. Not a drop left. His non-tradable lifespan had now accumulated to 2,327 years, a figure far beyond ordinary limits. With this base, even entering the rampage zone, he no longer feared being oppressed or crushed. Suddenly someone outside shouted, "Call the police!" Gunshots and desperate screams came from the private room. Police squad rushed over immediately. The incident took place at the Dong Phuong family's private banquet, a power no one dares to touch. Reports said there had been a shootout with serious casualties. They smashed the door and stormed in, but the scene left everyone stunned. In the chaotic room there was not a single corpse, no survivors, not even a trace of blood. Only the smell of gunpowder and a deadly silence remained. Did anyone see anyone leave the restaurant? A cop called out. No one. Another answered hesitantly. How strange. Where did the Dong Phuong people go? All missing. A commander ground his teeth. Report it first. This is big. No one knew that Tan Phong had left the scene earlier, hiding with the shield phantom skill. No one knew that Tan Phong had slipped away earlier, cloaked by shield phantom. He slid out of the restaurant like a shadow, leaving no trace. In his eyes now there was only the next target, the Tien Corporation. However, Tien Corporation's headquarters had moved to North America since the game's arrival. In the city of Madu, only heiress TNT remained detained. He had to act before she left the country. He thought to himself, from Zhonghai to Madu is nearly 300 kilometers. Walking would take at least 2 to 3 hours, too slow, while every second now was worth more than gold. Checking into a hotel, Tan Phong sat on the bed, his gaze cold to the bone. I need to get a mount. Back in the game world, the system chimed mechanically. Welcome back to the game. Tan Phong began moving, calculating his route. There were still several silver and gold tier bosses in the western ruins. He could farm them. Just as he was considering this, a message popped up from Envu. Big brother? Big brother? Good news. He frowned, his expression wary. Seconds later, Envu explained. Tuhac just found an entrance to a tomb, but a gold tier resentful spirit was guarding it. We couldn't beat it and had to retreat. Tan Phong immediately asked, how did she find it? And Vu replied at her usual rapid pace. We were on our way back to the starting town and took a detour to avoid small monsters. Halfway through we found someone missing. After searching for a long time we found Tuhak had fallen into a pit, probably missed a step. It turned out to be a special ancient tomb below. A barrier blocked the party chat channels. No communication possible. We followed the pit's rim in and immediately encountered a level 12 gold tier boss wielding a blade, slashing wildly. Luckily we escaped in time. We're safe in Shelltown now. If you want to go, I'll send the coordinates.
Tần Phong smile.
Cam Lai was exactly Cam Lai, able to fall into a tomb amid the ruins. But he had to admit, tombs, shrines, and cursed ruins are strange opportunities, appearing randomly beyond the outskirts. Finding one is fate. He replied, okay, send me the coordinates. And Vu sent a mischievous emoji with her message, hum. If there's anything big you don't use, remember to sell it to us.
Tần Phong chúc cờ Silenti.
This and Vu was naturally sly. He replied curtly, fine. After a few minutes' travel, Tan Fong arrived at the given coordinates. In front of him was a dark, old well. He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. This well is the entrance? He glanced down to the bottom, a strange smile playing on his lips. Such a huge well, and she still managed to miss it. That woman Tuhak is truly a talent. Without hesitation, he jumped down. You have entered the Tomb of Grudges. Remote connection block. Tan Fong landed safely and immediately grew alert. The air here was thick with energy. The damp smell of the past mixed with resentment, as if walking inside a dead creature. From the darkness ahead, a pair of eyes flared red. That gaze froze the spine of anyone who saw it. A growling voice echoed, bringing waves of bone-chilling killing intent. A tall man stepped out, his body wreathed in dense black chi. He held a blade, muscles bulging, each heavy step seeming to compress the space. A level 12 gold tier resentful spirit. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes. He hadn't encountered this boss in his past life, but its form clearly signaled a physical type. High damage, wide area attacks. No wonder Vu's group scattered. He recalled that despite selling them many gear pieces and skill books, their strength hadn't improved much. Vong Man was a divine shield warrior with about 5,000 HP, yet a single slash took off half his bar, truly aberrant. The boss suddenly leapt forward, swinging its blade straight down at Tan Fong's head. He did not panic. He merely tilted his body to dodge. If he'd taken the full blow, he'd surely have died. Immediately, he counterattacked with Grace of Release. Shield Phantom Slash. Dozens of slashes flashed like lightning, accompanied by razor-sharp killing intent. As the boss staggered back half a step, he unleashed Throat Cut. The blade gleamed coldly, piercing through defenses as thick as steel. The boss's body was torn open, blood spurting. Tan Fong assessed silently. Defense is high, Shield Phantom Slash dealt only 80% damage, but it was useless. After being hit by Grace of Release, the boss couldn't withstand Throat Cut. Just as he thought it was over, boom! The boss's severed arm suddenly swelled. Tan Fong flinched, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Not good. Bang! The arm exploded like a meat bomb. Shards of black cheese scattered, embedding in the stone floor and the air. Tan Fong was standing right at the epicenter. Without thinking, he sprang backward, twisting midair like a wraith to slip clear of death's edge. He lowered his gaze to the lingering smoke and dust after the blast, breathed sharply, and thought, I was complacent. If I hadn't activated Illusory Demon Shade in time, my body would likely be splattered on that cliff. He remembered a faint event from his past life memories. Once they'd killed a strange boss not in the database. A teammate eagerly rushed to loot it, but the boss self-destructed upon death and blew him up on the spot. Several other teams were wiped out by the boss's suicide explosion. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes. This usually happened only with platinum-tier bosses, yet in this tomb a gold-tier boss played the self-destruct game. His eyes scanned the ground. A few items glittered as if intentionally alluring. Without hesitation he reached out and activated Greedy Hand. Ting! You defeated a gold-tier resentful spirit, received 10 Kucha, 10 tradable days of lifespan, gained 20 evolution points, looted the platinum skill book Nightfall Endurance. Using Greedy Hand, received an additional 630 tradable days of lifespan and looted the platinum Hateful Armor. The corner of Tan Fong's mouth twitched, A rare spark of excitement crossed his cold eyes. Good, both a usable skill and gear. He opened the new skills details. Nightfall Endurance, Platinum. Assassin class imbues weapons with dark power, dealing dark element damage to all enemies within 5 m. Adds 500 elemental damage, cooldown 10 seconds, cast time 5.7 seconds, requires level 11. Tan Fong nodded slightly, eyes showing surprise. An elemental skill for assassins and dark element at that. His spirit is higher than his strength, so magical attacks will hit harder than physical. He checked his stats. Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15. After a moment's thought, he decided to upgrade the skill to the Shroud rank. He spent evolution points 1 + 2 + 3, leaving 36 points. Nightfall Endurance evolved to Shroud rank. Range increased from 5 m to 12 m. Damage from 500 to 1,300 dark elemental points. Cooldown 10 seconds. Level requirement 11. Tan Fong studied the stats, his expression slightly subdued. After evolution, the range jumped from 5 m to 12 m and damage rose from 500 to 1,300. He analyzed further. It's still an area skill, so that bonus damage isn't huge. Total damage per cast is still lower than Shield Phantom Slash, but for clearing small mobs it's truly godlike. Shield Phantom Slash is a straight-line skill. Though its range is 5 m, it only cleaves in one direction. Nightfall Endurance, by contrast, is a deadly circle. The more enemies inside, the more devastating it is. He didn't stop. He opened the equipment interface and immediately donned the hateful armor. Item info appeared. Platinum rank, plus 55 attack, plus 45 physical defense, plus 42 all-element resistance, plus 777 damage block, requires level 11. Special effect, Hate. When attacked, gain plus 30 base attack power for 5 seconds. Tan Fong assessed coldly. The secondary effect was insignificant, but the defense and damage block far exceeded his level 5 gold Demon Fire set, so it was a clear upgrade. He flipped through a few more items, looting over 20 silver and gold tier pieces in total. He estimated mentally that selling them all would net over 10,000 tradable days of lifespan, usable to buy skills or level up. Tan Fong clenched his fist, his gaze cold as he stared down the dark corridor ahead. He could now press deeper into the tomb, hoping to find something valuable. Ideally a mount. Elsewhere in the game world, a goblin swung its battle axe with a grotesque roar. The next instant, Tan Tudu's and her close friend Yen Yen's bodies were cleaved at the waist, blood spraying everywhere. The horrific scene chilled the heart. Both were torn in two, vanishing in a deadly flash of light. A moment later, they revived at the starting town, the air thick with tension. A young man from Zhang Wei's team rushed forward, his face flushed with anger, grabbed Tan Tudu by the collar and snarled, "Do you have a brain, Tan Tudu? Don't think being high-level gives you the right to act recklessly. It's always like this. Because of you the whole team gets wiped. I only have 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left. Can you compensate me?" With that he shoved her hard, sending Tan Tudu sprawling face first onto the town's stone floor. Yen Yen hurried over and anxiously helped her up. "Tudu, are you okay?" But Zhang Wei no longer cared. He quickly logged off, his anger lingering in a final growl. "See you at school. I'll deal with you then." Yen Yen bent to support her, voice urgent. "Tudu, come back to my parents' small town with me. There's a community support group there for older people and those of us who aren't good at games. It's more peaceful." Tan Tudu still lay there, eyes glazed with resentment and bitterness. Her face was as cold as ice, teeth clenched, anger boiling within. "Zhang Wei, just wait. You dare raise your voice at me? A pack of leeches who used to fawn over me now bark like stray dogs. I refuse to believe none of them is strong enough to help me reclaim my peak." Tan Tudu stood up coldly, dusted off her skirt, then looked at Yen Yen with a frosty voice. "Go on yourself. I have other things to do." Without waiting for her friend to react, she logged out of the game. "Ah!" Yen Yen cried softly, watching the logout glow fade silently into the air. Back in the real world, in the quiet little room, Tan Tudu's expression hardened. Humiliated in the game, belittled by someone who once pursued her, trampled by those who had been weak before. All of it ignited her fury. She pulled out her phone, opened her contacts, and quickly texted, "Ham ham, can you help me level up?" The message was replied to in under 5 seconds. "Sure. 1 level for 1 night. Let's see how enjoyable the goddess is in bed." Tan Tu-do glared, hands clenched, lips trembling with anger. "You ugly bastard. Good for you, want my body? Get lost." She deleted the conversation and quickly moved to another name in her contacts. "Truong Nguai Hu, actually I've always liked you, but my brother Tan Fong used to stand in the way so I couldn't accept. Now I've cut ties with Tan Fong. I can finally be with you openly." This reply came slower but was sharp enough to chill her cold heart. "Idiot, do you want me to laugh myself to death? If you could cut off your own brother, who knows what you'd do to me later?" The message ended with a derisive laughing emoji. Tan Tu-do looked at the words, eyes empty. She was silent for a long time, then opened her friends list and messaged more. "Du Thieu, nobody's at my house. Will you come over and play? Also, can you help me level up? Oh, Tan Tu-do, I'm a platinum prodigy now. I've flown high. Later I'll have any girl I want. Stay away from me. Little Ma, I'm so bored. Can you take me along? I'm in Shelltown waiting for you. Tan Tu-do, everyone knows you sabotaged Zhang Wei. Don't make me use the new skill I learned. I'll punch your stomach twice now." In the empty room, the phone's light cast over Tan Tu-do's ashen face. She sat there, eyes fixed on the blank screen after a string of rejections, her hand trembling as she set the phone down. Damn these men. When it matters, there's no one to rely on. She burst into tears. "My non-tradable lifespan is only 2.5 years left. What am I going to do?" Amid the panic and anger, a name suddenly popped into her head. "Tan Fong," she whispered, as if calling into the void. Right. Although she'd cut ties and they'd once hurt each other with harsh words, he's still her brother. From childhood to now, the one who always protected, forgave, and loved her most was Tan Fong. He wouldn't abandon her. I have to go back to find him. He will surely have a way to solve all of this. Thinking that, Tan Tu-do immediately left the house and went to the home where she used to live with her brother. She froze in front of the familiar door. Her hand was raised but hesitated in midair. A strange feeling crept into her chest. Not regret, but a peculiar unease rising up. Go in. Be a little gentle, apologize once. That should work. He'll definitely forgive you. Then she frowned, her gaze turning cold. But I clearly did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? No, you can't think like that. To be sensible. Bowing is only temporary. Once he helps you level up and regain lifespan, cut him off completely afterward. Then you won't have to answer to anyone. You're a genius. With that thought, Tan Tu-do took a deep breath, put on the most innocent expression she'd ever used to soften others, and knocked. Tan Fong, open the door. Knock, knock, knock. Tan Fong, don't sleep. I'm back. Please open the door. Brother, I was wrong. Please open the door. But inside it was completely silent. No footsteps, no breathing. She kept knocking, each time harder. Her arm trembled from the cold or from urgency. She couldn't tell. Tan Fong, can you hear me? I'm your sister. Open the door. No one answered. Patience was quickly swallowed by anger. Bang! She kicked hard and the door flew open. Open the door when I tell you to. Damn it, I even showed respect and you still act like this. But as soon as she stepped inside, Tan Tu-do halted. No TV noise, no scent of the mint tea he used to brew, no midnight keyboard clacking. The room was empty. Bed, desk, clothes, books, all gone as if no one named Tan Fong had ever lived here. A chill ran down her spine. Tan Fong. She hurriedly took out her phone and called the familiar number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Once, then again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Tan Tu-do stood frozen in the empty room. Wind from the window tossed her hair, carrying an eerie silence. She blurted out, voice hoarse, Tan Fong, where did you go? Deep within the tomb of resentment, The hazy scene was dyed by a quiet black mist. Only solitary footsteps and the sound of metal slicing flesh rang like a deathly melody. Tan Fong was sweeping down the ancient corridor, cutting monsters as if slicing bananas. Each strike was cold, precise, not an inch wasted. Beneath his feet, the deformed corpses hadn't fully vanished before blood had already congealed on the ancient stone. His eyes suddenly flashed as he saw a stone coffin at the end of the corridor. Black energy was quietly rising from it. It's come to an end. His voice was low, like wind sliding along the edge of a blade. On the way here, he'd cut down over 200 lesser monsters, plus several bronze and silver rank bosses. He was close to reaching level 12. Just opening this coffin would summon the final boss of the ancient tomb. A faint smile curved his lips, not from excitement but from the feeling of about to touch the pinnacle of danger. Hope it's a platinum boss. He summoned one of his familiar pawns, the devout follower. Open the coffin, he ordered. The follower bowed, hands trembling as they placed themselves on the cold lid. But the moment the coffin lid sprang open, Tan Fong's expression changed instantly. A sharp alertness flashed in his pupils. From inside the coffin, dense black energy surged out like a tide of death. The devout follower screamed madly, his whole body shaking, then began to be swallowed by the black energy. Tan Fong immediately stepped back, his face turning extremely grave. The follower's body began to crack from mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Black energy oozed like poison. The body warped and was torn apart piece by piece. Ting, your summoned silver rank devout follower has been destroyed. Tan Fong murmured coldly, Toxic death bone. A gold rank boss? Troublesome. This disgusting thing imprisoned in an ancient tomb. Memories from his past life surged up at once. This boss had no definite form and was immune to physical damage. Someone once released it, and it eventually spread to nearby bases, causing wide-scale slaughter. Players who became possessed, without teammates to rescue them or a specific unbeatable skill, would surely die. The black energy began to spread across the stone floor, coiling like a gigantic demonic snake hunting for prey. Tan Fong closed his eyes for a brief second, then opened them with a sword-cold glare. Found it. Hidden deep within the poisonous mist. He had recognized the boss's true form. Without hesitation, he surged forward and activated Dark Night Resolve. A blast of dark murderous intent erupted into a swirling vortex, tearing through the poisonous bone layer to reveal a faint shape within. At that moment, a sword streaked in like lightning. Swoosh! The faint form was cleaved in two and, before it could utter a cry, dissolved into black mist. Ting, you have defeated the gold rank boss Toxic Deathbone. Tan Fong stood motionless in the smoke, his eyes deep as an abyss. Its strength clearly exceeded many platinum bosses, yet it was ranked gold. Humph! What a disgusting joke! He bowed his head to the ground. A few glimmers of light quietly appeared, dropping like fragments of lost souls. After such effort, the spoils were only gold rank. Fortunately, he had just learned Dark Night Resolve, a magic damage skill. Otherwise, he'd have had to rack his brains for another solution. He reached out and used Greedy Hand to collect all the items on the ground. The system rang with a familiar notification. Ting, you have obtained a rare item. Summoning Bell for mounts. His eyes flickered. Then he raised an eyebrow and let out a cold, slight smile. A mount, really? After the battle with Toxic Deathbone ended, he bent to pick up an ancient bell. A mount, really? Lam Line Guz Carp truly lives up to its reputation. Tan Fong's voice was low, tinged with a bit of emotion. System notice. Bell summons Shadow Spirit Night Walker. Upon use, summons the Shadow Spirit Night Walker, a level 11 mount that can fight and accompany its owner. Required level to use 11. Tan Fong's eyes narrowed slightly as he read further. The Shadow Spirit Night Walker's speed ranks among the top in the early game. Unable to hide his surprise, he immediately summoned the creature from the bell. Black smoke poured from the bell, gradually forming a tall, slender silhouette whose body seemed draped in a veil of spectral silk. A beast that looked like a ghost stepped out of hell. System notice. Shadow Spirit Night Walker, level 11, chaotic grade. Attributes: Strength 148, Constitution 155, Agility 135. When accompanying, the mount shares experience with its owner. When traded, its level will reset to default. Special skills: Rush Run. When mounted, increases movement speed by an additional 245%. Night Walk. While in darkness or at night, maintains stealth level 1. Attacking breaks stealth and deals an extra 120 reveal damage. Cooldown to re-enter stealth: 60 seconds. Pounce. Attacks a single target 3 times consecutively, each hit dealing an additional 267 physical damage. Cooldown: 12 seconds. Roar. Increases physical defense and elemental resistances for 1800 seconds. Cooldown: 600 seconds. Tan Fong's eyes lit up slightly. Not bad. A combat mount, and it even has stealth. I really found one this time. In the ruins of the shattered city, he leapt onto the back of the Shadow Spirit Night Walker. In an instant, both he and the mount slipped into stealth, vanishing from ordinary sight. A whistling gust of wind screamed behind them as the beast dashed with demonic speed, whipping up a dense cloud of dust. Reach level 15. Accumulate more lifespan. Then go to Ma-Du to deal with TNT before she travels abroad. His voice sounded quietly, each word clear and cold enough to freeze a blade's tongue. The Shadow Spirit Night Walker kept leaping from one rooftop to another, gliding like the wind and crossing dozens of rows of houses in an instant. Finally, Tan Fong pointed toward a colossal structure. The building was severely damaged but still bore the brutal grandeur of a former heyday. The Zhanghai Arena. 3 tiers of complex architecture, monsters swarming like ants. This was the ideal place to sweep through and level up quickly. The Shadow Spirit Night Walker shot upward, avoiding a patrolling boss below. Though it may have sensed something, the boss did not detect them. Stealth level 1 worked perfectly in the dark. Tan Fong dismounted from the mount and dropped into the center of the arena, where hundreds of monsters had gathered. His gaze flashed, his hand tightening on the sword hilt. Immediately after, he streaked like a shadow, activated Mirror Shield Slash, slicing through the formation and slaughtering all the small monsters in the first arc. The Shadow Spirit Night Walker also lunged into battle, its spectral form cutting through the mobs and leaving long bloody gashes under the shattered moonlight. At the same time, outside the ruins, in another area, a sword swung up and cut down a level 8 gold boss. And Vu exhaled softly and smiled. Done. Beside her, Ma Niliang, a chubby fellow who looked like a low-level NPC, hurried over to flatter her. As expected, Captain In, no one matches your strength. He was the son of a department chief in Zhanghai City and always fancied himself important. In his head, he thought the hidden dragon swordsman profession was truly powerful. And Vu was exactly the kind of woman he fancied. And Vu replied calmly, a level 8 gold boss that took over 10 minutes to kill. I don't understand how our leader managed to take down a platinum boss. Hearing that, Ma Niliang snorted. Probably just some assassin who ambushes from stealth. He couldn't survive a straight-on fight, right? He said it but secretly considered the girl weak. Given his second-generation status, beating her would be as easy as flipping a hand. But Vu smiled coldly, her eyes seeming to see through him. So a useless archer like you only knows how to stand there and polish bosses for others, right? The remark hit like a slap. Ma Niliang bristled, clenching his fists, each word forced out with boiling resentment. I am an upright person. I wouldn't stoop to such dirty tricks. His expression then grew furtive, a crooked, venomous smile forming. He continued, I've heard that the person known as Darkness in real life is extremely fierce, ruthless, kills without mercy. I know a hunter in Ma-Du City's police force who handles cases involving abnormal gamers. He has reached level 3 in detection and anti-stealth abilities. In my view, instead of constantly praising him, it's better to plan to expose his real identity in the real world and neutralize him before it's too late. People like him are only safe when controlled and used by our authorities. Otherwise, tragedies like P1-5 and Zhonglu will keep happening. Do we always have to clean up his messes for him? At that, and Vu and Vong Man exchanged glances, then both snorted with laughter as if they just heard a ridiculous joke. And Vu raised an eyebrow and, gentle yet sharp, said, "Little Ma, maybe you still don't get it? It's not that he's begging us to clean up his mess. It's that we should proactively take on his burdens. Only then can we maintain an allied stance and pave the way for long-term cooperation." Vong Man chimed in with a knowing smile and deep eyes. "Someone who soloed both a gold and a platinum boss. If you don't befriend him, you're digging your own grave. You plan to use your influence to force him? Are you out of your mind?" Another person spoke up. "Don't be ridiculous. He's from a powerful family." And Vu laughed, half teasing, half disdainful. "Yes, but does being from a powerful family mean you don't have to use your brain? Be careful not to cry later." Being called out by the two of them, Ma Nai-liang blushed with fury, his chubby face trembling. He snapped, nearly shouting, "Damn it! Isn't that Darkness just an assassin? He just has higher anti-stealth level. Does he think he's so great? Can't he be controlled? You two have no backing and yet dare to lecture me?" He ground his teeth. "Fine and Vu. Just wait. I will expose Darkness's true face and make society despise him. And when I catch him, I'll force you to kneel and beg me for mercy." But Vong Man didn't bother answering. He turned to Vu. "Captain In, what did the boss drop just now?" And Vu pulled a shard of light from her bag and said calmly, "A gold piece of equipment for a priest, a silver piece of equipment, and a silver-level skill book. Come to think of it, just from a single casual move he gifted us a gold item. He's even dropped platinum before. I really don't understand. How many bosses has he actually defeated? Or is his talent just treasure-finding? And those items came from chests." Behind them, Ma Nai-liang continued to babble on without stopping. Vong Man fell silent for a moment, then spoke. "It may sound paranoid, but I'm still uneasy." And Vu turned. "What do you mean?" Vong Man lowered his voice. "You've heard about the incident at Zhongnam Hotel, right? The entire Dong Phuong clan vanished during their gathering there. If I said, well, suppose that was caused by Darkness, would we have to step up and clean up his mess?" The atmosphere sank for a moment. He continued, "We still don't know his true nature in real life. What if he really is a cold-blooded killer? Aren't we binding ourselves to a sharp blade then?" And Vu was silent briefly, then nodded slightly. "I know that case is getting special attention from the superiors. Everyone suspects a link to Darkness. But right now there's no evidence proving he's the culprit." She smiled faintly as she spoke, a flare of fire in her eyes. "Even if it turns out he caused that, I'd still choose to continue cooperating with him." Vong Man looked at her in surprise as she said slowly but with absolute certainty, "If the superiors refuse to clean up the aftermath, I'll handle everything for him myself." Her voice was steady, without a trace of hesitation. Vong Man asked softly, "Why do you trust him so much?" And Vu smiled, speaking casually, "Who wouldn't want to butter up Darkness?" Vong Man blurted in shock, "Huh." He thought he'd misheard, but before he could ask, someone from the team came running over, panting, "Captain In, up ahead we found an area that looks like an arena, but it's full of monster corpses. They're all dead, lying everywhere. I don't know which team was strong enough to clear the whole place like this." And Vu motioned with her hand, "Lead the way, let's go take a look." Vong Man could only shake his head. This girl was truly unpredictable. When the team entered the area, everyone was stunned by the sight. A battlefield strewn with monster corpses, the glow of countless dropped items sparkling everywhere. Vong Man couldn't help exclaiming, "Holy, are they really that strong?" Judging by the number of drops, it must have been hundreds of small monsters killed. He fell silent, eyes scanning around. Which team could possibly do this? And Vu didn't hesitate and stated immediately, "Definitely Darkness passed through here." She turned and warned seriously, "Everyone, carefully observe your surroundings. Best not to confront him unless necessary." Ma Nai-liang squinted from the side. "What's your basis for being so sure? What if it's some other team?" And Vu didn't bother arguing. She glanced at him. "Based on the leaderboard, Darkness is ranked first in the entire zone, and our official team is right behind. For something like this, if our team couldn't do it, it can only be him. Ma Nigliang curled his lip. So what? If I had stealth skill too, I could clear it. Just would take me a bit longer. And Vu said nothing and simply bowed her head to message. Big bro, are you still nearby? Clearing this many monsters must have dropped lots of gear and skill books we don't need. If possible, sell them to us, please. At that moment, Ma Nigliang suddenly stiffened, his face going pale. The air around him seemed to chill by several degrees. Behind him, a figure and a creature shrouded in black energy slowly took shape. Tan Fong, riding the shadow spirit Night Walker. Ma Nigliang screamed in terror, a high-pitched wail like a slaughtered pig, and Vu immediately recognized him. Her eyes lit up like headlights, unable to hide her excitement. Oh, big bro, is that a mount? It's gorgeous. Where did you get it? From the tomb whose coordinates you provided. Thanks a lot to Xiao Hek. Tan Fong said as he looked at Xiao Hek. Xiao Hek blushed bright red, chuckling sheepishly, his ears flushing. Tan Fong turned to the others and said coolly, Trade. Gather up the items on the ground. Same rules as before. And Vu nodded, eyes full of respect. I understand. If I'm not satisfied, I won't buy. But I know Big Bro's prices are always fair. Just as the exchange proceeded normally, someone glanced down and said to Ma Nigliang with a teasing, mocking tone, Hey, you peed your pants. Ma Nigliang ground his teeth, his heart snarling like a wounded beast. That damned darkness. You filthy bastard. How dare you make me lose face in front of so many people. Just wait. I'll make you pay 100-fold. Meanwhile, Tan Fong rode the Shadow Spirit Night Walker and silently departed. The system immediately updated the leaderboard. First, Darkness, level 13 second. Executor of Justice, level 10 third. Vong Man, level 10 fourth. Black Robe Lin Dali Z, level 10 status. Tradable lifespan remaining 245 years. Evolution points 255.
Tamponker da Fantasmile.
Having cleared the ruined arena this time, besides the pile of miscellaneous gear, the best find was this gold tier skill book. He opened the skill interface and read, Silent Veil Stealth, gold tier. Activate to hide in place. As long as you don't attack or move, the stealth state becomes permanent. Initiating an attack from this state deals an additional 300 anti-stealth damage. Cooldown 120 seconds. Requires level 13. Tan Fong pondered, a cold glint in his eyes. This skill not only greatly boosts anti-detection, but used in the real world combined with invincible login status, I would vanish completely from tracking systems, like being invisible in the real world. He didn't hesitate and began evolving the skill. Ting, you have consumed 11 evolution points. Silent Veil Stealth has evolved to Gravewalker tier. Anti-stealth damage increased from 300 to 800. Cooldown reduced from 120 to 60 seconds. Tan Fong muttered, Not done yet. There are several other skills that need upgrading. Ting, you have consumed 34 evolution points. Toxic Darts have evolved to Gravewalker tier. Throw range increased from 17m to 20m. Hit damage from 240 to 400. The lethal poison effect per second increased from 80% to 100% of base damage. Duration 5 seconds. Non-stacking, not dependent on target weakness. Ting, you have consumed 200 evolution points. Grace of Liberation has evolved to Mythic tier. Critical hits on weaknesses increased from 200% to 300%. Doubling total damage. Active skill. The next strike will trigger a throat cut effect, dealing damage per second equal to 150% to 200% of that strike's base damage, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown shortened from 25 seconds to 22.2 seconds, minimum 9.7 seconds. Tan Fong inhaled deeply, voice low. The mythic tier skill was indeed overpowering. Now, except for some special demonic creatures, any monster encountered would be a weakness under his blade. He opened his equipment storage, his gaze stopping on a brand new item. Platinum Deceiver Pendant, Assassin Jewelry, Physical Attack plus 45, Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20, requires level 13. Unique effect, Adds 1 rank to the stealth skill. Tanfong nodded at the stats, counting skill ranks and gear. He now had 4 ranks of stealth. No one at the current stage could detect him. He checked another item. Dark Veil Gold Thief, Assassin Equipment, Constitution +5, Spirit +5, Evasion +32%. Requires level 12. Tanfong pressed his lips, his gaze sharpening like a dagger hidden in the night. His evasion rate had already reached 83%. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out ahead, dust billowing everywhere making. Tanfong frowned and murmured, "What's going on?" From the thick black smoke, a gigantic head slowly emerged. Immediately after, a colossal monster bearing a pair of cold steel shackles rose up from beneath the earth. Tanfong's expression turned grave at once. He looked at the creature and said in a low voice, "Steel Maiden. Who's bold enough to summon something like this?" Memories of his previous life surged back. He still clearly remembered this monster once appearing in the ruins of Jianghai City. Over 1,000 players fought to bring it down, and the total deaths exceeded 4,000. A brutal boss, guardian of the sacred path, where the second greatest treasure of the ruins was buried. I had planned to deal with the pre-dead first and then lure it out, but now that it's been summoned, I'll just take over. Without hesitation, Tanfong ordered the Shadow Spirit Night Walker to accelerate, charging forward like a black gale. At the scene, hundreds of players surrounded the Steel Maiden, but it was like facing a living nightmare. An unlucky player was pinned to the ground by the boss's giant axe, blood gushing everywhere. His teammate trembled and cried out in panic, "Too strong, too terrifying." Each time the boss swung its axe, more bodies fell like harvested stalks. Tanfong coldly watched the scene and sneered, "Daring to attack the Steel Maiden now? That arrogance won't last." But then his expression snapped tight. He seemed to recall something and grew serious. "Wait, is it him?" Below, a man riding a white tiger, wielding a shield and a long spear, charged bravely at the boss. Without needing a close look, Tanfong recognized him as Tran Vodan, owner of the rare hidden class, Cathedral Knight. He was the one who had clashed with Tanfong for 9 years in their previous life, with no decisive victor. A true old rival, cunning, vicious, always slipping away with despicable tricks whenever cornered. It was his Cathedral Knight guild that had defeated the Steel Maiden in their past life. That's why players later passed around the saying, "In the West there's Godslayer, in the East there's the Cathedral." 2 powerful guilds split control of the ruins of Jianghai City. But beneath that glorious veneer, the Cathedral Knights were rotten. When recruiting members, they demanded life contracts, promising to protect members in exchange for a 50% life tax. Most members were effectively black slaves to a few bosses. Tanfong snorted coldly, "Perfect timing, Tran Vodan. This time you won't escape." Underground, the Steel Maiden swung her axe frantically, blood staining the earth red. Tanfong dismounted his steed and landed in the middle of the melee. The moment he touched down, his pupils flashed a blood-red gleam in the cold wind.
Ám dạ hoàng nhẫn.
A sea of crimson suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire area. All nearby players who hadn't reacted in time were cut to pieces in an instant. System notifications flooded in. "You have killed player 2 Fuang Fuang. You have killed player 2 Du Na. You have killed player the corrupt friend. You have killed player Lumagoya." From afar, Tran Vodan went pale witnessing the scene. His eyes widened, lips trembling. Who did this? Could it be darkness? We have no grudge with you. Why kill our people?" Tanfong silently appeared behind Tran Vodan and said coldly, "Because I don't eat beef." He then executed Shield Shadow Slash, sliding through him like a phantom. Tran Vodan's body was instantly torn to pieces. From Tanfong's hands, deep red flowers fell like blood. The blossom of life skill began to take effect. Flowers sprouted on the corpses of the fallen players, each petal draining the remaining lifespan from them. Those players were expelled from the battlefield and resurrected somewhere else. Tran Vodan flushed with rage. "You damned darkness! What does your not eating beef have to do with us?" A pale player cried out in despair. "Big bro, my tradable lifespan is back to 0. Tran Vodan clenched his fists and roared, "It must be some damn skill of darkness." A trembling member asked, Guild leader, should we counterattack? But Tran Vo Dan spat at him. Counterattack my ass. Are you suicidal? Fall back. Go somewhere else to rebuild. Regain the lost lifespan. Unless you want to be wiped out again. In a hidden corner, Tan Tu Du's body trembled and tears welled up. Darkness? Why target me? I hardly have any lifespan left. At the same time, the system coldly announced, Thornblossom absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of non-tradable lifespan from player Tan Tu Du. Tan Fong frowned slightly, thinking, Tan Tu Du was among those people? Why only absorb so little lifespan? It seems she truly had no way out. No wonder she joined the Cathedral Knights, resigning herself to being a black slave. She brought it on herself. Just then, the boss's giant scythe suddenly shot forward with crushing force. The strike shattered the ground, sending dust billowing everywhere. But Tan Fong had time to use Mirage Illusion to dash out of the damage zone, avoiding the lethal blow. The boss's first phase was still nothing to worry about. When it couldn't find its target, the boss looked confused and froze for a second. Then it began to spin, its 2 scythes sweeping into a spiraling shape, expanding the attack range. The rotation accelerating, its body gradually lifting into the air. Tan Fong watched coldly, calculation flashing in his eyes. It kept repeating the same chain swings of chains and blades. Whether it attacked a fixed point or swept an area, there was a pattern. Immediately, he cast Grace of Liberation. The next strike detonated with a throat cut effect, dealing massive burst damage. Then he unleashed Pestilence Blade, the toxin spreading across the boss's body. The boss took continuous damage. Its health plummeted uncontrollably. After only a few moves, its health bar had dropped below 50%. The boss roared in fury, its eyes blazing red as it stared straight at Tan Fong. He silently deduced that it had become a guardian because its second phase was extremely dangerous. When its health reached half, the demon sealed inside it would awaken. All damage dealt to the boss would be reflected back to the attacker. He squinted, thinking further. There were rumors the demon's belly contained a teleportation gate. Victims swallowed by it would be sent to an unknown place, said to be the bottom of a volcano, but in the previous life no one survived to confirm it. Above the ruined buildings, a group of players chatted excitedly. One murmured in horror, "This darkness guy is brutal. Using just one skill forced the boss into phase 2. Another still doubted. Are you sure he did it? The first immediately confirmed, pointing at the arena. Definitely him. I've been tracking this platinum boss the whole time. It was summoned by the Cathedral Knights. But less than a minute later, darkness suddenly appeared and slaughtered them all. He used a single move that drained half its health. Below, the boss screamed and wildly lashed its blade, the ground shattering under its brutal swings. On the upper levels, whispers continued to blow like cold winds across the cracked concrete. Now Tan Fong watched the boss in silence, his gaze as cold as frost. He quietly calculated. The Steel Maiden's phase 2 was powerful but had a fatal weakness. When it initiated an attack, the reflection effect would be disabled briefly. In other words, if he struck exactly as it was attacking, he could avoid the reflected damage. He squinted, analyzing further. But skills like Shield Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Pestilence Blade, or Toxic Darts all dealt consecutive hits. Using them would cause the reflection to kill him. At his current level, a single moment's lapse would mean dying from his own skills. His eyes swept to the players secretly watching above. A cold light flashed at the depths of his gaze. Perhaps he could use those people to his advantage. At that moment, a player stepped forward with a grave expression and shouted, "Clear the way! Clear the way so I can see what's happening." The crowd immediately parted. When they recognized the newcomer, someone exclaimed, "It's Big Brother safety first." The atmosphere shifted. A few began to report, "This boss has some special skills. We've recorded them." But right after it lost half its health, its body began to mutate and then froze. It might be about to use a new skill. Big Brother Safety first asked in a deep voice, "Was Darkness the one who soloed it earlier?" A blue-haired girl confirmed, "Yes." After the boss entered phase 2, Darkness disappeared. Big Brother immediately ordered, "Little Bunny, use Red Eye and see if he's still around." The girl nodded and began the chant. A small rabbit hopped out, ran around the boss to track Tanfong. After a moment, she shook her head. Can't find him, he probably left. Big Brother Safety First said, if a level 3 anti-stealth can't find him, then he must have left. I don't believe he has a level 4 stealth skill. Having said that, he didn't hesitate and leaped straight down into the arena. Seeing this, the blue-haired girl gasped, ah, Big Brother. Little bunny, watch closely. If darkness comes back, warn him immediately. Yes, I'll keep an eye out. If darkness returns, I'll report at once. Onlookers couldn't help exclaiming, no way, he wants to solo the platinum boss? Someone else suddenly shouted, I remember now, he once defeated a golden boss back in the starting town without taking a scratch. It's Big Brother Safety First. Another added, I heard his class is Soul Marshaller. Each role grants 100% evasion. He used to run a top-tier soul build server globally. His reaction speed is insane. At that moment, the boss's gaze suddenly shifted and locked onto Big Brother Safety First. It roared and unleashed a gigantic blade strike that crashed down like thunder, but Big Brother remained unafraid. He moved with graceful skill, narrowly dodging. The blade struck the ground, sending rock fragments flying. Suddenly, the boss condensed a pitch-black arm from dark energy and reached toward Big Brother Safety First. He immediately rolled to evade, his movements decisive and precise to the point of instinct. The boss kept launching a barrage of attacks, as if trying to crush anyone daring to challenge it. Big Brother continued to roll across the ground, evading each strike by a hair. Amid the chaos, he shouted with exhilaration, as if enjoying a life-or-death dance. Ahoo! 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 From above, his junior brothers cheered nonstop. Our boss is the best. Those rolls are peak mastery. One strike, no regrets, so cool. Some other players began to notice something odd. This guy's amazing. Every dodge is flawless. But did you guys see? The boss's health seems to drop each time he rolls past. One squinted and said, strange. There are many slashing marks flashing on the boss. Could the Soul Marshaller be that perverse? The blue-haired girl, who always watched Big Brother, smiled proudly. Perfect evasion is just basic technique. Big Brother's greatest strength is his counterattack. As long as each roll successfully triggers the evasion effect, the following strike will ignore 50% of the enemy's defense. Big Brother Safety First concentrated all his power into the sword. Energy instantly gathered around him, pouring into his body like a waterfall. The air seemed to vibrate with each of his breaths. One of his juniors whispered hesitantly, is the skill effect that strong? I think this hit's damage could reach 4 digits. Big Brother smiled confidently, then leaped up, dancing under the moon like a war god in the night. The blade in his hand pierced through life and death gaps, a threefold strike like a meteor streaking across the sky. Sword energy hurled like a storm, leaving countless brilliant slashes on the boss's body. The boss's extended arms began to fall off. His blood flickered violently, but Big Brother didn't stop. He unleashed his ultimate, a strike charging all his power. The spear's tip licked blood, an act of power accumulation, a finishing blow. The blue-haired girl exclaimed, look, I don't know when, but the boss is down to only 1/3 health. Big Brother Safety First slowly said in a calm voice, Moonslit Cleaver, that is my sword path. But as he smiled, a sudden blade of sword energy struck him straight, tearing through his armor. Then countless blades of sword energy tore his body to pieces. Those were the number of sword energies he had struck the boss with, now reflected back. The reflected damage began to appear in rapid succession. 1001, minus 1299, minus 1299. The whole arena fell silent. Everyone stood agape, unable to believe their eyes. What? Big Brother Safety First. How could he be dead? He evaded every attack. Someone else shouted, exactly, and his skills clearly hit the boss. Why didn't they deal damage? But obviously the boss's health also dropped a lot. Why is that? At that moment, Big Brother Safety First's body was dissolving like ash scattered by the wind. In another corner, Tanfong curled his lips slightly, offering a cold smile. He walked slowly toward the items dropped from Big Brother's corpse. Lucky to have that guy, pretending to be cool, rolling around non-stop, forced the boss to trigger all kinds of skills. His voice was light as a breeze but carried a cruel, indifferent edge. Throughout that time, Tan Fong had unleashed attack after attack, each strike ruthlessly precise. Under the pressure of continuous damage, the boss's health was finally pushed down to 1/3. However, the death of that soul marshaller was the clearest proof. His profession was ill-suited to face the Steel Maiden. While rolling, he couldn't attack, and if he struck, he would take the reflected blows. Basically, whether he attacked or not, he would die, truly a self-inflicted fate. Suddenly, the boss turned. The move made Tan Fong pause slightly, a bad premonition rising in him. He silently clenched his fist, his gaze growing cold. Not good. The boss isn't preparing to attack, it's trying to retreat.
Tan Phong re-lit.
Because its health was so low, it was attempting to return to the cathedral sanctuary, a place that could fully restore its life. If it got back, wouldn't all their efforts so far be for nothing? Big Brother Safety First's death made the players above hesitate. From now on, few would dare to challenge the boss. But if the boss didn't attack, the reflection effect would disappear, and only forceful measures would work. Tan Fong gritted his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. I can't let it return. With that, he rushed forward to block the boss's escape. Above, the watching players were aghast. Look, it's darkness. Could all those hits on the boss have been his? If so, that's terrifying. Someone sneered, I thought Big Brother Safety First was the real boss. Turns out he was a joke. Darkness is the true master. The blue-haired girl beside them was pale, disbelief showing in her eyes. Darkness? Impossible. My level 3 anti-stealth didn't detect him. Could he have reached stealth level 4? Or higher? At that moment, another player glanced greedily and whispered, Hey, those items dropped from the Soul Marshaller when he died. I really want to loot them. Meanwhile on the ground, Tan Fong proactively activated a defensive skill, Dark Light Shield. Each shield layer could block a single targeted attack, allowing him to hold out long enough to create an opening for a counterattack. The boss roared and hurled its blade forward. Tan Fong seized the moment, his eyes flashing like a blade. Now, he used Shadow Shield Slash, dashing through the boss and unleashing a flurry of cuts within the murky black aura. After each slash, a layer of the dark light shield shattered. When the attack ended, 7 layers remained. Tan Fong calculated inwardly. Shadow Shield Slash lands 9 hits. The last 3 would be reflected. Without the dark light shield absorbing them, he'd have long been shattered by the counter damage. But the boss did not collapse. It began to change, as if stepping into a new state. A strange energy burst from its body. The arms that had been smashed began to regenerate, fully restored in an instant. The boss's body slowly rose, hovering in midair. A deathly purple aura radiated from its flesh, like a hellish, ghostly flame. In an instant, Tan Fong's 7 remaining dark light shield layers were burned away.
Tan Phong Frauen, Canculen Inwali.
The damage ratio of this fire spout was too high. Even though his evasion rate exceeded 80%, the 7 shield layers were incinerated in a flash. If he'd been delayed by just 0.5 seconds, he probably would have fallen right there. In the distance, a player was sneaking toward the pile of items that had dropped from Big Brother Safety First. He bent down, his hand nearly touching them, when a throwing dart pierced the center of his forehead. Tan Fong stood there, eyes cold as ice, withdrawing his hand. Trying to steal my loot? Not a chance. With that, he swung his hand and cast Blooming Curse. Notifications appeared. You have received 612 tradable days of lifespan from Big Brother Safety First, and 67 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have absorbed an additional 355 days from his minions, and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan. Tan Fong glanced at them, speaking as casually as if commenting on the weather. That safety guy was interesting. I even left him a way out earlier instead of cursing him. But he had a lot of lifespan. Dying once probably won't finish him off. At that moment, the boss exuded a heavy black aura and began to attack. Tan Fong surveyed and thought, the only option is to chip away at its health with Dark Light Shield and Shadow Shield Slash. The odds are low, but it's the safest method. The boss roared, each strike landing like a thunderclap. Its giant arms slammed the ground, cracking boulders and sending dust billowing. Other arms rose, preparing a new wave of attacks. Up above, Big Brothers Juniors whispered tremblingly, "This darkness is really strong. What trick did he use?" At first I didn't understand how he beat the boss, but now it's clear. This wasn't a fight, it was slaughter. On the ground, Tan Fong's gaze was icy. He took a breath and said in a low voice, "One final move." Shadow Shield Slash was activated. He plunged into the boss like a dark arrow. Dozens of sharp sword wounds connected like a tide, slicing deep into the boss's body. Each layer of his dark light shield cracked and shattered completely. "Ting, you have slain the Platinum Steel Maiden. You received 48,000 experience points. You received 120 evolution points. Congratulations. You have obtained the Cathedral Sanctuary Key." Up above, the watching players were speechless. Did he really solo it successfully? This is Darkness, the top-ranked player. Wasting no time, Tan Fong used the mythic skill Greedy Hand. A beam of light shot from his palm, sucking the boss's drops into his bag. Ting! Obtained. Black gemmed boneskin armor, Phi Tui. Assassin set equipment. Physical defense plus 95. All element resistance plus 120. Damage resistance plus 77. Vitality plus 77. Requires level 13. Black Gem effect. When attacking or being attacked, the target gains 1 layer of Black Gem fire, up to 5 layers. Each layer reduces the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Tan Fong skimmed the item details. A Phi Tui grade piece with defensive stats surpassing many dedicated armors, plus the Black Gem effect that directly weakens target defenses and resistances. Is far superior to the drop that Tin Han dropped earlier. Ting! Obtained. Assassin's Instinct, Phi Tui. You can see the outline of units that are in a stealth state to a certain extent. Received plus 2 stealth resistance levels. Requires level 13. Tan Fong couldn't help but laugh, the corner of his mouth lifting. Stealth resistance? Nice. Let's upgrade it to legendary. Ting! You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 30 evolution points, remaining 97 evolution points. Assassin's Instinct upgraded from Phi Tui to legendary. You can sense enemy weaknesses more clearly, received plus 5 stealth resistance levels. Weak point attack adjustment plus 50%. Tan Fong nodded, a calculating gleam in his eyes. Combined with the passive effect of Grace of Liberation, the total weak point damage adjustment had reached 350%. Now, even blindfolded, I can stab the enemy's weak spot. Tan Fong continued to think. 97 evolution points remaining. Then first upgrade Illusory Phantom to legendary. Ting, you have spent 80 evolution points, 17 evolution points remaining. Phantom Demon from epic to legendary passive, received 85% evasion rate. When you successfully evade, you become immune to all level 5 damage. At that moment, Vu ran over from a distance, panting and shouting, Big brother, I'm here. Did anything good drop?" Tan Fong glanced at the girl. "Vu, are you a dog? Smell a drop and come sniffing right away." Vu laughed loudly, paying no mind to his jibe. "Big brother, I didn't check the rankings earlier, but I didn't expect you to reach level 13 in one night. Is this too powerful?" Vong Man added. "We grinded all night and only reached half of level 11. Your speed is ridiculous." She turned to Vong Man and scolded him rapidly. "Keep talking nonsense and I'll pluck your hair. Men's speed is not for idle discussion." "Big brother, you agree with me, right?" Vong Man could only force a smile, while Tan Fong didn't bother to reply. He replied coldly and directly, "Some nice drops. I've posted the prices. Pick what you want and trade." And Vu immediately nodded, grinning like she'd hit the jackpot. "We'll take the 50K trade package." Ting, transaction successful. Tan Fong looked at her deeply, then slowly said, "Besides that pile of gear, I have something else to sell. Do you know about safe houses?" As soon as he finished, And Vu hesitated then answered, her tone doubtful. Safe houses? We've heard that within the ruins of Jianghai City there's no truly safe zone. However, players can still occupy safe houses as bases. A safe house can store items and erect magical defensive barriers, especially useful in emergencies to prevent outside intrusion. Tan Fong watched her quietly, his gaze deep. What you know must come from the small safe house the Golden Boss dropped, right? And Vu replied, unable to hide her frustration. Yes, the Jianghai City authorities still haven't found any safe houses. Only the Ma Du side reportedly destroyed a mid-tier safe house. That's how we learned a little information. Tan Fong said nothing further, simply produced a glowing key. If so, you should understand the real value of a safe house, right? He raised the cathedral sanctuary safe house key, his voice calm but like thunder in their ears. This dropped from the boss. The safe house covers up to 800 mu. Go back and discuss the price you can offer, and I'll consider whether to sell it to you. And Vu and Vong Man instantly gaped, completely stunned.
800 mu.
In Vu's mind there was only one thought. The larger the safe house, the stronger the barrier, the sturdier the infrastructure, the higher the survival chances. If it's really 800 mu, it could provide private rooms for all key members of Jianghai's authorities. And Vu hesitated a moment, then mustered the courage to ask, "May I ask, how much do you intend to sell this safe house for?" Tan Fong didn't answer immediately. He quietly pocketed the key, his voice decisive. "First go back and negotiate. Give me the price you can accept, and I'll consider your offer first." In Tan Fong's mind, vague memories of a past life surfaced. In that life, this key was once sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he could sell it to the authorities now, combined with his current lifespan, he could extract every skill and even legendary gear into reality. And Vu nodded. "All right, I'll arrange people to return and report immediately. But there's one more matter. I need to ask for your help."
Tan Phong replied, "Speak."
And Vu didn't beat around the bush. "We just received word that 7 golden tier bosses have gathered in the Twilight Moon town. Many people have already died. We're willing to offer 10 years of lifespan in exchange for you killing them." Tan Fong tilted his head slightly, his tone skeptical. 7 golden tier bosses? Even if they cooperate, with the authorities' strength they should be handled in little time. If you came to me, you must have run into some special trouble. And Vu nodded repeatedly, her face irritated. "Big brother, you really are prophetic. We were going to take them out one by one when, suddenly, a boss that had been killed revived right before our eyes. Not only that, the attributes of all 7 surged, and they wiped our team out in less than 3 minutes." Tan Fong pondered, a flash in his eyes. The roaming bosses can resurrect. Could it be remnants from that cursed stone steel? Could it be the ancient god stone steel? If it truly involves the ancient stone steel, whether in a previous life or now, this is absolutely not to be missed. "Ting, transaction successful. You have received 10 years of lifespan." Tan Fong said coldly, "Send the coordinates. I'll be there immediately." And Vu clenched her fist, determined. "Do your best, big brother." Tan Fong thought inwardly, a slight curl at his lips. This girl really knows how to do business. 7 golden tier bosses, drops alone would be worth at least 45 years of lifespan, plus an extra 15 years as a special bonus. She sure knows how to maintain relations. Tan Fong mounted the Nether Spirit Nightwalker and sped along the road. Ahead, a gigantic statue came into view. Hearing shouts, he looked down and saw a scene. Tan Tu-Du was being rushed and beaten mercilessly by a group of female players. One girl, using the right-hand rule, slapped Tan Tu-Du squarely across the face, then shouted, "A demon who just joined the guild and already trying to seduce the guild leader?" Tan Tu-Du's face was swollen like a pig's head. She clutched her cheek and cried, "Sob, sob. I didn't." The girl grew angrier. "You think I'm blind? I warn you. Stay away from the guild leader or I'll tear you apart." Then she and her friends took turns slapping, hitting, and punching Tan Tu-Du, loudly insulting her. "Bitch! Whore!" Tan Fong just stood silently watching, thinking. It seems after joining the Cathedral Knights, Tan Tu-Du quickly got involved in some palace intrigue nonsense. In the previous life, I always stepped in to clean up these trivial matters for her. He gave a faint smile. Ha ha. Now take your time experiencing the real world. With that, he quietly entered the secret doorway at the statue's base. Outside, Tantudu begged, Sob sob. Stop hitting me. It hurts, I'm going to die. But the players continued assaulting and berating her. Beat this little sprite to death. How many men have you seduced? Tan Fong stepped inside, his gaze settling on the cold stone floor. He thought, beneath the giant statue at the center of the Zhanghai city ruins, there really is a secret room that alone can return players to the original town. In the previous life, almost no one knew this. But what concerned Tan Fong more was, teleportation is not free. The first time is fine, but the second costs 1,000 days of lifespan, the third doubles. Thus, each teleport brings you one step closer to death. He looked up, a cold smile playing on his lips. Over time, the original town would gradually develop into a higher-tier area. Small monsters would evolve into bosses. Hidden treasures would appear one by one, like the ancient god's stone altar, an item not to be missed. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Ting, do you want to teleport to the godforsaken land Twilight Moon Town? Tan Fong frowned slightly. Twilight Moon Town. Isn't this an area that only appears in later stages? Why didn't I ever hear this name in my previous life? He confirmed the teleport without much hesitation. Cost 500 days of lifespan. Teleporting now. A dim light flashed. When Tan Fong opened his eyes again, before him was a strange but bustling street. Surprisingly, most people present were elderly. Old men and women with trembling hands and slow steps, eyes weary as if they had lived through several game lives. Tan Fong walked slowly through the crowd, his gaze sweeping lightly, a hint of puzzlement. He didn't expect this place to be so lively, but why were most of them old? At that moment, a young man was escorting an old woman over. He panted, finally back to a safe zone. My heart nearly stopped. Grandma, per our agreement we helped you reach level 3. During the process we also gave you 72 days of lifespan. Now you just need to trade it back. The old woman snapped, waving her hand and shouting, What? You still want money? Aren't you a charity organization? You helped me level up and now you demand more. The young man patiently explained, Ma'am, we aren't asking for money. When we form a party, all lifespan drops from killing monsters are divided for you. You get that share. Now just return the portion you were given, that's all, we made it clear from the start. But the old woman immediately turned hostile, her tone slippery as if she knew nothing. I don't know any of those damned agreements. You kids are fighting over days of life with an old woman like me? How shameless. The two young men tried to stay calm. Ma'am, how could we form a party if you don't share? If lifespan isn't shared, you won't get the experience points either. Then why would we form a party? She instantly began to shout, pointing at their faces. Hey, don't touch me. I'll call people right now. Impudent brats. Are you from the Dream Serpent Guild? You're outrageous. Tan Fong said nothing, stepped quietly behind the old woman. He coldly grabbed her collar and, without hesitation, pulled her sharply backward. The frail body staggered and fell out of the safe zone boundary under the stunned gazes of the two young men. Before anyone could react, Tan Fong swung the sharp, broken blade high. His other hand tightened around her neck. A breath later, blood sprayed, creating a red arc several meters high. The two young men recoiled in horror, not understanding what had happened, exclaiming, What is this? Tan Fong said coldly. Her lifespan dropped to the ground. Go pick it up yourselves. The two young men, stunned at first, then snapped back to reality and ran over, gratefully bowing and thanking him repeatedly. May I ask which noble hand assisted us? Tan Fong answered indifferently. Just happened to help. One of them checked the amount of lifespan obtained. Exactly 72 days, not much but not insignificant. He hugged the loot like a treasure and bowed deeply. Big brother, we are greatly grateful. Tan Fong said nothing more, turned and left, quietly stepping into the thin mist surrounding the town. A cold thought flickered through his mind. You can't act in the safe zone, that's annoying. He looked around and slightly curled his lips. Dream Serpent Guild. so their origin is actually from Twilight Moon Town. According to public records, since its founding, Dream Serpent has upheld a principle of community welfare, providing free survival support for the elderly in the godforsaken lands. The government once praised and strongly supported the organization. By member count alone, they deserve to be the largest guild in China. Tan Fong smiled faintly. A voice sounded in his head. In this chaotic post-apocalyptic era, there should be more people like them. Deep within a damp forest, a monster was bound tightly by long, winding vines. Suanin spoke softly, her eyes focused. Mother, now's the time. Use your skill. Behind her, a stern, middle-aged woman nodded. From the staff in her hand, arcs of electricity flickered, then suddenly struck down, hitting the monster writhing in pain. At the same time, 3 Suanins with swords leapt forward. He shouted, swinging his blade hard at the beast's body, cleaving it in two so it fell without a final roar. Success! Suanin jumped up, eyes sparkling. Mom, Dad, you two are amazing. Her mother smiled kindly but remained stern. With persistent learning and coordination, defeating small monsters isn't that far-fetched. After a rest, the group continued forward. While walking, the father asked, "By the way, Suanin, your friend is Xiaodu, right? I heard she joined the Cathedral Knights Guild." He paused, voice lowering. "I heard that guild taxes members heavily. Sometimes the lifespan you earn isn't even enough to pay the fees." Suanin replied softly, "That's right. I once advised Xiaodu to join our Dream Sand River Guild. I told her clearly that it's a public service guild. There are many people like us here. Not very skilled but willing to help each other, and there are patient mentors." But she refused. The mother clicked her tongue, a note of regret in her voice. "That's true. She's reached a high level now, so agents from the Cathedral Knights took her." The father interjected, his tone heavier. "Even if they help her level up, they ultimately treat her like a tool. I've heard their membership contracts last 3 years. Once signed, it's practically slavery." He paused a moment then continued, "If you don't have the guts, just calmly kill small monsters. Gradually accumulate lifespan and experience. Like our family. When we meet a boss we retreat and call for help. Isn't that safe and effective?" Suanin bowed her head and murmured, "But Xiaodu, she's not ordinary. She has a hidden vocation. In terms of strength, she truly far surpasses us." At that moment, a sudden rain of arrows came from nowhere. The shafts pierced the air, aimed straight at them. One arrow struck the 3 of them in the head, hitting the critical weak point. Damage numbers popped up in succession. 429, 429, 429. Suanin jolted, her heart pounding. Before she could understand, she saw her father collapse, his body pinned like a porcupine. She burst into tears, trembling as she screamed, "Father!" Her mother cried out anxiously, "Honey!" A group emerged from behind the trees. The leader laughed loudly, gloating, "See? One move and the 3 are cleared out. Dream Sand River? A trash organization, full of weak, useless people who still want to play hero." He stepped closer, eyes flashing contempt, and threatened, "You two, hand over all the lifespan you have now." Suanin panicked, clutching her staff. "The government has outlawed killing people outside the wildlands. Aren't you afraid of being hunted?" The man burst into arrogant laughter. "The government my ass. You think they dare touch me? Do you know who my father is?" He sneered. "Shut up. I give you 3 seconds." Suanin gritted her teeth, eyes determined. "Mother, I'll hold them off. Quickly call for reinforcements through the guild channel." Her mother nodded immediately, hands trembling as she opened the comm interface. The man frowned then laughed in contempt. "You dare resist? Kill the old, capture the young. Go!" The 2 behind him leapt up instantly, charging at Suanin like 2 demonic shadows. But before their strikes could reach her, both were suddenly slammed flying backward. Suanin shouted, What is this?" The man behind stammered in shock. "No! This can't be." But before he finished, his head was gone. Immediately after, Tan Fong appeared silently, holding the severed head. He stood there cold and sharp as the blade that had just been swung. Behind him, the nether spirit Nightwalker let out a snarl. The remaining man, with the last of his awareness, managed to gasp. Shadow! The whole group had been wiped out and were instantly returned to town by the system. The leader screamed in anger and panic. Damn it! Why did I lose so much lifespan? All the lifespan we traded just vanished. Same here. Could it be because we were in a killing state? Even in rampage mode, your lifespan shouldn't be drained completely like that, he panted, eyes full of horror. If this continues, I'll really die. We have to hurry. Kill a few small monsters to get some lifespan back. With that, they rushed out of the respawn area, their steps chaotic and minds in disarray. But they hadn't gone far when the leader abruptly froze. A flash of golden light appeared, and a massive greatsword of light descended, piercing straight through all three of them. A voice rang out, "Black dragon. Still a dragon. Roast chicken tastes like burnt rice. Wild oxen can fly." One of the men blurted in alarm, "No, I can't move." Another looked up and asked, "Who are you?" No one answered. The one who had struck merely stepped forward, opened the book in his hands, and spoke clearly. "These three have been killing players everywhere. We finally caught you. We are government hunters. You are required to provide true information and submit to lawful arrest." The man beside him added, "If you dare resist, we will immediately drain all remaining lifespan." Back where Tan Fong stood, the cursed bloom flowers were in full bloom on the bodies of the men. The scent of blood mixed with the floral fragrance, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suanin bowed her head and said sincerely, "Thank you, Great Darkness. If not for you, my mother and I would have been slaughtered." Tan Fong stood there silently watching her. A feeling stirred in him, a thought flashing by. Surprisingly, the Suanin isn't bad. Kind-hearted and braver than most. She's worlds apart from Xiao Du. How did the two of them become close friends? Still, it's fine. Now they each go their own way. He gave no reply and vanished like a ghost, leaving no sound except the breeze. Suanin glanced around and only saw a glowing item pouch lying quietly on the ground. Her mother asked in surprise, "Huh? Where did that person go?" Suanin bent down to pick up the pouch. "Is this the lifespan the three dropped?" Her mother frowned, voice low. "Why did he disappear so suddenly?"
Suoyen stood motionless, eyes dazed.
A strange feeling lingered in her heart. Who would have thought the world-ranked leader, nicknamed the Darkness, could be such a good person? Not far away, deep in the forest, a group was following the trail, looking alert and hurried. One complained, "Didn't Captain N say Darkness would arrive here in a few minutes? It's been almost half an hour." Another snapped back, "What the hell is he doing? Tell me. Do you think he can kill those bosses?" One sneered, "I bet he can't. Those bosses revive, you know. Heh. Infinite respawn bosses. Does he really dare gamble with that?" Just then, Tan Fong slid past them, his gaze cold as if they didn't exist. He didn't bother to look at them and silently continued forward. He thought, that rare ancient god stone slab could completely alter a player's equipment. A new effect would be added while an old one removed. With luck, the added effect might even change a vocation's nature, turning the weak into the unpredictable. Tan Fong recalled having seen a world-rank 7 master in a life-or-death battle, who sacrificed 7 ancient god stone slabs in succession to summon phantasmal ancients to defeat a legendary boss. Those phantasms created a peculiar colony boss system. Each boss had unique traits and powers far beyond common understanding. There were invisible bosses, and cloaked bosses so powerful that passing players were killed for no apparent reason. There were also those that were only a facade. The true body was a summoner hiding somewhere in the chaotic space. What was the result? An infinite respawn cycle where defeated bosses returned stronger, faster, and crazier. The government confirmed that as long as one remained alive, they all would respawn with a berserk state. So what if you kill them all at once? Could that break their respawn mechanism? It's worth trying. That thought sparked, and Tan Fong wasted no time. He summoned a loyal follower who had accompanied him across many battlefields to scout, then ordered it to advance. The loyal follower charged at a boss at once. Attack and damage numbers erupted continuously. But then one boss's eyes suddenly flashed blood red, and it unleashed a wave of black chi that enveloped the follower. The follower screamed in pain. Its body convulsed, then disintegrated amid a dreadful shriek. Tanfong watched from a distance, thinking, they're all high tier, no counterattacks, but their attributes far exceed typical golden tier bosses. So, they must be struck quickly and wiped out. Without hesitation, he immediately cast the skill Shadow Knight Complete Requital. The space instantly shifted into a deep blood-red hue. Tanfong continued to unleash a wide-area skill, striking all targets at once. As a result, the bosses were felled immediately, without time to roar. However, Tanfong frowned. No loot had dropped. He stared at the area and noticed that from the ashes the corpses of the bosses were melting. From that, an aberrant creature gradually took shape. The new monster was grotesque. Mouth stacked with sharp teeth, eyes and nose misplaced, its body convulsing as if torn from within. Tanfong muttered coldly. So that's it. Simultaneously killing them truly was the prerequisite. Now the real stage begins. His eyes lit up as he noticed 7 ancient runes engraved on the giant boss's body. Tai Tien Ko Thak O Then. He translated silently, Ancient God Calamity Udos. The creature roared and rushed forward. Tanfong quickly stepped back, instinctively dodging the attack. Next, I should focus on striking each point corresponding to the runes. I didn't break through the ancient relics and spend all those resources studying those glyphs for nothing. Saying that, Tanfong threw shuriken, aiming straight at the character Tai. Then he targeted each subsequent rune in the exact order in his head. Each shuriken fired carried a small explosive effect. The boss roared as blood sprayed everywhere. Each glyph on its body flared bright and then went dark. Finally, that colossal body collapsed to the ground with a thud, the impact sending dust billowing into the air. Tanfong stood still, eyes icy as he examined the corpse, but still no items had dropped. He frowned. Something wasn't over yet. At that moment, a gruesome sound rang out behind him. The severed head of the boss rose again. Its melting body, with countless mouths, lunged toward him screaming. Tanfong surmised. The runes on those coffins corresponded to each monster. This stage wasn't finished. Each creature must be slain near the exact position of its corresponding coffin. He nodded slightly, his expression calm. I've seen ancient god slabs before. This is the final stage. Tanfong's eyes blazed like a war god emerging from hell. All right, come on. At that instant, the sky suddenly trembled. A deep booming sound reverberated like thunder, accompanied by the furious roar of a boss. Those from Envu's team guarding the valley entrance immediately snapped to alert. Huh, an earthquake? Or is the boss going berserk? Go check it out. A team member cried in alarm. The female mage frowned, worry in her voice amid the chaos. Ugh! Where the hell is that damn darkness guy? Why hasn't he shown up? Phi Tu sighed in displeasure. I'm telling you, even darkness might be helpless this time. Maybe he knew and ran. Hong Mao's face soured. He said nothing, only shivered as he looked toward the valley. Hey, come see! The group ran over. Before them was chaos. Shattered earth and rock, everything ruined as if from a massive explosion. Coffins were tossed about across the ground, while huge fissures stretched like scars across the terrain. My God! Where's the boss? Was it really killed? The ground split like that. Could the boss have died from the quake? Some half believed, half doubted. At that moment, a message from Envu popped up in the team channel. Everyone retreat. The boss has been handled by darkness. Phi Tu and Hong Mao froze and exclaimed in unison. What? They immediately replied. Only a bit over 10 minutes and the boss is already defeated? We were just debating whether darkness could take down all 7 bosses. He hadn't even shown himself. The group exchanged skeptical looks, but realization was dawning. The cursed slab of the ancient god Calamity. That's probably the cause. Phi Tu murmured. Now I somewhat understand why the higher-ups place absolute trust in him. Elsewhere in the valley, Tanfong quietly moved off. In his hand was a dark object, cold as if forged from ancient shadow. Not a bad haul this time. He glanced at his status panel. His level had risen to 14. Killing the 7 bosses plus the effect of the greedy hand granted Tanfong a total of 294 evolution points. But the most valuable thing wasn't the points. It was the ancient god stone slab. A piece the government, even if they ground at it for months, might not fully understand. And if one dared to try, the price would be astronomical.
Ting.
A notification chimed. The ancient god stone slab contains a cursed power from the ancient god calamity Udos. Its active skill allows you to bind a curse to any equipment. The curse will randomly grant an enhancing attribute based on the equipment's properties and vocation, while also attaching a negative attribute. Tanfong scanned the loot and without hesitation bound the curse to the black onyx ceremony. A set of leather armor. It was a rare jade armor already possessing the black onyx ceremony effect, capable of weakening a target's defense and elemental resistances by up to 35%. As the curse was inscribed, the slab trembled violently, emitting a black-purple light like hellfire. A stream of sinister power flowed straight into the armor. Another notification appeared. You have bound the Udo's curse to the black onyx ceremony prime leather armor. Enhancement result. Maximum stack count of the black onyx status increased to 15 stacks. Negative attribute. Reduces base stats of the equipment by 31%. Tanfong was astonished to find the maximum stacks of the black onyx status raised to 15. With this effect, he could push a boss's defense and elemental resistances into negative values. No wonder the enhancement from an ancient god slab was extraordinary. Compared to that, the attached negative attribute was hardly worth worrying about. Next came skill evolution. Tanfong chose to evolve the skill Shadow Image Cleave to legendary rank.
Ting.
System notification. You consumed 210 evolution points. 115 points remain. Legendary Shadow Image Cleave. Dash quickly in one direction within a range of 30 to 40 m. Enter stealth for 15 seconds, up from 12, and deliver 9 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown reduced from 12 seconds to 8.8 seconds. At level 4, slash width increases from 5m to 6m. Each slash deals an additional 500 to 700 physical damage. New effect. Each successful slash grants 1 layer of a shield equal to 100% of your maximum health. Up to 9 layers can stack, lasting 60 seconds. Tanfong was secretly pleased. If all 9 hits connected, his effective HP would increase tenfold, significantly raising his tolerance for mistakes. Tanfong clenched his fist and told himself, "Good. At the current grind rate, 5 more hours and I'll hit level 15. Then I can set out for Madu." In the rubble area, the group of girls were still mercilessly attacking Tan Xiaodu. "Bitch, little fox spirit. Beat her to death." Tanfong passed by, eyes cold, thinking, "They're still hitting her. These women are truly cruel." One girl complained, "Oh my God. I'm so tired I could faint. My back aches so bad." The girl beside her raised a swollen hand and snapped, "We've beaten until our hands are smoking." Then she disdainfully spat on Tan Xiaodu and added, "That's enough for today. Teach you a lesson you'll never forget, you bitch." Tan Xiaodu lay sprawled on the ground, her body covered in wounds, nowhere unbruised. She trembled as she forced herself to stand. One eye swollen shut, tears streaming mingled with hatred. All because of Tanfong. I said we were done. Does that mean he really doesn't care about me anymore? Doesn't he understand what a girl says? Luckily I signed a contract with the Cathedral Knights. For the next 3 years at least, I don't have to worry about survival. Even if I pay 50% of my lifespan, I'll still have enough to invest. Compared to those Suanin types, I'll definitely develop faster. When the time comes, those who look down on me, you will pay. Tanfong, just wait. With that she used holy healing, expending all her mana to restore her vitality. She then shouted, choking on her voice, "You crazy women, just you wait." Tanfong was in stealth, ready to leave when he suddenly felt the healing skill just cast by Tan Xiaodu affect him. How strange. I'm clearly invisible. So how did I get hit by a heal? Elsewhere, Tan Xiaodu's body withered from drained mana. She collapsed to her knees, panting heavily. Missed again? Weird. I was sure I set the coordinates correctly. Scene shift to the ruined district of Ma-Du City. A team was besieging and attacking a giant boss. A roar shook the sky as a young man with a shield rushed up to block the boss's thunderous strike. His gaze resolute. His arm bloodied, but he didn't take a step back. The group around TNTT quietly hid behind the ruined debris, eyes fixed on the battle not far away. She curled her lip in a cold smile, contempt in her voice. Daiha men are such weaklings. One golden boss and they need 8 people to gank it. So scared of death. The dark-skinned man beside her sneered, stroking his tail. Dear Tien, don't be so harsh. They're trying for us at least. Show a little gratitude. TNTT giggled, affectingly delicate. Hee, you are far too polite. But inwardly she despised them. Daiha pigs. Their damage was unbelievably weak. They couldn't finish a boss even after a long fight. On the other side, shouts erupted chaotically. Hurry! Pile on the damage. It's nearly dead. From the rear, a mage shouted. Come on, the finishing blow. As he began to cast, a spear suddenly pierced his back from behind, blood spraying everywhere. The spear wielder laughed coldly, voice dripping with sarcasm. Well done. Thank you, weaklings, for offering me this gift. The team turned, anger exploding as they shouted, Bastards! It's the Black Blade Regiment. They collude with foreigners, forming robber gangs that slaughter their own people. Don't panic. There are only a few of them. Charge together. Fueled by rage, the team went berserk and surged toward TNTT's group. TNTT licked her lips, eyes flashing bloodlust. Trash daring to rise up? Fine. I'll let you taste helplessness before you die. The dark-skinned man drew a great hammer and advanced like an armored assault. He roared and slammed down, thunderclap mighty strike, his twin hammers pounding the ground, releasing blinding bolts of electricity. Earth and stone shattered, thunder rolled, leaving the opponents stunned for a moment. TNTT swept through the bewildered players like an icy wind. Her twin blades sliced the air, each vicious slash flaying. Blood sprayed in long streaks across the desolate ruins. Her face revealed pure relish. Indeed, Daiha men were nothing but mush. She laughed coldly, her voice ringing amid the bleak scene. The Daiha government has started sniffing around us, so what if they find us? That whole country is just a dump. The dark-skinned man snorted. How can these players compare to us? Behind us are powers Daiha would never dare touch. TNTT nodded in agreement, her tone turning serious. My true identity hasn't been exposed, but we can't be careless. Leaving Daiha soon is wise. North America is the land for the strong. Then we'll form a guild that specializes in hunting Daiha pigs. The dark-skinned man agreed, nodding repeatedly. Great idea. What should we name the guild? TNTT pondered for a few seconds, then raised her head, a faint curl at her lips. Call it AI La Tuesday. Then she waved her hand. That's it for today. Time to log off and party. She hit log out outside the virtual world. The dark-skinned men laughed boisterously in unison. For the AI La 2 guild, let's put on a real show. Scene shift, and Vu sent a message to Tan Fong. Boss, the value of the hideout has been reported. Can we discuss it for a moment? Tan Fong replied calmly. How much?
En vue en Sword, 1,5 cents.
Tan Fong coldly responded. Too low. And Vu, as if prepared, messaged back. I thought so too, so I argued with the higher-ups. They finally allocated you 2,000. Tan Fong replied tersely. Fine. Meet at the central statue in the ruins. He sneered inwardly. Humph. That Sly and Vu still dreaming of squeezing me for more? Cut to the central statue in the ruins. And Vu stood waiting, flanked by a squad of fully equipped soldiers in gleaming iron armor. Seeing Tan Fong emerge from the shadows, she smiled brightly and greeted him. Big Brother Darkness. Please don't take it to heart. I still have a lot of lifespan left. So the higher-ups were uneasy and assigned an escort. Tan Fong replied mildly, his gaze indifferent. It's fine, he thought inwardly. The authorities still don't grasp my strength. If these people actually made a move, they'd only last a few hits. System notice. Transaction successful. You have spent the Cathedral Sanctuary stealth key. You have received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. And Vu held the activated key, a calculating smile at the corner of her mouth. Tan Fong turned and said coldly, "Let's go." And Vu waved out of habit. "Farewell, Big Brother Darkness." Behind him, the soldiers began whispering, "Only that for 2,000 years of lifespan?" Another replied, "What do you know? It's a hideout that can hold hundreds, even thousands. Apart from darkness, who else would be generous enough to hand it over?" Tan Fong said gravely. And Vu's lifespan contribution came at the right time, just enough to fully prepare our weapons before departing for Madu. System notice. You have consumed 71.2 years of tradable lifespan to upgrade equipment to level 15. You have consumed 161.75 years of tradable lifespan. Extracted skill. Graceful Deliverance, Mythic rank. Extracted skill. Guest's Intuition, Legendary rank. Consumed 71.12 years. Extracted skill. Knight's Ruthless Return, Epic rank. Consumed 36.35 years. Extracted skill. Silent Stealth Concealment, Epic rank. Consumed 23.71 years. Extracted skill. Mind Shadow Impression, Epic rank. Consumed 34.65 years. Extracted Mount Item Spirit Vine. Consumed 113.89 years. Tan Fong muttered, his gaze deepening. The gear extraction isn't finished, but my level and skills are now almost fully synchronized with my in-game avatar. Ting. Final notification appeared. Your hunger level has reached 90%. Tan Fong felt his stomach growl and decided to log out to deal with his hunger first. Back at the hotel Tan Fong rented in the real world, his body was still enveloped in cold black aura. His ice-cold eyes quietly scanned the surroundings. He was trapped inside a gloomy iron cage. Outside, two thugs stood watching. When they saw him wake, one shouted, "Boss, this kid is awake." The other, holding a baseball bat crusted with dried blood, roared, "Kid, hand over all your lifespan, or you'll end up a dried corpse like those in that hotel." A third, brandishing a sharp knife, laughed maniacally, "Ha ha! The end of the world is wonderful. Kill whoever we want." Seeing Tan Fong remain silent, his gaze still icy, he barked, "What are you staring at? Stand there. What are you doing? Boss, let me cut this guy once to vent." The bat wielder also shouted angrily, "Damn it, he's been scared dumb. Whatever, kill him already." The fat man beside them clapped excitedly, "Fine, great." But before they could move, a burst of icy blood aura suddenly erupted, cutting off all their actions. Tan Fong unleashed the move Nightfall's relentless return. In an instant, the entire hotel was sliced cleanly in two. The building trembled violently and then collapsed like a rotting block of stone. From the rubble, Tan Fong walked out calmly, holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles. As he ate, he muttered, "More extracted power manifests in reality, so the body needs more energy. With my current strength, these cheap snacks are no longer enough." A cold light flashed in his eyes. After dealing with TNTT and her hateful guild AI Lu Tu, I must seize the Divine Tree Codex. Saying that, he leapt onto the back of the Spirit Knight Rider and left the ruins. TNTT is indeed cunning and deceitful, even more unpredictable than Song Fi. Wait, didn't I once accept a bounty to hunt Tan Fong Z? That could be useful bait, lure her out. He sneered coldly, "Humph, hunger won't get you far. Better to head to Madu first and grab something to tide me over along the way."
Scene shift to Mado.
TNTT was languidly leaning into two tall, dark-skinned men. She panted, her face glowing as if revitalized. "Baby, you guys are seriously amazing." Her legs trembled so she couldn't stand, clutching the two broad-shouldered men. She whispered in a honeyed voice, "Fought with all my heart, sweetly falling asleep, entering the game with you. This feeling is truly wonderful." The dark-skinned man on the left chuckled, "Dear Tien, your skill is truly unmatched."
Tan Thi burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You are so hot."
Just then, a bell rang. She received a message. "Miss Tien, Darkness just sent word. He says Tanfong is dead. He'll meet in Madu reality, hand over Tanfong's head to you, then collect the remaining payment. TNTT frowned, thinking, meet darkness in real life? That's risky. She replied coolly but cautiously, no need to meet. Tell him to send a photo. The subordinate answered, he says he doesn't use a phone, afraid of government surveillance. TNTT smiled meaningfully, thinking, oh, so darkness is also an enemy of the authorities? Lately they've been hunting us more aggressively. If we can pull darkness into the AI Lu2 guild, the Dai Ha pigs will no longer be a threat. Then she said coldly, coordinates 6722, 8331. Tell darkness I want to meet him in-game first. In her mind, a plan was forming. I'll stage a play to probe which side darkness really stands on. Immediately, she logged into the game and sent a message filled with fake sweetness. Is the heavenly traveler's precious there? I miss you, I need a favor. The benefits are endless. Meanwhile, Tanfong sat with a cold gaze. Humph. As expected, TNT is a crafty woman. These coordinates are the Academy of Evil Spirits, not far from me. Tanfong was currently using the silent stealth concealment skill. Standing still would keep him permanently hidden. Without hesitation, he logged into the game to observe what TNT was planning. At Ma-Du Ruins, the Academy of Evil Spirits, Tanfong, hidden, stood high above and silently watched the scene below. A voice rang out clearly across the tense space. Black Blade, our authorities have located you. I advise you to give up resistance and surrender immediately, or we will be forced to use force. TNTT placed a hand on her chest, exuding confidence and arrogance. Heavenly Traveler, go back and tell the single men of Dai Ha to remember this. We are no longer the Black Blade Regiment. We are now the AI Lu2 Guild.
And ai le tu specializes in hunting diamen.
Having spoken, she casually tore off her top, flaunting her provocative figure. Those in front blushed, blood gushing from noses, unable to hide their excitement. One man tried to continue the performance, his face flushed. Black Blade, damn it, the Dai Ha government will surely punish you. They're shameless, brazen as the sky. The man with glasses chimed in, stammering, baby, that's really bold. TNTT rubbed her chest and continued to taunt. Come on, pigs of Dai Ha. She thought to herself, heh, like that? As long as he plays his part well, tonight will be even bolder. From above, Tanfong's gaze turned icy. He whispered, is that him? Cao Hao Nam, codename Heavenly Traveler, the notorious mole who fed intel to AI Lu Tuesday. Not until the 7th year after the Divine Game was halted did he slip up and get eliminated. Cao Hao Nam now shouted, his tone hard but still a bit awkward. Humph, Black Blade, stubbornly refusing to wake up. You'll be captured today. Tanfong smiled faintly, thinking, interesting. So TNTT and Cao Hao Nam have been colluding for a long time. This play was staged just to test me. If I strike TNTT, that means making myself an enemy of the Dai Ha authorities. But if I stay out of it, she may never agree to meet darkness in real life. Tanfong chuckled softly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Fine. If you want to test my stance, then see it clearly. With that, he plunged down from above like a blade through the night. In an instant, the Nightfall skill activated. A fierce killing intent rising like a black tidal wave, sweeping through Cao Hao Nam's men. The area instantly flared red as critical strikes slammed into each target's weak points. A cold string of notifications rang out. You have killed player Heavenly Traveler. You have killed player Evening Fury Vaivu. You have killed player Fisher Finegu. You have killed player I Am Righteous. You have killed player Stormwave Warrior. You have killed player Left Guard Spear. You have killed player Dim Light. You have killed player Wandering Witch. You have killed player Big Bow Big Bow. You have killed player I Eat Beef. You have killed player Spirit Force Little Fire. You have killed player Ox Boy Chong. The scene below was reduced to ashes and deadly silence. TNTT witnessed it all. Her expression changed immediately, eyes wide with terror. She blurted out, What? What just happened? Tanfong stepped out of the smoky haze, his voice dropping like ice. Hello, Black Blade. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on her as he said, I am darkness. Tan Fong took slow steps closer, his eyes deep and bottomless.
He spoke, hello, Tan TT, I am darken.
Tian TT's cheeks flushed as if touched by a spring breeze. Her heart beat wildly like war drums, and one thought flooded her mind. He's so handsome. I love this type of cold, powerful man. Tears suddenly streamed down her face, a complex emotion welling up inside. She bit her lip, cursing fate silently. What a pity he's a pig of Dai Ha. Why must such a strong, seductive man belong to that damned country? Over on the other side, the dark-skinned men stared, shouting in panic in English. Oh my God! Over 40,000 damage. Is this the world's #1 power? Another immediately applauded frantically and blurted, Hi! How are you? Good to see you, bro. Before he could say more, the two heads suddenly fell like ripe coconuts. Damage 39,155. Attacked weak point. Damage 38,144. Hit weak point. Damage 39,123. Tan Fong casually brushed his hand, his voice icy as if crushing two ants. I don't understand what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure you're insulting me. TNTT turned pale, hurriedly stepping back half a pace, trembling as she stammered. No, they weren't insulting you. They were just saying hello. Tan Fong tilted his head and gave her a razor-sharp glance. Oh, then apologies, to avoid misunderstandings. From now on it's best to speak only Dai Ha here. Begin the transaction. Suddenly remembering something, he added very tactfully. Ah yes. First put your clothes back on. Tian TT froze, her eyes fixed on Tan Fong as she hesitantly asked, Where's Tan Fong's head? She inwardly gasped. This weirdo really is exactly my type. Tan Fong replied indifferently. The head is with me, but it can't be brought into the game. If you want to see it, I can show you in the real world. Tian TT immediately nodded, her eyes gleaming like she'd been given a diamond ring. It's fine. I've seen darkness's power with my own eyes. I trust you won't deceive me. Ping, you have received 1,500 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong nodded, then turned to leave. Very well, I'm off. But a soft voice behind him suddenly called, Wait! TNTT blushed, her voice small like a mew but with clear intent. You have the power, I have the money. Can we cooperate long-term? I have a new assassination target here. If you're interested, come to my place tonight. She lightly licked her lips, a spark in her eyes. Whatever you request, I can satisfy you. Tan Fong glanced her up and down, then asked bluntly without beating around the bush. Who do you want assassinated? How much is the bounty? TNTT gave a soft laugh. We'll discuss that in person. Trust me, this reward is far more generous than before. She left one last line before logging off. Tonight, Madu Harbor. I'll be waiting. The image vanished, leaving Tan Fong standing alone. He frowned. A house at the harbor. Could it be her yacht? At the central statue in the city, Cao Hao Nam's men rose one after another. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. That damned darkness, I knew it. You must be a government traitor. Though he ground his teeth, inside he felt as elated as if he'd won the lottery. Ha ha! It's successful. TT really had partnered with darkness. With that connection, this reward would surely be his. Without hesitation, he spun around and ordered the girl beside him. Those idiots in Zhonghai City who worship darkness every day. Round them up and make them explain themselves. Lam Ta Noyet, take everyone to collect their lifespan first. There might be major action later. Lam Ta Noyet nodded in clear agreement. Her in-game name was Light Night Rain, Evening Fury Vai Vu. Inside she was in turmoil. Is darkness really colluding with AI bitch? If so, even if it costs me my life, I must find a way to eliminate him. Yet she involuntarily clenched her fists, overwhelmed by helplessness. Why is the distance between him and her so vast? Before even seeing his shadow, she was already dead. Outside in the real world, The luxurious yacht at Ma-Du Harbor shone like a giant jewel. A figure cloaked in black quietly stepped onto the boat, his steps calm, his presence blending into the night. He approached the guards and coldly said, "I am Darkness. I'm here to see AI bitch." The guards all respectfully bowed. "So it's Lord Darkness. The young lady has been waiting for you. Please come in." Another hurriedly spoke into a radio. "Darkness has arrived. Prepare to cast off." The yacht shuddered slightly, then left the pier, drifting into the night away from the harbor. Inside the luxurious salon, TNTT wore a blood-red dress, exuding deadly allure. She smiled brightly, raised a glass of red wine, and gently said, "Big Brother Darkness, at last we meet in the real world." Her eyes lit with delight, her tone appraising like evaluating a premium item. "I didn't expect you to be so mysterious in person." Tan Fong didn't waste words and asked coldly and directly, "Tell me, who do you want dead?" Entity leaned in slightly, close to his ear, the scent from her hair intoxicating. "Oh? Why so cold and uninterested? Such a rare, beautiful scene, and you are so handsome. Don't talk about coldness. Come on, let's toast to this spring night." Tan Fong said nothing, took the glass, and drained it in one go. TNTT laughed loudly, a fox-like laugh satisfied at getting what she wanted. "Ha ha! Yes, exactly like that." She then gently pushed him onto the sofa and, in a teasing tone, asked, "So, Darkness, how do you feel?" Tan Fong frowned and asked coldly, "Feel what?" TNTT exhaled softly, smiling as if revealing a huge secret. "I slipped a drug into that glass. It's a family recipe of the Tian household that I made myself. Anyone who drinks it will obediently follow me." She licked her lips, laughing as if she held the whole game in her hands. "Ha ha! Even Darkness is just a man in the end. How about that? Strong, huh?" TNTT's mouth curved slightly, eyes full of excitement like a collector who'd found a treasure. She leaned in, her voice seductive. "Don't rush, relax, enjoy a little more. When the time is right, I'll personally lift your hood to see the true face of Darkness." She winked mischievously. "I'm sure you'll be very interesting. I like keeping this mystery a while longer." Then she began to act, attempting to take control of the situation with the confidence of someone sure to win. Yet when the last layer of the opponent's defenses was removed, she suddenly froze. "Oh my, Dai Ha actually has people like this. No wonder he's the legendary Darkness." Before she could react further, her expression changed completely. In that instant, a burst of light exploded from Tan Fong's body, illuminating the entire room like a lightning strike. TNTT was thrown back by the shockwave, screaming in panic, "Fire, what is that?" Moments later, Tan Fong stepped out of the halo of light, his gaze ice-cold. He approached and calmly grabbed the necklace at her throat. "A guardian crystal necklace? I didn't expect you to have one. It just saved your life." TNTT's eyes widened, her voice trembling. "Impossible. A golden guardian crystal? High-tier equipment. Shield effect that nullifies fatal damage." She stepped back, her face ashen. "No, it can't be. How are you still alive? Weren't you killed by Darkness?" Tan Fong replied coldly, each word like a blade. "The reason is simple. Because I am Darkness." "What?"
TNTT cried in horror.
Then who was that other person? At that moment, the cloaked figure standing in the room slowly removed his hood. Revealed was an innocent-looking face, extremely excited. He raised his hand and shouted with glee, "Ahoo! Ahoo!"
I'm cosplaying Darkness.
TNTT collapsed, panicked to the extreme, tears welling up, voice trembling. "Big brother, Infeng, no, it's not what you think.
I'm sorry.
Spare me. I'll give you my entire lifespan. I'll do anything you want. I can serve however you like." Qin Feng stood silent for a few seconds, his eyes like cold ice, tilting his head slightly as he asked, "Where are the 5 foreigners who came with you?" TNTT looked up, her face wet with tears, voice shaking. "Dad, if I confess, will you forgive me?" She panicked, producing jumbled sounds, her body convulsing in fear. Immediately after, a dry crack rang out. Qin Feng casually snapped her neck like breaking a stalk of scallion. A lazy sigh escaped him as he bent down, picked up the phone from her hand, his tone matter-of-fact as if ordering food. "Looks like those 5 aren't here," the system immediately announced. "You have received 659 years of tradable lifespan." Qin Feng nodded slightly, his expression calm as he looked at the phone screen. "I plan to catch the whole gang, but never mind. First, use her phone to report this to the government." The moon had climbed to the zenith, its cold silver light shining over the sea. The yacht continued to glide silently, the waves rippling as if nothing had happened. Not far away, a police speedboat was racing over like a silver arrow. The police dispatch system blared. "Report received. There has been a mass murder on the yacht. Victims include the heiress of the Chen Corporation. The suspect is likely Darkness, based on the skills used at the scene. The investigation team is being dispatched immediately." Tension stretched tight as a drawn wire. Cao Hainam stood at the bow, hair blowing in the sea wind, his eyes glittering with hatred. He gritted his teeth. That Darkness is lawless. Committing mass murder like this is a direct challenge to our nation's law. A flicker of secret joy crossed his mind. "This is an opportunity," he continued. "When we board, I'll use investigative skills on the bodies. Once we locate Darkness, we'll open fire with everything we've got and kill him on the spot." Inside, he screamed like thunder. "My love, I will avenge you." At the scene, investigators bent over to examine Chen Thithi's corpse. One reported, "Preliminary check. Cause of death is a broken cervical spine. We also found foreign DNA traces and signs of burns on the body." Cao Hainam roared, "Damn Darkness! Not only killing but desecrating the body." He clenched his fists, voice full of hatred. "I will bring you to justice." Then he bent down to examine the scene, activating a trace hunting skill on the body to find the killer's location within the last few minutes. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He shouted like rolling thunder, "Watch out! Darkness is at 6 o'clock." No sooner had he finished than a blue streak of light tore through the air like a lightning bolt, slicing across the space, cutting a few strands of his hair. It was Qin Feng's poison dart, a polite greeting that was also a death sentence delivered by hand. Seeing Cao Hainam collapse, a team member cried out in alarm, "Captain Cao!" Lam Ta Noyet immediately rushed forward with team members, forming a shield, then gritted her teeth and squeezed the trigger, firing while shouting, "Darkness, you've just killed an investigator. Do you intend to become an enemy of the state?" At that moment, Qin Feng's cold voice sounded, calm as if reading a dinner menu. "You don't need to be so tense. The reason I killed Cao Hainam is that he had been betraying the authorities for a long time. He supplied classified information to Chen TT for personal gain. He's a mole. The evidence is surely in his phone. Investigate if you wish. I won't stop you." His words struck like an iron rod in the air, causing everyone to pause. An investigator quickly picked up Cao Hainam's phone, powered it on, scrolled for a few seconds, then froze. "Captain Lam, we've just found the entire contact records between Captain Cao and Chen TT on the phone. And, wait, Chen TT is actually a buy in the game." Lam Ta Noyet was stunned, her face changing as she held out her hand. "Let me see." She snatched the phone as soon as he had finished speaking. The phone screen lit up, displaying a passionate, intimate scene between Chen TT and Cao Hainam. No filters, no effects, the quality was crystal clear down to every detail. Lam Ta Noyet's face flushed, unclear whether from shock or anger. "What is this?" The investigator stammered, muted. I told you before." Lam Ta Noyet's mind felt torn between reality and the virtual. She murmured, "So everything Darkness said was true." She recalled how, in the game, Darkness had deliberately killed their team, but it turned out to be a staged act to gain Chen Thithi's trust. After earning that trust, he found her in real life and killed her. Then he personally called the police to lure Cao Hainam out. One arrow felled 2 crows. In an instant, he helped the authorities eliminate 2 major threats. A cold, precise, terrifyingly perfect plan. The investigator beside her hesitated, asking, Hey, why are you staring so hard? There's nothing interesting in that scene. Lam Ta Noyet remains silent, trembling inwardly. Luckily, he's not an enemy of the state. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. She glanced at the gun in her hand, made a decision. She inhaled deeply and forced out, "Darkness, thank you for your help. I'm sorry about the shots just now." Then she raised the gun, without hesitation pulled the trigger, and shot straight into her own leg. The bullet tore through her calf, blood gushing like a fountain. Captain Lam and the team cried out in horror. She weakly raised a hand to signal she was okay. Her voice was soft, tears slipping down. "I hope you'll continue to cooperate with the authorities. Please don't leave us." A male investigator stepped closer, hesitating. Did it have to go this far? Captain Lam Ta Noyet didn't answer at once, only shook her head slightly. Finally she sighed. "We don't know what darkness is like. Being cautious never hurts." Light Rain at Night, real name Lam Ta Noyet, shot herself to avoid making an enemy of darkness. No wonder she would later lead the Ma-Du government forces. Meanwhile, in the game world, a group of players were besieging a horde of ferocious monsters. A burly young man holding a shield shouted, "Xiaodu, support me. I can't hold much longer." From behind, Tan Xiaodu replied, her voice trembling but determined, Okay. Coming up." The staff in her hand immediately glowed. A bright healing beam shot forward and struck the headless monster behind him. The young man whirled around, face flushed with anger. "What are you doing?" "Planning to keep the monster as a pet." Under the healing spell, the monster's wounds closed instantly, its eyes burning even redder and more ferocious. A sharp beam of light flew in from afar, piercing both the young man and Tan Xiaodu. They died on the spot, their bodies shredded like unwrapped candy. A moment later, they were resurrected. Tan Xiaodu, tears in her eyes, whimpered, "Ah, died again." Before she could speculate further, the young man angrily punched her hard. "Idiot! Darkness isn't sitting around tracking you every minute. It's the headless platinum assassin boss. Haha, it just wiped us out. Didn't you read the system notice? You used the wrong healing skill, activating the boss's special state and enraging it. If the guild leader sends you again, I'll delete my account myself." Tan Xiaodu clutched her head, eyes watering, groaning, "It hurts. You guys don't understand at all." At that moment, heavy footfalls sounded. The headless boss slowly advanced toward them, its presence like a swirling black vortex. The young man turned pale with fear and yelled, "We're dead. The boss followed us here. Run." He then fled, limbs flailing like a headless chicken. Tan Xiaodu remained sitting on the ground, eyes wide, face drained of color. "Huh! It's really coming?" Under the bright lights of a luxurious villa, a jarring crash rang out as a platter piled with fresh fruit was flung onto the marble floor. She roared into the phone, voice full of authority and resentment. "Trash! This is a once-in-a-thousand-years chance to kill that darkness. Yet you people in the government just let him slip away. After all these years undercover in the government, how did you become useless exactly when needed?" Her words seemed to pierce the eardrum of the person on the other end. Not giving them a chance to explain, she pressed on, "I don't want to hear any pathetic excuses. He wiped out my Dongfang clan. My family's blood will not be shed just for show. Whatever method you use, I want blood for blood." Her eyes blazed as she ground her teeth. "Your father-in-law was already killed by him. So what are you hesitating for? Planning to wait until he comes to pluck the remaining hairs from your head?" At that moment, a child's voice, youthful yet deadly, sounded from behind. "Mother, I have a way to kill darkness." The boy appeared, smeared with blood. Behind him lay the bound body of a girl, motionless, her eyes still wide open in pain. The woman turned, frowning. "Nam Tien, what plan do you have?" Nam Tien smiled, a grin both innocent and chilling. "Mother, I may not be allowed into the game, but I still have a brain. That darkness likes to kill, right? Then we'll give him people to kill. Send a few to provoke him. then quietly lure him to my father's fireworks factory. The boy narrowed his eyes, speaking in a steady voice that made listeners' skin crawl. When he strikes, we'll blow up the entire fireworks factory. Then tens of thousands of fireworks rising will be his send-off to the underworld. If we're lucky, we kill him. If not, no one will know it was us. Win-win. The woman widened her eyes, then burst into laughter, her gaze shining with a mad satisfaction. Well done, Nam Tien. You are truly my son. It seems our parenting was not in vain. Hear that? Mr. Suo, your son is 10 times smarter than you. On the phone, the husband's voice tried to stay calm. All right, but this must be kept absolutely secret. The government still wants to lure him, so we can't be too blatant. Also, my eldest and second sons will surely oppose this plan. Don't worry, the woman replied coldly. I'll handle it. You men are only good at being obstacles. With that, she snapped the phone shut without hesitation. Her gaze immediately returned to the corpse in the room. One hand on her hip, the other pointing at the girl's body. That bitch still refuses to hand over her lifespan, huh? Nam Tien blushed and hung his head like an elementary school child scolded for breaking a glass. I'm sorry, mother. I tried, but I couldn't control myself for a moment. My hand was too strong. I accidentally killed her. Cut to the holy game, the ruins of Mado City. In the gloomy atmosphere, wind swept through the ruined streets of Mado. The players led by Tan Xiaodu once again met the death count at the hands of the headless boss. The bloody scene unfolded in an instant. Great blades swung, heads tumbled, and piercing screams echoed non-stop. Another group of players nearby witnessed the horror and immediately turned pale. Did you see that? Those guys were alive a moment ago and suddenly dead. Someone stealth killed them all in one strike. That's definitely darkness. Before they could regain composure, the headless boss swept past like a cold winter gale, slaughtering the group with a single flick of its hand. The screen went blood-red as the system's voice rang out coldly like a mocking smile. You have been defeated, the surviving players screamed in panic. Run! Run! That darkness is berserk. He's massacring innocent people. Outside the game, on the lake in Mado, Qin Feng stood casually on the water surface, his gaze indifferent as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. He whistled while idly watching the calm water. The feng shui here isn't bad. Making a secret base here would be pretty suitable. Instantly, a dialogue box popped up in the game's interface before him. Do you want to spend 1,315.2 years of lifespan to extract the pure soul domain, a place of refuge? Note: this is a subterranean structure. After extraction, all original materials at this location will disappear. Are you sure? Tan Fong nodded and snapped his fingers to confirm. Immediately, the lake's surface rippled as if something were rising from the earth. Amid booming sounds, the blackened architecture of the pure soul domain gradually formed, cold and proud like a phantom fortress. Extraction complete. Tan Fong folded his arms, a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Now it's time to fetch the Apocalypse book. As soon as he entered the game, Tan Fong received an urgent message from his friend Wang Man. Big bro, someone is reporting you for massacring innocents. Tan Fong nearly choked on his spit. Huh? I haven't even logged in. That's impossible. Wang Man messaged on, half worried, half amused. I noticed you were offline and got suspicious. I investigated thoroughly. Turns out the culprit is a platinum boss called the Headless Assassin, with extreme stealth abilities, almost undetectable. And she slaughters people like it's nothing. Tan Fong rubbed his chin, narrowed his eyes. So that's it. Even the boss learned my invisibility trick. Wang Man continued. Can you intervene? Several more groups just got slaughtered by it. Under the dim shadow of Mado City's ruins, a group of players huddled together after witnessing the headless boss's lightning-fast massacre. Tension was taut as a drawn string. Everyone trembled except for a long-haired youth whose expression was either too cool or numb. My God, what kind of absurd boss is this? I had level 3 anti-stealth up and still couldn't see it. How is that possible? The long-haired guy snapped his fingers as if trying to wake from a nightmare. I only didn't peek out of respect for the boss. If I could see it, I alone could hold it. A green-haired girl beside him watched warily and whispered, "Please don't provoke it more. If the boss comes here, don't blame me for running first." The group decided to pull back to a higher vantage point to observe and avoid being ambushed. But fate had a farce in store. At that moment, safety is number one. The long-haired guy's full name suddenly slipped on a banana peel. Ah! Holy hell! Who left a banana peel here? The shout inadvertently alerted the headless boss to the group's location. Without further ado, the boss lunged and assassinated two unlucky players. Only safety is number one luckily dodged the fatal slash. He scrambled up, staring at his friends' corpses, and yelled, "What? Little? Are you guys really dead?" Eyes bloodshot, he turned to the headless boss and shouted curses. "Damn you! You think I'm afraid of you? Come here." The boss, provoked, immediately swung its great blade and attacked again. Safety is number one instantly flipped into ninja roll mode, dodging blow after blow. Shit! I rolled too early. So he rolled once, rolled twice, rolled 3 times, then spun in circles around the boss, looking like a top gone out of control. Gods, I'm rolling so much I'm getting dizzy. After a while, his vision blurred and his head spun. Huh? Did it disappear? Or did I roll into another dimension? But in reality, the boss had only gone invisible right there. While safety is number one was still dazed, the headless boss suddenly reappeared and unleashed its anti-stealth solo strike. A critical hit aimed straight at him. You have been defeated. Lifespan lost. Just when it seemed the scene would end there, a flash of light appeared behind the boss. Whoosh! A figure arrived like a god, and it was none other than Tan Fong. Without further ado, Tan Fong immediately unleashed a genuine anti-stealth strike, driving it straight into the headless boss's back, dropping its HP by 28,560. A figure that even made the system flinch. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and asked slowly, "Your name is Hala, right?" A few minutes before Tan Fong appeared, the scene in the game was more chaotic than ever. A group of players pointed at Tan Xiaodu, the frail girl whose face still bore tears, as if she were about to be dragged out and executed in the square. "It was her!" An angry man jabbed. "Used the wrong skill, hit the stealth mechanic." What happened? It triggered the headless boss and it locked onto her, chasing her all the way to the respawn point. Tan Xiaodu burst into tears like rain, sobbing and stammering. I didn't mean to. I just pressed the wrong button." That childish explanation couldn't placate the enraged players. The guild leader turned to Tran Vo Dan, measuring each word. "With skills like this, my team won't take you. People die and don't even know why. How can we fight?" Tran Vo Dan, who had been holding his temper, snapped, "Shut your mouth. What, you planning to invite the boss over for tea if it's still around?" He looked at Tan Xiaodu, his tone softening but his gaze like someone inspecting a returnable item. "Xiaodu, I don't think combat suits you. From now on your task is to search for information on refuges. If you find a golden refuge, I'll reward you 3 years of lifespan. Find a platinum one and I'll give 10 years. He thought to himself, I assumed she was a stealth class and we'd hit a treasure. Turns out it's a powder keg. I'll give you 1 day of lifespan each day to survive. If you keep dying, it's a waste. Immediately the system announced, you received 2 tradable days of lifespan. Total remaining lifespan, 2 days 1332. Tan Xiaodu's eyes shone like stars, nose sniffing but smiling brightly. Thank you, guild leader. Over on the other side, a group of female gamers stared at her with envious eyes. One ground her teeth. Damn, she's getting perks. The white-haired girl smirked and whispered to her friend. I get it. This is that little vixen's scheme. Die once a day to see the guild leader. Not bad. Her friend nodded eagerly. Shall we try this emotional tactic too? At that moment, boom, an anti-stealth strike fell from the void, shattering the headless boss like a boiled egg. The one who struck was none other than Tan Fong. Light flashed as the boss dissolved piece by piece into the air, and the entire scene went silent. All eyes turned to Tan Fong. The newcomer stood like a savior amid the ruins, cloak billowing, gaze cold. Tran Vo Dan was stunned, mouth agape, eyes wide. It's the great elder Darkness, whether from anger or excitement. He punched the person beside him and yelled, "Didn't anyone record this? This should have been live-streamed," but the joy was short-lived. At that moment, shadowy figures wrapped around Tan Xiaodu like ghosts from the netherworld. She jerked, breaking into a cold sweat, legs trembling. "Ah! What is this?" Everyone recoiled, hastily distancing themselves as if she might explode. Without a word, Tran Vo Dan kicked her, sending her flying and pulling several black shapes clinging to her neck. Tan Xiaodu screamed pitifully as she was flung into midair. But the tragedy was not over. Boom! For dark silhouettes loomed. For headless bosses surrounded Tan Xiaodu as if they'd been waiting a long time. Behind a nearby wall, Safety is number one poked his head out, face ashen. "Woe, are there for more?" The person beside him muttered. "Not 4, 5. One was killed by the elder earlier. No wonder we've seen it everywhere. Turns out it has clones." Amid the ring of death, Tan Xiaodu suddenly spotted the familiar figure of Tan Fong. She seemed to awaken from the nightmare, tears streaming down her cheeks, and screamed like she'd found a lifeline in a sea of fire. "Darkness, bro! Great Elder! Save me! Bro, save me!" Tan Fong's eyes suddenly flashed as if he'd guessed something. Without hesitation, he immediately launched the shield shadow slash, cutting toward both the boss and Tan Xiaodu. In an instant, both the boss and Xiaodu were swallowed entirely by the strike. Damage numbers flooded the screen. 33,154. 33,187. Each line felt like a stab to the viewers' hearts. "Tin, you have killed the headless assassin. You have killed Xiao. Do you receive 48,000 experience points? Congratulations. You receive 20 evolution points. You receive 1,520 tradable days of lifespan." Tan Fong glanced at the system screen and sighed softly. "Bad luck. 1 arrow, 2 kills." Not wasting a moment, he activated Greedy Hand. A series of lifespan light orbs appeared, scattering like New Year fireworks. It turned out this boss had just been snacking, siphoning non-tradable lifespan from other players but hadn't finished digesting it. Now that Tan Fong handled it, all the gains dropped cleanly. At that moment, Envu's crew came sweeping in. Seeing the spoils, Envu gleefully shouted, "Great Elder, if you don't need them, sell them to us." Tan Fong wiped his brow, thinking to himself, "These people really are everywhere." He chuckled and said, "Perfect timing. There's another place with even better loot. If the price is right, I'll take you there." And Vu cheered, "Deal." Tan Fong pointed at Wang Man and a few others behind him. "These people come with me, but you do not." And Vu raised an eyebrow and struck her most alluring pose. "What? Great Elder, are you sexist? I won't accept that. I was going to seduce you. Who knew you'd—" "A man." A sharp headbutt from Tan Fong shattered Envu's romantic daydream. He said seriously, "At the north gate of Peiji City there's a theocracy tower. Challenging it can yield many rare items. But the NPCs there hate women. If there's a female in the party, the difficulty multiplies tenfold."
En vue stompt en grilly, trash NPCs.
Daring to be sexist? Just wait. Once I get stronger, I'll slaughter all those bigots. Then she turned to Xiao He. "Let's go kill a few monsters on that mountain to blow off steam." Xiao He looked back and waved to Tan Fong. "Bye, Great Elder." Xiao Shui also smiled. "See you later, Great Elder." Tan Fong glanced around and said nonchalantly, "You all come with me." Immediately the system announced, "Darkness has sent a team invite." Wang Man's group burst into excited chaos, hurriedly accepting. One of them exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Oh my God! Teaming with the Great Elder for the first time. I'm so nervous I can hardly breathe. This is a golden chance to see his godly moves up close, not just in videos." The group, still panting, scrambled to keep up with Tan Fong, while complaining non-stop, "Wait, what's going on? He looks like he's walking slowly, yet he's faster than we are." Someone clutched their head. "What's the point of learning then? Darkness's agility is basically hacking." Tan Fong continued at an easy pace, calm as if on a stroll. But in his eyes, the system interface displayed full info on the recently dropped items. He casually swiped the list, his eyes lighting up when he saw 2 items suited for the assassin class.
Reborn Dagger Sâm Bạch Phỉ Thúy, an Assassin Weapon.
Attack 388, Armor Penetration 125, plus 39 Strength, plus 48 Agility, requires level 15. Special effect. When dealing damage, movement speed doubles for 5 seconds and you gain 30% evasion rate. Tan Fong picked up the dagger to inspect it, sighing in admiration. Nearly 80% more damage than the old blade's 216, plus increased penetration, strength, and agility. Not bad at all, truly rare gear. Next was a dark class weapon. Refined Dark Platinum Blade, single target damage within 20 m, plus 600 Dark Elemental Attack. Dispels any buff not above Platinum tier, 12's cooldown, requires level 14. He frowned slightly. Damage is a bit low, but the buff dispel effect is extremely useful. Evolve it to Legendary. Evolution successful. You have spent 56 evolution points. Remaining points, 219. The Dark Blade has been upgraded. Damage increased from 600 to 1500. Cooldown reduced from 12 to 3 seconds. Requirement level 14. Legendary effect. On hitting a weak point, restores 3 seconds of cooldown. Tanfong startled, then laughed as if he'd found a delicious bug. Just hit a weak point and you get 3 seconds back. So this skill is practically cooldown free for me?
Ubar-pubaring.
Enjoying the treasures in his hands, Tan Fong suddenly remembered to look back. Wait! Where did Wang Man's crew go? He turned and scanned around but couldn't see a single shadow. 2 kilometers away, the scene looked like the aftermath of a battle. One team member lay flat on the ground, sweat pouring as if he'd been climbing a pass for hours.
Darkness.
Moves so fast? Who can possibly catch up? Another collapsed, legs outstretched. Captain, I can't run anymore. Wang Man struggled to drag the other while panting like an ox, still trying to encourage them. Come on, brothers. This is a chance to learn from the great elder. We can't give up. In front of them stood a towering building that seemed to pierce the sky. Tan Fong folded his arms and said calmly, "This is the place. Once you enter, an NPC will appear to present the challenge. But remember, that guy is extremely nasty. The more you show off, the higher he hikes the price." He continued in a steady tone as if narrating a morning bread run. "So I'll use only 1% of my power. Stay calm and try to take down one golden boss." No sooner had he finished than he turned to see the group behind, led by Wang Man, kneeling low with sweat dripping like rain. He frowned, still trying to understand, when Wang Man gave a thumbs up, panting as if he'd just run a marathon. "Don't worry, boss. We guarantee we'll complete the task." Tanfong nodded and then said seriously, "After passing the challenge you can trade with the NPC. Good loot. I won't let you down. And remember, during the fight speak only in the team channel. Absolutely do not let the NPC overhear or it's all ruined." At that, Wang Man's crew forced themselves to their feet and shuffled into the building, faces as if about to face torture. When the massive doors were pushed open, a grotesque laugh echoed from within. An NPC appeared, face full of amusement, speaking like a casino barker. Welcome visitors from Lam Tin. Surely this sudden appearance in the God-abandoned game has left you puzzled." "Yes." He pointed ahead with a raspy voice. "This is the Theocracy Tower. If you have the strength to pass the challenge, you'll earn the right to trade with me. Report when you're ready." The group looked baffled. One murmured, "Huh? This game actually has real NPCs." The long-haired guy, always overly cautious, immediately asked, "Wait, big brother, what kind of boss fight is the challenge?"
Tan Phong Sai, nothing complicated.
"During the fight, just follow my commands, very simple." But the long-haired guy wouldn't let it go and grilled them like an interrogator. "Can you be more specific? How long will the fight last? How many phases does the boss have? What skills? Is it mobile? Any crowd control ultimate? Any target designation skills? What's its weak point? Total fight time." Wang Man and Tan Fong broke into a sweat. Wang Man hurriedly said, "Boss, ignore him. His nickname is Steady as an Old Dog. When he worked as a mercenary, an incident cost 2 teammates their lives. So he's become excessively cautious, more careful than doing last month's grocery run. Tan Fong shrugged lightly, indifferent, then stepped forward and declared solemnly, "Ready, begin." The long-haired guy panicked. "Wait, I haven't." Before he could finish, the NPC laughed heartily and growled, "No time to hesitate. Now begin to indulge." Instantly, a dark vortex appeared in midair. From the darkness emerged a giant monster. The elite black liquor skull puppet, level 20, gold rarity. The long-haired guy turned green and stammered, "Level 20? We're at most level 11. Tan Fong remained calm as if he'd anticipated it, nodded and ordered, "It's fine. Wang Man, go." Wang Man immediately grabbed his shield and sword and roared in reply. He then activated the shield charge skill and lunged powerfully at the monster. But as soon as he closed in, the monster swung its arm with tremendous force, swatting Wang Man like a fly. A loud boom rang out. Wang Man was flung backward and slammed face-first into the ground. The rest of the group froze and shouted in panic, "Boss!" At that moment, Tan Fong moved behind Wang Man and caught him. He ordered in a low voice, "Don't worry about me. Archer, use precision shot. Swordsman, 3-stage slash on contact. Team, be ready." Everyone responded at once, eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Immediately, the archer Yang Gong loosed an arrow that sliced through the air and struck the boss, making it roar in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the swordsman charged in with a combo of 3 lightning-fast slashes, causing the boss to shriek horribly. It angrily slammed its 2 giant arms into the ground, creating a shock that rattled the entire floor. A rolling wave of dark chi billowed from the boss's body, sweeping across the surrounding space. Tan Fong immediately shouted, "The boss has entered a berserk state. Everyone fall back. Let me handle it." At his command, everyone instantly stepped aside. Dark chi began firing out in all directions like grape shot. The players dodged while shouting, "Ouch, that's dangerous." On the other side, Tan Fong leapt and used the shadow recognition skill, launching a jet black throwing blade at the boss. The blade plunged into the very top of the monster's head, hitting a critical weak point and dealing a massive 4,500 damage. The boss howled in agony. Its berserk effect was forcibly dispelled. Its body convulsed, then returned to normal. Wang Man gaped and couldn't help but remark, "Boss, you took off all your fake gear. This kind of damage doesn't match the identity of a stealth master at all." The long-haired guy couldn't help laughing. "Great performance. The whole fight you were standing in the corner like a noob. This NPC must think you're a newbie." "Ah," the curious archer asked. "The stronger a player shows off, the higher the item's price. But boss, where did you get that info?" Tan Fong glanced at him and replied calmly, "This god-abandoned game still holds many undiscovered secrets. Information is often hidden in ancient ruins. Only those who bother to explore will gradually approach the truth." He turned the question back, "Do you normally study and accumulate knowledge?" The group fell silent immediately, eyes averting like students called on by a teacher who've done no homework. Just then the boss roared again. From its mouth, a dazzling golden energy orb was forming, spinning like a small sun. Tan Fong warned at once, "Attention, the boss is about to breathe fire clockwise. Dodge in the correct direction. The dark oil on the ground plus the fire will incinerate you in 3 seconds." Everyone nodded and quickly spread out in the correct directions, but one figure suddenly sprinted the opposite way. Wang Man shouted, "Old dog, you're running the wrong way." Tan Fong yelled that there was no time to dodge. Wang Man activated his immortality skill to block for him. Without hesitation, Wang Man immediately triggered his immortality skill and lunged at the lost long-haired guy. He stood directly in front of his teammate and used his shield to block the deadly flamethrower.
Boom! A scorching explosion sounded, flames spraying everywhere.
Tan Fong said in a low voice, "Good, wait for the flames to die down. Then everyone use your strongest skills. Full power, burst now." As soon as the flames subsided, the team surged forward like unleashed tigers. Skills were unleashed relentlessly, Lights and damage erupted continuously like fireworks. The boss's HP plummeted uncontrollably. Its body convulsed and began to crack. Finally, with a tremendous explosion, the level 20 black liquor skull puppet shattered and fell, turning to dust. Wang Man's crew panted heavily but couldn't hide satisfied smiles. Tan Fong stood silently, pondering. The tricky part of this boss is that when its HP falls below 70% it enters a berserk state. But if that effect is dispelled, its strength is only equivalent to a silver boss. No sooner had he finished speaking than the NPC reappeared, letting out a bizarre laugh. Hehehe. Players from Lam Tin, congratulations. You are the first group to pass my challenge. He raised an eyebrow, his voice like a life insurance salesman. Now you can pay with lifespan to exchange for the sacred arboreal tome. Hehehe. The mysterious NPC suddenly produced a pile of oddly shaped items. The name Wizard Wickley appeared clearly above his head. A long-haired young man stared at the NPC with curiosity and blurted, "Huh, his name is Wickley. Wait, he has 6 fingers." Before anyone could react, Wickley's eyes flashed abnormally. Immediately after, a powerful beam of energy shot straight at the long-haired man. A crimson number 999,999 appeared. Damage. He was one-shot killed on the spot, vaporized before he could utter a sound. Wang Man, standing nearby, instantly flew into a rage. What the hell is that? Is this old dog crazy? Attacking players for no reason? Tan Fong calmly patted his shoulder and smiled wryly. Don't worry. He's just a hot-tempered old dog. NPCs can't strike players arbitrarily, unless the players hit a taboo set by the NPC. This time you clearly touched his finger. Sure enough, after that burst the NPC returned to normal as if nothing had happened. He continued displaying rare items, expression unchanged. Wang Man turned and asked, "Boss, if you fought him for real, could you win?" Tan Fong shook his head wryly. Not yet. These kinds of NPCs are beings granted godlike nature from ancient times. They are bound by eternal laws and sent to Lam Tin to collect players' lifespans. The NPC's tone grew cold. Choose the sacred tome you need, pay with your own lifespan, then get out of here. Wang Man nearly dropped his jaw. What the use lifespan to buy food, water, and survival supplies in real life? With these sacred tomes, even if the world ends outside, you wouldn't lack supplies. He admired. No wonder Boss Darkness. Wherever he goes there's good stuff. The two whispered like students swapping answers in class. Hey, Boss never lets us down, right? Oh my god. There's even a mechanical made tome. I'm choosing that one. Tan Fong began the transaction. A clear chime rang out. You have lost 9,000 days of lifespan. You received 9 sacred tomes of the Zhonghai system. Tan Fong calculated that 9 tomes would be enough for daily necessities. Besides, completing challenges in the Theocracy Tower could grant reputation rewards. He had to succeed. He looked up at the NPC with a serious gaze. I want to challenge alone at the highest difficulty possible? The NPC sneered, raising an eyebrow mockingly. You? After that performance? You haven't even cleared the first floor and you ask for the highest difficulty. Tan Fong pressed on, unfazed. What is the highest level like? The NPC explained. The challenge is divided into 5 floors. The highest difficulty is the 5th floor. The final boss is still the golden black liquor skull puppet, but its power is increased by 500% in all stats, damage, HP, defense, and skill cooldown speed. Hearing this, everyone gaped. Wang Man nearly bit his tongue. 500%? We've been sweating just dodging skills. Boss, can you dodge that? With HP and defense 5 times higher, would it take until New Year to kill it? The NPC continued warning. If you die during the challenge, the dropped lifespan will belong to me. Do you still want to proceed? Tan Fong answered without hesitation and clearly. I'm certain. The NPC chuckled hoarsely, his eyes flashing with greed. Fine, if you want to offer lifespan, I'll gladly accept. Even this Lam Tin bunch at the game's early stage are so arrogant. They're digging their own graves. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a spell. From a magic circle on the ground, and a grisly creature rose up. The golden version of the black liquor skull puppet, enhanced by 500%. Tan Fong slowly drew his weapon from his equipment bag, a glint of thought in his eyes. He realized this Wickley could amplify summoned creatures, and this puppet was only at 500%. When he'd defeated him before, he'd boosted it to 2000%. Perfect timing. Today he wanted to test his new weapon. Wasting no time, Tan Fong took out a venomous throwing dart and hurled it straight at the screaming puppet. The puppet immediately screamed in anger and began to glow. Tan Fong activated a special skill through the dark gem. A small notification appeared. The target's defense and elemental resistance reduced by 7%. Not stopping there, he also activated the bone blade effect, increasing his movement speed by 100% for 5 seconds. Tan Fong vanished on the spot, and the giant puppet's attack only struck empty air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly behind it like a ghost. In an instant, he reactivated the bone blade effect and plunged hard into the puppet's head, where its fatal weak point lay. The monster howled in pain, staggering as if losing balance. Tan Fong boosted his speed another 100% and vanished again like the wind. Wang Man, the archer, and the other watching players gaped. Invisible again? Wang Man's eyes widened. The archer shook his head, sweat pouring off him. This definitely just boss's speed, too fast to follow, so it looks like invisibility. Ordinary eyes can't keep up. Tan Fong reappeared once more and cast Liberation's Grace, preparing a killing blow. The effect activated. The next attack would have a throat cut effect, dealing lethal damage over time. He then unleashed a stormy combo, Shield Phantom Slash, activated the Dark Gem a second time, reducing all elemental defenses by 64%. Numbers exploded across the screen: 11,521, 13,354, 12,672. Damage kept skyrocketing like New Year fireworks. The boss's HP plunged relentlessly. Tan Fong leapt up, eyes flashing with excitement. Below, Wang Man and the archer could only stare at each other. My god, 1/3 of its HP gone in an instant. What is that move like Shield Phantom Slash but not? I remember Shield Phantom Slash usually being only 3 slashes. In a farther corner, NPC Wickley watched the battle silently. He frowned, a strange unease rising within him. The sacred game just started. How did a player this strong appear? What kind of talent is this? A bug or an omen of things to come? At that moment, Tan Fong's eyes blazed. He concentrated his power to unleash the throat cut, dealing 200% damage per second to the next strike. His hand flicked lightly. A poison-coated dart flew out and struck the puppet's weak point. 42,042, 66,321. 86,123, 101,386. The finishing blows delivered a spectacular victory. The golden black liquor skull puppet at 500% let out a final roar and exploded, shattering into pieces. Congratulations, you have completed the solo level 5 challenge in the Theocracy Tower. At the same time, the system automatically aggregated rewards from previous floors. 1 + 2 + 3 reputation points, totaling 10 points. Immediately after, a server-wide announcement appeared. Global notice: Player Darkness is the first to complete the highest difficulty challenge of the Theocracy Tower. Players across regions were stunned. What is the Theocracy Tower? In my city, there's no such tower, just a pile of wreckage and zombies. Again, it's Darkness? Is he even leaving anything for others to play? At that moment, NPC Wizard Wickley finally seemed to notice something amiss. His anger mounting, the NPC shouted, raising both hands in fury, Get out of here." Wang Man jumped back in alarm. Wait, what's wrong with this NPC? Whose fault is this? We didn't do anything." The archer's face went pale and his voice shook. It's over. He's about to unleash a destructive skill. Just as predicted, Wizard Wickley raised his hand into the air. A terrifying vortex of energy appeared, spiraling like a cyclone and quickly enveloping Tan Fong's whole group. Wang Man screamed, "Ah!" But amid the chaos, Tan Fong stood still, his expression so calm it looked like he was waiting for a food delivery. In the next blink, the group was pushed outward by an invisible force. There was no explosion and no one was obliterated, just displaced. The archer's screams still echoed somewhere, as if his soul hadn't yet registered what happened. Seconds later, Wang Man opened his eyes, looked around, and patted his chest in relief. Oh my God, lucky. This is outside the Theocracy Tower. I'm alive, not dead. Just kicked out. Tan Fong smiled faintly, as if everything had gone according to plan. Told you not to worry. NPCs can't attack players arbitrarily. Rules are rules. He brushed his hands off, turned his back, and added, We've taken the loot, mission's done, disperse. I need to go offline and eat. I've been hungry since floor 1. Wang Man quickly clasped his hands gratefully. Okay. Thanks boss for the enlightenment. Next time we get into something like this, give us a shout. Tan Fong nodded subtly, said nothing further, and stepped toward the teleport gate. The archer waved farewell, still a bit dazed. See you, boss. Oh, next time warn me a bit. I have a weak heart. Back in the real world, where Tan Fong had extracted 9 sacred tomes. He consumed 90 tradable days of lifespan. Then Tan Fong announced clearly that he would spend 106 years of lifespan to buy all the luxury furnishings, daily necessities, food supplies, and even the all-purpose maid robot. Immediately, a beautiful maid appeared. She bowed slightly, her voice soft and proper. Master, at your first meeting, I can manage all household affairs. If you have any needs, please tell me and I will serve at once. Tan Fong stretched out on the sofa and lazily waved a hand. Clean the house and then cook me a really good meal. The maid replied crisply, Yes, sir, and began tidying at once. She nimbly straightened everything as if the house had been set to a full auto-refresh mode. Meanwhile, in the real city's Zhanghai, a woman's body, covered in white, was carried out from the scene. Ma Nieliang held the case file, his voice heavy. This is the 3rd victim's body this week. Like the previous 2, the limbs were severed and the eyes gouged out. It's surely the same perpetrator. A man standing nearby frowned and asked, Did the investigators find any clues? Ma Nieliang replied, This killer understands investigators' methods well. He only appears when our people can't use their skills. The times he left his house are all outside our effective range. The man ordered sternly, Go ask Envu how long it will take for police to infiltrate. We can't delay. We must catch this murderer as soon as possible.
Ako pansuarat prumli.
Ma Nieliang hesitated, then bit his lip and said, Chief, I have a hypothesis. Could the killer be Darkness? I compared his online and offline times and found they matched the moments the girls were murdered. The chief stroked his chin, a cold glint in his eyes though he remained composed. A time correlation alone isn't enough to conclude anything. Ma Nieliang hurriedly added, But I think it's a viable lead. Rumor already spreads that Darkness is the killer and that our authorities are covering for him. The chief waved his hand to cut him off. All right, little Ma. I know Darkness embarrassed you in front of Envu last time, but don't let personal feelings interfere with work. I'll allocate more people to the identification tech unit to support you around the clock. We must find the real killer soon and bring justice for the dead. With that, he turned and walked away. Ma Nieliang stood behind him, face dark, only able to grit his teeth and reply curtly. In the sacred game, amid the cold ruins of Mo City, Tan Fong logged in again. As he moved, he muttered, Evil Spirit Academy, a platinum-tier sanctuary. Although its concealment was lost, its ward was said to be the strongest in all of Hoaha. The system chimed, cost 2.74 tradable years of lifespan to create a guild projection. Tan Fong squinted and calculated quickly. If he secured this sanctuary and registered it under the guild's name, it would give them a foothold in the scrap demon city, especially since sanctuaries can teleport between each other. Later, traveling from Zhanghai to here would be as convenient as taking a taxi. He spoke as he ventured deeper. Before him lay a vast void. Around it red magma boiled and billowed, sending out waves of scorching heat as if to burn the sky.
Tan Phong Frauen, Purel.
Strange. He'd reached the deepest part of floor 3 yet hadn't seen a single monster. He guessed someone must have been here before, and not weak players either. Suddenly a hoarse laugh echoed from within. Ha ha! This time you've nowhere to run. Tan Fong silently crept closer and saw a girl surrounded by a group. Her face was panicked. She screamed, trembling, No! Don't Don't come near me. The men sneered with malicious eyes. One said, Relax, we're not killing you right away. Madame Fuang Dong ordered you brought back so her son can deal with you. Another lowered his voice to threaten. Tell us your real location or we'll drain every last year of your lifespan. The blonde jeered. Don't think about suicide. 2 Law Electric Guild agents are blocking the respawn point. He continued. Or how about this? Make a deal. In the game you killed Madame Fuang Dong twice. You've likely siphoned a fair amount of her lifespan. At least 30 years, right? Hand that over and we'll let you go. Tears streamed down the girl's face. Her voice trembled. Play. What do you want to play? They mocked her, their gazes growing ever more lecherous. They pulled their pants down in front of her, making her panic and tremble all over. Then the blonde laughed and pointed down, saying, Let's play this. The girl paused for a moment, then suddenly her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Instantly she drew a weapon and lunged at them. But at that moment another figure leapt from the shadows and stomped hard, pinning her to the ground. He said coldly, The little sister's not being honest. Lying on the ground, the girl's eyes still burned with anger, but she was completely subdued. The blonde approached, sat before her and said, One last chance. Open your mouth. But this time the girl's lips curled into a sly smile. Ha ha, see you. At once, a strip of white ribbon shot from her hand, slicing the 2 men like chopping vegetables into pieces. The man pinning her screamed in panic. What, the chains? The ribbon wrapped tightly around his neck and tightened with a single pull, and his head burst into a spray of gore. Tan Fong remained in the darkness watching, thinking to himself that this was the girl's linked soul. The girl walked over calmly, stamped on the 2 survivors, and sneered coldly, Go die, you beasts! In her hand, the Hong Truyen blade had clearly appeared, and specks of lifespan light rained down onto the ground. Her eyes burned with murderous intent as she spat each word. Just wait, Dong Fuang Noyet. I will definitely kill you. The girl was named Kui Lin. The weapon in her hand was not ordinary silk but the Hong Truyen blade, coiling like a venomous snake. At her feet, the glowing lifespan orbs of the unlucky lechers fell all around on the ground. Tan Fong watched silently, a spark of interest rising within. So like darkness, this is also a unique hidden assassin profession. If I recall correctly, in her previous life she ranked among the world's top 10 strongest. But fate was merciless. Because she was an enemy of the Su family in Mo, her true identity was exposed. Immediately countless forces rushed in to kill her. She slew thousands, blood dyed the battlefield. Yet in the end she fell from exhaustion. When that news reached Tan Fong's guild, all his brothers mourned deeply. I didn't expect to meet her here today. Tan Fong exhaled softly. What surprised him more was the name Dong Fuang Noyet. Didn't the Dong Fuang clan get wiped out by me? Why is someone still using that surname? With that thought, Tan Fong removed his stealth and stepped out slowly. Kui Lin flinched, cold light flashing in her eyes. Humph, you still have allies? Tan Fong smiled faintly and said casually, No, I'm not. Before he could finish, the Hong Truyen blade shot forward like a streak of light, accompanied by a chilling whistle. Take this, die. In an instant the blade coiled around Tan Fong's body, but as the blade tightened, his figure vanished without a trace. Immediately after, a low voice sounded from behind her. Fine. Let me play around with you. Kui Lin started in terror. She sprang back at once. The Hong Truyen blade transformed into a beam of light sweeping straight toward Tan Fong. At that moment she activated her stealth skill, her body gradually vanishing into the void. Tan Fong chuckled softly, his tone full of mockery. Ha ha, stealth. No sooner had he finished than his own figure also dissolved, leaving the battlefield plunged into eerie silence. Kui Lin clenched her fists, sweat beading on her forehead. Impossible, my Hong Truyen blade has anti-stealth level 4. It should have detected him. Could he be the legendary darkness? But at once Tan Fong stood towering behind her and taunted. Hi, I'm right here. Kui Lin went pale, her heart racing. Damn it, I clearly have level 4 stealth. Yet he still saw me. Wasting no time, she unleashed the demon's soul tracking skill. The Hong Truyen blade writhed upward into a massive spear. Light from it blazed so brightly it seemed to scorch the sky. In a flash, the blade's energy descended. Tan Fong slipped aside, dodging to one side. He frowned. Could this weapon also have a lock-on capability?
Quy Linh Sner Inwali. Yes?
Even if my eyes can't see you, the Hong Truyen blade can. Once it's locked by demon soul tracking, running to the ends of the earth won't help. A flurry of successive strikes fell, forcing Tan Fong to keep jumping in circles around her. In his eyes, that lethal move only heightened his curiosity. How interesting, this profession can pursue a target even through stealth. After several rounds of evasion, Tan Fong landed, slightly curling his lips. But that's still not enough. No sooner were the words out than the light around Quy Lin warped. The Hong Truyen blade, which she had been controlling, suddenly spun, coiling back and locking onto its owner's body, causing her such pain that tears fell. Tan Fong picked Quy Lin up like a cat, his voice icy. Quy Lin, can you listen to me now? I am darkness, not Dong Fong Noyet's lackey. If I wanted you dead, you'd have been dead long ago. Quy Lin panicked and screamed, I believe you, I believe. Please put me down. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and pressed, the Dong Fong Noyet you mentioned. Does she belong to the Dong Fong clan in Zhanghai City? Quy Lin trembled and nodded. Yes, but she married into the Su family, so her ties to the Dong Fapongs aren't close anymore. Tan Fong curled a lip, contemptuous. So one fish slipped through the net. Perhaps when I wiped out the Dong Fong clan, Dong Fong Noyet simply wasn't there. Quy Lin's eyes widened, stunned into silence. What? You wiped out the Dong Fong clan? Then she burst into laughter as if she'd found treasure.
Ah, perfect.
If so, Dong Fong Noyet and you are enemies too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Put me down, we can totally cooperate. Tan Fong made no pretense of courtesy and let go. Thud. Quy Lin hit the ground on her back, screaming in pain, tears welling in her eyes. Cooperation can wait. First tell me why you want to kill Dong Fong Noyet. Quy Lin gritted her teeth, her voice choked. To avenge my father. Then she recounted, her eyes reddened. When the divine game appeared, Dong Fong Noyet once drank, drove, and ran someone over. Yet she walked free because the Su family found a scapegoat to take the blame. My father wouldn't accept it. He tried to gather evidence to expose her, but just one day later, they pulled my father's body from the river. The authorities brazenly concluded that he suffered a nervous breakdown and committed suicide by jumping into the river. I went to Dong Fong Noyet's house to demand an explanation but was beaten nearly to death by the Su family's bodyguards. At that point I was desperate and had thought of death. But then the game appeared. After I progressed in the rounds, the first objective that opened was to kill Dong Fong Noyet. However, in the game you must drain her lifespan completely to kill her permanently. After she revived, she hired many to hunt me, and what happened next you've already seen. Her eyes were like fogged over, rimmed with red. Her voice choked as she begged, Big Brother Darkness, I beg you, help me kill Dong Fong Noyet. Tears streamed down her face like a torrential midnight rain. Tan Fong stood silent, his gaze cold, pausing as if calculating. Finally, he replied calmly, I refuse. Don't worry. I won't ask for your help for free. Whatever you want, I'll give. If I have it, I'll hand it to you. I can be your beast of burden, offering all lifespan I earn, equipment, and skills to you. As long as you help me kill Dong Fong Noyet, even if you order me to be a slave, I'll submit willingly. Tan Fong looked at Quy Lin silently, his eyes dark as an abyss, then slowly said, No, I cannot kill her for you. Your grudge can only be ended by your own hand. But before you become strong enough to do that, I'll help you. How far you go after that depends on your own fate. Quy Lin froze, then hurriedly asked, Help me? How will you help me? The corner of Tan Fong's mouth curved up as he replied tersely, Join my guild, become one of mine, and I'll help you complete your revenge. Immediately, a mechanical sound chimed. Ting! Darkness has invited you to join the guild. Quy Lin stared at the notification and exclaimed, The Darkness Guild. Are you the only one inside? Joining this is like entering a women's club with only the leader sipping tea. Even so, she resolutely pressed accept. Ting, Quy Lin has joined the guild. Ting, you have accepted Quy Lin's friend request. Tan Fong nodded slightly. His calm voice rang out. Looks like you agreed. Now you only need to do one thing. Advance your profession. What does advancing a profession mean and how do I do it? Quilin frowned and asked. Tan Fong answered with a hint of mystery. You must find the clues yourself. When you succeed, come find me. If you can't even do this, then give up on revenge. With that, he turned and left, his silhouette gradually swallowed by the night. Quilin watched him go, determination flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself, no matter climbing mountains or crossing rivers or even riding a dragon, I must advance successfully. Dong Fuang Noyet, just wait. The potential of the Hong Truyen blade is limitless. With a bit of guidance, her future will surely improve. Once she matures, she might even be able to help me. Tan Fong went into the deepest part of the Academy of Demonic Spirits. The Demonic Maiden Fire Tana, level 15, platinum rank. Tan Fong looked at it. This is the guardian of the Academy of Demonic Spirits? He immediately unleashed Shadow Knight's spear, black javelins whirling in the air before driving straight into the boss. The beast howled, taking 26,348 critical damage aimed at its weak point. He calculated inwardly. In the first phase, only one of the boss's foreheads is active and it's completely immune to physical damage. If so, I must rely on elemental skills. Though their destructive power is lower, they still work. Without hesitation, Tan Fong swung and cast Shadow Strike. The blade in his hand glowed, speed skyrocketing, and a special effect activated. Each critical hit refunds part of the cooldown. Thinking this, the corner of his mouth curled coldly. Fine, we'll just chip away your HP. In an instant, countless black spears shot forth, repeatedly striking the boss's weak point. The enormous red health bar was worn down beat by beat, making Tan Fong feel like a living turret. When it entered the second phase, the other three heads opened their eyes at once, blood-red light flooding as if to scorch the space. The boss roared madly, swinging chaotic attacks that shook the surrounding environment. Tan Fong frowned and chuckled softly. Come on then, consider the warm-up over. He nimbly dodged to one side, letting the devastating blows sweep past uselessly. Immediately, he launched Shadow Strike again and again. The spears that hit critical points made the boss's health plummet. Gripping the blade, his gaze was icy but the corner of his mouth quirked as if teasing. Disco dance? End it here. With that, he unleashed the finishing move. Shadow Strike detonated midair with a thunderous roar. The boss's body shuddered and shattered into pieces. Ting, you have killed the demonic Maiden Fire Tana, received 50,000 experience points, and obtained the key to the Platinum Academy of Demonic Spirits Lair. You can now advance your profession. Tan Fong said, Advance. Ting, your profession haunting has advanced from rank 1 to rank 2. Profession attributes increased. Strength 9 to 27, Constitution 9 to 27, Agility 24 to 72, Spirit 15 to 45, Level 15. Non-tradable lifespan 4,515 days 233 days. Tradable lifespan 566.2 years. Strength 129 to 147, Constitution 184 to 202, Agility 268 to 316, Spirit 101 to 131. Health points 2,608. Physical damage 535. Cooldown reduction 85%. Damage resistance 77. Physical defense 300. Reduces physical damage by 24.8%. Lightning elemental resistance 458. Reduces lightning damage by 31.4%. Shadow elemental resistance 304. Reduces shadow damage by 23.3%. Ice elemental resistance 278. Reduces ice damage by 21.7%. Fire elemental resistance 278. Reduces fire damage by 21.7%. New profession passive skills. 4. When attacking while in stealth mode, you will not exit stealth, and the attack that would normally break stealth still takes effect. Tan Fong said cheerfully, the profession's bonus attributes have tripled, and attacks no longer lose stealth effects. Haunting at rank 2 has achieved a qualitative change. A few minutes earlier, outside the Academy of Demonic Spirits, Kui Lin startled and said, "You guys still dare to come? Heh. We didn't know you had the chain blade before. What a careless miss. This time I've summoned everyone from the Tuladian Guild to see where you'll run." He roared like a wild beast, swung his axe and lunged forward, shouting, "This time I won't hold back." Immediately, he used Earth Rampage, the ground trembling violently. Fortunately, Kui Lin managed to leap back and narrowly evade. Without hesitation, she activated Phantom Step, her body disappearing from sight. But suddenly, a blinding bomb detonated, the flash so fierce she had no time to react. Kui Lin cried out in pain as her form was forced to materialize and she was flung backward. The axe-wielder lunged like a starving beast, brutally stepping on her, his voice sneering with contempt. "You stinking woman. Today I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Kui Lin's trembling hand clutched a vial, her eyes flashing with resolute defiance. "Humph! Don't dream it." Before she finished speaking, his boot came down hard, crushing her will. The vial flew from her hand and rolled across the ground. The blonde grabbed it in a flash and guffawed. "Oh, suicide poison? Use it and you'll lose half your lifespan and be dragged back to a respawn point."
Ah, what a stubborn woman.
He stuck out his long, disgusting tongue and licked down her face, hissing in a strange voice. "But I like this kind of thing." At that moment, the system blared a series of rapid notifications. Ting, the Platinum-level refuge, Academy of Demonic Spirits, now belongs to the Haunting Guild. Ting, the barrier has been activated. Anyone not in the guild will be treated as an intruder. Before they could understand what happened, a terrible bolt of lightning struck from the void. The explosion roared. The light flashed fiercely. The whole group was erased on the spot before they could cry out. Ting, cleanup complete. Kui Lin stared, speechless for a few seconds. Before her lay scattered lifespan fragments glittering like shards of time. Her heart trembled. Her voice choked into a terrified whisper. The Academy of Demonic Spirits. It turned out to be a refuge. And now it's ours. She clenched her teeth, feeling fear mixed with a cold reverence. In just minutes he killed all the guards and seized the key. How terrifying is this man called Darkness? The system displayed information. Ring Demonic Maiden Mutation Phy-Tui, usable by all professions, plus 22 to all attributes, 30% cooldown reduction, requires level 14 equipment. Unique effect, increases skill range by 25% and area damage by 10%. Platinum level lethal trap, assassin and hunter skill. Place a trap with stealth level 5. When an enemy steps on it, they take an additional 500 damage with poison element, are slowed for 5 seconds, and suffer continuous poison damage. Slow 50%, poison damage per second 100%. You can place up to 3 traps. Trap placement cooldown is 10 seconds. A trap's maximum duration is 3,600 seconds. Tan Fong read the info and said, 2 drops usable by assassins. This ring isn't bad. Shadow Shield Slash and Shadow Knight Spear are both area skills, so for him this is a huge boost. Moreover, he still had 363 evolution points, just enough to enhance Backstab, evolving it to Legendary. The system chimed, "You spent 340 evolution points, 23 remaining." Enhanced Backstab evolved to Legendary. Passive effect. When initiating an attack from behind the target, damage increases from 75% to 100%. Legendary special effect. While stealthed, all your damage is treated as backstab damage. Hearing that, Tan Fong laughed. Backstab damage stabilized. Combined with the evolution's permanent stealth, my assassination capability and safety are greatly improved. At that moment, Xiao Hei messaged excitedly, Big boss, I found another ruin. Do you want to check it out?"
Tang Phong Frauenslei. Oh.
"Where?" Xiao Hei immediately replied, voice thrilled as if finding treasure. "On the rocks around the shrine entrance at the Duei-Inisihai ruins, there's a series of murals carved. Weirdly, they're almost identical to the murals in the Newcomer Town ruins." Tan Fong asked thoughtfully, "Then why didn't you explore it yourselves? At your current level, fighting platinum bosses shouldn't be that hard." Hearing this, Xiao Hei cried out, We want to. But while clearing monsters, a teleport orb suddenly appeared. When we touched it out of curiosity, nothing happened. It said only those with fate may enter. So, do you know who is fated? Tanfong replied, all right, wait for me. Ah, by the way, I found some more gear. Prepare your lifespans. I'll bring them back for you. He thought. Both refuges have teleportation, so traveling from Mato Ruins to Zhonghai Ruins is much more convenient now. Xiao He hurriedly said, lifespan in Zhonghai's authority isn't enough, so you can sell it to Mato officials. Scene shifts to the outskirts of the Zhonghai ruin city. On the cliff, Xiao He sat astride a cute cheese stick sheep, yawning while humming, waiting for Tanfong. Suddenly his deep voice sounded right behind her. Where's the ruin? Ack! Xiao He and the sheep both jumped, almost plunging off the cliff. She patted her chest and shouted, wah! Big boss, you nearly scared me to death. Tanfong smirked, clearly intending to frighten her, but said casually, okay, I'll be careful next time. Xiao He pressed her lips, glanced at him, then pointed down the cliff. The entrance to the ruin is below the cliff. Tanfong raised an eyebrow. How did you find it? Xiao He clicked her tongue, half complaining, half boasting. It's a long story to tell. I also have a mount here, the little sheep. That day I was teasing it, when suddenly a silver-plated boss leapt out. I was so startled that I fell into the ravine. Luckily I got caught on a branch so I could see the cave. She nimbly climbed down, warning as she went, this is the place, be careful. If you fall, you'll just become a firework falling freely. Tanfong jumped down gracefully from above, movements as smooth as flowing water and drifting clouds. He praised, no wonder you, ruins everywhere you look. Xiao He glared affectionately and gushed, big boss, great agility. Brother Wang Man jumped like you and slipped, tumbling down to his death. See? Not everyone is cut out for it. She pointed ahead. There's a maze over there. We've cleared the monsters and the route is almost fully explored. Hearing that, Tanfong warned sternly, if you can avoid dying, then don't die. If your lifespan drops too much, it'll be very dangerous. Xiao He beamed. Got it. I know a skill that absorbs others' lifespan. If our lifespan gets low, we can make it up. Besides, we also have a way to restore non-tradable lifespan. Tanfong frowned. Oh, you even have a steady supply? Xiao He winked mysteriously and grinned slyly. Yes, we've lured a pack of monsters that specialize in absorbing non-tradable lifespan and keep them in a hidden corner under the city's debris. After we kill them, we keep all the lifespan they drop. We can come back for more whenever needed. Tanfong nodded. Not a bad method. Was it Envu who thought of this? Wow, big boss, you guessed it right. Tanfong thought to himself that she had come up with the idea in a previous life and the group reused it. Xiao He pointed ahead. The teleport orb is up ahead. She placed her hand on it. The message showed, you are not the fated one. Mechanism will not activate. She sighed. See? I'm not the fated one. Big boss, you try. We guess this shrine is related to the one in Newcomer Town. Tanfong nodded slightly and reached out to touch the orb. The moment his hand made contact, the orb erupted in a blinding light, so brilliant it made the whole space tremble. Xiao He hastily covered her eyes. Ouch! It's so bright it'll blind me. When she opened her eyes, Tanfong was gone and the orb had vanished. She stared wide-eyed, inhaled and said, Big boss, he's really gone. As expected. He is truly the fated one. Meanwhile, Tanfong had been transported to a completely unfamiliar place. A cold system voice announced, You have arrived at the Ice Tide Cavern. All remote communication systems will be sealed. Tanfong immediately activated Phantom Step, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Ice Tide Cavern. What kind of place is this? At that moment, a column of light appeared above him, displaying clear text, Your mission. Protect the Ice Tide Crystal. Tanfong frowned and murmured, Ice Tide Crystal. I recall this object. When attacked, it will instantly erupt an icy tide that sweeps everything in range. He let out a soft laugh. So that's it. The monsters will continuously pour out from those caves and recklessly attack the crystal. If they succeed, My only option is to lie down and die. Death doesn't matter. What matters is this mission must not fail. If it does, he can never return here nor claim the rewards. Then only evolving the lethal trap remains. Ting, you have spent 6 evolution points. 17 remain. Lethal trap is being enhanced from platinum to Phy-Tui, diamond, Su-Ti. Each trap stealth level increases from 5 to 6, 7, 8. When enemies step on them, they take 500, 700, 900 up to 1,200 poison element damage. Additionally, movement speed is slowed for 5, 6, 7 up to 8 seconds, with continuous poison damage and a 50% slow effect. Poison damage doubles. Max deployable traps increases from 3 to 5, 7 up to 9. A trap's maximum duration is 3,600 seconds. Tan Fong quickly tossed a series of traps to block the cave entrances. Ting, the demonic maiden mutation ring effect activated immediately, increasing coverage by 25%. He narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching up. Haha, once boosted, these traps perfectly cover the whole passage. Any creature that dares poke its head out will surely step on one. No sooner had he finished speaking than countless pairs of eyes like burning coals appeared deep within the caves, glaring at him. Tan Fong smiled softly, his voice low. They're coming. Sure enough, hordes of monsters surged out from the cave mouths. The moment their feet hit the traps, an explosion rang out and a brilliant blue light flashed. Immediately after, thorny vines shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the monsters, binding them while dealing continuous damage. Their health dropped tick by tick, accompanied by pitiful screams echoing throughout the cavern. In an instant, all the traps along the passages activated simultaneously. The poisonous vines tightened into a living barrier covering the area outside the cave. Tan Fong stood in stealth, the corner of his mouth curling with confidence. As long as I'm stealthed, every attack counts as a backstab. And if it's a backstab, you lot are as good as dead. Heh. Guarding Athena is rather entertaining, but just as he relaxed, an arrow suddenly shot out from the cave, cutting through the air toward him. Tan Fong's eyes flashed, and he immediately erected a defensive barrier right in front of him. Clang! The arrow was stopped and fell to the ground. He snorted coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping toward the attack's origin. Sure enough, in the darkness a monster was drawing a bow, its red eyes locked onto him. Tan Fong smirked, his laugh icy. So there are ranged monsters too? Fine. The game's getting more interesting. Outside the ruins of Mado City, members of the 2 Ladian guilds stood facing a flaming red-haired woman in-game named Feng Nia Q Tien. She glanced at the blonde man, her voice icy yet provocative. Are you saying your guild abandoned hunting the spirit demon just because she's from the Dark Guild? The blonde shrugged and replied casually, Yes, we can't handle this. If you want it done, find someone else. The woman narrowed her eyes and the red of her lips curled into a sly smile. So you think the threat from the dark is greater than me? Don't forget I hold all your real-world information. I could kill you in real life as easily as flipping my hand. Rage flashed across her face, but before she could act, a sudden punch slammed into her face from the blonde man. Boom! The blow hit like thunder, sending her flying backward. Her face twisted to one side. He roared, his anger breaking its limits. Bitch! I've put up with you for too long. He then pulled a knife and stabbed Feng Nia Q Tien repeatedly, each thrust accompanied by curses. I can't fight the dark, but surely I can kill this bitch? Always calling people trash and scum like it's a hobby?
D4ME.
The system announced. Player Feng Nia Q Tien has been killed by you. In real life, that woman was Dong Phuong Noyet. She screamed, her voice hoarse with fury. Betrayed! Those damn 2 Ladian bastards dared to kill my Dong Phuong Noyet? Husband, send someone to arrest them for me. On the other end, a man's deep voice sounded, somewhat surprised. 2 Ladian? Did you hire them to capture the spirit demon? Dong Phuong Noyet ground her teeth. Yes, the spirit demon and the dark have joined together. So they feared the dark's revenge and dared betray me. We'll deal with those bastards after we kill the dark. I've already placed Black Dragon Hall's people in Mado to trouble the dark. The man's voice lowered. The plan has begun. It will be quick. We'll avenge your family. Dong Fong Noyet snorted coldly. The dark, and those bastards too. Just wait. I'll avenge the Dong Fong family and wipe out those despicable scum. In the game, at Tan Fong's location, the archer monster had its eye impaled by the dark sword. It let out a hoarse cry and collapsed. The monster's corpses lay strewn across the cave entrance, the metallic stench of blood mixing with the cold to make the air even more oppressive. Tan Fong curled his lips and said slowly, "So what if they attack from range? My dark blade only needs to strike a weak point and the cooldown will be refunded. Killing them one by one won't be hard." At that moment the system suddenly rang out. "Ting! The protection mission has succeeded. Please claim your reward." Before Tan Fong could react, the ice-tied crystal in front of him began to tremble and crack in pieces. He widened his eyes and muttered, "Huh! It's over already?" The crystal shattered, revealing a gigantic treasure chest. A bluish-silver light poured out, illuminating the entire cavern.
Tan Phong Eklim Happily. An Suthige Jet.
Last time it gave an escape seal. I wonder what luck it'll bring this time. He reached out and opened the lid. The chest emitted a blinding radiance, and slowly a strange figure appeared. Plump red lips, a pale youthful face, a gentle body. She bore the likeness of a nun. Strangely, her level and name both displayed only question marks. Tan Fong frowned in surprise. "Wait, isn't this the NPC who appeared beside Duong Suti last time?" The female NPC didn't answer. She began intoning obscure chants, her voice resonant as if hypnotic. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Is this ancient divine tongue? Strange. I clearly don't understand it, yet I sense the meaning of each phrase. Could it be thanks to the Eye of Judgment?" Sure enough, the NPC nodded and continued in a sonorous voice. "The ancient god has perished, and you are the heir to the right of judgment." Immediately her body shone and dissolved into streams of white light. Before Tan Fong could exhale, that light condensed again, forming a slender hand, a figure clothed in pristine white, and finally an angelic face. A third eye glittered on her forehead as if seeing through all things. She bowed gently and introduced, "My name is Asasis. From now on I will follow you and witness you become the true judge god." She then knelt and raised both hands. In her palms rested an exquisitely crafted ancient bell, her tone reverent. "Please accept the gift I have prepared for you." It was the Asasis summoning bell. The bell was forged by the Judgment Herald Asasis with the power of law. You can use it once at levels 25, 35, and 50 to summon the Judgment Herald Asasis. Each summoning grants a chance to challenge a special ruin. If you complete all 3 challenges successfully, Asasis will relocate to your refuge and provide skill upgrade functions. Tan Fong said, "So that's it, meaning the shrine last time was level 5 and this one is level 15. Yet Big Lu 2 discovered them all. Her luck attribute is truly unbelievable." She said, "Please choose a skill. You have 1 free opportunity to upgrade a skill at your current level." Tan Fong thought, upgrade a skill? There are 2 criteria for evaluating the power of a skill book players obtain in the game: quality and required rank. The quality of each skill book is fixed and cannot be raised, but Tan Fong can use Limitless evolution to forcibly improve his skill quality. Even the most ordinary mental projection can be turned into legendary tier if he desires. The required rank is the level a player must reach to use the skill, and it also determines the skill's strength. The figures for a projection at rank 5 and one at rank 50 are completely different. However, high-quality skills themselves are hard to obtain, and items that are both high rank and high quality are even rarer. But in the future, none of this will be an issue. He only needs to spend lifespan to raise a skill's rank. After a moment's thought, Tan Fong said, "I choose to upgrade the escape seal to the highest quality." Hearing this, she smiled faintly and replied gently, "As you wish." With that, she leaned down and placed a light kiss on the back of Tan Fong's hand. In that instant the system chimed, "Ting! The mythical escape seal rank 10 has been upgraded to rank 16. Critical damage to weak points increased from 300% to 440%. Weak point attack multiplier doubled. Active trigger. The next strike applies a throat cut effect, dealing 200% to 310% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds, reduced to 6.97 seconds. The girl looked up at him, her voice chanting like a hymn. Then I look forward to meeting you again next time. As the words ended, her body gradually dissolved into bands of white light and floated into the void. Right in front of Tan Fong, a giant teleportation gate appeared, emitting a faint blue glow, the exit from the instance. But his gaze was quickly drawn to the treasure chest. Besides the escape seal, something else seemed to be glowing inside. He stepped closer and lightly touched the chest lid. Congratulations, you have received an equivalent exchange pact. Details appeared. Assassin defensive gear, physical defense plus 198, all element resistance plus 198, damage resistance plus 198, damage reduction 19.8%, requires level 15. Special, 19.8% charm resistance. Equivalent exchange art. Sacrifice and Su T grade or lower piece of equipment or skill book to randomly receive an assassin system piece of equipment or skill. Rank and quality remain unchanged. Cooldown 1 hour. Tan Fong widened his eyes and laughed. You can exchange for an equivalent? Truly a rare treasure. He still had a pile of P1-5 grade gear and some old skill books in his stash. All could become assassin items. This was indeed a great haul. Big Lu too. Seems I owe you a big thank you dinner. Saying that, he took a deep breath, turned and stepped into the teleportation gate, letting the light swallow him. Little Black stood outside the shop, yawning a long yawn as if to swallow the whole sky. Just then, Tan Fong stepped out. Seeing her still standing there, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "During this time, you didn't go level up but waited here for me?" Little Black turned back, her eyes shining, voice full of excitement. "Big brother, you've returned. I thought staying here to guard was better than running around. What if you were ambushed outside? Wouldn't that be a huge loss?" Tan Fong heard this and smirked slightly. He took out a skill book and handed it to her. "Thanks. As it happens, something suitable for you dropped in the ruins." Little Black took it, eyes wide. Platinum Magic Stealth level 13. Oh my. Thank you, big brother. With this skill, my survival rate will be many times higher. Saying that, she happily leapt onto the back of the fire dragon and waved over her shoulder. "Big brother, see you later." Tan Fong sighed and logged out of the game. He rubbed his stomach and muttered, "It's time to fill this empty belly." Scene shifts to the ruins of Zhanghai City. In the newly established base of the silver-ranked Holy Knights Guild, Tran Vodin stood in the makeshift hall and smiled as he announced loudly, "Brothers and sisters, remember today, from now on, our Holy Knights Guild has a home. Although this base is not large, it is a wonderful beginning. With it, we will no longer fear being trampled by bosses in the open, and we will have a safe place to rest after exhausting battles. And for all this we must thank one person." He pointed to the back. It was Tan Xiaodu. Everyone burst into applause and shouted in unison, "Xiaodu!
Xiaodu. Xiaodu.
Tan Xiaodu stepped forward, her voice trembling but proud. "First, I want to thank my teacher, who patiently taught me tirelessly. Then, I thank the friends who helped me in hard times, and even those who mocked and despised me. They pushed me harder, leading to who I am today. Finally, I want to thank my parents. If they are still alive, they would surely be proud to see such an outstanding Xiaodu." Saying this, tears streamed down her cheeks. Some people in the guild began to whisper, "This girl thanks too much, doesn't she?" Tran Vo Dan laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Xiaodu, tell everyone how you found this precious hidden place." Xiaodu answered, hesitating, "Actually, I had a dream before. In the dream, a very strong warrior led me to claim this place. Though vague, it felt oddly real. I followed that hope and ran here, and unexpectedly found it." Everyone fell silent, then burst into laughter.
Ah, Adram.
"This girl sure has a sense of humor." Tran Vo Dan laughed until his shoulders shook, then pretended to be serious. "What about last night? Did you dream of anything else?"
Xiaodu nodded solemnly, yes.
"I dreamed of a vast hidden base, crowded inside and magnificent. It must have been a platinum-ranked base. Everyone laughed uproariously again. Ha ha ha! Clearly just a dream. Tran Vo Dan smiled, his voice steady but enthusiastic. What a wonderful dream. And this is the reward you deserve. Tan Xiaodu replied emotionally. Thank you, guild leader. Immediately, a system notification sounded. Ping. You have received 1 tradable year of lifespan. Tran Vo Dan embraced her and spoke loudly for the guild to hear. I hope everyone can learn from Xiaodu, the dedication and spirit for the common good. As long as we stand united, no matter the difficulty, the guild will endure and grow stronger. Then he clapped and ordered, all right, dismissed. Those who need to level up, go level up. Those who want to explore, go explore. As for Xiaodu, continue finding the hidden shelter. The guild counts on you. Tan Xiaodu's face flushed with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. Yes, guild leader. Time passed inside the ruins of Zhanghai City. Tan Xiaodu quietly crept forward, observing as she walked, muttering to herself. I followed the feeling from my dream. It should be around here, so why can't I find it? In the darkness, a few other guild members were silently watching. A man whispered, ever since dismissal, she walked straight here like she knew the target. Maybe she really is searching for that platinum-level hideout from her dream. Look, she's about to enter the building. Follow her quickly. Tan Xiaodu stepped in, eyes scanning around. The scene was damp and gloomy to the point of chilling. She hugged her chest and told herself, just like in the dream, but something's different. It feels like someone is watching me. She took a deep breath and reassured herself, don't be afraid. Xiaodu, you're the hidden profession life sanctifier. Nothing can harm you. But at that moment, a giant boss suddenly appeared. Its long tongue lashed out, sweeping past her face. Tan Xiaodu screamed in panic and fainted. The boss lunged and snapped at empty air, frozen for a moment. Those watching from afar widened their eyes. What the hell is that? Disgusting. Kill it. But before anyone could act, the boss's tentacle coiled tightly around a girl in the group. The sticky tongue shoved straight into her mouth, draining her lifespan. In an instant, her lifespan bar dropped to 0. The others panicked and shouted, run! This monster can suck the life out of you. Screams echoed everywhere. At that moment, Tan Xiaodu gradually came to. She saw the boss draining her teammate's lifespan. Her heart raced, and instinct made her turn and run. But her foot caught and she fell straight into a deep pit. Thud! Her face hit the ground, twisted and aching. Tears welled up as she sobbed. Wah! It hurts. What the hell is this place? But then, a door appeared before her eyes. Xiaodu wiped her tears and shouted, This is the entrance from my dream. I finally found it. The platinum-level hideout. She shakily opened the chat and messaged Tran Vo Dan. Guild leader, I found it. I found the platinum hideout. Tran Vo Dan exclaimed. What? Don't go anywhere. I'll lead people there now. Join the party so I can locate you. Xiaodu immediately agreed. Okay. I'll wait here for everyone. But before she could exhale, creak, creak, chilling sounds rang out. She startled and turned. The giant boss had followed. Its long neck stretched out. Its red eyes locked onto her.
Xiaodu's body trembled.
Tears streaming again. She gritted her teeth and screamed at herself not to be afraid. Xiaodu, you can do it. You can definitely beat it. Tan Xiaodu told herself. Xiaodu, you can do it. You absolutely can defeat it. You're no longer the weak girl you used to be. You are the noble hidden profession life sanctifier. With that, Tan Xiaodu immediately cast her venomous vine. The poisonous strands coiled tightly around the boss. The monster's health began to drop rapidly, red numbers flashing, 130, 120. Seeing the effect, she cheered in excitement. Good. It hit. My poison is corroding it. Ah. Then she remembered to back away. Immediately after, she launched another move, the fetid smoke attack toward the boss. This time the damage was even more brutal. Minus 160, minus 170. Clearly this toxin is far more corrosive than ordinary poison. But unexpectedly, The poisonous smoke quickly spread back toward her. Xiao Du went pale and hurriedly pinched her nose. Oh no, damn it, this is a sealed chamber. The toxic smoke is billowing out in all directions. I'm dead. I'm dead for sure. In the panic she suddenly remembered. Right, I'm a life sanctifier. I have an antidote skill. Without hesitation, Tan Xiao Du turned and activated the skill. But somehow it affected the boss instead of herself. The boss also froze in place, as if it had just received a free buff. Meanwhile, Tan Xiao Du started bleeding from her orifices, foaming at the mouth, and the system coldly announced, "Player Xiao Du has self-destructed. The body has vanished." At that moment, Tranvoden messaged, "Xiao Du, where are you? Why are you back at the hideout?" Tan Xiao Du replied indignantly, "Guild leader, there's a monster inside. It's killed me." Tranvoden was surprised. "A monster? Do you mean that silver-level soul-sucking hag?" "No, she's slow and her attack is weak. But if she grabs someone, their lifespan gets drained." "How are you still alive?" Tan Xiao Du widened her eyes in astonishment. Tranvoden praised her again and again. "Xiao Du, brilliant. You found the only way to survive." Xiao Du forced a smile and replied to the guild leader, "I knew if she caught me I'd die, so I was quick-witted and killed myself." Tranvoden gaped, stumbling over his words. "Xiao Du, you're a damn genius." Buoyed by the leader's praise, Tan Xiao Du was elated. "Thank you, guild leader. I'll come back right away." Inwardly she felt smug. Haha, those three tailing me are probably dead. This is the fate of anyone who dares oppose me. Tan Xiao Du. A while later she returned, pointed at the door before them and said proudly, "Guild leader, behind this door is the platinum-level hideout." Tranvoden laughed with delight. "Well done. Capture this hideout and I'll reward you handsomely." Xiao Du looked up, eyes teary with joy. "Thank you, guild leader." Tranvoden immediately shouted, "Brothers, charge. Kill the guardian inside. This hideout will be ours from now on." The subordinates all roared in high spirits. "Oh yeah, slay the guardian, holy knights triumph." Then the crowd urged each other to heave the giant stone door. One man urged, "Quickly, go in. What are you hanging back for? Move it." But immediately another shouted in alarm, "Guild leader, reporting. The stone door won't open." Tranvoden frowned and muttered, thinking, in this game, every hideout has a guardian. Could it be I figured it out? He pointed at the heavy gate. This is it, the stone gate itself is the guardian. A man with an axe eagerly charged forward, swinging hard and shouting, "Let me try." The number 320 appeared. The man shouted in delight, "Damage! The stone gate is the guardian." Brilliant thinking, guild leader. Tranvoden laughed exuberantly, triumphant. "Haha, this platinum-level hideout is basically being handed to us. Brothers, seize it for me." The subordinates roared and unleashed every kind of skill at the stone gate. Meanwhile, on Tanfeng's side, the system announced, "The Sanctum of Purified Souls hideout is under attack. Current entrance durability 99.3%. Magical barrier 100%. Tanfeng murmured, "Oh." And the system continued, "Instant teleport to the hideout is locked. Do you want to use War Teleport? War teleports today, January 1st. He slowly nodded. "Oh, someone has found the entrance to the Sanctum of Purified Souls and is attacking, but with their attack power, they might not break the gate even in a year. I'll ride over on my wolf and see." Saying that, he mounted Yulin de Hanlang and dashed off like the wind. Outside the Sanctum of Purified Souls, Tanfeng and Yulin de Hanlang had already arrived. Right before him was a chaotic scene, a group of people chasing a young woman. "Stop. Don't think you can escape. Keep running and we'll kill you." A man swung a giant spiked mace to block her path. He raised the mace and stomped straight into the girl's chest. The impact sent her flying backward, tumbling across the ground. Another man immediately unleashed a sealing divine move. Countless blades of light stabbed down, piercing the girl's limbs. She screamed in pain. The group barked coldly. "Humph, we said this area is managed by the Holy Knights. How dare you barge in?" The girl trembled and protested. I was just passing through, I didn't barge in." "You're clearly using this as an excuse to rob people." Tanfeng immediately recognized her as Duong Xiaona, his colleague from the company. the one who had kindly warned him before. The men boasted, "We say you barged in, so you barged in. What's there to argue about?" Tan Feng frowned slightly. "They're from the Holy Knights Guild, the same ones attacking the sanctum of purified souls." One man in the group shouted, "By the old rules, I go first." Big Head chuckled. "Then I'll go after." Before their laughter ended, their heads were all severed from their necks at once. In an instant, Tan Feng had merely slashed through, and all the enemies collapsed without a sound. Duong Xiaona froze, eyes wide. "Huh, that's darkness." But she looked straight into his gaze and whispered tremblingly, No, that gaze is Tan Feng's." After finishing off the group, Tan Feng lightly snapped his fingers and cast the blooming curse skill. Deep red petals bloomed across their bodies. Then greed drained their lifespans as if sipping away their very lives. Tan Feng's cold eyes fell on Duong Xiaona's figure. She trembled and barely breathed. "Tan Feng, is that you?" But Tan Feng didn't answer. His figure dissolved into the void. Duong Xiaona was stunned, vanished. "It's gone." Her mind churned. Those eyes were clearly Tan Feng's. But no, it couldn't be. It must be a coincidence. If it were really him, how could he allow Tan Xiaodu, his sister, to join the Holy Knights and be turned into a dark slave? A little later, outside the sanctum of purified souls, Tran Vo Dan and his underlings knelt prostrate, shouting in unison, "We welcome the Dark Big Brother. Long live the Dark Big Brother. Conquer the world." Tran Vo Dan gritted his teeth and scolded, "You fools, daring to rob people on the road. The fault, worthy of 10,000 deaths, is that I didn't teach you properly. Thanks to the Dark Big Brother for stepping in." Then he hurriedly flattered, "Since the day Big Brother saved us from Hala the Headless One, the whole guild has become his fanatic. We will absolutely follow the Dark Big Brother's positive energy, strive to be the happiest guild in this game, and say no to dirty tricks." The underlings clapped and shouted like concert fans. "That's right, Dark One, we love you. Slow down when you fly, we'll follow you forever." Tran Vo Dan wiped sweat and timidly asked, "May I ask what brings you here this time?" Tan Feng replied casually, "Nothing big. Just heard you were attacking a hideout." Tran Vo Dan was immediately startled. "Huh? How did you know? Could it be you had your eye on that place too?" Tan Feng's gaze turned ice cold. "That hideout is mine." Boom! The whole group froze in place, then asked in unison, "What? No, Great Elder, rumor has it your hideout is in Madu. A person can only have one hideout, right?" A junior trembled and whispered, "Guild leader, if you found the guild, then the guild could also own another hideout." Tran Vo Dan seemed struck by lightning. What? Tan Feng nodded calmly. "That's right. Both Madu and Zhanghai are my hideouts." The atmosphere shattered. The crowd stood stunned, screaming inwardly, "We're invading the Dark One's hideout. We're done for." In another corner, Tan Xiaodu quietly wept. She choked out, "This hideout belongs to the Dark One. How can this be? He never appeared in my dreams." Tran Vo Dan trembled, clasping his hands, voice breaking. "Great Elder, we truly didn't know that hideout was yours. What should we do now? How should we compensate?" Tan Feng replied indifferently, "You damaged the gate to my hideout. Repairing it will cost quite a bit." He paused, then continued in a voice as cold as ice. "Here's the deal. Pay me 500 years of lifespan, and we'll call it settled." What? 500 years?
Chan Vo Dan ghép.
Then collapsed unconscious, falling to the ground like a rotten log. The juniors cried out in panic. One hurried over, pressed the philtrum point, shaking and crying, "Great Elder, look! Our guild leader just fainted. Could you spare a bit?" Tan Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. His voice growled, "Do you know how much it costs to repair that gate?" The man swallowed nervously. "I don't know. If you don't know, shut your mouth." Tan Feng's roar scared him half to death. Tran Vo Dan slowly came to, drenched in sweat, muttering, 500 years? What curse have I brought upon myself?" In despair, he grabbed Tan Xiaodu, yanked her down and screamed, "It's all your fault. Xiaodu. You wanted to destroy me. Drag the entire Holy Knights Guild to hell?" Tan Xiaodu's eyes filled with tears. Her voice choked. "Yes. It's all my fault. I brought everyone into this. She resolutely lifted her head to look at Tan Feng. Let the guilty suffer. Dark Big Brother, punish me. Do whatever you want with me. I vow to be your beast of burden, to serve you for life. All the lifespan I earn from now on I'll hand over to you until the debt is fully repaid. Beat me, scold me, even mistreat me. Just spare the guild. Those behind them all reddened with tears and, moved, cried out. Xiaodu. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Then Tan Feng suddenly called out directly. Tran Vo Dan. Hearing his real name, Tran Vo Dan started as if struck by lightning. Great Elder. You know my real name? Tan Feng curled his lips, eyes icy. Do you think she is worth 500 years? Immediately a murderous aura surged from him. Panicking, Tran Vo Dan flailed and punched Tan Xiaodu, shouting, Get out, you useless piece of trash. Smack. The punch sent her flying backward, her head smashing into the ground, pain radiating through her. He turned back, gritting his teeth and cursing. You got us into trouble by accidentally touching the Great Elder's hideout, and now you put on a self-sacrificing show to win favor? Want to be the Great Elder's servant of all things, you? Dream on.
Tan Xiao dut crier s'il en lit.
Boo-hoo, my plan to get close to the Dark One has failed again. Tran Vo Dan dropped to his knees once more, pleading, Great Elder, we're just a small guild. We really don't have 500 years. Please be flexible, we'll do anything you ask. Tan Feng stared at him a moment, then replied coldly, Fine, I won't be unreasonable. I'll take 100 years of lifespan. For the remaining 400, you must bring here all members who are currently in a slaughter state. 1 head deducted equals 1 year. He thought to himself that killing a murderer might erase the murderer state on them. Might as well deal with that nuisance too. Tran Vo Dan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded like a chicken pecking grain. Good plan. Our guild has over 2,000 people. We'll give you the first 100 years. Ding, the system rang, you have received 100 years of lifespan. Tran Vo Dan shouted again. Brothers, quickly gather all those carrying the killing state here, hurry, don't keep the Great Elder waiting. The crowd scrambled into motion, everyone running as if the house were on fire. Meanwhile, Tan Feng opened the system panel and saw a repair for the hideout displayed, costing 7 days of lifespan. He nodded, thinking he'd fix it while he was at it. Ding, the system notified. You lost 7 days of lifespan. The hideout has been repaired. Tran Vo Dan had assembled all guild members who had murder records. In less than a heartbeat, Tan Feng swept past, a single motion wiping them all out. System message. You have killed 400 assassins. Your killer level decreased from 4 to 3, and countless lifespan orbs fell to the ground. Tran Vo Dan applauded enthusiastically, eyes bright as he praised. Well killed, excellent kill. Those were the ones quietly breaking guild rules. Deserved to be taught a lesson by the Dark Big Brother. Tan Feng straightened, cold and composed. From now on, this hideout will be guarded by your guild. Tran Vo Dan stammered, bewildered. Oh, really? Tan Feng continued. This is also a warning to those who like to break rules in your guild. Behave yourselves and take turns guarding this area. If strangers attack again, I'll find whoever's responsible and make them answer. Tran Vo Dan hurriedly replied. We guarantee we'll carry out the Great Elder's orders. But inwardly he was doubtful. Does that demonic Dark One really intend to bury us here? At that moment the system announced, your hideout, the Academy of Evil Spirits, is under attack. The magic defensive barrier is currently at 99.8% and being damaged. Do you want to use War Teleport? War teleports today, January 1st. Tan Feng frowned, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Not finished yet. The Academy of Evil Spirits again? He selected War Teleport to see who dared provoke the Dark One. The system began casting and he was immediately teleported. Tran Vo Dan watched in confusion, then ordered his subordinates. The Dark One has teleported away. Let's return. Big Head asked with relief. Still worried, but the Dark One told us to stay and guard. Tran Vo Dan quickly reassured them. Of course we must keep watch. Xiaodu, you're in charge of guarding this place.
Tan Xiaodu blinked. Me?
Tran Vo Dan nodded, face sterner. Yes. Didn't you dream of this place? Then stay here and guard it as you wished. don't go anywhere. If anything happens, report immediately. If you abandon your post, I'll drain your lifespan dry. Understand? In the ruined city of Madu, right in front of the Academy of Evil Spirits Gate, a group of tattooed men roared, "Brothers, give it everything to smash this main gate." The barrier's durability quickly dropped to 51.7%. Behind them, onlookers worriedly said, "Do these guys not want to live? They're even provoking the Dark One. They look foreign. Their guild is called something like Madu Black Dragon Hall." At that moment, Tan Feng teleported in. He remained invisible, observing quietly, thinking, "Madu Black Dragon Hall? I distinctly don't have dealings with them. Why would they target me all of a sudden?" The leader shouted. "Cheer him on. Come on. Everyone unleash a full-force strike and channel all your power into him." Those behind began to focus their energy and transfer it into him. The leader roared and activated the skill Black Flame Demon Dragon Break. He unleashed a thunderous punch at the gate, light flashing brightly, causing everyone to hurriedly shield their eyes. "Haha, one more hit and this door's history. 100 years of lifespan will be ours. Easy money like picking up loot at a market."
Tan Feng frowned.
It looked like these guys were being manipulated. The only living person who might hold a grudge against me is Dongfang Yu. At that moment, gloomy purple beams of light suddenly appeared behind the crowd. A giant dragon emerged, making the tattooed men gape in unison. A dragon? Its roar shattered the sky and stunned everyone. The leader went rigid, unable to move. The others panicked and pointed at the sky. "Look! Quick!" The dragon opened its jaws and launched a gigantic fireball. A few trembling men shouted, "Wah! What skill is that? A meteor? No, meteors don't look like that." The fireball fell straight down, exploded, and created a sea of flames that engulfed the area. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, thinking they were done for. But then one man opened his eyes and, seeing he was still alive, bellowed in delight, "Oh, not dead? Haha, that meteor only dealt just over 3,000 damage. Thought it was scary. Huh. Blood really is the real power." Before he finished speaking, light flashed. Tan Feng swept by, his head severed from his neck, tumbling to the ground. Smoke and dust billowed. In the haze someone whispered confusedly, "Huh. Their leader's dead, but we didn't strike. Could it be the Dark One?" A female mage stood solemnly. "It was him, but I don't see any silhouette at all." The shield-bearer shrugged and smiled wryly. "Using ordinary logic to judge the Dark One's power? Forget it. Maybe he's reached a realm now where he can conceal himself forever." Tan Feng remained hidden, watching and thinking, "Oh, this is the Sky Frame Guild." His gaze landed on the girl who had spoken. She had the unique hidden class, Soul Painter. He faintly smiled. Zhang Jinyuan, in-game name Tenli Qingshan Yuan. Interesting. No wonder those two skills looked familiar. The dragon roar and the meteor were both drawn by her. A soul painter can learn skills from both the summon and magic schools. Unlike mages who chant spells, a soul painter simply paints to unleash skills. The better the painting, the stronger the power. This class is extremely strong in squad battles or on the battlefield. Its only weakness is in one-on-one fights, where it is vulnerable to ambushes. Suddenly Zhang Jinyuan shouted loudly, her voice echoing through the silent space. "Senior Dark One, are you there? I have an important matter to discuss with you." Tan Feng answered coolly, "What is it?" In an instant, Zhang Jinyuan and her teammates were stunned, eyes wide with surprise. So the Dark One really is here. Jinyuan stepped forward urgently. "I want to enter your hideout to retrieve an item. It relates to advancing my class. Rest assured I will pay handsomely." Hearing this, Tan Feng silently nodded. He suddenly understood why, in his previous life, the Academy of Evil Spirits fell into the hands of the Skyframe Guild. It turned out that when Zhang Jinyuan leveled up her class, she accidentally discovered this hideout. Unfortunately, in this life he got there first. In his memory, the Skyframe Guild master was old Zhang, formerly the head of the Madu Merchants Guild, who unexpectedly became a streamer after retiring. At 73, he still streamed daily, gaming alongside his granddaughter. The two worked in perfect sync. Their skills rivaled the young, and they even entered small tournaments and won. Because Zhang Jinyuan was fatherless from an early age, Old Zhang doted on his granddaughter and favored her in almost everything. Even in the game Divine Heroic Valor, he immediately founded the Skyframe Guild, established a base at the Academy of Evil Spirits, and steadily developed it into one of the top 10 guilds in Great Ha. Tan Feng knew this as well as the back of his hand simply because, in his previous life, he was addicted to watching their live streams, grinding until dawn every night and even donating a few small amounts. Thinking this, he cleared his throat and stepped forward. At that moment, the heavy gate creaked and slowly swung open. The crowd behind erupted in terrified excitement. The main gate of the hideout had opened. At the Academy of Evil Spirits, Tan Feng sat leisurely in a chair, his indifferent gaze sweeping over them. He asked, "Tell me what you want." Zhang Zhenyuan answered without hesitation. "My class is Soul Painter. When advancing my class, I need a special material, and that material is located right in the Academy of Evil Spirits. We've also heard that Senior Dark One once sold another hideout to the Zhanghai authorities for about 2,000 years of lifespan. Since my class urgently needs this material, I want to buy back the Academy of Evil Spirits. Would you agree?" Tan Feng raised an eyebrow, a flash of thought in his eyes. "Oh, has the Skyframe Guild already earned several thousand years of lifespan? No wonder old Zhang." He pondered for a moment, then said, "Sorry, I don't intend to sell the Academy of Evil Spirits, but I can grant you guest access. You may freely enter the lower levels." Zhang Zhenyuan asked in surprise, "You mean rent?" She quickly proposed terms. 500 years of lifespan, renting one floor for 3 years. What do you think, senior? Tan Feng's brow narrowed slightly. He had already agreed to grant her access so she could safely advance. Yet Zhang Zhenyuan insisted on renting and was even willing to pay 500 years of lifespan. Clearly, the Skyframe Guild had other motives. Not only did they need the material, they also wanted a direct connection to the Dark One. Zhang Zhenyuan smiled, then her expression suddenly turned cold. "To show our sincerity, we'll add one condition. If you agree, our guild, the Madu Black Dragon Hall, the ones who attacked your hideout, will be handled by us on your behalf." Tan Feng chuckled, a trace of sarcasm. "That's basically declaring war on another guild. Didn't you consult old Zhang about this?" Zhang Zhenyuan blushed, a little embarrassed but still chest-out confident. "Senior, you actually know my grandfather? Rest assured that old man listens to me a lot. As for that small guild, one stomp and they're gone." Tan Feng nodded slightly, admiration in his eyes. "Young and so decisive. I like it. Really? Then sign." Zhang Zhenyuan was thrilled, almost jumping for joy. "Contract signed successfully. You receive 500 years of lifespan." Tan Feng waved his hand. "The first floor is yours to use as you wish. As for the damaged defensive barrier, don't worry. The lowest layer of magical power will restore itself automatically." Zhang Zhenyuan bowed. "Very well, we won't disturb you further." She turned and left with decisive steps. At that moment Tan Feng's face flushed slightly. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect her to be even livelier in person than on stream. Ahem, never mind, time to deal with the main business." During this time he spent moments performing equivalent exchanges and obtained quite a few good things. Cooldown finished. One more time. He took a deep breath, opened the warehouse, reached out, and magical light immediately exploded. Equivalent exchange. Begin. System notification. You have lost training will. You have received the Crimson Star Blade. The Crimson Star Blade is a Thalotier assassin finisher. A short blade condensed with fresh blood. When attacking a target at close range, it adds 4,800 points of blood elemental attack, and the lower the target's remaining HP, the higher the damage. Maximum damage is 200% when the target is below 30% HP. After a hit, recover 200% of damage dealt as HP. Any excess healing converts into a shield. Tan Feng paused slightly, surprise flashing in his eyes. "Oh, so it can actually trigger a limit break?" The limit break is the finishing power skill accumulated during combat. When energy reaches its cap, it can be released, bringing tremendous force capable of reversing the situation. The Crimson Star Blade is an insanely powerful single-target finisher. The stats alone made him frown. It adds 4,800 points of direct elemental attack to the enemy's health bar. Tan Feng compared it mentally. It felt like jumping from a rickety moped straight into a supercar. This move ranks above legendary skills, even above the epic skills he already had. Tint, you have consumed 1,230 evolution points. 55 points remain. Crimson Star Blade upgraded. Phalo Diamond Epic Legendary. Additional blood elemental damage, 4,800, 6,000, 7,200, 9,000. On hit, HP recovery, 200%, 300%, 400%, 600%. Excess healing converts into a blood element shield. Tan Feng chuckled softly. If this skill gets more buffs, damage could easily reach 100,000. There are still 555 points left, enough to evolve one more skill to Mythic. System notification. You have spent 500 evolution points. 55 remain. Deep Darkness passive upgraded from Legendary to Mythic. Stealth level +2/+3. Each addition up to 3 seconds. This skill grants 5 to 7 Legendary tier stealth levels. For each stealth level you gain +200 hidden break attack. Breaking stealth adds a new Mythic tier effect. While hidden, lifespan loss rate is reduced by up to 90%. Tan Feng froze, the corner of his mouth twitching. What? Stealth reduces lifespan loss by 90%? Perfect. From now on, when I enter the rampage zones, I won't have to shoulder so much pressure. His level had risen to 17, just the right moment to don the Thalo tier gear he'd fought to obtain. Sharp blindfold, Thalo assassin gear, +20 constitution, +20 spirit, stealth resistance 2, base crit effectiveness set to 88%. Unique effect, keen gaze. Increases critical intelligence by 133% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 120 seconds, 55.8 seconds remaining. Delicate white gloves. Thalo, physical defense 75, all element resistance 60, +25 strength. Special effect. Sacrifice 12% HP to gain 30% base attack power. Thalo strapping. +18 to all attributes. Increased movement speed while hidden, stealth resistance 2. Special effect. Removes collisions while stealthed for 3 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. 27.9 seconds remaining. Damp ring. Thalo. +15 to all attributes. 88 water element resistance. Special effect adds 179 water element damage. Once fully equipped, Tan Feng looked like a walking neon sign. Shiny from head to toe, like a 7-color rainbow parading at night. He laughed at himself. Except for the shin guard, I'm full Thalo now. But to be fair, Mythic tier gear in this game has insanely powerful effects. While the appearance is so ugly it could make a legendary boss cry. Better to switch back to the haunting class outfit, more my style. He smoothed his hair, tilted his head like a star about to step onto a red carpet. A cold glint in his eyes. Alright, time to attack the next hideout. Scene shifts to reality. On the outskirts of Madu, a man in full firearms gear stood guard solemnly. The man beside him asked, "How many did you bring back this time?" He replied curtly, "4." Another frowned. "Only 4?" The man shrugged. These days few are willing to sell their lifespan. As the vehicle stopped, another urged, "We're here. Get off quickly." Immediately several figures climbed down from the vehicle. The man in black glasses glanced at the lavish villa and sneered. "Is this the buyer's place? No wonder they're rich, the house is flashy." Another soldier barked, "For if you stay here and wait, I'm going to inform Madame Dongfuang." Someone in the group snapped irritably. "What? We can't even sit inside for a bit?" Another chimed in with a half-laughing, half-mocking tone. "Heh, must think we're dirt poor, huh?" The girl spoke up annoyed. "Hurry up. I still have a match to get to." The armed guard cast them a quiet glance, thinking, "Idiots. Soon you'll learn what hell is." The villa doors slowly opened. Dongfuang Noyet stepped out with her son. Imposing. She said in a cold voice, "You want to sell lifespan, right? Convert it into light orbs and throw them on the ground now." The scar-faced man frowned in irritation. "Are you kidding? Madam, you haven't even handed over the money and you're already forcing us to deliver first?" Dongfuang Noyet sneered. "Do you understand human language? I'll say it again. If you don't want to die, turn your lifespan into light orbs and drop them on the ground now." Immediately, The armed men raised their guns and aimed directly at the group. The man with glasses laughed. "Oh, madam, what are you trying to pull? Do you plan to rob us like we do?" At that moment a cold flash of light streaked out. Several guards' heads rolled on the tiles, blood spraying everywhere. Dongfang Noyet immediately spread her arms to shield her son. The man with glasses curled his lip, eyes gleaming with malice. He held the hidden class of insect tamer. Controlling a single insect could raise his level, and he could even enhance them with gear. He chuckled ominously. "Looks like we found a fat sheep this time." Then he waved his hand and countless grotesque insects swarmed out. "Boys, strip this pretty madam clean for me." A girl in a black cloak stepped forward, her eyes blazing red, full of hatred. At that moment, the muscular man in the ghost spirit group activated the platinum tier Kim Veen Bitch Lie Shield, raising a barrier of light that stopped the guard's entire volley. A guard behind yelled in frustration, "Damn! The bullets can't penetrate his shield." The muscular man smirked, let out a roar, then activated the skill Kim Dinjandya and shot forward like a steel bullet. In an instant he took down 2 guards, crushing them before they could cry out. Elsewhere, the guards frantically opened fire on the man in the black vest. But he moved nimbly, dodging and spinning gracefully, his vest flapping as if dancing in the hail of bullets. Then he lifted his hand slightly and formed a gun shape with 2 fingers. He whispered a word, and from his fingertips radiant bullets shot out in succession, streaking away like lightning. In an instant, the guards fell one by one, not even understanding what had happened. It turned out he was the hidden class magic marksman, able to create bullets with his hands, each finger representing a different bullet type. A crooked smile spread across his lips, arrogant and sly, quite entertaining. At the same time, from another dark corner a shadowy figure darted like the wind, hidden in the chaotic battle. She slipped past the bodyguards without anyone noticing. A guard shouted into his radio in panic. "The main entrance has an enemy with a class, requesting immediate backup." The one who had gone stealth was the ghost spirit. She smiled coldly, gripping a jet-black blade in her hand, and lunged straight at Dongfang Noyet, shouting, "Die, Dongfang Noyet!" But before she could strike, a huge foot suddenly came from the side and slammed into her face. Smack! The kick was so powerful that Ghost Spirit's body was flung out, slammed to the ground and rolled several times, and she spat a mouthful of blood. At that moment, a crew-cut man stepped out of the mansion, his voice cold. "Madame, be careful. Some of these people have the stealth profession." Dongfang Yu narrowed her brow and gave a faint smile, a cruel light flashing in her eyes. "Capture them all alive for me. I want to turn them into permanent lifelong slaves to farm longevity for my son." The crew-cut man replied sternly, "Madame, they're not weak. The capture rate is only about 50%. The man holding the shield laughed loudly. "Look, they have someone with that profession too." The crew-cut man stepped forward. A purple death aura spread from him like mist, an aura of death blanketing the area. He sneered, "One-hit kill skill, plus gear that resists lethal damage. So you lot are a gang of robbers who hunt the rich, right? You've probably pulled off quite a few jobs by now, haven't you? Good, hopefully you're strong with decent gear and skills. Only then will this fight excite me. Arrogant brat, do you think you have the right to fight me?" As soon as he finished, one of the enemy group shouted, "The battle's starting. Go to hell." Immediately from behind, a giant insect hurtled forward, cutting through the air to attack. The crew-cut man reacted quickly, bending to dodge, his body agile like a wild beast. The insect instantly spun around, its wings shrieking as it prepared to strike again. But the crew-cut man sprang up, spun in the air, and his legs clamped on the monster like steel pincers. The bespectacled man cried in horror. "What? He caught it? How is that possible? My little shin flies at 200 km/h. The crew-cut man said nothing, planted his feet into the ground for support, and squeezed his legs hard. With a sickening pop, the giant insect immediately flattened like a burst balloon, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, then went still. The entire battlefield froze for a few seconds. No one expected that the terrifying insect would be crushed by him like someone squeezing a ball. The crew-cut man slowly turned, stood up straight, brushed the dust from his shoulder and said indifferently, I had a sensing barrier set up around here long ago. Anything that comes near me will be detected. A deadly glint flashed in his eyes. I am the profession that conceals the source of plagues. My power comes from eating, refining, and spreading. Today let's see how long you can hold out. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished and reappeared in midair like a bolt of lightning. The shield holder widened his eyes. So fast! The crew-cut man delivered a thunderous kick straight down. The shield holder shouted, Iron wall defense. He raised his shield, sneering, Come at me then, but there was a cracking sound. The shield bent and then shattered like paper. Immediately after, the crew-cut man's heel struck the other's head. Thud! The shield holder's head caved in. He collapsed without a cry. The crew-cut man used the force to spring back and lunged toward the two remaining men. One of them shouted in panic, He's coming! Shoot him! The marksman raised his arm and aimed straight. Don't you dare come closer! Then he opened fire continuously, bullets streaking like dense rain. But the crew-cut man moved like a demon, one hand on the ground, his body weaving through the gaps between bullets, closing in step by step. The marksman sneered, Stupid! Jumping into the firing lane is suicide. You can't dodge this. Die! Yet the crew-cut man remained calm as if on a leisurely walk. He opened his mouth and roared. The shout resonated, the sound exploding outward like a shockwave. The tremendous pressure made the marksman vomit blood from his orifices. The glasses on his face shattered to pieces, and he fell unconscious. The spike-haired guy landed and said casually, Killed outright by a sound wave? Looks like the extraction level is too weak. The other man trembled, so frightened that he dropped his weapon and fled. But not a few steps later, the spike-haired guy reappeared in front of him, grabbed his head with one hand and lifted him up like a chick. The man fell to his knees in terror, shouting, Big brother, spare me, I surrender. The spike-haired guy smiled faintly. Relax, I won't kill you. 2 dead, 2 alive. Exactly the 50% I promised the madam. Then he frowned and asked coldly, So where's your invisible dong fam? By rights, I should have knocked him out already. The man in black stammered, We don't have anyone invisible. My 2 brothers were killed. There's only me left. The spike-haired guy blinked in surprise. Huh? There isn't one? The man in black hurriedly explained. The short guy who came with us, we don't know him. We just happened to get off the vehicle together to sell Lifespan. The spike-haired guy froze, softly said oh, his eyes flashing with suspicion. So there's another hiding in the darkness? At Phi Tichmato, in the chilly outskirts, a tilted magic tower loomed through the mist. In the silent night, Tan Feng appeared quietly, his body cloaked in invisibility like a ghost. Seeing the tower door ajar, he smirked slightly and said in a soft, questioning voice, The gatekeeper's nowhere to be seen. Looks like someone climbed up before me. Without hesitation, Tan Feng stepped inside, his eyes sweeping the mysterious space. Tall bookshelves reached the ceiling and stood close together. Magical apparatuses lurked in the dim light, the whole tower like a massive 3-dimensional maze that made one dizzy. He murmured as if telling a story. Inside this tilted magic tower is a huge library, full of devices. Legend says a terrifying monster is sealed deep within. A princess transformed by an evil white dragon. After wandering for a while, Tan Feng frowned, his gaze passing over every nook before he nodded slightly. It seems every corner has already been searched. They've gone deeper. If I remember correctly, the teleport mechanism to the top floor is here. He walked to a shelf and lightly touched an old book. Immediately the book glowed brightly. Found it. Just grab this guide to postpartum so-care to activate the teleport magic. No sooner had he spoken than his body was enveloped in a mysterious light. In that glow appeared a strange image, a plump pig snuffling. Tan Feng frowned. All right, a bit odd, but if it works, fine. In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated and he appeared on the top floor. Before him was a chaotic scene, countless people fighting. Ahead was the giant boss named Gloomy Despair Princess, roaring, its health bar still long. The group kept attacking but were knocked back one after another. Tan Feng folded his arms to watch, then sighed. They made it this far? They look weak and poorly equipped. Surviving to this floor with such a high death rate shows stubborn spirit. At that moment a shout rose from the melee. Everyone charge, don't be afraid. If you die you respawn and run back here. Hearing the familiar voice, Tan Feng froze, eyes lighting with surprise. Wait, Hong Tuesday fan? So these people are the Heavy Industry Phi Qua team? Heavy Industry Phi Qua is a heavy industry corporation in Motto City. After the divine game descended, leader Hong Tuesday fan quickly reacted, exchanged corporate funds for lifespan, and led employees to form the Heavy Industry Phi Qua Guild. Illusionist is Hong Tuesday fan's class. The illusionist's specialty is the teleportation gate skill. She can set an entrance at location A, then move to location B and set an exit, creating a teleportation gate. Anyone can use the gate as long as it hasn't been destroyed or attacked. It will remain. As long as entrances and exits are set near the respawn point and the boss, those who die in battle can immediately return to fight. Thanks to this, they can continuously exchange for lifespan. Relying on this skill, the guild's tactics became twisted and mutable. In the previous life it grew rapidly and became one of the top 20 guilds in Great Xia. But facing the boss guardian Princess Despair, a platinum tier level 18 boss, their current strategy was like throwing stones at a mountain, utterly pointless. Princess Despair's rate of absorbing and digesting lifespan was terrifying, hundreds of times stronger than ordinary monsters. In other words, whenever she killed a player, the lost lifespan would be completely devoured by her and turned into her own power. If this continued, Princess Despair would soon level up to a Thalo-tier boss and fully restore her HP. By then, the entire force here would be wiped out in an instant. The enormous lifespan consumed in this desperate tug-of-war would be enough to erase Heavy Industry Phi Qua from the map. A flash of thought later, Tan Feng immediately appeared before Hong Tuesday fan, his voice calm but carrying invisible pressure. Guildmaster Hong, give me 1,000 years of lifespan and I'll help you take down the boss. Any dropped items belonging to the assassin class I'll claim. Hearing this, Hong Tuesday fan was stunned, his voice trembling. Your darkness? Tan Feng nodded and replied tersely. That's right, he continued, his tone grave as if issuing an order. You cannot defeat this boss. If you don't accept my terms you should withdraw immediately before things spiral out of control. His words made everyone in the guild look at him with suspicion. A young man suddenly shouted, stammering, Hey, who the hell are you? On what basis do you say we can't win? Demanding 1,000 years of lifespan right off the bat, are you crazy poor or what? Get out. Hong Tuesday fan panicked and hurriedly intervened. Hong Tutan, don't be rude, but it was too late. Tan Feng said nothing further, clamped a hand over his mouth and gently threw him. The man was hurled straight toward the teleport gate. Before he could reach the gate, Tan Feng slightly raised his hand and activated the Shadow Knight Sever skill. In an instant, Hong Tutan's body was sliced in two, blood spraying like red petals, and the teleport gate shattered into fragments of light. Hong Tuesday fan cried out in horror. My son, she looked at Tan Feng in pain, voice full of indignation. Darkness, my son was rude. You could have taught him a lesson. So why did you destroy our teleport gate? Tan Feng gave a cold glance, his eyes like a blade cutting the air. You'll understand soon enough. Remember, give me 1,000 years of lifespan and I'll help you kill the boss. Having spoken, he used stealth. His body blurred and vanished like night dissolving into void. Hong Tuesday fan collapsed, her heart as if being strangled. Outside the tower, Tan Feng reappeared quietly. He sighed softly, his gaze distant. They don't know yet. The boss is about to ascend. If I hadn't destroyed the teleport gate, they'd likely all be slaughtered inside. Thinking that, he snapped his fingers. A shadow sprang from the void, the dark spirit night corridor. Tan Feng leapt up and rode its back, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. It's fine if Heavy Industry Phi Qua is wiped out, but losing 1,000 years of my lifespan is a big deal. The dark spirit night corridor dashed off, gently setting him down on the ground. In the distance, a flash of light pierced the gloomy sky, the sign of the boss's ascension. Tan Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Seems my guess was right. When that boss reaches Thalo-tier, I'll return. That's when the reward will be worth acting for. At that moment, Kui Lin suddenly messaged, her tone mixed with excitement and worry. Senior, I found Dongfuang Noyet. She's hiding in a villa outside Fan Nan Mountain, but there's a very strong fake class guard protecting her. I almost died at his hands. Hearing that, Tan Feng immediately messaged back, his tone calm but concerned. Tell me the details over there. I'll wait for you at the Bone Dry Cemetery.
Quỷ linh Riplit Berifili. Okay.
Tan Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, Motto is so big. She actually found the person? That brat Kui Lin is more capable than I thought. Not long after, at the Bone Dry Cemetery, under a cold, gloomy atmosphere, the two met. Tan Feng spoke first, his gaze icy. Speak. What are that class's characteristics? Kui Lin frowned, recalling and then answered. He's a melee fighter, extremely fast, terrifyingly strong, and his attack methods are strange, he farts. No joke, senior, he could smell me even while I was invisible and can generate dense smoke and mist within a 10-meter radius. Hearing this, Tan Feng nodded, the corner of his mouth twitching. Farts, huh? So that's it. Didn't expect it's that type. This guy is the lone hidden class. Plague origin. The 10-meter range is only first tier, but the plague space around him can detect objects, completely countering your invisibility. He continued analyzing in a knowledgeable tone. He can use the plague to augment his body, making strength and regeneration far beyond normal. Rumor has it a high-level plague origin can reach an undying, immortal state. Kui Lin gasped, eyes wide. Undying, immortal? So he has no weakness? Will I never be able to avenge him in my life? Tan Feng smiled calmly. No, everything has a price. The plague makes him stronger but also increases his desires and erodes his mind. So a fragile mental state is the greatest weakness of the plague origin. He paused, then continued encouragingly. As for your Hong Twin Blade class, once it reaches second tier it will evolve into a new form, the Hong Twin Demon. Then you will have enough power to face him. No sooner had he finished than a cold wind blew, the atmosphere shifting abruptly. Behind Kui Lin, a jet-black demon silhouette appeared, its eyes burning like blue flames. Kui Lin's eyes gradually turned teal, a chilling aura radiating that made the entire cemetery tremble. Tan Feng spoke softly, his voice echoing in the gloomy space. Hurry and advance your class to second tier. That's the key to solving this problem. Hearing this, Kui Lin suddenly awoke, her mind clearing as if enlightened. I see. She looked up at him, eyes full of curiosity. Senior, how do you understand my class so well? Tan Feng smiled and replied with casual ease, radiating composed confidence. Think back. Have you ever truly and seriously explored your class during leveling? To grow stronger you must focus on cultivation, tread the real ground, and accumulate bit by bit to reach great achievement. Hearing that, Kui Lin clenched her fist, feeling a surge of zeal rise within and quietly resolved. Yes, I understand. Practical effort is the path to becoming a great elder's strength. Tan Feng looked at her, his tone turning serious. This dry bone graveyard is the best place for you to level up. The undead here not only spawn quickly but, when defeated, drop materials that can upgrade your unique weapon into the Hong Twin Chain Blade. He paused a moment then added, but every advantage has drawbacks. The fiends here are all elites. Their HP, defense, and attack are 3 times that of ordinary monsters. They usually crawl out of surrounding graves and are highly unpredictable. Tan Feng smiled faintly, tilted his body slightly, and sprang off the tombstone, his movement light as a feather. With a single move he felled the pack of snarling monsters charging at them. He turned back and calmly said, with precise technique and hitting their weak points, killing them isn't difficult. Seeing that scene, Kui Lin couldn't help exclaiming, too strong. Strong to the point of absurdity. Tan Feng gently patted her shoulder, his gaze deep. Give it your all. Even if you risk your life, it's fine. Only by betting everything can you complete the path of vengeance. Having said that, his figure dissolved into the air, vanishing as if he had never existed. Kui Lin stood motionless, a strange feeling swelling in her chest. Did I hear that wrong? When he spoke of vengeance, In that moment she saw the pain hidden in his eyes. At the same time, in the ruinous city of Jianghai, little Hack was sprawled against her little sheep, whining, "Ugh, I'm so tired, my stomach's starving and this area still isn't explored. I'll push on a bit more. Otherwise it'd be a waste to come all this way." She pulled out the map and noticed something flickering red ahead. What's this? Fruit. Before her lay a bright red fruit, as big as a black plum and extremely eye-catching. She eagerly picked it up and bit a piece. Sweet juice exploded, the flavor spreading across her mouth. Little Hack's eyes widened as she cheered. This is really good. Oh wow. Experience points plus 50. She leaped up, half excited, half surprised. Wow. What kind of divine fruit is this? Tastes great and gives EXP. Then she quickly looked around and saw the path ahead strewn with similar fruits. Without hesitation she dove in, picking and eating them non-stop. Experience plus 50, experience plus 50, experience plus 50. So delicious, and I'm leveling up too. Wonderful. She munched and grinned with delight. Just then, a voice transmission sounded. And Vu messaged, "Little Hack, where are you? Come to the corrupt shore now." Little Hack blinked and asked, "Huh? What's up, sis?" And Vu replied anxiously, "Ma Nai Luong was captured by a boss. That idiot had over 500 years of lifespan with him. Hurry and come help us rescue him." Little Hack scratched her head. "I'm near the decay shore." And Vu immediately said, "Then don't move. Wait there and we'll be right over." Little Hack resumed bending down to pick up each fruit, chewing as she mumbled, "Ma Nai Luong really is an idiot. Who'd want to team with him if he weren't family? But still, these fruits are unbelievably tasty." After a long, satisfying feast, Little Hack cheerfully followed the path lined with the ruby fruits. But the further she went, the stranger the scene became. Before her, on the decay shore, a gigantic monster sat enthroned like a god, clutching a small creature in its hand. Little Hack swallowed hard, trembling inwardly. The decay shore, what kind of boss is that fat guy? Wait, on closer look, isn't that Ma Nai Luong? Beside him another person lay unconscious. Little Hack's gaze swept the info panel, which immediately displayed Soul Swallower Andre Jean, level 20, Thalo grade. Remaining lineage lifespan 10 hours 32 minutes and 44 seconds. Her mouth fell open. A Thalo lineage boss. Sisin Vu. Did you call me to rescue someone or to reincarnate? While she was still stammering, the boss suddenly raised the small creature in its hand to its mouth. Crunch! A crisp chewing sound rang out. Little Hack clapped her hands to her mouth, horrified to the point of fainting. What is that? It just ate another monster. After eating, the boss tossed the remaining carcass to the ground, then used its 2 pillar-sized hands to start kneading the pieces of flesh. Little Hack gaped and stammered. Is he molding monster meat into toys? Just then, Envu's team arrived in time. Envu cried urgently, "Little Hack, we're here. Do you see Ma Nai Luong and the boss?" Little Hack hurriedly replied, voice trembling, Yes, I see them. This boss is disgusting. It just ate a monster and is now molding the meat into toys. But weirdly, it hasn't touched any players yet." Vong Man, seeing the info panel, froze. "Oh my god, Thalo grade already?" And Vu said sternly, "First observe more, don't act rashly. We can't handle a boss of this level. We must call for guild backup." While they were still discussing, the boss suddenly stood up straight, its whole body trembling as if constipated at a divine level. And Vu blinked, puzzled. What is it doing? This posture can't be. No sooner had she finished than she gaped. Oh my god. It's really relieving itself. The other thing dropped to the ground and turned into several strange black-red plums. The group fell deathly silent, hearing only the plop-plop as each plum rolled onto the ground. The round red-black shapes were identical to the fruit Little Hack had just eaten. All eyes turned to Little Hack. She stood stunned, still holding a handful of plums, half chewing. Her face went as pale as paper. No way. What did I just eat? Oh my god? And Vu hurriedly hissed, "Hey, calm down. Keep your voice low. Don't panic. If it hears you, we're done. But it was too late. The boss suddenly turned its head, its red eyes staring fixedly at the group. And Vu immediately blurted, "We're in trouble. It's been alerted." Then the boss let out a roar that shook heaven and earth, exhaling a dense black miasma. Skill activated. Enchantment of the Devouring Ancient. Little Hack screamed in terror. "Oh no, we're doomed this time." The boss's roar echoed, surging like a violent wave across the decay shore. Vong Man and Envu clapped their hands over their ears, but the sound still pierced their heads, making them cry out in pain. Oh! Their eyes instantly turned a deep crimson, their gazes vacant as if hypnotized. Both shouted hoarsely in unison, "I'm so hungry! I'm so hungry!" Little Hack froze, stammering, What's wrong with everyone?" Before she could make sense of it, she saw Envu and Vong Man rush straight toward the boss, where a giant cauldron lay on the ground. Even Ma Nai Luong, who had been knocked unconscious by the boss, was crawling up with bloodshot eyes and running after them. They lunged at the huge cauldron, scooping up and ravenously eating whatever was inside. The scene looked like a hellish buffet. Ma Nai Luong mumbled through his mouthfuls, "Hungry, so hungry. This tastes so good." But seconds later his body began to swell, the iron-like armor stretching as if about to burst. And Vu and Vong Man were no better. Both kept stuffing their mouths, chewing and repeating, "Eat, eat, eat more." Little Hack backed away in panic, nearly biting her tongue. "Oh God, they're crazy. Why are they eating themselves into deformation? And why am I the only one unaffected?" In the distance, the boss watched the spectacle with sick excitement, its eyes flashing as if savoring a feast of souls. Then it extended a claw, seized the fattest one, Ma Nai Luong, and lifted him into the air. In an instant, Ma Nai Luong was swallowed whole. "It's over," Little Hack shouted. "It's going to eat the fattest person." She trembled, nearly crying. "We have to call for backup. But this is already the elite team. There's no one stronger to save them." At the thought, a familiar name flashed in her mind. She hurriedly opened chat and typed frantically, "Dark Elder, save us." On the other end, Tan Feng was checking items and yawning when he received the message. He frowned slightly. "Little Hack, what's so panicked?" Little Hack's trembling voice came over the channel. "Elder, we encountered a Thalo-grade boss called Soul Swallower and Rain. Tryon and Captain Vong Man are about to be eaten. Please come save us." "You think Soul Swallower, the very lineage monster I've been searching for? Little Hack really is my lucky star." Then Tan Feng spoke, "Send me the coordinates. I'll be there immediately." Aside from the Leaning Magic Tower, the keys to 3 other platinum-level hideouts in Madu have also come into our hands. It's perfect timing to deal with lineage monsters, and the desperate princess is almost finished ascending. A moment later, Tan Feng finally appeared beside Little Hack. At the sight of him, she lit up like dawn breaking through the night, crying out with joy, "Elder, you finally came." Tan Feng calmly asked, "Where's the boss?" Little Hack immediately pointed forward, voice trembling. "Right there. Look, it's straining so hard its whole body is shaking. And Vong Man have been eaten. Hurry and save them. I think it's about to fart again." No sooner had she finished than a wet squelching sound rang out and a giant glob of slime shot out, with Ma Nai Luong completely wrapped inside. The sight stunned Little Hack. Her face went ashen and she stammered, "Gag, gag. It just farted Ma Nai Luong out. Oh God, are and Vong Man going to be farted out like that too?" Tan Feng said slowly, "Soul-swallowing Andre Jean is a subordinate of the Devouring Ancient. It will devour any living creature, whether player or monster. In battle, it emits the Devouring Ancient's enchantment, forcing players into a devouring state." He glanced at Little Hack, tone serious with a hint of mockery. "The more players eat, the fatter they get, and it only likes to eat fat people. There is only one way to avoid the Ancient's enchantment. Eat its excretions. Disgusting as it is, they say the taste isn't bad." "Little Hack, you didn't fall into the devouring state. Could he be right?" Little Hack burst into tears and said, "Don't say more." She dropped to her knees, vomiting repeatedly but still pleading, "Elder, you should still hurry and save them." With that, Tan Feng dashed forward like a flash of lightning. He grabbed the sealed package containing Ma Nai Luong, and without hesitation hurled it back. The boss, swaying, was startled and turned its head, but it was too late. Tan Feng had shoved the glob straight into its mouth. With a dull gurgle, the boss staggered. Its belly bulged and then collapsed. Having overeaten, the boss immediately vomited everything back up. At the same time, An Vu and Vong Man were spat out, drenched and both terrified and nauseous. After rescuing the two, Tan Feng quickly activated Grace of Liberation, then followed with Shadow Shield Slash. Damage numbers flooded the screen. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, like fireworks. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the finishing gauge is full. Let's try it. Instantly, the crimson blade was unleashed. A blood-red blade shot from him like lightning, tearing through the boss's body. A colossal number appeared. 1,032,015 damage. The system announced, Player Dark Eldersia is the first in the world to kill a Thalo-grade boss. Awarded 30 reputation points. Little Hack stood frozen, mouth agape as if about to swallow the world. Oh my god. Over 1 million damage. This is insane. Players everywhere who received the notice trembled. It's over. Dark Eldersia has darkness. This world may be turned upside down. A group of players immediately retorted. Asaba, who said he's from Xia. We just checked the lineage. Dark Elder's ancestors come from our great Semita kingdom. The chat channel exploded. Ding! A system message appeared. Congratulations, you received 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, you received 60 evolution points. Remaining evolution points, 336. Congratulations, you received 300 evolution points. Current evolution points, 636. Equipment obtained X5, skills obtained X6. Congratulations, you have obtained the Soul Swallower lineage. Would you like to activate it? He thought to himself that lineage is a special system in the Divine Armaments game. Some special monsters drop lineages when defeated. Finding a bloodline that matches your class can massively increase combat power. Tan Feng closed his eyes slightly, voice low. Activate the Soul Swallower lineage. A swirl of dense black air coiled around his body, rising like smoke from an abyss. The system immediately flashed a series of bright notifications. Strength refreshed. Each point of strength now converts to 3 physical attack. Constitution refreshed. Each point of Constitution converts to 10 to 50 HP, plus 1 to 5 physical defense. His skin gained a thin armor plating that gleamed like steel, both cool and terrifying. Agility refreshed. Effect increased by 32%, boosting movement speed, attack speed, and cast speed. Even the wind side. This guy runs too fast. Spirit refreshed. Each point of spirit converts to 1 to 3 elemental attack power and increases elemental resistance by 1 to 5. Next, a special notification appeared. Lineage skill Burn Soul activated. Can absorb any class skill and receive corresponding attribute adjustments based on skill quality. Not stopping there, the system added. Side effect: appetite increased by 200% and gained 15 full magic resistance points. Passive: the system's skill Wide Mouth condensed into a blood-colored maw to swallow enemy projectiles, restoring HP based on the number of projectiles consumed. Cooldown is 60 seconds. The Devour skill received many additional attribute adjustments. The so-called attribute adjustment refers to the number of points gained per attribute point. For example, 1 point of strength equals 3 attack. For instance, 1 strength point can add 3 physical attack. He muttered to himself. Conveniently, this boss dropped a bronze-grade venom blade. Can poison weapons but otherwise useless. Let's try it. Ding, the system notified that you used Soul Swallow on the bronze venom blade, refreshing your power conversion. Each point of strength is converted to 3.3 physical attack. Hearing that, he thought, the bronze skill only increases by 0.3? That's too little. But wait, the swallowed skill became passive, meaning it can still be evolved. With that thought, Tan Feng immediately spent 242 evolution points. Venom Blade. Evolve. He whispered. The blade in his hand trembled violently, hissing like a venomous snake. The legendary Venom Blade was born. The system also announced, Power Refresh upgraded. Each point of strength now converts from 3 to 5 physical attack. Tan Feng clenched his fist, his eyes flashing brilliantly. It really worked, he murmured excitedly. If I keep swallowing to mid and late stages, my stats will surpass other players by hundreds or even thousands of times. Then I'll be invincible. At that moment, Vong Man and Envu gradually regained consciousness, both looking as if they'd just taken a stroll through hell. Vong Man said, Elder, thank you. Without you we'd already be on the ancestors' banquet table. Envu exhaled and forced a smile. Without you, Vong Man and I might have turned into uncontrollably fat versions like Ma Nai Luong. Little Hack ran over and hugged Envu tightly. It's okay, sister, and even if you gain weight you'll still be beautiful. Beautiful beyond human standards. Envu glared at her, tapped her head lightly, then turned to Tan Feng. Elder, she said seriously, this mission was commissioned by the Zhonghai authorities. We should be splitting the reward with you. Tan Feng waved his hand. No need. Just help me find a skill book for the assassin class. He glanced at the group and nodded slightly. All right, I'm counting on you. I have business to take care of. With that, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Envu sighed. This mission can be considered complete. Let's head back. Before leaving, she reminded them, one more thing. No one is allowed to tell anyone about today. Not a single word. Understood. Little Hack answered with a serious face. Understood. The scene shifted to the leaning magic tower. Just as Tan Feng jumped away, the boss was dying, its health bar down to 1/3. Hong Tuesday fan shouted across the battlefield. Hold on. Only 1/3 of the HP left. Tu Tui. Activate the Tree of Life now. Little Tui responded nimbly and immediately raised her hand to cast a spell. A cascade of green beams burst forth, restoring HP to allies within range. Hong Tuesday fan continued, voice full of resolve. The teleport gate has been destroyed by darkness. We have no way back. Everyone, survive. Give it everything you've got. We're about to win. Buoyed by that, skills detonated one after another. Magic light flaring so brightly it dazzled. Hong Tuesday fan smiled. Thanks to your life sacrament class, we even had a chance to take this boss down. No one expected a giant octopus tentacle to suddenly lash out and strike a player. With a wet smack, that player was instantly decimated. The boss immediately absorbed the victim's lifespan. Its whole body shone brilliantly, its eyes flashing a chilling gold. Hong Tuesday fan and Little Twee stared in horror, watching the boss strain, its body swelling as if about to explode. Then a cataclysmic explosion roared from the top of the leaning tower. Shockwaves swept everything away. Nearby players were blasted aside, blood spraying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, there was not a single survivor. From the ashes, a new form gradually emerged. The monster Reborn. The system coldly announced, Despair Whelp level 30 Thalo grade HP 10 million, at the Sky Silver level hideout of the Phi Qua Guild, under the human face tree in the courtyard. Her son asked in astonishment, What the hell happened? Why is everyone dead? Didn't we already kill the boss? She replied, Not yet. We had reduced her to the last sliver of HP. But for some reason her HP suddenly fully restored and she turned into an egg. Then it released a massive area skill and wiped us all out. Fully restored? HP only fully restores when a boss evolves. Could it be? She frowned slightly, suddenly recalling Tan Feng's words. Could darkness have known this boss would evolve in advance? That's why he predicted our human wave tactic would fail. She shivered. A platinum-grade boss evolving into Thalo would be a being the entire guild could only look up to in despair. Are we really left with nothing but hoping for darkness? Just then, Tan Feng suddenly appeared before the boss in stealth. The Thalo-level despair egg had just evolved, yet its form remained a smooth, glossy round egg. Tan Feng tilted his head slightly. How do you fight an egg like this? Wait for it to hatch into a brand new boss to complete the set. Without overthinking, he tried a hidden saber strike. A flash of light, 28,765 damage. The boss's HP bar only dipped slightly. He frowned. Not even 1 million HP? Yet it has 10 million. This is tougher than an epic boss. This despair egg is bizarre. We can't let it incubate. Thick HP or not, it's only a matter of time. He continued his assault, combo skills raining down. The boss couldn't detect the stealthed attacker and was stabbed until its shell warped, still offering no reaction. Then Tan Feng activated the Crimson Blade skill. A blood-red slash flashed, dealing 108,767 damage. Spiderweb-like hairline cracks began to appear across the egg's shell. He didn't stop, unleashing 2 more moves. Crack! The eggshell shattered, fragments scattering like failed fireworks. Tan Feng looked at the broken shell and told himself, no matter how much HP it has, as long as I persevere, it has to die. But then his gaze suddenly froze. On the ground, amid the shell fragments, was a small girl with green hair. A line of information appeared. Despair Princess level 1 HP 10/10. What's this? A girl? He whispered. Could the legend of the princess cursed by the white dragon be true? If so, to complete the quest I have to kill her. A little girl with only 10 HP. Tan Feng raised his knife, but his arm hung frozen in midair. His eyes narrowed, revealing clear hesitation. At that moment, the sky thundered. A shaft of white light tore through the clouds. Lightning descended, swirling violently. From the clouds, a giant white dragon surged out. Its scales gleamed as if inlaid with silver. A line of information appeared. Thunder origin of the white dragon Athos level 100 mythic grade.